The youth awakened an SSS-grade hidden profession, unexpectedly causing a holy angel to descend upon the mortal realm, all because these three hidden professions are top-tier existences. They are the Radiant Mage, possessing high burst damage, the Holy Priest, mastering various survival and resurrection skills, and the versatile Paladin, excelling in both offense and defense. Ultimately, the youth chose the more functional and versatile Paladin. It turns out that years ago, a virtual reality game called Eternal was released. Its brand new experience and the ultimate thrill of combat, leaving people hopelessly addicted, however, as more and more people joined Eternal *. One day, the game world suddenly collapsed, and countless demonic beasts and alien races surged forth, eventually leading to the fusion of the game and reality. Everyone could enhance their own strength through leveling up and changing professions to fight against the monsters. Today is the awakening and profession-changing ceremony for new students. The principal told the students below the stage that the profession change would determine everyone's future destiny. They must consider carefully based on their own circumstances, and not blindly choose a combat profession the moment they see one. After all, combat professions require a vast amount of resources that ordinary people can hardly afford. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had transmigrated here over a year ago. Before he even had time to adapt to his new identity, his mother passed away. Shortly after, his younger sister, Zhou Yun, suddenly fell seriously ill and could only rely on low-level priests to barely sustain her life. Consequently, Zhou Yi had to sell his property and desperately beg everyone he knew for money to save his sister. Facing astronomical medical bills, Zhou Yi worked multiple jobs, but his income still fell short of his expenses. If he could successfully change to a combat profession this time, he could enter dungeons to earn money, which would allow him to take his sister to see a higher-level priest. At this moment, a level 24 mage instructor activated the formation, beginning the profession-changing ceremony for the students. The moment the formation was activated, a powerful surge of magical energy swept through the area. Then, the first student was called by name and walked into the magic circle with a nervous heart. It is important to know that there are thousands of possible professions, but only the three most suitable ones appear during the ceremony. In this reality where monsters roam and killing is constant, combat professions are highly esteemed, while lifestyle professions hold the lowest status. Based on the probability of previous years, half of them would be able to change into combat professions. Among the three types, the one with the best development potential is the enchanter. Soon it was Zhou Yi's turn to step forward and awaken his profession. Although Zhou Yi was the class monitor, many classmates still looked down on him. After all, academic grades and attribute values are not the only factors that determine a profession change. Until the dust settles, anyone can be a dark horse. Just as Zhou Yi stepped into the formation, powerful magic erupted and the angel necklace he wore began to emit a dazzling light. The next second, a golden light poured out from the necklace. By a stroke of luck, Zhou Yi activated the system and obtained the protection of a holy angel with an S+ grade talent. Zhou Yi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had actually awakened a system. This necklace was something he had purchased in his previous life and had traveled with him through time. Zhou Yi had suspected the necklace was a treasure, but it had never reacted, until now when it activated the system and gave him a grand gift. In this world, talents range from F grade to S grade. The higher the grade, the better the effect. Most importantly, the optional professions that appear during the ceremony are closely related to one's talent. Just as everyone thought Zhou Yi was stunned into silence and unable to change professions, a pillar of golden light descended from the sky. A holy angel descended into the world, then spread her arms and chose to submit. With the blessing of faith, the holy light will forever protect you from evil thoughts, and I shall always remain by your side. Afterward, the angel entered Zhou Yi's sea of consciousness. Immediately following, a terrifying golden aura enveloped Zhou Yi's entire body, and three towering golden phantoms even appeared in the sky. The teachers and students were all stunned. They never expected that a holy angel would actually yield to Zhou Yi. These three hidden professions were Radiant Mage, Holy Priest, and Paladin. Zhou Yi scrutinized the three SSS-grade hidden professions before him. The Radiant Mage is a pure damage-dealing profession. While its output is extremely high, it has fewer survival skills. In this world where alien races run rampant, a slight lapse in judgment can easily result in death. The priest has numerous survival skills and even masters the heaven-defying skill of resurrection. Unfortunately, its own combat power is too weak and it relies too heavily on a team, making it unsuitable as well. The Paladin, however, is the most versatile profession, excelling in both offense and defense. Although no single aspect is the most prominent, it has the Holy Light talent blessing, making it the most suitable choice for him. Thus, Zhou Yi decisively chose to become a paladin. Humility, honesty, valor, compassion, responsibility. To engage in a glorious cause and pursue justice for a lifetime, this is the paladin, the most versatile of the hidden professions. After his successful profession change, Zhou Yi obtained 3 god-level skills: Pure White Blade, Slow Healing and Weapon Blessing. In addition, he received 10 extra attribute points, becoming the biggest dark horse of this year's profession-changing assembly. His surrounding classmates immediately swarmed him with flattering and fawning remarks. "Class monitor, that's awesome. Can you carry me in the college entrance exam team? I want to ride your coattails. I'm a summoner. If we team up, we'll definitely get a high score. I'm a mage, carry me." "Stop crowding around here, disperse," a senior student said, shoving the surrounding students aside. He then looked at Zhou Yi with shining eyes and said, "Excellent performance. Go back and get some good rest today, and come to the principal's office tomorrow." Returning to his room, Zhou Yi finally found the time to carefully examine his personal attributes. Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, unallocated attribute points 10. Not only had his attributes increased significantly after his class advancement, but he had also received extra free attribute points. He planned to prioritize strength followed by constitution. Only with enough offensive power could he hunt magical beasts more efficiently. As Zhou Yi pondered, he began operating the system interface. Thus he allocated 6 points to strength and 2 points each to constitution and agility. He could clearly feel a surging power coursing through his body. This was the change brought about by attribute points. Detected that the class holder has allocated attribute points for the first time. Triggering Paladin Quest. You may choose any 2 of the following rewards for your daily quest. Reward 1. An additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. A random piece of Paladin equipment. Accept or decline, the rewards were incredibly generous. Naturally, Zhou Yi chose to accept and began randomly matchmaking for a trial ground that matched his level. Matchmaking successful. Target: eliminate E-rank magical beast, Gorabi. Please take this trial seriously. If you die in the trial, you will also cease to exist in reality. Following the prompt, Zhou Yi was teleported to another space. He looked around warily. Was this a mining area? That made sense. Textbooks mentioned that Gorabi beasts primarily inhabited mining zones. Although they weren't carnivorous, like other magical beasts, they became exceptionally violent and bloodthirsty upon seeing humans. Suddenly, he sensed danger approaching from behind. Zhou Yi swiftly leaped high into the air, easily dodging the Gorabi's sneak attack. Since this was his first time facing a magical beast, Zhou Yi decided not to use his skills first. Wanting to see if he could defeat it using only close-quarters combat, his body had become much more agile, and his explosive power had also increased, all effects of his boosted core attributes. Just as Zhou Yi was feeling a bit smug about repeatedly dodging the Gorabi's attacks, his abdomen was suddenly pierced by the beast's razor-sharp tail tip. Only then did Zhou Yi cast aside his arrogance and immediately cast a skill, the C-rank level 1 skill, Slow Heal. This skill could restore a certain amount of health to up to 2 teammates within a specific range over 30 seconds. It seemed that even low-level magical beasts could not be underestimated. Seeing the beast pounce again, Zhou Yi unleashed Pure White Blade and Tiger Strike in succession to counterattack. C-rank level 1 skill, Pure White Blade, consolidates power to draw across with both arms, creating a cross-shaped blade light to attack surrounding enemies. Enemies hit will suffer light attribute magic damage and fall into a stunned state. D-rank level 4 skill, Tiger Strike, grabs an enemy in front, charges forward a certain distance, and then throws them. It inflicts greater damage on any enemies caught in the charging path. Ultimately, under Zhou Yi's relentless combo, the magical beast Gorabi was completely obliterated. Magical beast Gorabi eliminated. Trial complete. Rating A, please select your rewards. Reward 1. An additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. A paladin skill. Reward 3. A random piece of paladin equipment. Attribute points and skill points were the lifeblood of a class holder's power. Currently, he didn't need to rush to level up his skills. Free attribute points were the best choice. Furthermore, a handy weapon would be of immense help in future trials. Fortunately, the system offered weapons as a reward. Otherwise, with his current financial situation, he wouldn't be able to afford one at all. In the end, he chose the attribute points and the random equipment. Received reward, 10 free attribute points. Received reward, crude one-handed sword. After leaving the trial ground, Zhou Yi returned to his familiar room. Right then, his phone rang, showing a preset reminder on the screen, 1700 Hospital. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, Zhou Yun was sitting on her bed watching the news when the television was suddenly turned off. The head nurse stood there holding the remote, waving a medical bill as she loudly demanded payment. Time to pay your medical bills. 10,000 yuan, 10,000. Zhou Yun took the bill with trembling hands. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it always 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? My brother works 3 part-time jobs and only earns 5,000 a month. Where are we supposed to scrape together the rest of the money? The head nurse replied testily. You used quite a few inhibitors and stabilizers this month, and we even called in a priest once. On top of that, your condition flared up 3 times in the middle of the month, forcing all the on-duty nurses to run around looking after you in the dead of night. How can you say such nasty things, young lady? If you think there's a problem, go check the bill yourself, Zhou Yun quickly explained. I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't have a wealthy destiny, don't get a wealthy person's disease. The poor must accept their fate. If you can't afford the treatment, don't force it. Before the head nurse could finish, a hand suddenly clamped down heavily on her shoulder, startling her into spinning around. Excuse me, nurse, but I believe I just heard you insulting a patient. I wonder if that bitter, caustic tongue of yours will still function once we reach the director's office, a dignified middle-aged man said with a faint smile. Standing beside him was a tall, burly bodyguard, making the head nurse feel somewhat intimidated. This man doesn't look like someone to be trifled with, the head nurse thought to herself. Thus, being a sensible woman, she turned and left, but not without reminding Zhou Yun before she walked out. You must pay today's medical bill. Who are you? Zhou Yun asked warily, thinking, are they debt collectors? The middle-aged man pulled out a business card and replied with a smile. You must be Miss Zhou Yun. I am a friend of your brother's. A moment later, Zhou Yi pushed the door open, holding a receipt. Xiao Yun, I just went to pay, but the hospital system shows there is 100,000 yuan in your account. Do you know what's going on? Moving his eyes from the receipt, Zhou Yi looked up at Xiao Yun and finally noticed the 2 strangers in the room. He asked warily, who might you be? The middle-aged man introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. My name is Zhao Wenbin. I am the mayor's secretary, and I'd like to discuss some matters with you. With that, he extended his hand. The mayor was the undisputed #1 figure in Guangxi City, and the mayor's secretary could sometimes even represent the mayor himself. Why would such a prominent figure come looking for him? Zhou Yi politely shook Zhao Wenbin's hand. It's not very convenient to talk in the ward. Let's find somewhere else. Zhao Wenbin readily agreed, and before leaving he thoughtfully instructed his bodyguard to stay behind and look after Zhou Yun. News of Zhou Yi awakening a hidden class was being eagerly covered by the media, so it was currently not uncommon to hear people discussing him on every street corner. For instance, in a cafe not far from Zhou Yi's table, 3 girls were sitting together. Did you check the trending searches? A hidden class emerged at the second academy. I think his name is Zhou Yi, and there are even photos of him leaked from their school. He's actually quite handsome. Hearing this, Zhao Wenbin smiled slightly and said to Zhou Yi, Mr. Zhou, congratulations on advancing to a paladin and obtaining the S-rank talent, Sacred Angel's Protection. It was just good luck. Obtaining an S-rank talent in a standard class awakening ceremony is definitely not something achieved by luck alone. The mayor attaches great importance to this and has specifically instructed the media not to disturb you. At this point, he produced a box containing a key and continued. The mayor has also specially prepared some cultivation resources for you to help you prepare for the college entrance exam. The resources are stored in a safe deposit box at the municipal bank. This is the only key to the safe deposit box. If you have any other requests, please feel free to ask. It seemed the mayor had recognized his potential to become a powerful figure in the future and was willing to invest heavily. This was entirely beneficial to him with 0 drawbacks. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The mayor clearly hoped that he would return the favor one day. Seeing Zhou Yi fall silent, Zhao Wenbin immediately played his trump card. Starting today, a professional medical team will be at Miss Zhou Yun's service 24/7. In addition, the mayor has already contacted a level 36 second advancement priest who will make a special trip to Guangxi City in a month to treat Miss Zhou Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately agreed to accept the mayor's sponsorship. After seeing Zhao Wenbin off, Zhou Yi returned to Zhou Yun's side and explained the whole story to her. Hearing this, Zhou Yun couldn't help but gasp in awe. So does this mean you've soared to the heavens in a single bound, brother? Can I be your little tag-along? Zhou Yi tapped her forehead in exasperation and scolded her dotingly. Stop talking nonsense. Right now the most important thing for you is to recover. Then Zhou Yun asked curiously, every class has its own exclusive skills. What are your skills, brother? Hearing this, Zhou Yi finally remembered that after his class advancement he had indeed obtained 3 exclusive paladin skills. They were the offensive-oriented Pure White Blade, the healing-oriented Slow Heal, and the support-oriented Weapon Blessing. Slow Heal, could restore health, which was perfect to try out on his sister. Zhou Yi placed his hand on Zhou Yun's head and attempted to activate the skill. This feels so good, like soaking in a hot spring. It's so warm. The gentle warmth then spread throughout her entire body. Xiao Yun, do you feel any better? Immersed in the comfort, Zhou Yun replied to her brother with utter excitement. It doesn't hurt anymore, and my hands are getting warm. You're amazing, brother. Zhou Yi looked at his sister dotingly, secretly glad he had chosen the Paladin class. Aside from considering its power, a large part of his decision was indeed due to Zhou Yun's mysterious illness. After all, a Paladin could be considered half a healer class. Even if he couldn't completely cure her, being able to alleviate some of her painful suffering was still good. The next day, Principal Luo Heng personally escorted Zhou Yi to his office. Along the way, the principal chattered excitedly. Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me, wanting to recruit you through special admission. My phone was ringing off the hook. Today, within just a short while, admissions officers from 4 top 10 prestigious universities have already called. Perform well and strive to secure the best resources. These teachers were all second advancement class holders of level 35 or above. Being recruited through special admission guaranteed that he would be nurtured with top-tier resources in the future. Principal, which universities are they? Zhou Yi inquired. Rongyang University, Chuanan University, Anji University, and Hancheng University. Did none of the 3 elite academies contact us? The 3 elite academies have always only looked at college entrance exam scores, ignoring talent and class. So they don't offer special admissions. Just as they reached the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal heard arguing from inside. Old Zhao, Sichuan province is over 4,000 kilometers away from Guangxi City. You didn't fly here in a private fighter jet, did you? What's a fighter jet? I used an ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Activating an ultra-long-distance teleportation array costs a level 30 magic core every single time. How could you bear to use that? For a genius, what's there to hesitate about? We at Chuanan University are definitely claiming Zhou Yi. Then let's see who has the better offer. Just then, Luo Heng pushed open the door and said with a face full of pride, Dear admissions officers, our genius student Zhou Yi is here. With that he turned and introduced them to Zhou Yi one by one. This is Mr. Zhao Tianfu from Rongyang University, Mr. Li Bing from Chuanan University, Ms. Zhou Yu from Hancheng University, and Mr. Yu Yuan from Anji University. Zhou Yi immediately bowed and greeted the teachers. This gesture pleased them greatly. He wasn't arrogant or impetuous despite awakening a hidden class. He was truly a well-mannered young man. At this moment, Zhao Tianfu got straight to the point. Let me state Rongyang University's terms first. As long as you enroll in our university, we will directly award you 2 million Zhangxia Yuan, plus 3 exclusive Paladin skill books. Hearing this, Zhou Yi was slightly shocked. An ordinary family could only earn 6,000 a month, yet Rongyang University offered 2 million right off the bat, along with exclusive Paladin skill books that ordinary people couldn't even dream of acquiring. Even the mayor had never offered him resources of this caliber. Haha, is that all? Rongyang University is as stingy as always, Li Bing sneered mockingly. Before laying out his own terms, Student Zhou Yi, as long as you apply to Chuanan University, our school will directly reward you with 3 million. We will also provide 3 exclusive Paladin skill books a year, along with personal guidance and tutoring from a level 56, 3rd advancement Paladin, level 56. That was close to the absolute ceiling of power on the blue planet. If he could become such a person's disciple, his future would be limitless. Luo Heng marveled silently. But when he heard the terms offered by Ms. Zhou Yu, he was even more dumbfounded. You guys still lack sincerity. Apply to Hancheng University. While the cash isn't as much, also 2 million. The moment you enroll, I will immediately gift you a set of B-rank cultivation resources. B-rank cultivation resources? Luo Heng couldn't help but gasp in shock. He then stared intensely at Zhou Yi, his eyes practically screaming, Agree to it quickly. B-rank cultivation resources cannot be bought with money. Throwing those natural treasures at a pig would turn it into the strongest magical beast, however. In the face of the highly enticing special admission offers from the 4 prestigious universities, Zhou Yi actually declined. It was because he wanted to apply to the 3 elite academies. Among the top 10 universities, the top 3, Suhang University, Qingjing University, and Modu University, held the most transcendent status and were known as the 3 elite academies of the Zhangxia Kingdom. They only admitted 1,000 freshmen each year, and the enrollment quota was not limited to humans. Foreign races such as elves and giants could also apply to the 3 elite academies. The raw power of foreign races was inherently superior to humans. coupled with the vast territory and abundance of geniuses in the Jiangxia Kingdom, getting admitted into the 3 elite academies was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Yi's reason for declining, Zhao Tianfu's aura suddenly erupted as he scolded angrily, "And here I thought you were a promising seedling, but you're just an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. I've read your profile. Your body was severely depleted during your first 18 years, and you lack the proper high-grade resources to make up for it. Your strength is poor and your attribute values are low. Not to mention that it's extremely difficult for you to get into the 3 elite academies with your current abilities. Even if you did, you'd be at the very bottom. Without powerful and precise cultivation, this is as far as you'll ever go in this life." Zhou Yi struggled to stand firm, inwardly marveling at how powerful this aura was. If it had been his former self, he probably would have fallen to his knees long ago. Luo Heng stepped in front of Zhou Yi at this moment, unleashing his own power to counter Zhao Tianfu's pressure. "Mr. Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to bully my student on my turf?" Zhou Yu sat nearby observing Zhou Yi, assessing him inwardly. To be able to withstand Zhao Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths, this kid is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Tianfu also knew he had been a bit reckless, so he reined in his aura, turned, and left. Admissions not only look at potential but also character. With this kind of disposition, even if he were specially recruited, he wouldn't achieve anything great. "I'll take my leave, Principal Luo, until we meet again. Since student Zhou Yi has grand aspirations, it is not convenient for me to stay any longer either." The other 2 teachers also followed Zhao Tianfu out. Seeing this, Luo Heng hurriedly chased after them to smooth things over for Zhou Yi. Soon, only Zhou Yi and teacher Zhou Yu were left in the room. "You have a lot of courage. However, what Mr. Zhao said is not entirely without merit. In the Jiangxia Kingdom, geniuses are a dime a dozen, let alone the foreign races whose innate strength surpasses humans. Trying to get into the 3 elite academies is simply as difficult as ascending to heaven." Zhou Yi replied confidently, "I will prove my strength with my college entrance exam results." There was still a month left before the college entrance exam. With the system's assistance, he would definitely be able to raise his strength to an unbelievable level. When the time came, wouldn't the 3 elite academies be his for the choosing? "How long has it been since I've seen such deep and steadfast eyes? It's as if I've returned to the days of fighting on the front lines. Spending too much time in a peaceful place makes one prefer playing it safe, which leads to a generational gap with young people." Zhou Yu stared at Zhou Yi for a long while, then turned toward the door, smiling as she said, "All right, I look forward to your performance in the college entrance exam. Goodbye." In the blink of an eye, a month passed quietly, and the day of the college entrance exam finally arrived. In the hall, the students were buzzing with discussion. "The examiner setting the test for this college entrance exam is that big demon Yang. We're doomed. He set the questions a few years ago, and our province's average score plummeted to an all-time low. Did you guys hear? Zhou Yi rejected the special admission offers and wants to apply to the 3 elite academies. No way, right? He's too arrogant. Even the geniuses of the province or city wouldn't dare say they are 100% guaranteed to get in. What makes him think he can? He's just turning up his nose at everyone because he awakened a rare hidden class. This time, he's definitely going to trip up. We are talking about millions in scholarships. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. What a waste." Right then, Zhou Yi appeared. The youth who had been eagerly talking behind his back just moments ago suddenly stared blankly at Zhou Yi, then said in a somewhat peculiar tone, "Why does it feel like Zhou Yi is a bit different than before? There's an aura of a powerhouse emanating from him." As a broadcast chimed, information about the dungeon emerged. Secret Realm Dungeon, deep in the dark forest. Level 10 to 13. Difficulty easy, hard, nightmare. Party size limit 1 to 5 players. Note: deep in the dark forest is teeming with a large number of cat demons and minotaurs. They are brutal by nature and extremely bloodthirsty. Damn, it's actually deep in the dark forest. Could there be swamp terrain in there too? Cat demons are extremely agile, and minotaurs have thick hides and flesh. Demon Yang is really not planning to give us any way to survive. The maximum party size of the dungeon also corresponded to the difficulty of the dungeon. In previous years, the exam questions allowed a maximum party of 3, but this time it actually reached 5. Just as the candidates were lamenting, Li Xiangyang walked up to them and loudly warned, "Remember, act according to your ability. Once you face a fatal danger in the dungeon, use the escape scroll to teleport back immediately. Dying in the dungeon means you will truly die in reality. It is better to fail the college entrance exam than to lose your life. Time's up." All candidates prepare to enter the dungeon. Just as Li Xiangyang finished speaking, the candidates present turned into beams of light and were teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, the big screens began to broadcast real-time footage of the candidates inside the dungeon for everyone to observe directly. Class 1, Sun Chang Class Warrior Difficulty Hard Party Size 1 Class 1, Mu Chin Class Assassin Difficulty Hard Party Size 1 Class 1, Long Fei Wong Fang Sun Jian Class Elementalist Archer Nether Mage Difficulty Hard Party Size 3 Class 5, Zhou Yi Class Paladin Difficulty Nightmare Party Size 1 Class 2, Zhang Wei, Wang Li, Zhao Tian, Hong Yang Class Archer Fire Mage Swordsman Alchemist Difficulty Hard Party Size 4. As expected of the Rocket class, except for groups of 2 or 3, they were basically all soloing the dungeon. Soloing allowed them to keep all the experience for themselves, and their exam scores would be higher, but the risk of death was also greater. Only the elites of the Rocket class dared to do this. Just as everyone was discussing this animatedly, a girl suddenly pointed excitedly at Zhou Yi's screen and shouted, "Look everyone, that's Zhou Yi, he's actually soloing a nightmare-level dungeon." Meanwhile in the VIP seats, Jia Dao, the director of the Education Bureau, was staring at the big screen in dumbfounded shock. This, he slammed the table hard, turned to Luo Hang, who was sitting beside him, and barked angrily. The Paladin's utility capabilities are incredibly powerful. They can elevate any team they're paired with. Why must Zhou Yi go solo? And he even chose the Nightmare difficulty, which has a death rate of over 40, Principal Luo. The city provided Zhou Yi with so many resources this month just so he could achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang municipal government will be severely damaged. By doing this, he is simply showing utter disregard for the cultivation the government has provided him. Luo Hang quickly forced a smile to placate him. Director Jia, please rest assured. Zhou Yi is by no means a reckless person. He must have his own trump card. The screen returned to Zhou Yi's side. As he was advancing, he suddenly noticed a dark shadow flashing past at high speed high up on the tree branches. Zhou Yi's expression tightened. He drew his weapon and stood ready to face the threat. It was a bronze single-edged poleaxe, strength 7, agility -2 when equipped. Soon a monster pounced from the high branches, baring its claws and fangs as it lunged toward Zhou Yi, just in time. Die! With a loud shout, Zhou Yi swung his axe down, splitting the monster in two. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. Zhou Yi closed his personal panel with satisfaction, thinking, in just one short month, although I'm only level 10, my average attribute values have already reached 47 points. This is already equivalent to a level 13 class holder. Looking at the entire Suhang province, I can definitely rank among the top candidates. Right after, Zhou Yi smiled faintly and said, "Don't dare to come over, then it's my turn to attack." He proactively charged toward the pack of monsters hiding behind the bushes. At this moment, the weapon in his hand was enveloped in a layer of golden light. C-rank level 4 skill, Weapon Blessing. Condenses holy light to increase the weapon strength, physical attack power, and critical strike rate of teammates within a certain range. Zhou Yi was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Every single swing disposed of a monster with 0 exceptions. Under the effect of his S-rank talent, Sacred Angel's Protection, the Paladin exclusive skill, Weapon Blessing, was also enhanced, granting the single-edged poleaxe an additional 21 points of strength. Such a powerful buff, if known by other candidates, would absolutely make them die of envy. After all, the college entrance exam dungeon limited weapons to 3-star bronze grade and below. But his single-edged poleaxe, after being enhanced, was already comparable to a 5-star bronze grade weapon. In the college entrance exam, every single attribute point was extremely precious, which was enough to widen a massive gap between him and everyone else. Just then, another pack of monsters lunged toward Zhou Yi's back. Zhou Yi put away his weapon, turned around abruptly, and chanted softly, "Pure white blade." A cross-shaped light flew out from between his hands, heading straight for the monster swarm, cutting them into fragments that scattered all over the ground. I've already leveled up Pure White Blade to level 5. It inherently carries extremely strong light attribute damage, and with the boost from Sacred Angel's Protection, it can directly one-shot low-level monsters, Zhou Yi thought to himself. He casually grabbed a severed limb of a monster with a sharp claw and threw it hard at a distant monster. That was exactly the monster that had luckily escaped his skill. The sharp severed limb sliced through the air, fiercely piercing the monster's abdomen, pinning it dead to the tree trunk behind it. Meanwhile, in front of the big screens outside the dungeon, the audience cheered in excitement as they witnessed Zhou Yi's performance. Wow, that was close. Senior Zhou Yi's timing in releasing his skills is so precise. He unleashed the Pure White Blade almost at the exact instant he was about to be attacked. He's too overpowered. This is literally a one-hit kill. It's so satisfying to watch. Senior Zhou Yi is truly mighty and domineering. I've seen this battle axe in the mall. It's extremely heavy. How is Senior Zhou Yi handling it like a toy? Did he dump all his free attribute points into strength? Hearing this, Tang Tianjun frowned. As a teacher, his observation skills were much sharper than those of the students, and he saw much more. No, look closely, everyone. Zhou Yi's speed is actually faster than the cat demon's. Not just speed. The cast speed of his skills is also incredibly fast, and the magic power is extremely strong. Among his free attribute points, his intelligence must not be low. The angle of his axe swings, his control over attack distance, and the coordination of his force are all controlled to absolute perfection. He is simply a combat genius. After saying this, Tang Tianjun cast a jealous glance at Li Xiangyang, thinking to himself, how did such a great prospect end up being assigned to Class 5 in the first place? On the other side, Jia Dao spoke with a serious expression. Zhou Yi's combat awareness is indeed strong, but doing this is highly unwise. He's wasting so much physical energy just to deal with the first wave of cat demons. A nightmare-level dungeon not only features powerful monsters, but they also come in vast numbers. Even a skilled mage might fail due to mana depletion. The weight of a battle axe is a huge burden for a class holder. If they only swing it once or twice, they might not feel it. But even if we assume his stamina is abundant, after swinging it hundreds of times continuously, he probably won't even have the strength left to hold the battle axe. In the end, he will only be torn to shreds by those cat demons. At this moment, seeing a new wave of monsters rushing toward Zhou Yi, the audience in front of the big screen erupted into an uproar. We're getting the next wave of cat demons so soon, there's not even a single moment to catch a breath. This is too brutal. There are at least 100 cat demons. Can Senior Zhou Yi hold out this time? All the spectators held their breath, staring at Zhou Yi with great expectation. In the dungeon, Zhou Yi did not disappoint them either. He perfectly combined his weapon with his skills, disposing of this wave of monsters cleanly and efficiently. As the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared before Zhou Yi and gradually expanded. This was the entrance to the next stage. Zhou Yi chanted softly and stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Right after exiting the vortex, a massive horde of monsters was already standing in battle formation right in front of him. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the host Kaka was pointing at Zhou Yi's big screen, providing a live broadcast for the audience. Welcome to Ava Live. I am everyone's favorite commentator, Kaka. Currently broadcasting is the assessment footage of the Second Academy's most famous top student, the dazzling paladin with an S-rank talent. Zhou Yi, he cleared the first stage of the nightmare-level dungeon with astonishing efficiency, taking only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what does 3 minutes and 17 seconds mean? It is a whopping 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Due to overexcitement, Kaka almost pressed his face against the lens, prompting the camera colleague beside him to say helplessly, "Please don't block the camera." Not far away, a female spectator said admiringly. He slashed his way through the entire map and only caught his breath slightly after the very last monster. Just how high is Senior Zhou Yi's constitution score? Zhang Feifei wagged her finger and added, Director Jia also said it was unwise to waste too much stamina on the first wave of magical beasts. Now it seems he spoke a bit too soon. From the front row, Li Xiangyang reminded her. Zhang Feifei, watch the match quietly. How could the director's words be wrong? Zhang Feifei covered her mouth and teased, Mr. Li, I see you're smiling pretty happily yourself, don't talk nonsense. That being said, Li Xiangyang himself was a bit unsure. He pinched his own face thinking, is the smile on my face really that obvious? Senior Zhou Yi has entered the portal, someone shouted. Everyone stopped gossiping and focused all their attention on the big screen. Inside the dungeon, with the help of his appraisal skill, the monster's information was clearly displayed before Zhou Yi's eyes. Monster, Minotaur, level 14 grade, silver skills. Berserk, Savage Charge, War Stomp, Super Armor. Monster, Fluorescent Cat Demon, level 12 grade, bronze skills. Light Mastery, Heal. Monster, Blaze Cat Demon, level 13 grade, bronze skills. Fire Mastery, Fireball, Flame Breath. Monster, Cursed Cat Demon, level 11 grade, bronze skills. Dark Mastery, Curse. Zhou Yi pondered. The ordinary cat demons serve as warriors, the fluorescent cat demons act as priests, and the blaze and cursed cat demons play the role of mages. Combined with the high-damage silver-grade minotaurs, this was practically a classic warrior, mage, and priest team composition. If the first stage was against disorganized rabble, then the second stage was against a well-trained army. The threat of death instantly spiked several hundredfold, leaving no time for Zhou Yi to think. The monster horde had already organized their offensive. The melee monsters instantly swarmed forward, while the mage monsters stood in place chanting spells. Suddenly, a black arm erupted from the ground, binding Zhou Yi tightly and restricting him from moving, forcing him to face the charging monsters and incoming fireballs head-on. Witnessing this, the spectators outside the dungeon cried out in alarm. Senior Zhou Yi is bound by the cursed cat demons. Oh my god, watch out! Inside the dungeon, facing such a perilous situation, Zhou Yi not only showed no panic but instead smiled faintly. Warrior Charge, Priest Buffing, Mage utility spells. Their teamwork is actually quite decent. Zhou Yi waited until the claws of the leading monster were a mere hair's breadth away from touching him before raising his hands and shouting, "Holy Cross!" In an instant, a massive cross-shaped golden light materialized, bursting with a dazzling radiance that completely engulfed the entire horde of monsters. B-rank level 4 skill, Holy Cross. Summons holy light to condense into a crucifix behind the caster, inflicting light attribute burn damage over several seconds on enemies within a certain range. Screams of agony echoed one after another. As the golden light dissipated, what lay before Zhou Yi was no longer the horde of claw-bearing, fang-gnashing magical beasts, but a ground littered with corpses outside the dungeon. Jia Dao said in dumbfounded shock, "Unbelievable, all the low-level magical beasts were instantly wiped out. Who on earth told me that paladins are a support class? This is a B-rank wide-range ultimate attack skill, just like talents. Skills are graded from low to high into 7 levels. The higher the rank, the stronger and rarer the skill." At the same time, Jia Dao was somewhat puzzled. The resources the government had sponsored Zhou Yi with were at most C-rank skills. How could he possibly have a B-rank skill? This kid Zhou Yi was truly extraordinary. The screen cut back to the dungeon where all the magical beasts had fallen, leaving only a single minotaur still standing. Zhou Yi pointed his weapon at it and provoked, "Just you left. Bring it on." Immediately after, the minotaur cast berserk and super armor on itself. Then it stomped the ground violently, unleashing War Stomp. The ground split open instantly, a fissure rushing straight toward where Zhou Yi stood. Zhou Yi reacted swiftly, leaping high into the air to dodge. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Yi was still in midair and unable to dodge, the Minotaur immediately executed Savage Charge, rushing headlong at him. Since it was in a state of super armor, no amount of damage could interrupt its charge, yet Zhou Yi had absolutely no intention of dodging. He unleashed the skill Giant Weapon Launcher to clash head-on with the Minotaur, surprisingly blowing it back with a single strike. Immediately after, Zhou Yi crossed his arms and cast Pure White Blade, unleashing a cross-shaped blade light at the Minotaur while charging forward at top speed. The pure white blade slashed heavily against the Minotaur, making it howl in agony as its massive body recoiled backward. Right at that moment, Zhou Yi flashed right before it, raising his weapon high. Facing this thick-skinned, fleshy brute, Zhou Yi let out a cold snort and swung down without hesitation, slicing the Minotaur cleanly in two. The Minotaur was not entirely dead yet. Lying in a pool of blood, it glared deathly at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi walked over expressionlessly and crushed the Minotaur's head with a heavy stomp. This time, Zhou Yi was certain the Minotaur was completely dead. As he saw the familiar vortex manifest beside him once again, looking at the vortex, Zhou Yi thought to himself, "The next stage is the boss stage." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the spectators had already erupted into a frenzy. Many stood up in excitement, crying out in disbelief. "My God, splitting a 4-meter-tall Minotaur with a single axe strike. That was jaw-dropping. Don't forget the Minotaur was still in a berserk state at the time. This level of strength is simply mind-blowing. That combo was too cool. Senior Zhou Yi, I love you." The host, Kaka, looked at the timer and exclaimed, "He actually cleared the second stage in just 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao couldn't help but stand up to applaud and praise. Outstanding, absolutely outstanding. His skill timing is incredibly precise, and his control of power is near perfection. It's almost hard to believe that this is a student who just changed classes a month ago." Then Jia Dao turned to Luo Heng with a smile. "Principal Luo, congratulations. The second academy is about to produce an unprecedented genius." Luo Heng replied, beaming with joy. "The tables have turned. It's finally our second academy's turn to produce a top-tier talent." His heart was filled with anticipation as he thought, "Since our school's founding, the best result we've ever achieved in the college entrance exam was only 72nd in the province. Perhaps this time Zhou Yi can elevate the second academy to a whole new level." Suddenly, someone pointed at the big screen and gasped, "Why isn't Senior Zhou Yi taking a break? He's heading straight into the boss stage." Everyone quickly looked at the screen. Seeing Zhou Yi actually step directly into the vortex without resting, Jia Dao stamped his feet in anxiety and scolded. "How foolish! If he doesn't recover to his peak condition and falls into a disadvantage during the boss fight, he'll suffer a massive loss." Luo Heng quickly tried to soothe him. "Zhou Yi must have his reasons for doing this. Let's just wait and see." Luo Heng pondered in his mind. Suhang Province was a populous province teeming with geniuses. Any candidate who wanted to compete for the top 100 spots in the province would basically choose to solo nightmare-level dungeons. Under the same difficulty to win the championship, one had to clear the dungeon in the shortest time possible. Back in the dungeon, as soon as Zhou Yi entered the third stage, he saw a massive boss beast sitting not far away. Thus, he immediately cast his appraisal skill on the Minotaur King. Level 16, grade Gold, skills unknown, unable to detect due to the massive level gap. Note, the ruler of the Minotaur race. Human, how dare you step into my palace, prepare to die. Before its voice could fade, the Minotaur King let out a furious roar and charged, raising its weapon to slash down at Zhou Yi. Blessing of Dawn, Grace of Courage, Divine Light Protection. Zhou Yi instantly stacked a series of buff skills on himself. Then, clad in a full set of Holy Light armor, he strangely vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind the Minotaur King in the very next second. He waved his hand and provoked, "Hey little calf, I'm over here." Under the full buff effects of a novice paladin, the boss spun around in a rage. While Zhou Yi had already charged head-on, however, in the face of Zhou Yi's fierce attack, the Minotaur King merely raised its hand to block. Even with the boost from 4 buff skills, Zhou Yi was surprisingly unable to harm it in the slightest. Shocked, Zhou Yi sidestepped to the front of the Minotaur King and swung his axe forcefully at it, only to feel as if he had struck a solid steel plate, sending sparks flying in all directions. The Minotaur King let out a furious roar and swung its weapon down hard toward Zhou Yi, instantly causing a violent tremor to rip through the earth. Thick smoke billowed, blotting out the sky. Zhou Yi dodged the blow by a hair's breadth. Just as he rushed out of the swirling dust, a strange purple light flashed before his eyes. In the next split second, the Minotaur King materialized right in front of Zhou Yi with no warning whatsoever, swinging its weapon down heavily. Zhou Yi had no time to dodge at all. The impact sent him flying backward, snapping 5 massive stone pillars in a row before he finally came to a halt. Fortunately, he was protected by the Paladin's guardian armor. Otherwise, this single blow would have shattered every bone in his body. Excellent. Our first clash has shown me how you operate. That hit wasn't in vain. With that, Zhou Yi slowly raised his right hand and chanted softly, "Spear of Victory." Instantly, countless small golden vortexes emerged around Zhou Yi. Right after, glowing golden spears shot out rapidly from the vortexes, heading straight for the Minotaur King in the distance. C rank level 3 skill, Spear of Victory. Condenses holy power into spears thrown at enemies. Targets hit will suffer massive damage. Seeing this, the Minotaur King swung its weapon frantically, parrying the incoming spears one by one. No matter how many spears Zhou Yi unleashed, he couldn't inflict any damage on it. A moment later, a red alert popped up before Zhou Yi's eyes, warning mana level extremely low. Please restore mana immediately. Zhou Yi merely cast a cold glance at it and ignored the warning. While maintaining the activation of his skill, he rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind. The Minotaur King was indeed formidable, with both constitution and strength far surpassing his own. Attempting to overpower it with brute force was completely out of the question. An ordinary person would probably opt for a kite strategy to slowly wear it down, but that would make it impossible to secure a high score within the time limit. Based on the examiner's intent, they would never create an impossible guaranteed death scenario. So there had to be a way to break through. During their previous clash, he felt that the boss's agility attribute was extremely low, making its movements clumsy. If he launched continuous attacks from multiple angles, it would definitely be unable to defend itself. With this in mind, Zhou Yi began to manipulate the spears in mid-air, launching pincer attacks on the Minotaur King from all directions. The effect was instantaneous. Several spears successfully pierced the Minotaur King's knees. Warning, mana level extremely low. Please restore mana immediately. Zhou Yi clenched his fingers tightly, instantly detonating those spears. Heavily wounded by the blast, the Minotaur King fell to one knee with a heavy thud. Aside from its poor flexibility, this Minotaur King had another fatal weakness. Although it possessed extremely high endurance and health, once subjected to continuous heavy blows, it could easily fall into negative statuses like stiffness, causing its defense to crumble entirely. Therefore, he had to unleash high damage skills in rapid succession over a very short duration. However, this heavily tested the timing and frequency of his skill casting. Otherwise, his mana would be completely depleted before he could kill the Minotaur King, and he might even lose his qualification for the exam. Fortunately, everything was within his precise calculations. Zhou Yi knew his opportunity had arrived. Seizing the moment while the Minotaur King was pinned to one knee and unable to move, he exerted full control to rain down all the spears onto the boss from all angles, detonating them instantly. Warning, mana level extremely low. Please restore mana immediately. Still trying to charge up an ultimate move? Too bad, you're out of time. With a cold snort, Zhou Yi turned into an aftermage and charged straight at the Minotaur King. Drawing his battle axe, he delivered a fatal strike concentrated with all his might, splitting the Minotaur King's body completely in half. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare-level Secret Realm dungeon, deep in the Dark Forest. Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your exam results have been saved. Your clear rating is SSS rank. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the first place clear for this dungeon. Hearing this system prompt, Zhou Yi muttered in disbelief. First place, does this mean I am already the top scorer of the college entrance exam in Suhang province? but he quickly recovered from his shock, clenching his fists in excitement and whispering, "Yes, I did it." Zhou Yi felt a deep wave of emotion. During his first year after transmigrating, his mother had passed away, his sister falls seriously ill, and the family was buried under a mountain of debt. The exorbitant medical bills for Xiao Yun had nearly crushed him, yet despite such desperate circumstances, he had never chosen to give up. Since he couldn't increase his attribute points back then, he had pushed himself to the absolute limit to hone his combat skills and forge his fighting spirit. The arrival of the system gave him a second chance to change his destiny. Allowing him to truly hold his fate in his own hands, he had to seize this opportunity firmly, putting in 100 times more effort than anyone else. My resolve will never waver. It's time to head back. With that, Zhou Yi calmed his racing heart, deactivated his holy light armor and stepped toward the teleportation vortex. System prompt: congratulations, you have received 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Your level has risen to level 11. Your level has risen to level 12, then level 13. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment: Rainforest Belt, attributes Constitution 10, Strength 7, equipment requirement level 10. Set effect: when fighting in forest terrain, gain a continuous buff based on your constitution. Health regeneration rate times 3, stamina regeneration rate times 3, mana regeneration rate times 3. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment: Rainforest Ring, equipment requirement level 10. Set effect: when fighting in forest terrain, gain a continuous buff based on your constitution. Health regeneration rate times 3, stamina regeneration rate times 3, mana regeneration rate times 3. Obtained item: wild strawberries times 10. Description: restores a certain amount of mana upon consumption. Obtained item: gold grade Minotaur King card times 1. Description: enchanting material. Upon successful enchantment, increases the strength attribute provided by the equipment by 20. The moment Zhou Yi stepped out of the teleportation vortex, he was greeted by a tidal wave of cheers. "Welcome back in triumph, Senior Zhou. I love you, Senior Zhou Yi, you're my Prince Charming. Senior Zhou Yi is too awesome, Brother Yi is too strong, God Yi, God Yi, God Yi." Zhou Yi was genuinely startled by the massive reception. Before he could react, a continuous flurry of camera clicks echoed in his ears. Turning his head, Zhou Yi saw a massive crowd of reporters pointing their cameras at him, with flashes blindingly going off. Meanwhile, Principal Luo Heng and Director of the Education Bureau Jia Dao were quickly walking toward him. Luo Heng immediately approached with a broad smile and said, "Soloing a nightmare-level dungeon in under 10 minutes. This is a glory unseen in the century-long history of the Second Academy. Based on my years of studying the college entrance exams, Zhou Yi, you are absolutely guaranteed to be the top scorer of Suhang Province. Your future is limitless." Zhou Yi smiled modestly and replied, "You flatter me, Principal." Right then, a luxury car sped onto the scene, causing a commotion among the crowd. "Whose car is that? How can they drive directly into the exam center? Isn't that the S-400 magic vehicle capable of switching to flight mode? Oh my god, is that the ultra-luxury S-400 that's worth an entire apartment in the capital?" "Yes, that's the one." The luxury car came to a steady halt not far from Zhou Yi. Jia Dao proactively opened the car door for him and said, "The results will be out in 3 days at the earliest. We will notify you immediately when they do. Thank you, Director Jia." With that, led by Luo Heng, Zhou Yi walked toward the S-400. Luo Heng also urged him, "Go back and get a good rest and wait for our good news." Not long after, Zhou Yi arrived at the hospital to visit Xiao Yun. Ever since their last conversation, Xiao Wenbin had swiftly fulfilled his promise. Xiao Yun had been moved to the hospital's most luxurious intensive care unit, monitored 24/7 by a professional medical team. As soon as Zhou Yi stepped into the elevator, a nurse greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, you're here?" Zhou Yi nodded in response. "Yes, I'm here to visit Xiao Yun and to share some good news with her. I heard you took the college entrance exam today. Your results must have been excellent." As the nurse spoke, she pressed the button for the 26th floor. However, as the elevator climbed floor by floor, both of them suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop drastically. Shivering slightly, the nurse muttered under her breath, "How strange, why is it so cold today? Did they turn the AC up too high?" Zhou Yi, however, noticed wisps of biting, icy air constantly seeping through the cracks of the elevator doors. His expression instantly turned extremely grave. As the elevator doors opened on the 26th floor, the sight before them made the nurse shriek in terror. What is going on?" The entire corridor was covered in a thick layer of solid ice. Even the people in the hallway, without exception, had been frozen solid into ice sculptures with terrified expressions on their faces, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Zhou Yi dashed toward Xiao Yun's ward at full speed, leaving the nurse far behind. "Mr. Zhou." The nurse was about to call out to him, but before she could finish, the oncoming biting cold instantly froze her into an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi smashed the ice wall, blocking Xiao Yun's room with a single punch, and rushed inside, shouting her name. In the next second, the sight before him left him completely shocked. Xiao Yun was lying in bed in sheer agony, as pure icy energy continuously billowed out of her body, condensing into a massive ice dragon in midair. Beside the bed, a woman was exerting all her magic, seemingly doing her utmost to suppress the freezing energy inside Xiao Yun. Seeing Zhou Yi preparing to attack the ice dragon, the woman frantically screamed, "Xiao Yi, stop, don't attack it." Hearing this, Zhou Yi forcibly halted his strike. Zhou Yi rushed over to the woman. "Sister Cheng, what on earth is going on?" Sister Cheng explained anxiously. "If you rashly damage this ice dragon, Xiao Yun's heart meridians could easily shatter from the backlash." Zhou Yi asked in shock, "How did an ice dragon suddenly appear?" Sister Cheng replied, "Xiao Yun's mysterious illness suddenly flared up violently. The freezing energy emanating from her has frozen everyone into ice sculptures. Right now I can only barely suppress the cold within this floor. You need to leave this place immediately," Zhou Yi cried out anxiously. "But what about Xiao Yun?" Sister Cheng interrupted. "Xiao Yi, without a high-level priest present, there's only so much I can do on my own." Zhou Yi forced himself to calm down. "I understand with that." Zhou Yi thought to himself, "System, spend all my skill points to upgrade Slow Heal." Slow Heal upgraded to level 4, level 10. Level 10 enhanced Slow Heal continuously restores the health of allies within a specific range over a certain period of time, and additionally increases their stamina and mana regeneration speed. Immediately after, Zhou Yi cast Slow Heal on Xiao Yun. Witnessing this, Sister Cheng couldn't help but gasp in shock. Heavens, the life energy contained within a paladin's healing skill is actually this powerful. It even surpasses me, a level 23 priest. While channeling the skill with all his might, Zhou Yi shouted urgently, "Sister Cheng, I'll hold the line here. Go notify Secretary Zhao immediately. Tell him he must bring a high-level priest." Sister Cheng replied, "A high-level priest's schedule is completely booked. The appointment Secretary Zhao made with her is next week. Even if we urge them now, it's simply too late." Zhou Yi turned his head, his face solemn as he said, "Tell Secretary Zhao that as long as he can bring a high-level priest here, I, Zhou Yi, will unconditionally promise him one favor in the future, whenever he needs it, and I will never break my word." Sister Cheng looked at Zhou Yi silently, agreed, and turned to run and find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Yi turned back around to continue treating Xiao Yun. Over the past year, Xiao Yun had to endure the torment of the freezing energy flaring up every single night. Under the influence of the dark, freezing energy, her entire body was racked with excruciating pain, a fate worse than death. Lately, the freezing energy had become increasingly severe, but he never expected it could actually affect the outside world. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, silently persevering with the treatment, even though his own hands were already showing signs of being eroded by the frost. Time passed gradually. As night fell, and just as Zhou Yi's mana was on the verge of exhaustion, a green orb of light suddenly flew into the room. It bounced around like a ball, slamming heavily into the ice dragon, causing a small crack to ripple across its body. Noticing Xiao Yun's agonized expression, Zhou Yi shouted loudly, "Wait, don't touch her!" Suddenly, the green ball slammed into Zhou Yi, sending him flying backward. Immediately after, a girl carrying a long brush as thick as a staff over her shoulder walked into the room. She raised her hand and waved it at the ice dragon, looking highly provocative. "Roar!" The ice dragon roared, proactively lunging at the girl. Swinging the giant brush like a wooden staff, the girl bashed it heavily onto the ice dragon's head. She then kept sketching with the tip of the brush, writing a string of peculiar characters on the ice dragon. Next, a green light flashed through the girl's eyes as she swung the brush and struck the ice dragon with force. A magic array materialized, and the ice dragon was thrown back toward Xiao Yun, its body constantly shrinking until it finally turned into an ice orb and merged into her body. Seeing Xiao Yun's expression ease up, no longer in as much pain as before, the anxiety weighing on Zhou Yi's heart was finally lifted, and he thought to himself, "It's stabilized." Only then did the healer girl turn to look at Zhou Yi and speak, "You must be Zhou Yi, right? I've heard of your reputation. I am Kui Liena, a level 35 second advancement priest from Qingyun City." Zhou Yi greeted her. "Hello, Miss Kui." Kui Liena explained that Director Jia had begged her to come and treat his sister first. She scrutinized Zhou Yi, thinking to herself, "If Director Jia hadn't said this guy is highly likely to be the provincial champion, I wouldn't have broken the rules. Still, for him to be able to resist this freezing energy for so long, it seems Director Jia really didn't lie to me." Zhou Yi asked, "Miss Kui, what illness does my sister actually have? Can it be cured?" Kui Liena replied. "The freezing energy is overflowing and condensing into physical form. This is a sign of Bloodline awakening." Zhou Yi was shocked. "Bloodline awakening? He knew that when the game Eternal merged with reality, many players had chosen foreign races such as elves, giants, and demons. Following the merger, these players also manifested characteristics of their respective racial bloodlines. For instance, those with elven bloodlines would have blue eyes and long pointed ears, while those with giant bloodlines could reach 3 to 4 meters in height. Over the past 200 years, these foreign race players intermarried with humans. After generations of dilution, their distinct physical features and special abilities gradually faded. However, there was one exceptional circumstance: Bloodline Awakening. Liana explained, Bloodline Awakening is both a blessing and a curse. Once successfully awakened, one can control the power of the foreign race, which means upgrading and learning skills in the future will yield twice the results with half the effort. But if it fails, it can result in paralysis at best or death at worst. Your sister is suffering from this freezing energy precisely because her body is too weak to withstand this bloodline power. If I'm not mistaken, what she has awakened is the rare frost bloodline. To bear such a rare bloodline, her physical constitution must be improved. As far as I know, only the natural treasure, the extreme frost lotus, can alter a human's constitution. Unfortunately, this item is extremely rare. Its last known appearance was at an auction 30 years ago, where it was bought by a mysterious person for the staggering price of 13 billion. In 3 months, the freezing energy inside your sister will fully erupt, at which point it will become completely uncontrollable. The other alternative is to use a grand sealing art to directly seal her foreign bloodline. Once you've made your decision, you can contact me using this token. However, the price is that your sister will never be able to level up again. After Liana left, Zhou Yi fell into deep thought with the token in his hand. 5 days later, Zhou Yi had just completed his daily quest. A system panel popped up. Squats 200,200, push-ups 200,200, sit-ups 200,200, weapon swings 200,200. Daily quest completed. Please choose your reward. Zhou Yi muttered softly, attribute points. He usually chose free attribute points as his daily quest reward. For a paladin, constitution and intelligence points were crucial, but other attributes could not be ignored either. Usually, he would allocate his attribute points in a 2-3-3-2 ratio. Only with balanced development would he have the fewest weaknesses. While he was lost in thought, another system prompt popped up in front of him. Detected that the college entrance exam results have been announced. Achievement quest completed. Congratulations, you have secured first place in Suhang province in this college entrance exam. The following rewards are issued based on your results. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank Divine Skill, Divine Beast. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank Divine Item, Resurrection Cross. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank One-Time Divine Secret Art, God Descent. Congratulations, you have received the A-Rank Rare Skill, Barrier of Light. Congratulations, you have received 30 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have received 30 free attribute points. Since the end of the college entrance exam, news about Zhou Yi had swept through major media outlets and newspapers. On the day Zhou Yi changed his class to a paladin, I knew he was bound for greatness. Therefore, I specifically recommended to the City Hall that we increase our support and cultivation for Zhou Yi. This is all thanks to my keen eye for talent. In front of the television, a group of students gasped in shock as they watched Jia Dao being interviewed. The provincial champion was actually a paladin? Isn't that a pure support class? Don't trick me just because I didn't study much. Paladins are notoriously slow at clearing dungeons. Soloing a nightmare-level dungeon at level 10? Are you kidding me? Could he have cheated? Hearing this, a female student immediately pulled out her phone to defend Zhou Yi. I recorded a video at the time. I have the footage to prove it. At this point, the students who had previously doubted Zhou Yi's strength were also filled with admiration. This strength is absolutely terrifying. How does the damage from his holy cross feel even more devastating than a mage's high-tier fire magic? Weapon blessing, heaven's gift, blessing of courage. Someone help me count just how many layers of buffs this provincial champion has stacked on himself. Meanwhile, in a luxury villa elsewhere, a red-haired youth was staring at the footage of Zhou Yi's exam, commenting, "A clear time of 9 minutes and 24 seconds, which is actually 20 seconds faster than me. This Zhou Yi is quite interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired youth casually pointed at a spot nearby, which instantly exploded. A sinister smile then spread across his face. "Anyone who dares to steal my spotlight has only one path: death." The next morning, on his way to visit his sister, Zhou Yi's phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. A massive sum of money had been deposited into his bank account from the municipal government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. Zhou Yi immediately called Secretary Zhao and received a response. "Mr. Zhou, due to your outstanding performance in the exam, The government has specially rewarded you with 5 million yuan in cash, as well as a luxury villa. Do you have a preferred neighborhood, or would you like us to choose one for you? It seems they've also received the news of me becoming the provincial champion. Zhou Yi thought to himself, then replied, please choose one for me. I heard that the admissions officers from the 3 elite academies are rushing over to your place. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? No need, they're already here, Zhou Yi replied, looking at the man in front of him. The man offered a friendly smile and handed over a business card introducing himself. I am the admissions representative of Rongyang University. Rongyang University. Just as Zhou Yi was slightly surprised, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed beside him. If I remember correctly, didn't Rongyang University previously find student Zhou Yi too arrogant? They even accused him of not knowing his place. How is it that they are eagerly knocking on his door now? The admissions officer from Rongyang University looked up awkwardly, gazing at a burly man hanging from the rope ladder of a helicopter. Zhao Tianfu's words back then were truly a case of having eyes but failing to recognize Mount Tai. He had since been relieved of his post and expelled by the university. After saying this, the Rongyang University officer looked at Zhou Yi with embarrassment. Student Zhou Yi, as long as you are willing to apply to our school, Rongyang University is willing to offer 4 million. No matter what terms your Rongyang University offers, our Modu University will double it. Modu University is determined to get Zhou Yi, so the rest of you had better pack up and head home early. The burly man landed steadily, speaking with absolute confidence, making the Rongyang University officer stamp his feet in anger. Just then, a woman's voice rang in Zhou Yi's ear. Did you ask Qingjing University first? Before the words could fully fade, a girl with purple hair and angelic wings on her back scooped Zhou Yi up and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could get to him. Having succeeded, the purple-haired teacher whispered in Zhou Yi's ear, Student Zhou, our Qingjing University might not boast about other things, but we have more than enough cultivation resources. Throughout your 4 years of university, we will provide you with A-rank cultivation resources every year. Just as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, a magic array suddenly materialized behind her out of thin air, sucking her straight inside. At this moment, a female teacher dressed in all black appeared in front of Zhou Yi, threatening in a slow, casual manner. To compete for the champion, one must compare resources, wealth, and heritage. What Qingjing University can offer, our Suhang University can also afford. What kind of capability is it to just directly snatch someone? If you don't put him down right now, don't blame me for being impolite. The muscular brute also flew up to join the commotion. Exactly, a forced melon is never sweet. Zhou Yi, our Modu University will not only provide an A-rank resource every year, but will also gift you a complete set of gold-grade equipment. Although the purple-haired teacher was fuming, she was sensible enough to slowly lower Zhou Yi to the ground before flashing a friendly smile. I didn't mean to kidnap you. I just wanted to have a close and friendly chat with student Zhou Yi in private. Student Zhou Yi, make your choice. Student Zhou, I am Su Mayer, the admissions officer for Suhang University. Suhang University believes in the supremacy of strength. As long as you can break into the school's Earth ranking and Heaven ranking, let alone A-rank resources, even S-rank resources will be yours for the taking. Furthermore, Suhang University has firmly held the #1 spot in the freshman exchange tournaments over the past 4 years, which goes to show that our school's training standards are also top tier. The purple-haired teacher snorted in dissatisfaction. Su Mayer, what do you mean by that? Just because you won a few competitions, you're being this arrogant. Suhang University's victories are an undeniable fact. Teacher's son, you should worry more about having the faculty and students of Qingjing University work a bit harder. While the two female teachers were arguing heatedly, Zhou Yi was carefully weighing his options. The special admission terms offered by the 3 elite academies were actually quite similar. No matter which one he chose, his future would be incredibly bright. However, if he wanted to gain stronger combat experience during his college years, the most suitable one for him should be. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yi finally decided to apply to Suhang University. Seeing this, Su Mayer immediately pulled out a parchment scroll and said, "This is Suhang University's special admission contract. Take a look, and if there are no issues, please sign it." Seeing that he had missed out on the genius, the muscular brute couldn't help but sigh in regret, not expecting Suhang University to beat them to the punch again. Teacher's son still refused to give up, saying, "If you ever find that you don't fit in at Suhang University, you are always welcome to transfer to our Qingjing University." Su Mayer immediately shot a warning glare at teacher's son. "You really never give up, do you? Casting spells without a staff, that's an ability only high-tier mages possess. Reviewing the contract, Zhou Yi muttered in slight surprise, then curiously whispered to Su Mei, "If you don't mind me asking, Teacher Su, what level class holder are you?" "A level 42 second advancement mage." Hearing this, Zhou Yi was even more shocked, as the woman before him clearly looked like she wasn't even 30 yet. The world outside is vast. Once you enter Suhang University, you'll meet even more powerhouses of the younger generation. "That's fantastic," Zhou Yi replied with excitement. After all, lately he hadn't been able to find any opponents of his age. Once he entered Suhang University, if he could encounter peers he could spar with, he would be able to grow even faster. After the signing was complete, Su Mei put away the contract and instructed, "All right, I'll give you a week to pack your bags, and I'll come pick you up for school in a week." "Ah, is Suhang University's registration date this early?" Su Mei winked playfully and replied, "Of course, specially recruited students need to arrive at school early to receive higher-level training, allowing their strength to improve even faster. Only then can they perform better in the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament." A week passed. After Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun moved into their new villa, it was time for Zhou Yi to depart for school. Before leaving, he entrusted Secretary Zhao to take care of his sister during his absence, and repeatedly gave Zhou Yun numerous parting instructions before finally getting into Su Mei's car. Looking at Zhou Yi, who kept turning back with every step, his face filled with reluctance to leave his sister, Su Mei smiled slightly and asked, "Is this your first time traveling far from home?" "Yes." "Then you'd better prepare yourself mentally." Before Zhou Yi could even grasp the meaning of Su Mei's words, the car passed through a spatial teleportation portal, and the Ning'an City University town instantly appeared before his eyes. "We're not in a hurry, so there's no need to take a teleportation array." Just as she finished speaking, Zhou Yi looked around and saw countless vehicles continuously speeding out of the spatial teleportation array, leaving him inwardly amazed. Ordinary spatial teleportation arrays were usually controlled by the military. Even the small teleportation magic array used by Priest Kui required submitting an application to the municipal government. Su Mei explained from the side, "Suhang University has a deep cooperation with the military district, which is why a large-scale teleportation array was established near the campus. It's not only convenient but also extremely secure." Having said that, she gestured forward with her chin, "We're here." Looking at the magnificent complex of buildings before him, Zhou Yi couldn't help but blurt out, "This is way too exaggerated." "Let's go, I'll take you to report for registration," Su Mei said to Zhou Yi. While Zhou Yi was still looking around, he suddenly felt something fly past him. It turned out to be a young man kicked flying by a girl. The white-haired girl stared with wide angry eyes, furiously warning the youth, "I've told you already, I have no interest in knowing you. That kick just now was only a warning. Stop bothering me or next time I won't show any mercy." With that, the white-haired girl turned and walked away. The onlookers immediately burst into laughter, pointing and gloating at the humiliated youth. Young Master Deng really kicked a steel plate this time. He ran into the Rakshasa girl. Every year during school opening he tries to hit on the freshman girls. He's finally met his match this time. Heaven truly has eyes. Looking at the departing back of the white-haired girl, Zhou Yi thought to himself, "It's a magic crest. She possesses a demon bloodline." Knowing Zhou Yi's background and seeing his expression, Su Mei kindly reminded him, "Many faculty and students in the university town possess foreign bloodlines. If you encounter them in the future, make sure not to show any negative emotions. Don't worry, even if they carry foreign bloodlines, as long as they stand on humanity's side, I won't harbor any hostility. I haven't lost my mind to the point of hating the entire demon race just because of my father's death. That's good. Here is your student ID." With a slight flick of her wrist, Su Mei conjured a card and handed it to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi glanced over the basic information on the card, noticing the ranking displayed on it, as well as his academic credits. "Let me first give you a brief overview of the school's rules and regulations. First is the ranking system. Each academic year has a corresponding strength leaderboard. The stronger you are, the higher your rank. The initial ranking for freshmen is determined by their college entrance exam scores. Since you are the number 1 in the province, you are naturally the strongest freshman in name, but this is only a temporary ranking. A month from now, the school will hold a freshman grand tournament, and the rankings will be redetermined based on the results of that tournament. Starting today, you will become the target of everyone, and everyone will want to snatch your position. Since I've already secured this first place, I will never let it fall into anyone else's hands," Zhou Yi replied proudly. Su Mei smiled faintly and continued to show Zhou Yi around the campus, explaining the rules regarding academic credits as they walked. Freshmen received base credits according to their ranking. These credits could be used for meals, purchasing equipment, potions, skill books, and more. As long as you had enough credits, you could buy anything you wanted, including S-rank skills and resources. Aside from rankings, there were two other ways to obtain credits. First were credit quests, where students could use their student IDs to log onto the portal, browse available quests, accept suitable ones, and receive the corresponding credits upon completion. The second method was receiving a fixed amount of credits based on one's monthly ranking on the Earth and Heaven leaderboards. There are about 1,000 students in the entire university. Those trying to squeeze onto the Earth and Heaven leaderboards are like a massive school of carp crossing a river, so one must never get conceited. In addition, the school features 3 secret realm dungeons. The first is the Goblin Dungeon, with a level range of 17 to 21. The second is the Twisted Jungle, with a level range of 23 to 26. The third is Purgatory, with a level range of 28 to 31. Aside from meeting the level requirements, entering these dungeons also costs a certain number of credits. Before reaching the required level, students can practice in the training area, either sparring against real people or fighting against robots. The strong possess absolute authority and the most resources. Such is the law of survival here. Just then, a group of students approached Zhou Yi and Su Meier. The youth leading them greeted Su Meier upon seeing her, before continuing to lead the students forward. As they brushed past each other, several students stared at Zhou Yi and whispered among themselves, "Who is that guy? He actually has a teacher personally guiding him. Seriously, we're all being toured around by seniors in groups of 10. Did he get in through the back door?" A youth in the line named Wang Li wore a know-it-all expression and said, "That's where you're clueless. Specially recruited top scorers have dedicated teachers handling their enrollment. On one hand, it's to help them get familiar with the school environment as quickly as possible. On the other hand, it serves as promotional material for recruiting other top scorers in the future. So according to you, he's this term's specially recruited top scorer. Hey, know-it-all, what's his background? Spit it out." The crowd of freshmen, including the white-haired girl, eagerly awaited know-it-all's answer. Zhou Yi, the top scorer of Suhang Province, a level 13 paladin. Just like anyone else, when they first heard of Zhou Yi's class, they couldn't help but be shocked. "Are you for real? No mistake? Isn't a paladin just a support class? I remember you said before that second place was Shen Lingfeng, a level 14 berserker. How could a support-type class surpass a berserker? Geez, what are you guys talking about? Don't you trust me? Is my reputation as the know-it-all just for show?" A girl, unable to suppress her fangirl heart, gushed. "He is so handsome, he could literally become a celebrity." Hearing Zhou Yi's astonishing background, the white-haired girl also couldn't help but turn her head, sizing him up with a scrutinizing gaze. So he was the #1 ranked top scorer among the freshmen. At this moment, Lu Jing happened to see the white-haired girl he had a crush on staring intently at Zhou Yi. Overwhelmed by jealousy, he deliberately sneered loudly. "In my opinion, this so-called #1 is just a paper tiger with a hollow reputation." Sure enough, Zhou Yi heard this and immediately turned to look toward the source of the voice. Lu Jing stepped out from the crowd of students and threw down the gauntlet. "Lu Jing, level 13 Retribution Paladin, ranked 38th. I doubt you actually have the strength to back up that #1 spot. I challenge you. Sparring between classmates is your own private matter, but don't waste everyone's time here." The senior leading the tour patted Lu Jing on the shoulder to remind him, while inwardly cursing the idiot. Leading the freshman on the tour earned him 1 credit. Why did this fool have to cause trouble? Lu Jing brushed his hand off and replied, "Sorry, senior, I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the senior leading the tour became even more annoyed. This idiot. These rankings were a collective decision made by the principals and teachers of the 5 academies, so there was absolutely no mistake. Hearing Lu Jing's provocation, the surrounding freshmen began to clamor, eager for a show. "Ooh, a fight. Senior, let's wait a bit before we keep moving. Is Lu Jing trying to use the #1 as a stepping stone to make a name for himself? Well, a paladin isn't some high-damage class anyway, so it's no wonder someone wants to snatch his spot." Zhou Yi crossed his arms and said to Lu Jing with complete indifference, "And why should I accept your challenge? 100 credits if you win, they're yours. And if you lose, you don't lose a single thing." Looking at Lu Jing's smug, provocative face and then at the surrounding freshmen, Zhou Yi thought to himself, "To secure some peace and quiet for the future, it looks like I have to accept this challenge. However, since I'm going to make an example of him, I must make him pay a far steeper price. Only then will they learn their lesson. In that case, 300 credits and I'll fight you," Zhou Yi said. Hearing this, Lu Jing's expression instantly faltered. The surrounding students began whispering once more. "I'm ranked 40th and I only have 400 credits. Lu Jing is 38th, so he probably isn't much better off. If he loses this, he's in serious trouble, sticking his neck out on the very first day of school. Could he be one of those brainless cannon fodder characters from a manga? In truth, Lu Jing was feeling a bit nervous now, but when he saw the white-haired girl of his dreams still staring unblinkingly at Zhou Yi, jealousy instantly clouded his judgment. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and agreed to Zhou Yi's terms. 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. You've got some courage, but there's no need for the arena. Within 3 moves, if I can't make you kneel, I'll count it as my loss. In the end, the crowd still moved to the arena. Su Meier personally acted as the referee. As soon as the 3-second countdown ended, Lu Jing instantly lunged forward and launched his attack. He calculated in his heart that, like the Holy Paladin, the Retribution Paladin was also a hidden class. The Retribution Paladin focused heavily on burst damage, whereas a Holy Paladin leaned toward support. As long as he ended the fight quickly and gave the Holy Paladin no opportunity to stack buffs, he could secure an easy victory. Once that happened, Lu Jing couldn't help but steal a glance at the white-haired girl below the stage. She would surely see him in a whole new light. Gathering his momentum, he violently swung his sword to unleash his skill, Blood Slash, directly at Zhou Yi. However, Zhou Yi easily sidestepped the blow. In the next instant, Zhou Yi drove a heavy kick straight into Lu Jing's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. How boring, Zhou Yi muttered, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had expected this guy to have some decent tricks up his sleeve, but he couldn't even withstand a single move. The senior leading the tour stepped up to check on Lu Jing's injuries, then reported to Su Meier. Teacher Su, Lu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is currently unconscious. I see. Call a priest to treat him. As Su Meier spoke, she took Lu Jing's and Zhou Yi's student IDs and swiped them on the system terminal, returning the card to Zhou Yi a moment later. The 300 credits have been transferred to your student card. This fleeting battle was a massive eye-opener for the freshman. The Retribution Paladin's Blood Slash is notoriously difficult to block, yet he broke it with a single kick. Is this the strength of the number 1 rank? They aren't even in the same league. The difference between their strength attributes must be at least 20 points. At this point, the white-haired girl could finally restrain herself no longer. She stepped forward and proposed a duel with Zhou Yi. Back when he first saw her at the school gates, Zhou Yi had noticed that she not only possessed a demon bloodline but was also equipped with legacy gear. Having never encountered legacy gear before, Zhou Yi was curious to see its power. He cast his Destruction Grade Appraisal skill to scan his opponent's details: weapon, Ancient Dark Moon Sword, quality 3-star legacy, race requirement human, class requirement swordsman, effect unknown. A moment later, Zhou Yi nodded and replied, sure, with another clash on the horizon, and seeing that his opponent was by no means a pushover, Zhou Yi decided to draw his Profound Light Warhammer to face the white-haired girl. Weapon, Profound Light Warhammer, quality 3S gold grade, attributes, Constitution 18, Intelligence 24. Effect, increases the level of all B rank and below light attribute skills by 1. Source, System Gotcha. This time, even sophomore and junior students were drawn to spectate. Freshmen picking fights right after arriving is just a bunch of rookies pecking at each other. Li Dongxing, a level 29 archer and one of the leaders of the Aurora Society, happened to be passing by. He stepped forward to greet Su Meier upon spotting her, before deciding to stick around and watch the match. 3, 2, 1, start. At the sound of the whistle, both sides charged at each other simultaneously. The white-haired girl unleashed her skill, Extreme Shadow Slash, striking with the force of thunder. Zhou Yi countered with Stormhammer Strike, raising his warhammer and slamming it heavily into the ground to deal wide-range damage. When the two forces collided, a deafening boom echoed through the arena, and the resulting shockwave forced both fighters backward. She's strong, a total monster, the white-haired girl thought. She immediately increased the output of demonic energy in her body, unleashing Demonic Energy Slash to infuse the dark attribute into her weapon, throwing a devastating dark slash straight toward Zhou Yi. Seeing the incoming strike, Zhou Yi felt no fear. Instead, he shouted with excitement, "Bring it on! Finally, someone who can go toe-to-toe with me. Keep it coming." Upper Slash launches an upward strike on the enemy, knocking them into the air. Enhanced Continuous Thrust adds a second strike when thrusting forward. Ripple Slash slashes forward with a powerful strike, releasing a ripple wave. The ripple wave inflicts multiple hits on the enemy and knocks them back. Mountain Shattering Strike performs a low forward leap, slamming the weapon into the ground. It features multiple attack hits, with the final blow knocking the enemy down. The two fighters utilize their respective skills with absolute mastery. Locked in a tight, dizzying struggle of offense and defense, the students spectating below stared at the two lightning-fast figures flashing across the arena, their mouths agape in shock. Are those really two freshmen dueling? Li Dongxing pondered for a moment, then spoke up. If the Spirit Swordmaster doesn't play her trump card soon, she's going to lose. The senior leading the tour was skeptical. Really? They look perfectly matched to me right now, Li Dongxing analyzed. The Spirit Swordmaster is currently on the defensive, forced to absorb all the Paladin's attacks. At first, when facing 3 attacks from the Paladin, she only needed to parry 1 blow. But now, when the Paladin swings twice, she is forced to block both head-on with her sword. When fighting with heavy weapons, one usually paces their swings to conserve stamina. But once Zhou Yi spots an opening, he will immediately unleash thunderous moves to suppress her. Furthermore, he has absolutely no intention of conserving his stamina. Either he is stupid or he has absolute confidence in his own strength. From the start, his Warhammer has been restricting the Spirit Swordmaster's movements, forcing her to repeatedly use her sword to parry the Warhammer's blows. Watching Zhou Yi's increasingly heavy and violent attacks, someone in the crowd couldn't help but gasp. He's showing absolutely no mercy to such a beautiful girl. This Paladin is way too brutal. Warm-up's over. As the words left his mouth, Zhou Yi instantly activated God's grace, grace of courage, weapon blessing, blessing of dawn, and grace of protection. In a flash, a massive pillar of golden light enveloped him entirely. This pressure is insane. Is this his true peak form? Just as the white-haired girl warily braced herself, Zhou Yi raised his hand and pointed, casting Spear of Victory. Seeing that he needed time to channel the skill, the white-haired girl seized the moment and executed Ghostly Shadow Slash, closing the gap instantly and slashing her sword in an attempt to defeat Zhou Yi in one go. Unexpectedly, a smirk played on Zhou Yi's lips. "I knew you'd go for that." Before she could react, he swung his warhammer, smashing it down toward her. With nowhere to run, the white-haired girl could only close her eyes in despair, bracing for defeat, yet after a long moment the expected heavy blow never landed. Want to keep going? She opened her eyes to find that Zhou Yi had already deactivated his skills, leaning on his warhammer with a knowing smirk. "I'm done. Your offense is completely overwhelming. The result will be the same even if we keep fighting. You didn't use your full strength," Zhou Yi pointed out. He could tell that during the fight, she hadn't used any of her high-tier swordsman skills, or the dark attribute power within her body. The white-haired girl flashed a brilliant smile. "You caught me. I just wanted to test my limits. I wasn't about to expose my trump card so easily. Besides, you didn't use your full strength either. I've watched your college entrance exam videos. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. We can spar again when we get the chance." After they added each other on WeChat, Sumair continued leading Zhou Yi around the campus, feeling a touch of anticipation herself. On his very first day, he had not only earned 600 credits but also put all the specially recruited elite freshmen on notice. It looked like a very entertaining show was about to unfold among this year's freshmen. The freshman dormitories were situated on a small mountain. While ordinary students were housed at the base and mountainside, the specially recruited students' dorms were perched right at the peak. Not only that, the specially recruited students lived in individual villas, with the level of luxury and accompanying amenities varying slightly based on their ranking. "This is where you'll be staying from now on?" Sumair gestured with her chin toward the massive villa before them. Just as they swiped the keycard to enter, Sumair suddenly remembered something and said to Zhou Yi, "By the way, I heard you've been searching for the Extreme Frost Lotus. A squad once spotted one in the Gale Mountains, but they abandoned the harvest because a high-tier magical beast was guarding it. This news is 6 years old, so I can't guarantee its accuracy, based on the information Sumair provided." Over the next few days, Zhou Yi threw himself into researching the Gale Mountains. It was a massive mountain range that had materialized after the game Eternal merged with the Blue Planet. It spanned a vast area and was teeming with countless natural treasures, rare herbs, and savage magical beasts, making it a place where even third advancement class holders feared to tread lightly. Given Zhou Yi's current strength, if he were to cross paths with a high-tier magical beast, his only hope of survival would be to run for his life. Fortunately, after completing his college entrance exam achievement, the system had rewarded him with a life-saving trump card that allowed him to resurrect even in the event of death. With that safety net, he had nothing to hesitate about. He would purchase a few more skills and some equipment, then set off. As Zhou Yi browsed for suitable skills on his computer, a system notification popped up. "Detected that you are the #1 ranked specially recruited student. All Paladin skills below A rank are available to learn free of charge." Physical damage immunity had excellent utility, so he decided to pick up another ranged damage skill as well. The feeling of getting everything for free was absolutely incredible. He swept up every powerful free skill available. The only regret was that he had to spend his college entrance exam reward points to exchange for one specific set of equipment, the Rainforest set. With his preparations complete, Zhou Yi immediately set off for the Gale Mountains to find the Extreme Frost Lotus and cure his sister. While searching the mountain range, he suddenly heard an earth-shattering explosion nearby. Driven by curiosity, he bolted toward the source of the noise to investigate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Churan had reached out to strike up a conversation with Zhou Yi after they exchanged WeChat contacts. However, ever since Zhou Yi replied that he was heading to the Gale Mountains, he had gone completely radio silent. Feeling bored, Zhang Churan called her best friend to vent. "I met a really special guy. I challenged him to a fight yesterday, and I even unleashed a bit of succubus energy during the battle. Yet he was completely unfazed. There wasn't even a trace of infatuation in his eyes." Her friend couldn't help but marvel. "Then his willpower must be terrifyingly strong." "Yeah," Zhang Churan replied half-heartedly, before deciding that she would also make a trip to the Gale Mountains, just like the guy she had her eye on. Meanwhile, in a certain sector of the Gale Mountains, a fierce battle was underway. One side was a horde of demons, while the other was a 4-person squad consisting of mechanic Zhou Rao, summoner Wen Tianchen, gunner Zhou Dan, and swordsman Su Qinglian. First was Zhou Rao, who threw several small bomb-rigged frisbees into the demon horde while driving a tank. The moment the demons stepped on them, the frisbees automatically exploded. Several surviving demons continued to madly pounce on the tank. Wen Tianchen cast the skill, Summon Ice Spirit Knives, to create an ice wall, blocking the demon's advance, completely unaware that another demon was leaping through the trees at extreme speed, attempting to launch a sneak attack on their vehicle from behind. 9 o'clock. Hearing Zhou Rao's warning, Zhou Dan immediately fired her gun, instantly one-shotting the monster behind them. After resolving the threat, she continued to sweep with her machine gun while shouting, "Now?" Understanding the cue, Su Qinglian immediately executed her superb swordsman skills, completely wiping out the remaining demons. "We did it," Zhou Rao laughed happily. Wen Tianchen turned to look at Zhou Rao, about to celebrate with her, when her expression suddenly changed dramatically. She shoved Zhou Rao aside and quickly cast a spell, condensing an ice shield in front of the window of Zhou Rao's driver's seat. However, a flame spell flying out from the depths of the forest was simply too powerful. When Tianchen's ice shield was instantly blown to pieces, and the tank was flipped on its side. "Are you guys okay?" Su Qinglian ran over anxiously to ask, but when Tianchen shrieked a warning, "Watch your back!" the other three simultaneously looked behind Su Qinglian. Another horde of demons was lunging forward like ferocious fiends, preparing to roast them alive with flame spells. "Our squad used up all our trump cards just to eliminate 4 demons. Are we really going to meet our end here today?" Just as the 4 girls fell into utter despair and prepared to accept their fate, Zhou Yi suddenly charged out of the forest riding his white wolf, casting a divine storm to sweep all the demons into it. As light converges, the storm descends. Along with Zhou Yi's voice, a giant sword of light plummeted from midair, piercing straight into the center of the storm, instantly obliterating the entire horde of demons. The entire area was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Zhou Yi gently patted his mount's back. Understanding the cue, the white wolf immediately opened its maw wide, taking a deep breath and instantly extinguishing the raging fire. Only then did Zhou Yi walk toward the shaken girls, casting spells to heal them, holding the still unconscious Wen Tianchen in her arms. Su Qinglian looked up and offered a grateful smile. "Thank you, Junior Zhou. I didn't expect you to recognize me. The Qingluan squad is the school's second-ranked ace team. Of course I recognize you, though this also makes me feel a bit ashamed." Su Qinglian smiled sheepishly, then proposed with a grim expression, "Junior Zhou, although your light attribute skills are highly effective against demons, the demons here are just too dangerous. Why don't you head back to the supply base with us first?" Zhou Yi thought to himself. "Over this past month, I've explored the entire outer region, yet there is still no sign of the extreme frost lotus. The freshman grand tournament is in 3 days. I'll have to wait until it's over before returning to continue my search for the extreme frost lotus." With this in mind, Zhou Yi replied, "All right." Su Qinglian turned her head to look at Zhou Rao, understanding the signal. Zhou Rao massaged her temples, then began chanting softly, "Metallic Roar, Phantom Speed, Beast Reconstruction, Assemble." As the chant finished, a massive magic array expanded before Zhou Rao, and a giant mechanical spider tank materialized with a heavy thud, drawing envious looks from both Zhou Yi and the White Wolf. "No time to explain, get in," Zhou Rao urged hurriedly. Seeing this, Su Qinglian didn't say much either, but thought to herself, this girl's dramatic flair is truly top tier. On the way back, Zhou Yi inquired, "Senior Su, were the Gale Mountains originally a habitat for demons?" Su Qinglian answered honestly, "Our squad has been in the Gale Mountains for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered demons." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and deduced, in other words, these demons either came from the deepest depths of the Gale Mountains or an otherworld rift has appeared nearby, allowing them to escape. Exactly. That's why we must rush back to the supply base as quickly as possible and report this news to the military district. Zhou Yi was slightly surprised to hear this. Didn't the military district have dedicated barrier mages monitoring the entire area? Simply put, the Gale Mountains were teeming with magical beasts. To prevent a beast tide from rushing out of the mountains and attacking cities, the military had established a supply base at the entrance of the Gale Mountains, where barrier mages constantly monitored every move of the beasts within. Hearing Zhou Yi's question, Su Qinglian frowned slightly and replied, "There is indeed monitoring, but the level of these demons is too low." Zhou Yi became even more puzzled. A level 30 silver-grade demon could hardly be considered low-level. Seeming to read his confusion, Su Qinglian explained, "The mages primarily monitor the movements of the core beasts of epic grade and above deep within the Gale Mountains, as well as legendary grade beasts. The otherworld aura on these low-level demons is below the alert threshold set by the mages, which is why they weren't detected." At this point a hint of confusion also flashed through Su Qinglian's mind. However, if an otherworld rift really appeared, why would they send low-level demons? Once discovered by the base's garrison, they will definitely be completely wiped out. Since the rift can accommodate level 30 beasts, it means level 50 beasts could cross over just as easily. The otherworld's actions are practically suicidal, and it also exposes the rift's location. Well, that's not for us to worry about. We just need to bring this information back safely. Just then, everyone suddenly heard the ferocious roars of countless demons echoing from the distance. "Food, it's food." Immediately after, a streak of light flashed across the sky and slammed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion not far from their vehicle. "It's demons. Someone over there is surrounded by demons." Sensing the aura, Zhou Yi's heart violently jolted. He urgently said to the others, "You guys go ahead, I'll go check it out and be right back." With that, ignoring everyone's protests, he rode his white wolf alone and sped off toward the direction of the explosion. He would never forget this aura for the rest of his life. How could she be here? Aside from Zhou Yi's group, another nearby squad had also noticed that someone was in danger. At this moment, one of the members of that squad spoke hesitantly. "Those are level 20 silver-grade magical beasts. That girl won't hold out for long. Should we go help?" For a moment, everyone fell silent. After a brief pause, another person spoke up. "We'd better mind our own business. We can barely protect ourselves. If she can break through the encirclement and eliminate the demons on her own, she is bound to be a spectacular genius in the future. What a pity," they sighed, turning their worried gazes toward the direction of the explosions. At this moment, a heavily wounded Zhang Churan was locked in a bitter struggle. As she struggled to fend off the onslaught of the magical beasts, she gritted her teeth and thought, "It seems my transformed state has a time limit. They are only surrounding me without attacking, trying to wear me down to death. These demons are in groups of 10, scattered across the plain. Even if I defeat the 8 before me, the surrounding demons will immediately reinforce them, leaving absolutely no opportunity to break through and escape back to the base. If the succubus energy inside me runs out before I can break out." At this thought, Zhang Churan's eyes suddenly grew cold. Just as she was about to risk everything to unleash her ultimate move, a violent thunderbolt crashed down from the sky, accurately striking every single silver-grade magical beast surrounding her, instantly one-shotting them. Zhang Churan spun around, looking toward the direction of the approaching footsteps. She saw Zhou Yi riding a white horse, riding a white wolf, charging forward like a god descending to earth. While shouting loudly to the dazed Zhang Churan, "Get out of the way!" At that moment a demon behind Zhang Churan suddenly opened its massive maw and roared frantically, the sharp, piercing sound waves causing Zhang Churan immense pain as she desperately covered her ears with both hands. The surrounding monsters cast their skill berserk fiery body, one after another, roaring as they lunged forward in unison. Zhang Churan frantically shouted a warning, "Zhou Yi, run! This is the demon race's frenzied state." Her heart was gripped by dread. The strength of a frenzied demon multiplies exponentially. There is no way Zhou Yi can be its match. If I choose to self-destruct, I have a 90% chance of taking it down with me, which will keep Zhou Yi safe. Yet right at this moment, Zhou Yi, riding the white wolf, swept past Zhang Churan in an instant. Reaching out with a long arm, he scooped her up by her slender waist and pulled her directly onto the white wolf's back. Zhang Churan let out a startled cry. "Zhou Yi!" Almost at the exact same moment, a demon pounced forward, swinging its fist down heavily. But the white wolf nimbly leapt forward, narrowly dodging the blow. Sitting on the wolf's back, Zhou Yi spun his head around, pointed a hand in midair and barked, "Light's retribution!" Instantly, countless violent thunderbolts tore through the night sky, pouring down frantically and completely flattening the area ahead. Zhou Yi smiled faintly. No wonder everyone wants to change class to a mage. This feeling of ranged mob clearing is indeed not bad. However, that commotion just now was too loud, and it has drawn all the demons on the entire plane over. They quickly tightened their defensive line, building a tight blockade around them. A total of 180 demons. If only I could use an AoE skill to wipe them out all at once, but they are too scattered, Zhou Yi thought to himself, before gently tapping 2 fingers on Zhang Churan's forehead. "Zhang Churan, go draw the demons on the left over here." "Are you crazy?" Zhang Churan cried out in disbelief. Zhou Yi, without wasting any words, Zhou Yi began frantically stacking buffs on Zhang Churan. Slow heal, blessing of dawn, weapon blessing, and God's grace. Zhang Churan's heart shook with immense shock. Is this a Paladin's Legion grade buff? She hurriedly pulled up her personal panel to check. Level 16, class. Swordsman, status, succubus body. Looking at her strength, speed, constitution, and intelligence all skyrocketing by 25 across the board, Zhang Churan's mouth fell open in shock. Zhou Yi had no time to worry about her reaction. Before she could even snap out of it, he leaped down from the wolf's back, drew his warhammer and slammed it heavily into the lead wave of monsters, the powerful shockwave instantly sending the surrounding monsters flying behind him. Zhang Churan also dismounted, looking at Zhou Yi's back as she marveled from the bottom of her heart, so powerful. A 25 boost to all attributes is practically equivalent to doubling my combat power. To my knowledge, let alone level 16, heavens, even a level 20 paladin could never achieve this level of boost. At this moment, a portion of the demons had already closed in on Zhang Churan's position. Without needing any command, the white wolf let out a long howl, pouncing directly onto the nearest demon and tearing into it with its massive jaws. Now is not the time to overthink. I must do as he said. Zhang Churan took a deep breath, her expression turning resolute as she drew her weapon and joined the fray. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi tore through the battlefield like a human tyrannosaur at high speed, turning several monsters to mush with every swing of his hammer. Suddenly, a demon silently snuck up behind Zhou Yi, raising its weapon to slash viciously at the back of his head. At the critical moment, a whip glowing with purple light tore through the air, striking the demon's wrist fiercely, sending its weapon flying and resolving the crisis for Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi turned his head and saw Zhang Churan wildly lashing the demon horde with her shadow whip. Shadow whip condenses demonic energy in the palm to form a whip to strike enemies, inflicting massive physical damage and additional dark attribute damage to the target. As a holy light class holder, I really do possess a fatal attraction for these abyss demons. Now that a large portion of the demons on the plane have gathered here, I can make my move. Zhou Yi muttered to himself, then turned around to cast divine protection on Zhang Churan and the white wolf, forming a brilliant protective shield that enveloped them as he shouted. Zhang Churan, stay inside and don't move. Divine protection B rank. Condenses a holy and sacred aura within a specific range to shield teammates, making them immune to all physical damage for a certain period of time. Next, Zhou Yi raised both hands high, roaring, Holy Cross level 7, cast range 200 meters. Condenses holy light behind the caster to manifest a giant crucifix, inflicting continuous light attribute burn damage every second on enemies within a specific range. A towering golden crucifix materialized behind Zhou Yi, with a heavy hum, bursting with blindingly sacred golden light that completely illuminated over half the battlefield. In the next second, dazzling golden-yellow flames raged furiously, completely engulfing the horde of demons. The violent holy flames continuously scorched the demons' bodies, and shrill, agonizing wails instantly echoed across the battlefield. Zhang Churan's eyes shimmered as she watched in absolute awe. Once the first wave of attacks subsided, the vast majority of the demons on the field had already been completely purified, leaving only a few massive thick-skinned elite demons still desperately struggling. Under the shine of the holy light, all darkness shall be laid bare. As light converges, the storm descends. Divine light storm, divine light storm. Summons a golden storm condensed from holy light in a designated area, dealing massive light attribute magic damage to all enemies within range. Following Zhou Yi's roar, several 100-meter-long giant swords of holy light suddenly manifested in the sky. Immediately after, these giant swords of light slammed heavily into the ground around the battlefield, pinning the surviving demons firmly in the center. In the next second, a terrifying hurricane of holy light instantly formed, pulling the horde of demons into the air and shredding them to pieces within the violent light elements. Meanwhile, in a nearby thicket, a squad was currently hiding, their jaws practically dropped in utter shock. This is way too terrifying. Who on earth is this guy? Is he really human? Boss, should we go over and say hello? Facing his teammates' questions, the captain's expression turned grave as he fell into deep thought. In our squad, except for me at level 26, the other 5 are all level 24. Let alone a duel, even if all 6 of us fought him together, we probably wouldn't stand a chance. This young man is simply a monster, and he looks so young. Ultimately, the captain gritted his teeth, and decided to lead everyone out to meet Zhou Yi. He calculated in his mind that they had to find a way to make connections with such a powerhouse. But before they could even take a step, a mechanical roar suddenly echoed from the distant horizon, and a heavy machine sped toward Zhou Yi's direction. Once the mechanical spider came to a steady halt, Zhou Dan, Zhou Rao, Wen Tianchen and Su Qinglian jumped down from the vehicle in unison. Dan waved her hand and shouted, "Junior Joe, we're here to back you up." However, upon seeing the dead silence and the ruins littered with demon remains all around them, the four who came to support instantly froze in place, their brains completely short-circuiting for 5 seconds. Zhou Yi glanced back at them, casually pulled out a potion, and drank it down in one gulp. The system prompt immediately rang out, "Congratulations on leveling up to level 17. You have received 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 18. You have received 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Name, Zhou Yi, level 1813244200, attributes, Strength 160, Constitution 162, Intelligence 172. Zhou Yi pondered silently to himself. 180 demons provided a whopping 60,000 experience points. It's a shame that a class holder's experience gain from a single battle has a level cap, otherwise I would have gained even more from that fight. Looking at the empty mana recovery potion in his hand, Zhou Yi muttered in a low voice, "Although my maximum mana has increased significantly, the consumption of high-tier skills is too high, so it's still not quite enough. I'll have to ask Teacher Sue when I get back to school. She'll definitely have a solution by now." Dan and the others had finally snapped out of it. Jumping down from the mechanical spider and quickly walking over to Zhou Yi's side, Su Qinglian asked in absolute shock, "Zhou Yi, did you do all of this?" Dan also couldn't help but marvel. "Zhou Yi, your strength is simply far beyond our imagination." Before Zhou Yi could speak, Zhang Churan's body suddenly went limp beside them, and she collapsed onto the ground. The girls quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong with her?" Zhou Yi replied, "She probably forced herself past her limits, resulting in mana depletion, and has now fallen into a weakened state." The girls hurriedly gathered around to help support Zhang Churan. Su Qinglian stared intently at Zhou Yi, asking solemnly, "Did you run into any particularly troublesome foes while eliminating these demons?" Zhou Yi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, "The highest level demon that died by my hand was a level 23 gold grade demon, which wasn't too difficult to deal with." "Why do you ask?" Su Qinglian's brow furrowed even deeper as she explained, "Like human armies, demon legions have commander-tier figures leading them. If we didn't see a commander here, it means the main force of the demons isn't here at all. This is no place to linger. We must immediately retreat to the supply base." Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go." Seeing Zhou Yi's group preparing to leave, a member of the squad hiding in the thicket behind them quickly whispered to their captain, "Boss, they seem to be leaving. Should we go out and say hello now?" The captain looked hesitant. Well, before he could finish, they suddenly felt a massive invisible and terrifying pressure sweep over them from all directions, making their bones creak and striking endless dread into their hearts. "Boss, what on earth is going on?" The captain looked outside, every trace of color instantly draining from his face as he trembled in sheer terror. Such dense abyssal demonic energy that is a demon emperor in the sky. A blood-red demonic barrier membrane had enveloped the heavens at some unknown point, turning the once azure sky as crimson as blood. Immediately after, a massive pitch-black rift violently tore through the magic membrane, and a demon dragon exuding an aura of utter destruction slowly emerged, poking its head out from within. It also carried a humanoid creature on its back that radiated rolling waves of demonic energy. Through the appraisal skill, the basic information of the two monsters materialized before everyone's eyes. Monster, demon level 30, grade, legendary, skills unknown, note unknown. Monster fire dragon, level 24, grade, gold, skills, flame blast. Meanwhile, in the military district, all the monitoring screens switched to a red alert status, warning, warning, emergency state. The concentration of otherworld aura has exceeded the limit. Conducting data analysis completed. Level 4 otherworld invasion, location locked. Eastern Gale Mountains, longitude 111.454 east, latitude 15.305 north. Upon seeing this, the monitoring staff immediately picked up the intercom to make an emergency announcement to the entire military district, confirmed as a level 4 otherworld invasion. All Legion members assemble immediately and prepare for battle, confirmed as a level 4 otherworld invasion. All Legion members assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Warrior and Knight Phalanxes of the Snow Dragon Legion, please quickly end your training and head to the plaza to assemble immediately. Priest Phalanx of the Snow Dragon Legion, prepare for rescue operations and ensure your mana is fully replenished. Logistics Phalanx of the Snow Dragon Legion, begin distributing magic cores and magic crystal resources. Mage Phalanx of the Snow Dragon Legion, lock onto longitude 111.454 east, latitude 15.305 north, and construct a large-scale teleportation magic array. Soon, the soldiers of the Legion lined up in neat arrays within the massive golden magic circle on the ground. A soldier stepped onto the command platform to report to the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Xu Wuzhou reporting to the Legion commander, all personnel have assembled. Please instruct. Xu Wuzhou drew his longsword, pointed it forward, and roared like a resounding bell. Like a sharp sword we cleave through all obstacles, like a steadfast shield we guard this land. The soldiers below the platform also roared in unison. Like a sharp sword we cleave through all obstacles, like a steadfast shield we guard this land. Xu Wuzhou waved his sword in satisfaction and ordered, "Depart." A few minutes prior, inside the demon lair, the demon commander sat on his throne looking down at the densely packed demon army below. Every demon in our legion is a clansman I handpicked and screened myself. During these past 6 months since arriving on the blue planet, our losses haven't exceeded 10 in total. Yet, during our final revelry before returning to the sacred realm, over 100 of our clansmen were hunted down and sacrificed. We have only half a day left before returning to the sacred realm. Before we leave, we must wreak absolute havoc, the demons below roared in wild excitement. Thank you for your grace, your highness. Thank you, your highness. Back to the present. The demon commander rode on the head of the fire dragon. Looking down at Zhou Yi and the others, he said harshly, "I will never forgive you. I will take your souls and roast them mercilessly in the fires of purgatory." Next, the demon commander began to summon his legion. Alima's son of demons cast summoning skill. Silver-grade demons summoned, gold-grade demons summoned. Su Qinglian immediately cast her appraisal skill, sweeping a glance over the crowd of demons. Legendary-grade demon, gold-grade demon knights, silver-grade demon warlocks. Her face instantly turned incredibly grave. She drew her weapon, shielding Zhou Yi, and turned her head to say in a deep voice, "Zhou Yi, the Qingluan squad will cover you later. Once there is an opportunity you must break through the encirclement and leave here immediately." "That's right, Zhou Yi. You must live," Zhou Dan chimed in, stepping in front of Zhou Yi along with the other two girls. In their hearts, Zhou Yi was the most monstrously talented genius they had ever seen. With his talent, he was absolutely worth protecting with their lives. Right at that moment, a massive golden magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. It's the Snow Dragon Legion. The members of the Snow Dragon Legion are all second advancement powerhouses of level 30 or above, and the Legion commander is a powerful level 51 warrior. We're saved. Unlike the joy felt by Zhou Dan and the others, Zhou Yi furrowed his brows in suspicion, thinking to himself, since they are teleporting, why didn't they accurately lock onto our location and teleport directly near us? Zhou Yi's doubt was quickly answered as the demon commander opposite them suddenly sneered, "Haha, humans, give up. A magic barrier has already enveloped this place. Your legion cannot enter at all," Su Qinglian cried out in shock. "What? That's impossible." She abruptly looked up at the sky, only to realize that the countless soldiers standing inside the golden magic array were completely blocked outside by a red barrier canopy. Outside the red barrier, Xu Wuzhou looked at Wang Liang and asked, "What is going on? Why is the teleportation location off by so much?" Wang Liang placed his hand against the red barrier to sense it for a moment before replying with a grave expression, "This is a forbidden spell class magic array of the demon race. Dark Flame Wall. Once cast, teleportation within the space becomes impossible, and external attacks will be completely blocked. It would take the gathered strength of at least 2 legions to break through it. Otherwise we can only wait for its duration to end and dissipate on its own." Xu Wuzhou frowned and asked, "Then how long will it take to dissipate on its own?" Wang Liang answered, 5 minutes. Hearing this, Xu Wuzhou slowly closed his eyes, sighed and ordered in a heavy tone, "Go verify the identities of those trapped inside and record them. Once the barrier disappears and the battle is over, notify their families to claim their bodies." Wang Liang replied in a deep voice, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, inside the dark flame wall barrier, the system prompt echoed in Zhou Yi's mind, "Legendary grade demon detected. A new quest has been issued. Achievement quest host, please eliminate the demon. Failure penalty, none. Reward, S-rank item fortune elixir." Looking at the system panel before him, Zhou Yi let out a slight smile, thinking, the new achievement quest is finally here. Immediately, Zhou Yi's entire body radiated a brilliant golden light, and walked straight past Zhou Dan and the others to the very front. Su Qinglian hurriedly grabbed Zhou Yi's arm and cried out, "Zhou Yi!" Opposite them, the demon commander's gaze instantly locked onto Zhou Yi with dead intensity. "Such a dense sacred aura, it seems you are the one who slaughtered my clansmen. To show my respect, I will personally tear you into 10,000 pieces, letting you die in endless agonizing struggles." As soon as his voice fell, the demon commander rode the fire dragon, and lunged forward. Zhou Yi gently brushed aside Su Qinglian's hand, while simultaneously summoning his weapon in his reverse grip, preparing to face the fight. Right then, the fire dragon in midair violently opened its massive maw, spitting a violent burst of demonic energy breath at Zhou Yi below. Su Qinglian screamed anxiously, "Zhou Yi, watch out." With a calm expression, Zhou Yi swung his battle axe in a sweeping strike, releasing a dazzling golden blade of light that soared straight into the clouds. The attacks of both sides collided violently in midair. Zhou Yi's blade of light instantly tore through the fire dragon's breath, continuing its upward trajectory with undiminished momentum, cleanly severing one of the dragon's wings. Losing a wing, the fire dragon could not maintain its balance in the air, and plummeted straight to the ground, with the demon commander falling along with it. Accompanied by a deafening crash, the massive body of the fire dragon slammed heavily onto the ground, unable to move ever again. Although the demon commander landed safely, he still suffered some of the impact. Seizing this fleeting window of opportunity, Zhou Yi's figure suddenly materialized behind the demon commander like a ghost, violently swinging his battle axe down. Sensing danger, the demon commander retaliated with a backhand slash, but this strike only sliced off Zhou Yi's shoulder guard. Immediately after, the demon commander saw a dazzling golden light rushing straight toward his face. He hurriedly raised his weapon to parry, using the force of the collision to leap backward, staring at the ground he had just stood on, now shattered into pieces by a single strike of Zhou Yi's axe. The demon commander roared in disbelief in his heart. How is this possible? This human is clearly only level 18. How can he possess the power to match me head-on? Zhou Yi was in no hurry to pursue. Resting his battle axe to one side, he cracked his knuckles, looked at the demon commander before him, and smiled. Your defense is actually quite decent. Damn human, you are the most arrogant brat I have ever met. The demon commander cursed furiously, his figure bursting forward as he thrust his sword toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi raised his weapon, leaping high into the air to easily dodge the strike. At the same time, crossing his hands in midair, he slashed down a massive golden cross toward the demon commander below. Pure white blade stun check successful, Zhou Yi muttered in his heart. Immediately after, Zhou Yi raised both hands high and roared. Light's retribution. However, the stun duration was extremely short. Just a split second before the thunderbolt was about to crash down, the demon commander snapped awake and roared. Fire demon shield. A massive crimson shield materialized in front of the demon commander, desperately blocking all the lightning strikes for him. Zhou Yi muttered to himself softly, even Light's retribution couldn't finish him off. It seems that using ordinary means indeed makes it difficult to kill this thick-skinned legendary-grade demon. In that case, I can only use that divine skill rewarded by the system after the college entrance exam. At this moment, the demon commander pointed at Zhou Yi and ordered his legion. My beloved warriors, eliminate him. Receiving the order, the demon army instantly unleashed earth-shattering roars, brandishing their weapons as they charged madly toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi paid them no attention whatsoever. Countless wisps of holy light began to condense around his body, gently lifting him to float slowly into midair, radiating ripples of dazzling golden magic power. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes locked dead onto Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi raised both hands high, and a massive golden vortex suddenly tore open in the sky. A giant golden hand, radiating a majestic and terrifying pressure, slowly stretched out. Why does it feel like some incredibly horrific entity is about to descend? Before the demon commander's words could finish, the entire space was dyed a brilliant pure gold. The giant hand slammed down violently from the depths of the void, pinning the demon commander and his minions firmly to the ground. A violent hurricane raged and roared in its wake, and the entire earth shattered and cracked under the intense tremors. Su Qinglian stood frozen in place, muttering in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Is this really Zhou Yi's skill? Meanwhile, Zhang Churan could clearly feel the succubus bloodline inside her body trembling with absolute terror. Outside the red barrier, Xu Wuzhou said in shock, this level of power is practically on par with a magic crystal cannon. Have you found out who is trapped inside? Wang Liang replied. They are all students of Suhang University. The boy who just unleashed that skill is this year's college entrance exam champion, the Holy Paladin, Zhou Yi. Xu Wuzhou sighed, speaking with deep regret. So he is the college entrance exam champion. What a pity that the level gap between them is simply too wide. If we gave this kid some time to grow, just that one move alone might have been enough to completely obliterate that demon. Just as Xu Wuzhou said, even after taking Zhou Yi's earth-shattering blow just now, the demon commander was surprisingly still not dead at this moment. The demonic energy swirling around his body grew even more violent than before. The demon commander roared in fury, You dare to desecrate a great existence. Fire Demon Legion, charge. Flame Spell Legion, cast your spells. In an instant, demons from all directions swarmed frantically to encircle Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, the demon commander looked at the healing demon beside him and said coldly, He is merely a level 18 Holy Paladin. The group of healing demons chimed in agreement. Indeed, after that massive battle just now, the mana in his body must have been completely depleted. Without mana, facing our 300-strong demon legion, sheer numbers alone will be enough to make him wish he were dead. Very well, the demon commander replied, locking his gaze once more onto Zhou Yi at the center of the encirclement, at the epicenter of the onslaught. Zhou Yi stood expressionless, mentally calculating. The god's hand strike just now almost completely drained my mana. My equipment's recovery speed is too slow, I can only use that. At this moment, a skill panel appeared before Zhou Yi. Sacred Divine Art S-Rank, one-time Templar Secret Art. Activating this secret art requires no mana consumption and grants immunity to all silent skills. Upon use, the caster will obtain a portion of the God of Light's power based on the physical limits of their body. The corresponding 4 core attributes will be comprehensively boosted. All holy and light attribute skill levels will be temporarily increased by 5, and health, stamina, and mana recovery speeds will be amplified to 20 times x 20. The effects can be maintained for a period of time, after which the caster will fall into a weakened state. In the next second, a massive pillar of golden light crashed down from the heavens, directly piercing through the red barrier canopy and enveloping Zhou Yi entirely. What on earth is this? The demon commander looked up in utter disbelief. Within the golden pillar of light, Zhou Yi was currently being gently embraced by the phantom of a holy goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Golden feathers drifted down from the sky. The moment they touched a demon, they would instantly ignite it, turning it to ashes. Xu Wuzhou reached out and caught a feather, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. This is actually God Descent. Wang Liang, standing nearby, the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, heard his commander's gasp, and couldn't help but feel immensely curious. Commander, what is God Descent? That is a peak skill that only class holders of the divine system can master. It allows them to directly borrow the faith and energy accumulated by a deity. I once saw a high-level priest cast God Descent, restoring an entire legion to peak condition with just a single move. Back then, when we were surrounded by 3 abyssal legions, it was precisely by relying on this move that we managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The power possessed by deities is as vast as the sea. Even if we hadn't rushed here, this kid alone could wipe out these demons. Below, the demon commander was dumbstruck, screaming in disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. This is clearly a supreme peak secret art. He is merely a level 18 holy paladin. How can he possibly harness deity-level energy? Standing behind him, a demon priest anxiously chimed in to warn, Your Highness, once God Descent is cast, only energy of the same tier can interrupt it. If we wait for his ritual to be fully completed, our entire legion will face absolute destruction. It's just a single skill. The offensive and defensive dynamics of both sides instantly reversed. How much longer until the return teleportation array we set up in the valley can be activated? 1 minute, Your Highness, the priest replied. I understand. Now the time has come to prove your loyalty. Yes, sir, the priest replied, before roaring at the top of his lungs. All demons heed my command. For the great demon king, sacrifice your everything. Immediately after, he took the lead in sacrificing his own soul. Great demon king Alima, I, Roskin, am willing to offer you my everything to show my reverence. Great demon king Alima, I, Bhakta, am willing to offer you my everything to show my reverence. In an instant, hundreds of demons chanted the slogan in unison, willingly sacrificing their souls. Subsequently, all of their souls were absorbed into the demon king's body. Watching the dark energy emanating from the demon king skyrocket exponentially, the phantom of the goddess in midair revealed a look of disdain, speaking coldly, Pitiable, ugly, and lowly creatures, holy paladin, I bestow upon you the divine power of God. God says, before her voice could fade. The goddess slowly raised Zhou Yi's hand, pointing toward the distant demon king. Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly flared with a blinding golden light. In the next instant, a beam of brilliant holy light erupted from his palm, blasting directly toward the demon king who was currently devouring the souls. The earth trembled as an earth-shattering explosion occurred, with rolling clouds of dust blotting out the sky. Yet once the billowing dust cleared, everyone discovered that the demon king had actually struggled back to his feet, and was even condensing a colossal ball of flame energy. Abyssal fire was his strongest talent skill, compressing the fire element to the absolute limit, with a surface temperature capable of reaching 15 million degrees Celsius. If my clansmen hadn't sacrificed their souls, I would absolutely never have been able to unleash this move. The demon king snorted coldly in his heart, before roaring with a crazed expression, Die, holy paladin. With that, he violently hurled the massive fireball toward Zhou Yi. However, this strike was destined to disappoint him. When the firelight and dust dissipated, Zhou Yi was seen still standing quietly in place, without even a single scratch on his body. Only at this moment did the Demon King realize that he and Zhou Yi were simply not on the same level. He did not dare to hesitate for even a fraction of a second, immediately fleeing in panic, scrambling and crawling toward the teleportation magic array, wanting to return the way he came. However, Zhou Yi was obviously not going to give him that chance. "Heresy, in the name of God I sentence you to death." As soon as his voice fell, Zhou Yi waved his hand casually, and a sacred light of judgment crashed down from the vault of heaven, instantly and completely harvesting the Demon King's life. "Go back, my mission is completed. My glory will accompany my return to the sacred realm," the Demon King muttered haltingly before drawing his absolute last breath. The remaining demons who witnessed this scene with their own eyes completely lost their heads like headless chickens, screaming in panic. "How can this be? Lord Demon King has fallen, and the returning teleportation magic array has also been destroyed. How are we supposed to return to the sacred realm? It's finally over," Zhou Yi murmured softly, and immediately fell into an extremely weakened state as the secret art ended. Gradually losing consciousness, his body fell limply from midair. Zhou Yi, seeing this, Zhang Churan and the members of the Qingluan squad rushed over, burning with anxiety, while the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion also hurriedly barked orders. Priests quickly checked Zhou Yi's condition. Team 1 and Team 2 searched the surrounding mountains for surviving class holders immediately. The rest of the Legion charged with me. "So heavy, I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing down on my chest. I can't move. Is this sleep paralysis? Am I about to die?" At this thought, Zhou Yi jolted awake. Only then did he realize he was lying in a hospital room, and indeed a 50-kilogram heavy object was pressing down on him. Zhang Churan rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "Zhou Yi, you're awake. You've been unconscious for 2 whole days and nights. I'll go inform everyone. By the way, thank you for saving me." Zhang Churan suddenly kissed Zhou Yi on the cheek, then turned and ran off blushingly. "This girl," Zhou Yi had a look of helplessness on his face. Right then the system panel suddenly popped up. Daily quest: 200 push-ups incomplete, 200 squats incomplete, 200 sit-ups incomplete. Since he had slept for 2 days, he had missed 2 days of daily quest rewards. He hoped the completed achievement quest would make up for it. The achievement quest, Eliminate the Demon, had been completed, and the corresponding quest rewards had been distributed. "Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank talent skill Death Resistance." Death Resistance. Your body can resist death and quickly recover from any damage sustained. Congratulations, you have received the S-Rank Potion Fortune Elixir. Upon consumption, it increases the user's luck for a duration of 12 hours. A talent that can heal injuries. Although every class could potentially have this kind of talent, the results they produced were vastly different. Since it was an S-Rank talent named Death Resistance, it was bound to be extraordinary. With this in mind, Zhou Yi excitedly took out a pocket knife, made a light cut on his chest without hesitation, and pulled it out to wait for the result. Watching the wound heal at light speed, Zhou Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Complete recovery within 2 seconds, this is too overpowered. With this, he would be virtually immune to the effects of standard damage in combat, immensely boosting his survivability. But what if it were a fatal, severe injury? With this in mind, Zhou Yi took out a battle axe. However, after second thoughts, he ultimately didn't dare to seek his own death. He silently put away the battle axe and turned to continue researching the fortune elixir that increased luck. Luck? How much can it increase? Does it mean I can pick up legendary weapons just by stepping outside? Or that any old granny I help across the street will turn out to be a 3rd advancement big shot? Or maybe I can buy top-tier gear from any random roadside stall. Since a single divine potion could unlock infinite possibilities, he decided to save it for later use. Just as Zhou Yi was about to close the system, a notification caught his attention. Sacred Flame Halo A rank. Condenses a halo of sacred flame around the body, granting the user the ability to control the fire element, and increasing the fire and light attribute damage of oneself and surrounding teammates by 20 for a period of time. Sacred Flame Halo, what is this? A scripture skill. Zhou Yi recalled the moment he fought the Demon King. S-rank talent Sacred Angel's Protection. A sacred angel binds with the user, drastically increasing your light attribute. The effects of all light attribute and holy system skills are doubled. Sacred Flame Halo A rank. Condenses a halo of sacred flame around the body, granting the user the ability to control the fire element, and increasing the fire and light attribute damage of oneself and surrounding teammates by 20 for a period of time. The Sacred Flame Halo belonged to the light attribute skills, meaning it could be enhanced by Sacred Angel's Protection. Once Sacred Flame Halo was activated, the damage of light and fire attribute skills would increase by 40. If he used Light's Retribution while Sacred Flame Halo was active, wouldn't he basically be a mage with dual lightning and fire attributes? Just as Zhou Yi was lost in thought, a knock on the door pulled him back to reality. A young man who was a complete stranger to him had come to visit. Once seated, he introduced himself. "I am Wang Liang, a mage and the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion." "Student Zhou Yi, Thanks to your timely elimination of the threat and destruction of the teleportation array, we were able to capture so many demon prisoners alive, Zhou Yi replied modestly. You are far too kind, I only did a trivial thing. May I ask what brings you to see me? Originally, the commander was supposed to come and thank you in person, but he is currently tied down, so I have come on his behalf. Although student Zhou Yi's final blow destroyed half of the valley, the traces of the demon's descent were preserved perfectly. The Legion has already uncovered the demon's secrets, and the commander has gone to report this matter to the higher-ups. With that he took out a sphere. The moment the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into a virtual space, presenting a wide variety of items before Zhou Yi's eyes. These were the resources accumulated by the Snow Dragon Legion over a century. Don't be polite. Just let me know whatever catches your eye, Wang Liang said generously. Zhou Yi swept a quick glance and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. There are actually high-level S-rank natural treasures here, after searching for a while. Zhou Yi asked, Deputy Commander Wang, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have the S-rank Extreme Frost Lotus? Hold on a moment, let me check. Wang Liang tapped a few times, then pointed to the screen and asked, Is it this one? Yes, that's it, Zhou Yi exclaimed excitedly. No problem, Wang Liang said, pretending to be calm on the outside while his heart bled. That was a whopping 100 million contribution points, equivalent to 3 years of his salary. It seemed he would have to make the commander foot the bill. The Extreme Frost Lotus is in the headquarters warehouse, so you will need to wait here for a few days. If you find yourself bored, I can arrange for some people to accompany you to hunt magical beasts in the mountains. As Wang Liang spoke, he walked toward the door with an indifferent expression. However, in a corner out of Zhou Yi's sight, he couldn't help but reveal a scheming smile. Having the young people of the same generation in the Legion accompany Zhou Yi to hunt magical beasts would foster a close bond. Once Zhou Yi became a top powerhouse in the future, the Snow Dragon Legion could also share in his glory. This move was simply flawless. Just as Wang Liang was secretly feeling pleased with himself, Zhou Yi's next words splashed over him like a bucket of cold water. Sorry, I have to return to school tomorrow to participate in the freshman grand tournament. You can just mail the Extreme Frost Lotus to my school dormitory. I almost forgot, you're still just a student, Wang Liang sighed and replied. The Extreme Frost Lotus will be delivered to your Villa No. 001 at Suhang University in 2 days. If you ever run into any trouble in the Gale Mountains that you can't resolve, make sure to contact our Snow Dragon Legion. With that he turned and left. Zhou Yi slumped onto the sofa, unable to suppress a happy smile. Xiao Yun was saved. He really had to thank that demon. If not for it, how would he have had the opportunity to obtain the Extreme Frost Lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse? Looking at the time, Zhou Yi muttered to himself, It's almost 12 o'clock, I need to complete today's daily quest first. Meanwhile, at the Qingluan squad headquarters, Su Qinglian had just stepped out of the bathroom after a shower when she was surrounded by her teammates. Captain, we want to invite Zhou Yi to join the Qingluan squad. What do you think? Su Qinglian said somewhat helplessly. I don't think he would agree. With his strength, farming mobs solo is much more efficient. Zhou Dan grinned and said, How will we know if we don't try? Besides, Captain, don't you secretly want him to join us too? Wen Tianqian chimed in from the side. I've actually seen Captain sneak off to visit Zhou Yi several times, you know. Su Qinglian didn't object, but silently recalled the scene of visiting Zhou Yi. At that time she had indeed proposed for him to join the squad, but he had tactfully declined. Although Su Qinglian felt it was a pity, she couldn't force it. But before leaving she couldn't help but say, By the way, to thank you for saving us in the Gale Mountains, here is a special thank you. With that, Su Qinglian lightly kissed Zhou Yi on the cheek, then turned and walked away with a beautiful smile. Zhou Yi couldn't help but think of Zhang Churan's similar action, his cheeks flushing slightly. A special reward, a special thank you gift. Girls nowadays were truly bold. On the other side, Xu Wuzhou was currently reporting to his superiors. According to the investigation results, this otherworld demon invasion had changed compared to 3 years ago. They were appearing frequently in the Gale Mountains, and the investigation showed that the demons had already mastered the method of teleporting through medium-sized rifts. Are you sure? Do you know what this report implies? Xu Wuzhou's expression was grave. In the past, otherworld creatures could only invade the blue planet through large-scale spatial rifts, and since large rifts were scarce, the crisis had remained within a controllable range. However, medium-sized rifts on the blue planet were as numerous as hair on an ox. If otherworld creatures could utilize these medium rifts to launch a massive invasion, the blue planet would face absolute doom. Therefore, these investigation results had been repeatedly verified multiple times. Fortunately, we discovered that only otherworld creatures below level 30 can pass through these medium-sized rifts. Upon hearing this, the man with horns on his head immediately instructed, Since that's the case, we must formulate a counter-strategy as quickly as possible. Counselor Yang, notify all major legions across the country immediately to thoroughly investigate all medium-sized spatial rifts within their defense sectors. Counselor Zhang, attend the upcoming United Nations conference, report this discovery, and see how other nations react. At this moment, Wang Wei, the principal of Suhang University, spoke up and asked, Commander Shu, was this intelligence provided by an 18-year-old youth? Yes. Shu Wuzhou projected Zhou Yi's image on the screen. This young hero is named Zhou Yi, a newly awakened holy paladin. He was the top scorer of the college entrance exam in Suhang province, and is currently the #1 ranked freshman at Suhang University. In battle, he unleashed the divine skill God Descent to defeat the demons and destroy the teleportation array. His actions saved us from immeasurable losses. Everyone couldn't help but marvel inwardly upon hearing this. For a holy paladin to become a provincial top scorer was indeed extremely rare. Suhang province and surnamed Zhou, could he be a descendant of the Frost Zhou family? At this, the high-level leader turned to Wang Wei and said, Principal Wang, keep an eye on this Zhou Yi after you return to school. If he is a promising seed, remember to notify us. Don't go hiding him away. Someone nearby made a teasing remark. Shu Wuzhou secretly envied Zhou Yi. Every single person seated here was a top powerhouse in the country. Gaining their favor would undoubtedly lead to a meteoric rise in the future. 2 days later, the freshman grand tournament officially commenced. A drone hovered over Suhang University, broadcasting, Attention all students. The freshman grand tournament will commence promptly at 10 a.m. Please make haste to assemble at the stadium. As the tournament approached, the deans representing the panels made their appearance together. The Dean of the College of War, the Dean of the College of Weapons, the Dean of the College of Elements, the Dean of the College of Tactics, and the Dean of the College of Logistics. I am Wu Meng, the Dean of the College of War. Welcome everyone to Suhang University. This freshman grand tournament is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is the Secret Realm Dungeon Challenge, where initial rankings will be determined based on dungeon difficulty and clear times. The second phase is the Free Challenge, where each student has 3 opportunities to challenge someone ranked higher than them. A successful challenge will swap your rankings. While Wu Meng was delivering his speech, Su Meier, standing to the side, was burning with anxiety. Why hadn't Zhou Yi and Zhang Charan appeared yet? If they didn't show up at the venue soon, they would be disqualified from the freshman grand tournament. She really shouldn't have told him before there was concrete news about the extreme Frost Lotus. This was bad. Su Meier was not the only one who noticed Zhou Yi's absence. Seeing that Zhou Yi was nowhere to be found, the other freshmen also began to gossip in hushed tones. Hey, have you guys seen Zhou Yi? No, did he forget about the freshman grand tournament? It's highly possible. After all, he hasn't been back to school for over a month. Well, that's great for us. It directly eliminates a competitor. Standing in the crowd, Shen Lingfeng sneered coldly upon hearing these words. Zhou Yi, instead of training properly at school, you wasted a whole month. Do you now lack even the courage to participate in the freshman grand tournament? You can't even grasp an opportunity when it's handed to you on a silver platter. How pathetic. And now, the first phase of the freshman grand tournament, the Silver Grade Secret Realm Dungeon Challenge, officially begins. As soon as Wu Meng's voice fell, the gate to the secret realm swung open with a resounding boom, and raging dark flames instantly enveloped the entire space. The scale and overall strength of this freshman class are arguably the strongest in our history. To allow everyone to display their strength to the maximum limit, this secret realm dungeon has a specially added abyss difficulty. In addition to the easy, hard, and nightmare difficulties, hearing this, the students below couldn't help but grow excited. They actually opened the abyss difficulty. No wonder those kinds of flames were burning on the secret realm gate. This is insane. I recall that the horror of abyss difficulty is dozens of times that of nightmare difficulty. This is going to be quite a show. This young master is definitely going to clear the abyss grade dungeon later. Chatting among themselves, the students began packing their bags in preparation to enter the secret realm, bringing along their best equipment, potions, and weapons. Set off, as soon as Wu Meng's voice fell, the information for the secret realm dungeon immediately materialized. Secret Realm Dungeon, Fubang Nest. Level 12 to 19, available difficulty easy, hard, nightmare, abyss. Party size limit 1 to 6 players. Note: within this dim and pitch-black forest dwells a pack of vicious Fubang magical beasts. It is said that a human's body cannot even fill the belly of a young Fubang. Immediately after, all the freshmen were teleported into the secret realm. Looking at the monitors showing nothing but nightmare or abyss difficulty selections, Wu Meng secretly marveled. Not bad at all. They are all vigorous and enterprising kids. Just then, Wu Meng noticed something amiss. Why were the figures for number 001 and number 003 nowhere to be seen? Su Mei replied with some hesitation, reporting to the dean number 001 and number 003 previously went to the Gale Mountains for training and have not made it back yet. Wu Mang rebuked angrily, the freshman grand tournament determines your future path of cultivation and resource allocation. How could they be late for such an important event? At such a young age, they are already arrogant and complacent just because they are highly ranked. They have absolutely no sense of propriety. Dean, Zhou Yi is not that kind of person. He did it because Su Mei tried her best to speak up for Zhou Yi. But before she could finish explaining, Wu Mang waved his hand to interrupt her. This kind of student must have their character properly tempered. Since they couldn't make it in time, they don't need to participate anymore. Their ranking will be set directly to the very last. Right at that moment, Zhou Yi came rushing in with Zhang Churan. We are extremely sorry. We are late. With that, he and Zhang Churan chose the Abyss difficulty directly, and the two were instantly teleported into the Secret Realm dungeon. You have arrived at Fubang Nest. You have selected Abyss difficulty. Note, monsters under Abyss difficulty are extremely violent. Please ensure you time the use of your escape scroll wisely. I hope this difficulty is as thrilling as the rumors say. As Zhou Yi spoke, he activated a succession of buffs. Blessing of Dawn, Grace of Courage, God's Grace and Grace of Protection, while drawing his weapon to brace for combat. Monster Fubang Warrior, level 17 grade, silver. Skills, Swift Protection, Berserk Attack. Monster, USA Fubang Warrior, level 18 grade, silver. Skills, Fortitude Aura, War Stomp. Zhou Yi swept a glance over the pack of magical beasts roaring and lunging toward him, speaking with sheer excitement. I hope you guys can make me use my full strength. With that, he leaped into the air and swung his hammer down with immense force. In another area, Zhang Churan was executing the B-rank skill Instant Shadow Army Breaker, continuously swinging her weapon to unleash sharp sword chi that dealt armor-penetrating heavy blows to her enemies. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng also gathered all the flame energy in his body, unleashing an incredibly powerful ultimate fire fist to inflict massive single-target damage on the monsters. Another top student chose to use the C-rank skill Whirlwind Heart-Piercing Thrust. He spun and leaped into the air, kicking the enemy away and sending them crashing to the ground, leaving them temporarily stunned. However, the fierce, simultaneous onslaught of 16 Fubang beasts still left him scrambling. Watching the students' performances closely on the big screens, the judges began their preliminary evaluations. The overall performance of this year's freshmen is quite impressive. Fubang Nest is, after all, our school's most difficult secret realm dungeon. In previous years, freshmen would often be caught off guard and eliminated as soon as they entered. Who would have thought everyone would actually manage to hold their ground this year? At this moment, Wu Mang ordered the technical team to switch to screen 001. I want to see what kind of level this number 001 has reached after wasting a month in the Gale Mountains. Zhou Yi's footage immediately appeared on the screen. The battlefield behind him was shrouded in thick smoke, and at the same time the system prompt rang out, "Congratulations on clearing the first stage. 16 Fubang beasts eliminated. Time elapsed, 5 seconds. This near miraculous, astounding result made Zhu Huayang, the dean of the College of Elements, gasp in shock. Clearing it in 5 seconds? How could Zhou Yi instantly one-shot the beasts with such terrifying flame power when he only used the support skill Sacred Flame Halo? Song Qi, the dean of the College of Weapons, speculated hesitantly. Unless Zhou Yi's intelligence attribute is ridiculously high. It was also Wu Mang's first time witnessing such a scene, so he didn't dare jump to conclusions. He cautiously analyzed. There are many reasons for such high damage. An extremely high intelligence attribute, powerful buffs, or perhaps he consumed some kind of natural treasure. It's hard to make an accurate judgment based on this single battle alone. Even with my years of combat experience, I can't immediately tell what that strange halo skill is or what effects it has. But one thing is certain. Zhou Yi's past month has definitely not been wasted. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, completely unaware that he had caused a massive stir among the judges' panel, remained focused on his battle. Light's retribution. Before the words even fully left his mouth, thousands of violent thunderbolts crashed down, heading straight for the monster swarm and sending them straight to the grave. Immediately after, the system prompt rang out again. Congratulations on clearing the second stage. 200 Fubang beasts eliminated. Time elapsed, 1 minute and 23 seconds. Zhou Yi pressed his advantage, immediately unleashing the Spear of Victory, to successfully clear the third stage in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss difficulty dungeon. Total clear time 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Clear rating SSS. Congratulations, you are now the record holder of this dungeon. Clear reward B rank skill book Hammer of Repentance. Received 13,212 experience points. 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. Hammer of Repentance. Swings a war hammer imbued with holy power at enemies, inflicting extremely terrifying damage. As the first player to clear this dungeon, you have unlocked a talent achievement. Please choose one of the following 3 options. Option 1. Concentration Aura A increases neural reaction speed by 30 and grants a 30 chance to resist skill interruption while casting. Option 2. Swift Pace A. Upon entering combat, movement speed will continuously increase up to a maximum of 50. Option 3. Steadfast Guardian A. When using a shield as a weapon, damage mitigation is increased by an additional 30. Receiving this system prompt, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Clearing a dungeon could actually reward a brand new talent. A class holder's strength largely depended on their talents. It was precisely due to his S-rank talent that he had successfully awakened as a paladin during his class awakening ceremony. This was probably a privilege exclusive to silver grade and higher dungeons. After all, despite breaking multiple records in the bronze grade college entrance exam dungeons, he had never received such a reward. This 3-choice mechanism was quite user-friendly, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about ending up with a completely useless talent. With this in mind, Zhou Yi began to calculate. Steadfast Guardian was very suitable for a tank-build paladin, but he didn't have much use for it himself. Swift Pace was decent, but it paled in comparison to Concentration Aura. In real combat, going from spotting an enemy to launching a counterattack often took a significant amount of time. The stronger the enemy, the faster their attack speed, making the advantage of neural reaction speed all the more precious. Furthermore, in ever-changing battles, Concentration Aura could effectively minimize the risk of having skills interrupted, serving as a genuine game-changing trump card. Just then, a teleportation gate shrouded in dense dark energy swung open with a heavy thud, and a prompt materialized on the door. Abyss difficulty dungeon cleared. Would you like to activate the bonus stage challenge? The aura coming from this teleportation gate is truly repulsive. I hope this bonus stage can bring me some fun. Filled with anticipation, Zhou Yi stepped inside without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Zhou Yi's stunning performance once again left the examiners on the judges' panel marveling in succession. They offered evaluations from their respective professional perspectives. His combat style is incredibly sharp, and his control over elemental power is practically flawless. With his quick thinking and superb adaptability, opening this abyss difficulty dungeon certainly did not disappoint us. Zhou Yi is too versatile. He not only commands extremely powerful offensive spells, but also balances them with support buffs, and even his close-quarters combat capability is equally astonishing. But as a paladin, Zhou Yi's skill set might be a bit too well-rounded. If he blindly tries to level up everything across the board, not only will the consumption be massive, but his ultimate performance might also fall into mediocrity. Hearing the words of Zhang Ling, the dean of the College of Tactics, Wu Mang nodded in agreement. Yes, that is indeed a problem. Once the freshman grand tournament concludes, I will personally have a chat with him. Hearing this, Song Qi and Zhu Weiyang immediately chimed in to tease him. Dean Wu, Zhou Yi hasn't even decided which college to join yet. As for his choices, it's probably more appropriate for the head of that college to discuss it with him. Indeed, everything must wait until after Zhou Yi has chosen his college. Since Zhou Yi is so proficient in elemental spells, he is a perfect fit for our College of Elements. How did this turn into poaching him already? These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Principal Wang Wei smiled slightly and said, It seems everyone is highly satisfied with Zhou Yi. It's a pity I arrived a step too late and couldn't witness him unleashing his full power with my own eyes. The screen returned to Zhou Yi's side. The moment he stepped into the bonus stage, a scene filled with an eerie, deathly aura was presented right before his eyes. Gazing at the mountain of white bones piled high not far away, Zhou Yi thought to himself, with a setup like this, could someone have conducted some kind of evil god ritual here? Staring at the skeleton seated on the throne atop the mound of white bones, he silently arrived at an answer. Since this world had a god of light, there naturally existed corresponding evil gods. Evil god was not just another term for the god of darkness, but a collective name for all deities of chaos and madness. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Worshipping the god of light or the god of darkness only required offering pure loyalty, but worshipping an evil god required sacrificing fresh lives and pure souls. The horrific Blood Abyss incident from a few years ago was caused by a third advancement class holder who worshipped an evil god. He had secretly plotted and sacrificed an entire mid-sized city, turning tens of millions of lives to ashes overnight, while he himself instantly rocketed from level 54 to level 89. although he was ultimately wiped out by the joint efforts of the military legions and the inspectors. Those tens of millions of souls devoured by the evil god could never be resurrected. Since then, the Jiangxia kingdom had strictly forbidden the worship of evil gods, with the death penalty applied immediately upon discovery. Even so, the influence of evil god cultists still festered in the shadows, with many not hesitating to run desperate risks. Of course, it wasn't just humans. The beast race, elves and angels also carried the risk of falling to corruption and worshipping evil gods. As Zhou Yi pondered, he stepped into the red magic array on the ground. In an instant, a thick purple smoke materialized out of thin air, rapidly enveloping the skeleton on the throne. Immediately after, the monster awakened. Monster. Fubang Spectre, level 19. Note: the Spectre leader of the Fubang race evolved and amplified through an evil god ritual. It has been so long since I've encountered such pure flesh and blood. Human, you smell so delicious. To think it's actually an undead creature immune to physical damage. If those physical class holders ran into this final boss, they'd probably break down on the spot. Zhou Yi hoisted his warhammer onto his shoulder, replying to the boss in a mocking tone. If I smell so good, then come and eat. As soon as his voice fell, he cast the skill Divine Light Storm as his response, summoning a storm condensed from holy light at the designated location to deal light attribute damage to all enemies within range. HMPH, a futile struggle, the boss snorted coldly, only to be instantly sucked into the center of the storm and torn to pieces by the violent energy. Yet only a moment later, the boss restored itself back to its fully intact state, even mocking him. Human, I admit your holy light is indeed powerful, but in the face of the undying power bestowed upon me by the great Lord Xia, everything you do is nothing but throwing an egg against a stone. Watching the aura swirling around Zhou Yi grow increasingly dense, the boss surmised, such dense holy light, it seems you plan to unleash your final trump card. It's useless. Everything you do is just a futile struggle. Once you've exhausted your trump card, how much power will you have left in your body? The next time I resurrect will be the day you die. Oh really? Zhou Yi let out a cold laugh, then extended his hand to point at the boss. In an instant, a massive sphere of light shot through the air, blasting directly into the boss and making it shriek in agony. But before turning to ashes, it still defiantly rasped, I told you, you cannot destroy me completely. You talk too much, too lazy to waste words with it. Zhou Yi stood in place and continuously shot spheres of light at the boss, completely sending it to its grave. The system prompt rang out, congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Clear time, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clear reward, congratulations, you have received 7,113 experience points, and your level has risen to level 19. Congratulations, you have received the gold grade equipment, Ursine Horn. It seemed this so-called infinite resurrection was nothing more than a gimmick. As long as its energy was completely depleted, it could be thoroughly obliterated. Before leaving the Secret Realm dungeon, Zhou Yi cast a glance back, lost in thought. When he first entered this space, he had sensed an extremely obscure yet violent power. This power was definitely not ordinary elemental energy. Rather, when he previously cast God Descent, he had felt a similar energy wave, leading him to speculate that this must be the remnant power of the evil god. And when the Fubang Spectre resurrected for the first time, that strange energy had clearly weakened slightly. Thus he concluded that the Fubang Spectre's number of resurrections was limited. The correct way to clear this stage was to continuously kill the Fubang Spectre, forcing it to continuously draw from the remnant evil god energy within this space until the energy was completely depleted. Just as Zhou Yi easily wrapped up his battle, the other students were still struggling bitterly in the Secret Realm. Aside from those who were defeated by the boss and brutally eliminated, there were naturally some powerful individuals who successfully killed it, and Shen Lingfeng was one of them. This bonus stage is indeed the most difficult part of the entire dungeon. One must continuously eliminate the Fubang Spectre 10 times to completely clear it. Fortunately, I just leveled up twice not long ago, which allowed me to keep my clear time under 8 minutes. With this thought, Shen Lingfeng felt secretly pleased with himself as he swiftly exited the dungeon. God's hand, Zhou Yi can actually use an S-rank skill. Wu Kekken, the dean of the College of Logistics, was filled with shock, but a gratified smile quickly spread across his face. Seeing Zhou Yi walk out, the other teachers also began to whisper among themselves, did Zhou Yi just stumble upon a shortcut to clear it? Haha, a shortcut. Why don't you let any other freshman try that? True, it seems our paladin is hiding quite a few secrets. An S-rank skill is not something a student from such a remote backwater region could normally access. Could it be? Before the teacher could finish his sentence, a meaningful soft cough from the principal echoed in his ear. He immediately understood and shut his mouth, though he couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled in his heart. To think the principal would personally smooth things over for a student. At this moment, Su Meier was staring unblinkingly at Zhou Yi, when she suddenly let out a soft gasp of surprise. His level seems a bit off. How is he already level 19? Hearing this, the others also chimed in with busy discussions. Is he really level 19? When the college entrance exam results were announced, Zhou Yi was only level 13. Even clearing an abyss difficulty dungeon couldn't possibly raise his level by 6 all at once. This guy is simply terrifying. I actually know some inside details about this, Wang Wei spoke up to explain. After completing his enrollment procedures, Zhou Yi left the school to hunt magical beasts in the wild to level up. During his training in the Gale Mountains, he must have reaped a bountiful harvest. He had already reached level 18 before entering the secret realm, and had even single-handedly annihilated an entire fire demon legion. For him, this freshman grand tournament is practically child's play. If the tournament results weren't directly tied to subsequent resource allocation, he probably wouldn't have even bothered to show up. The moment Shen Lingfeng stepped out of the dungeon, he looked up and saw that Zhou Yi was surprisingly already standing outside, and he instantly paled in shock. How is he here? Could his clear speed have been faster than mine? At this thought he began to deceive himself. Absolutely impossible. He must have failed the bonus stage challenge and exited early. I carry the supreme glory of the 8 great families of Jiangning, and there is no way I will lose to some penniless brat from the north. Shen Lingfeng grit his teeth in secret, suppressing his aura and recovering his usual expression. He gave Zhou Yi a fierce glare and brushed right past him without even saying hello. This left Zhou Yi feeling somewhat baffled. Why is this guy so angry? Did he fail to even clear the dungeon? Right then, a sudden cry of alarm echoed from not far away. Zhou Yi followed the sound and saw Zhang Churan falling rapidly from the secret realm's exit. Watch out! Zhou Yi shouted, his figure blurring as he instantly lunged forward to steadily cut Zhang Churan. Brother Zhou Yi, as expected, you cleared it faster than me, Zhang Churan said, naturally wrapping her arms around his neck as she spoke. Brother? Zhou Yi looked at Zhang Churan with a face full of confusion. You are a few months older than me, after all. Shouldn't I call you brother? Zhang Churan replied matter-of-factly. Zhou Yi sighed helplessly. Feeling it was just a form of address, he decided to let it slide. Right then, a large crowd of students also dropped out of the secret realm exit one after another, just like Zhang Churan. However, they weren't as lucky as her to have a handsome guy catching them below. Moreover, judging by their appearances, they had suffered a great deal in the secret realm. The moment they returned to the real world, they wailed in pain, crying loudly for help. The medical team quickly rushed forward to administer aid. Hurry, everyone move faster, Su Meier directed anxiously, while quickly rushing toward a severely injured male student to provide treatment. An hour later, all the students had finally safely exited the dungeon. Wu Mang closed the secret realm entrance and announced loudly, the first phase of the freshman grand tournament has officially concluded. We will now announce the rankings and clear times. Finally, they're announcing it. I can't wait. Shen Lingfeng was still smiling smugly, but the moment his eyes locked onto the leaderboard results on the big screen, his expression instantly froze. First place, Zhou Yi, dungeon clear time 4 minutes and 57 seconds, bonus stage time 1 minute and 12 seconds. Second place, Shen Lingfeng, dungeon clear time 13 minutes and 35 seconds, bonus stage time 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Third place, Zhang Churan. Fourth place, Song Xiaolin. Fifth place, Qin Feng. He actually managed to clear the abyss difficulty dungeon ahead of me, and his clear speed was nearly 15 minutes faster than mine. Shen Lingfeng simply could not accept this brutal reality. On the verge of a total breakdown, he climbed onto a dragon-coiled stone pillar, howling hysterically in his mind. Zhou Yi, you stole the college entrance exam champion title that I was absolutely determined to win, and now you've snatched my first-place title in the freshman grand tournament, no matter what underhanded means you used. In the upcoming second phase, Shen Lingfeng glared at Zhou Yi with eyes that looked as if they could kill. I will definitely stomp you under my feet. Zhou Yi had absolutely no idea about the drama unfolding in Shen Liangfeng's mind, but was merely drawn to his eccentric behavior. Why climb so high? And now, the second phase, the free challenge tournament, officially begins. With a clap of Wu Mang's hands, countless floating arenas materialized with a heavy hum. Every student had 3 opportunities to challenge someone, with a 5-minute rest period after each match. The second phase is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My class isn't suited for dealing with magical beasts, but it's perfect for sparring with people. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zhou Yi. Shen Lingfeng let out a furious roar and leapt directly onto one of the floating arenas. His eyes filled with provocation as he stared straight at Zhou Yi. Come up and face your death, Zhou Yi. Let's see who is stronger. Zhang Churan quietly whispered some information to Zhou Yi. This person was indeed the second-ranked Shen Lingfeng, who hailed from the prominent Shen family of Jiangning. He was rumored to possess the extremely rare Flame Dragon bloodline. It was precisely because of Zhou Yi's sudden rise that his dream of becoming the #1 freshman in Suhang had been completely shattered, which was why he harbored such a deep grudge. Despite the massive gap in our strength, he still lacks self-awareness. What a fool, completely blinded by hatred, Zhou Yi thought to himself. He then leaped onto the arena stage. He hoped his opponent would go all out. Come on, Zhou Yi. A holy paladin versus a berserker. Let's see who is truly stronger, Shen Lingfeng declared proudly, as the referee gave the command to start. He instantly unleashed his power, casting Blazing Flame Fist and Blood Frenzy, charging frantically at Zhou Yi. Below the spectator stands, Wang Wei instantly saw through Shen Lingfeng's intentions. As a berserker's signature strategy, Shen Lingfeng obviously wanted to end the fight quickly. Wu Mang agreed, noting that he had immediately activated Blood Rage and Blazing Flame Fist to launch a ferocious assault, precisely to prevent Zhou Yi from having the chance to stack his buff skills. Zhu Weiyang also couldn't help but marvel that Shen Lingfeng, worthy of being a scion of a prominent family, made incredibly decisive tactical decisions. However, despite Shen Lingfeng's sharp tactical mind, he was still one step slower than Zhou Yi. When he suddenly realized that his attacks had absolutely no effect on Zhou Yi, Shen Lingfeng couldn't help but blurt out in shock, "Divine Protection, when did you cast that?" Divine Protection was a B-rank skill that granted immunity to physical damage. It was the absolute last skill he wanted to see Zhou Yi use, yet he had ultimately been half a beat too slow. Shen Lingfeng felt a surge of secret frustration. "A sensible move, your attacks are indeed fast, but it only takes me 0.1 seconds to cast Divine Protection," Zhou Yi said with a touch of smugness, as he brandished his profound light warhammer. "I was actually hoping you could bring me some entertainment, which is why I intentionally held back from attacking first. My apologies, but you simply can't pique my interest." With that, Zhou Yi swung his warhammer high and smashed it violently down at Shen Lingfeng, sending him crashing heavily to the ground from midair, instantly shattering his flame shield. How can this guy possess such terrifying strength? Just as Shen Lingfeng was momentarily distracted, he was startled to find that Zhou Yi had already closed the distance like a ghost. Staring at the warhammer raised high once more, alarm bells rang wildly in his mind. "I can't dodge in time. No, I absolutely cannot lose." At the exact instant Zhou Yi's warhammer came crashing down with a resounding boom, Shen Lingfeng was once again violently blown far away. But unlike before, this time he successfully activated his Flame Dragon body. Gritting his teeth, he managed to block Zhou Yi's hammer strike with a single bare hand. Seizing the momentum, he rebounded and threw a lightning-fast fist straight toward Zhou Yi. "The Flame Dragon body, it seems that is the hidden bloodline power within you." As Zhou Yi nimbly shifted his stance, dodging Shen Lingfeng's relentless and rapid attacks like a gentle breeze, he mused to himself, "First Zhang Qiran, now Shen Lingfeng. These class holders with powerful backgrounds all seem to possess incredibly potent bloodline trump cards, which left him slightly envious. However, even if you've activated your bloodline power, you are still no match for me." Zhou Yi suddenly grabbed Shen Lingfeng's wildly swinging arm and swung his warhammer in a sweeping strike once more. To Zhou Yi's surprise, however, Shen Lingfeng nimbly evaded the blow this time, which caused a flash of mild astonishment in his mind. "My Flame Dragon bloodline has absolutely no limitations in close-quarters combat. Today I will show you the true power of the Flame Dragon body, Dragon Breath." Before his words could fade, Shen Lingfeng abruptly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of raging fire that surged directly toward Zhou Yi. A collective gasp instantly erupted from below the stands. "Oh my god, that's Dragon Breath. That's the exclusive bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline." Shen Lingfeng was forced to play his trump card. While Zhou Yi has gone all out without using any bloodline power, at this rate he might fall into a disadvantage. Zhou Yi is going to lose. Hearing the discussions of the crowd around her, Zhang Qiran, who was already anxious, clenched her fists in deep worry. On the stage, however, Zhou Yi unhurriedly activated his sacred flame halo, completely absorbing the dragon breath spewed by Shen Lingfeng. This bizarre sight sent a sudden and intense wave of foreboding washing over Shen Lingfeng. Zhou Yi's condescending gaze made Shen Lingfeng shudder. Feeling like a vassal facing his sovereign, he absolutely could not accept the reality before his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he hysterically continued to spew dragon breath toward Zhou Yi. "It's useless. Your flames cannot escape my control." With a gentle clenching of his hand, Zhou Yi gathered all the dragon breath unleashed by Shen Lingfeng into his palm. He then swung his warhammer, sending the raging flames back with even greater ferocity. "Now that the battle has reached this point, it is time to draw a concluding period. Trying to defeat me with my own fire? What a joke. Watch me regain control of my flames." Shen Lingfeng frantically channeled his skills to redirect the fire, only to realize in absolute horror that the flames were completely unresponsive to his command, slamming squarely and heavily into his face, blasting him straight into the arena floor. Shen Lingfeng instantly lost consciousness, collapsing in a heap. The referee declared Zhou Yi the winner, and the standby medical team immediately rushed onto the stage to administer emergency treatment to Shen Lingfeng. The usually proud and arrogant berserker Shen Lingfeng had been utterly crushed and defeated throughout the entire battle. What's more, it seemed Zhou Yi hadn't even unleashed his true strength. If he were to fight with everything he had, just how terrifying would he be? With his extremely high level and extraordinary combat awareness, completely dominating Shen Lingfeng was entirely reasonable. But then again, who would have thought that in just a short month Zhou Yi could actually reach level 19? As the crowd below spectated and buzzed with excitement, Wu Mang, sitting on the judges' panel, gestured with his chin toward the arena and said with great interest, "Look, another provincial top scorer has gone up to challenge." A petite girl dressed in Taoist robes stepped onto the arena, initiating a challenge to Zhou Yi. "I am Song Xiaolin, a level 17 spiritual Taoist. Please guide me." The spiritual Taoist was a unique hidden class of the Jiangxia Kingdom. It was extremely rare and specialized particularly in utilizing various talismans and sealing techniques. The doctors had previously mentioned that to suppress the mysterious illness caused by Xiao Yun's bloodline awakening, they could use sealing arts to control it. Zhou Yi had never expected to meet someone proficient in this path here. Zhou Yi silently sized up his opponent in front of him, politely responding, "Level 19 Holy Paladin, Zhou Yi. Student Zhou Yi, you definitely didn't use your full strength in the previous battle, did you? Once the battle begins later, could you let me experience your fully geared, full power state? Don't worry, I absolutely won't interfere when you are casting your buff skills." Hearing this, the freshmen below finally had their questions answered, their faces filled with utter disbelief. When on earth did Zhou Yi level up to level 19? No wonder my appraisal skill didn't work on him. He is actually so many levels ahead of us. Exactly when he clashed with Shen Lingfeng earlier, Zhou Yi hadn't even used his buff skills yet. This strength is simply terrifying. Isn't this Song Xiaolin the heiress of the prominent Song family from Qianyun province? Rumor has it that their family is currently the only one certified to walk the mortal world. Hearing Song Xiaolin's words, Zhou Yi smiled with interest, and said, "Very well, I will grant your wish and spare no effort. It's a promise," Song Xiaolin smiled, cupping her hands. Immediately after, the battle officially commenced. Zhou Yi activated his skills, beginning to trigger them in sequence: Blessing of Dawn, Grace of Courage, and Grace of Protection. As a dazzling golden light enveloped his entire body, Song Xiaolin couldn't help but gape in surprise. "This is my peak state. Now enjoy our battle." With that, Zhou Yi casually waved his hand, condensing a sharp beam of light that shot whistling straight toward Song Xiaolin. "In that case I must also go all out." Song Xiaolin's expression instantly turned solemn. She quickly threw out several defensive talismans. The papers, flying through the void, formed a circular barrier in midair, forcibly blocking the beam of light unleashed by Zhou Yi. Following that, she pinched a spiritual talisman between her delicate fingers, chanting a low spell that directly detonated the beam of light in midair. A cloud of dust instantly obscured their vision. Song Xiaolin intended to seize this opportunity to reposition and create distance, but was shocked to find that Zhou Yi, who had been standing in place, was already gone. Just as she tense and warily scanned her surroundings, Zhou Yi's calm voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "Do you think creating distance can help you escape my lock-on?" Before her voice could even register, the warhammer in Zhou Yi's hand swept toward her, accompanied by the whistling wind. Song Xiaolin reacted with extreme speed. Almost instinctively, she spun around, hastily using several spiritual talismans to form a shield. She barely managed to block the heavy blow, sliding backward from the impact. Her heart surged with utter shock. Just when on earth did he get behind me? Although all of her passive defensive equipment had activated instantly, she was still struggling. It seemed she had no choice but to risk everything on this single move. Song Xiaolin made up her mind, throwing out several fireballs to force Zhou Yi back and buy herself some time. Immediately after, her hands swiftly formed hand seals as she rapidly chanted under her breath, unleashing the supreme Taoist technique, scattering beans to summon soldiers. Seeing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but reveal an appreciative smile. Interesting. The Taoist scattering beans to summon soldiers. At Song Xiaolin's command, countless bean soldiers swarmed toward Zhou Yi in a dense formation. Zhou Yi swung his long-handled hammer frantically, smashing the bean soldiers before him into pieces within a few moves. However, the moment these bean soldiers fell, they quickly reconstructed and resurrected, relentlessly continuing their fierce onslaught. While the individual combat power of these bean soldiers wasn't particularly high, they possessed the same obnoxious regenerating characteristic as the Fubang specters. This will be a bit troublesome if it keeps up. It seems the only way to completely break this endless wave of bean soldiers is to cut off her internal mana supply. Zhou Yi made up his mind. Meanwhile, Song Xiaolin grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed, her face filled with panic. This makes no sense. My Bean Soldier array can tightly trap even level 30 class holders, yet how is he dealing with it so effortlessly? At the exact moment Song Xiaolin's concentration slipped, Zhou Yi's figure once again turned into a gentle breeze. Breaking through the encirclement, he materialized before her in an instant, raising his warhammer high. Song Xiaolin was quite decisive. She immediately threw both hands up. I surrender. Zhou Yi was declared the winner. Zhou Yi reined in his attack, asking with a look of confusion, "Didn't you say just now that you wanted to have a satisfying fight? The two of us simply aren't in the same league." "I am thoroughly defeated," Song Xiaolin giggled, though she was thinking to herself, "Are you kidding me? This free challenge tournament has more than one round. If I drag this out and try to fight to the bitter end, I'll probably end up just like Shen Lingfeng. I'd better wait for another opportunity to seek his guidance in the future." With that, she jumped off the arena stage with absolute grace. Zhou Yi lightly spun the warhammer in his hand, scanning the crowd below as he asked calmly, "Is there anyone else who is unsatisfied? I am ready to welcome your challenges at any time." In an instant, the area below fell dead silent. Only a fool would willingly go up just to get beaten up. Everyone frantically racked their brains, finding all sorts of excuses to cover up their cowardice. Zhang Churan looked up at Zhou Yi on the stage, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents as she smiled sweetly, as expected of brother Zhou Yi. Su Meier also looked at Zhou Yi with a smile, growing increasingly satisfied the more she watched. This kid's constitution and strength could firmly suppress assassins and warriors who specialized in agility, and his intelligence was actually even stronger than a mage of the same tier. His true combat power had completely exceeded her expectations. On the judges' panel, a teacher couldn't help but whisper to a colleague beside him, "Is he really just from an ordinary resource-starved family in the north as the files suggest, rather than a successor secretly nurtured by those prominent clans?" Landing directly at the top of the freshman rankings, the word genius is completely inadequate to describe him. He is simply a monster. At the same time, Wu Mang glanced at the other academy deans beside him, whose expressions were somewhat tense. He knew the second round was about to conclude and the time to recruit students was fast approaching. Without a doubt, Zhou Yi would definitely become a hot commodity that every college would desperately compete for. Su Meier was clearly aware of this as well. She turned her head, speaking to Wu Mang in a slightly nervous, low voice. "Dean, you must move quickly. But don't worry, I am already prepared. We absolutely must secure a student like Zhou Yi." Meanwhile, near another arena stage, many opportunistic freshmen saw that Shen Lingfeng had been injured in his fight with Zhou Yi. They took advantage of his weakness to challenge him, using this to skyrocket their own rankings. While Shen Liangfeng's ranking plummeted all the way down, Shen Lingfeng grit his teeth in absolute frustration. But there was nothing he could do. He could only roar venomously in his heart, "Just wait until my injuries are healed. I will make you all deeply regret this." Half an hour later, the second round of the free challenge tournament finally drew to a close. The final top 3 spots were held by Zhou Yi, Zhang Churan, and Song Xiaolin, respectively. With this, the freshman grand tournament concluded successfully. Now, all freshman rankings have been finalized. The corresponding dormitory assignments and initial credits will be reapproved and distributed. Even if your rank is low and you have fewer credits, do not be discouraged. The school has many avenues to earn credits. As long as you're willing to work hard, anything is possible. Wu Mang stepped forward, raising his voice. Next is the introduction phase for each college. First, our 5 deans will briefly explain the educational philosophies of our respective colleges. With that, Wu Mang took the lead in introducing his own college. The College of War. Although the dark age of large-scale invasions by otherworld creatures has passed, countless class holders still bleed and sacrifice their lives on the front lines every year. Our goal at the College of War is to forge our students' most extreme and powerful practical lethality, thereby improving their battlefield survival rate. Extreme, brutal. That is the slogan of our College of War. Next was the College of Elements. The College of Elements. We only admit magic-type classes focused on manipulating elemental magic power. Here, I will lead you to explore the supreme truths of elemental authority. Then was the College of Weapons. The College of Weapons. Our educational goal is to teach you how to master the weapon in your hand in the purest and most efficient way, rather than blindly relying on various flashy skills. Come join our College of Weapons. With nothing but your physical body and weapons, you can still dominate the battlefield and possess the tyrannical power to reach the absolute peak. Next was the College of Tactics. The College of Tactics aims to cultivate top-tier tactical commanders possessing outstanding leadership and a broad strategic vision. No matter what your class is, you are welcome to join us. As everyone knows, in large-scale warfare, an excellent tactician can significantly reduce the casualty rate of an entire legion. Finally was the College of Logistics. A robust logistical support system is the foundation of invincibility. To all of you with life-type classes, the College of Logistics is your best destination. Although we do not specialize in direct combat here, you will master the top specialized knowledge of life classes once we grow. Those warmongering maniacs on the battlefield might end up begging us for a bite to eat. Ha 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 ha. Saying this, the Dean of the College of Logistics patted his belly, laughing smugly. This earned him looks of utter disdain from the other deans who quickly pretended not to know him. Wu Mang let out a soft cough to cut off the laughter, summarizing, the basic situations of all colleges have been introduced. Now all freshmen can log into the system and select your desired college. Brother Zhou Yi, have you decided which college you want to choose? Zhang Churan inquired in a low voice beside him. Zhou Yi didn't answer immediately, focusing his attention on his phone screen. At this moment Wu Mang looked directly at Zhou Yi, extending an olive branch. Student Zhou Yi, as long as you are willing to join the College of War, I will personally serve as your exclusive mentor. An exclusive mentor? Zhou Yi asked curiously. Wu Mang explained patiently. Each exclusive mentor only takes in a very small number of elite disciples in their lifetime for personal guidance. The vast resources possessed by the mentor will also be prioritized toward you. In addition, I have prepared an extra apprenticeship gift for you. 3 A-rank skill books, and 1 A-rank resource exchange voucher. Upon hearing this, the other deans immediately grew anxious, scrambling to join the bidding. Choosing an exclusive mentor is no laughing matter. Child, you must consider this carefully. If you are willing to come to the College of Elements, I promise to immediately equip you with a full set of legendary grade gear. At this moment, the Dean of the College of Weapons, who had been standing beside Wu Mang, directly activated teleportation, flashing right in front of Zhou Yi out of thin air, shouting his offer. As long as you join the College of Weapons, any cultivation artifact or practical weapon in the college, as long as it benefits the growth of your strength, will be completely at your free disposal and use. Hey, I was clearly here first, Wu Mang shouted from the second floor with a face full of frustration. The Dean of the College of Weapons smiled, completely unbothered. Since when does order of arrival matter in such things? The key is sincerity. Zhou Yi scratched his chin, caught between laughter and tears, thinking to himself, this familiar scene. Why does it feel exactly like when they were fighting over the top scorer after the college entrance exam? The surrounding freshmen watching this scene grew red-eyed with longing, envy, and jealousy. 3 college deans had actually cast aside their status, arguing heatedly in public, just to recruit one student. Was this really the treatment of the nation's #1 specially recruited student? It was simply too enviable. The status of a student under an exclusive mentor was practically equivalent to a direct disciple in a prominent clan, and they also enjoyed priority access to their mentor's resources. However, the conditions offered by these 3 deans were simply too lavish. A-rank skill books were already extremely precious, yet Dean Zhu of the College of Elements was actually generous enough to offer a full set of legendary-grade equipment right off the bat. Old Zhu and Old Song had truly gone all out this time to secure the student. It was fine for the College of Weapons to fight over him, but what business did the College of Elements have trying to recruit a holy paladin? Just as Wu Mang was secretly complaining in his heart about his 2 old friends playing dirty, a deep, majestic voice suddenly echoed from beside him, instantly shocking the entire venue. Zhou Yi, become my personal disciple. Hearing this, everyone spun their heads in unison, staring at Principal Wang Wei in absolute shock. Wang Wei wore a gentle smile, speaking slowly. I will personally perform a Bloodline fusion art for you. What is the Bloodline fusion art? A freshman whispered below. Someone nearby immediately explained. That is a forbidden class spell. It requires the essence blood of a foreign race to cast, and can directly bestow a special foreign race bloodline upon the recipient. This secret technique can drastically improve your constitution. The most terrifying part is that with every subsequent level up, you will gain even more free attribute points and skill points. The news of Principal Wang wanting to take Zhou Yi as his disciple instantly made the students present gasped in shock. To directly offer a forbidden class spell as a bargaining chip right from the start, this was simply too exaggerated. One had to know that Principal Wang's most outstanding eldest disciple was currently the president of the Tianyu Guild, one of the top guilds in the Jiangxia Kingdom. Once Zhou Yi was admitted under Principal Wang's tutelage, he would not only obtain supreme opportunities, but also directly gain the backing of the highest-level connections in human society in the future. Soaring to heaven in a single bound, standing at the front, Shen Lingfeng felt his jealousy flare even hotter upon hearing this. That bastard was simply too lucky. If not for Zhou Yi, the #1 freshman spot should have been his, and he could have had such a powerful backer like Principal Wang Wei. Zhu Weiyong knew full well that he couldn't compete with Wang Wei, so he could only give a wry smile and say, "I didn't expect Zhou Yi to be so alluring that even the principal couldn't help but personally step in." There were simply too many pleasant surprises on Zhou Yi. Wang Wei gave a soft grunt of assent, then pulled out an item and handed it to Zhou Yi. "This is a reward that the Commander-in-Chief of the Snow Dragon Legion specially entrusted me to deliver to you." Shen Lingfeng recognized the item at a single glance. A gold medal, how is that possible? Even in the Shen family, one of the 8 great families of Ning'an, no one had ever obtained a gold medal. On what basis did Zhou Yi deserve such a rare medal? Oh my god, am I seeing things? That's a medal of honor. Song Xiaolin couldn't help but gasp in shock. Zhang Churan said excitedly, "And it's a gold medal of contribution. My father has fought on the front lines for many years, and has only ever received a silver medal of contribution. Salute to the outstanding contributors who pave the way and forge ahead for the civilization of the Jiangxia Kingdom." Looking at the information on the medal, Zhou Yi couldn't help but wonder, when did I ever make such a massive contribution to the Jiangxia Kingdom? As if reading Zhou Yi's mind, Wang Wei explained, "I know all about your performance in the Gale Mountains. This gold medal of contribution is well deserved. The Gale Mountains? But even if I wiped out a demon legion, I shouldn't be getting a contribution medal of this caliber. Could there be some hidden story behind this?" Zhou Yi pondered in his heart, but still accepted the grand gift, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Principal." Zhu Weiyong teased from the side, "Zhou Yi, why are you still calling him Principal? That's being too formal." Zhou Yi instantly understood the hint and bowed respectfully to Wang Wei. "Teacher, it is my honor to become your student. Without further ado, your teacher will take you away now." With that, Wang Wei channeled his spiritual energy and departed with Zhou Yi. Wu Mang walked toward Zhang Churan with a face full of smiles. But the moment he opened his mouth to speak a single word, he was directly cut off by Song Qi. "Student Zhang Churan, if you are willing to become my direct disciple, I promise to treat you exactly as I promised Zhou Yi earlier." "Old Song, you're deliberately trying to snatch my student, aren't you?" HMPH. "Since Zhou Yi has already been taken under the principal's wing, we certainly can't let Zhang Churan go to you so cheaply as well." The scene returned to the protagonist. Zhou Yi was brought by Wang Wei to a private villa, which mainly served as Wang Wei's personal treasury for storing extremely precious items. "If you ever run into any issues in the future, you can come here to find me at any time. First, I will take you to select the materials required for the Bloodline fusion art." Zhou Yi pondered to himself, "This villa is likely Principal Wang's private treasury. Requiring spatial teleportation to enter and exit, it is highly possible that it's located outside Suhang Province, or even outside the Jiangxia Kingdom." At this moment, a magic array materialized before Zhou Yi. Wang Wei condensed elemental power as he cautioned, "Casting the Bloodline fusion art will bring about a fundamental transformation to your bloodline. Most people are only drawn to the power of this forbidden spell class spell while ignoring the most critical core, the bloodline primordial blood required for the transformation. The bloodline potential of us ordinary humans is highly limited. As your level increases, the boost brought by each level up will gradually diminish. Therefore, after losing hope of leveling up further, many class holders choose to fuse foreign race bloodlines to boost their strength." Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be slightly shocked. "What? Is even a powerhouse of your level, teacher, troubled by leveling up?" Of course. After a class holder enters their 3rd advancement, every single level up requires a gargantuan amount of experience. I am currently level 64, and the otherworld creatures of the same level 1 face are usually Lord-class existences that cannot be easily defeated. I have prepared 3 kinds of primordial blood for you. They are the angel race of Cloud City, the Titan race, and the giant dragon race. They are all divine descendant races. The bloodline fusion art can bestow a top-tier bloodline upon you, so you only need to choose one among these 3 kinds of primordial blood. This drop of angel primordial blood is the essence refined from an angel's remains. The angel race are the attendants of the god of light. If you fuse the angel primordial blood, you will obtain an extremely high-tier light affinity attribute. Meanwhile, the Titan race has worshipped the thunder god since ancient times, naturally controlling thunder and lightning. Fusing the Titan primordial blood can drastically enhance all the lightning system skills you cast. As for the giant dragon race, they are the direct descendants of the dragon god, possessing the most pure dragon bloodline. Once fused, it will grant you the ability to suppress all beast races. Angels, titans, giant dragons, these are all extremely high-tier races, and the creatures that produced their primordial blood were at least level 60 or above. Although he had the system to rely on, his understanding of this world was still not deep enough, so Zhou Yi did not dare to make a rash decision. With this in mind, he hesitantly consulted Wang Wei. "Teacher, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is most suitable for my current situation?" Faced with these three incredibly rare kinds of primordial blood, ordinary young class holders would have likely had their minds shaken long ago, randomly picking one based purely on intuition. Yet, at such a critical moment, Zhou Yi was still able to maintain his calm and composure, proactively seeking the advice of an elder, which was testament to his composure and restraint. Wang Wei secretly approved, and then offered his advice. The Titan and Giant Dragon primordial bloods are indeed powerful, but once fused, they will mainly boost your physical strength and magical burst. Given your deep connection with the God of Light, the Angel primordial blood is undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps it can bring you a transformation beyond your wildest imagination. After weighing his options, Zhou Yi finally decided to follow Wang Wei's advice and choose the Angel primordial blood. It seems the Angel primordial blood is indeed the most suitable for you. You are my fifth disciple. Before you, there are 4 senior brothers and sisters. I will introduce you to them when the opportunity arises. Teacher, I have another question. Why was I awarded that extremely precious gold medal of outstanding contribution? Simply eliminating a demon legion shouldn't be enough to warrant such a precious medal. Wang Wei's expression turned serious, and he answered earnestly, "Since you ask, I won't hide it from you. Your action of eliminating the demon legion in the Gale Mountains completely shattered their conspiracy. Because of this, the military discovered that otherworld creatures have actually mastered the method of launching a massive invasion through medium-sized spatial rifts." Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately realized the gravity of the situation. In that case, does that mean a large number of otherworld creatures have already infiltrated the territory of the Jiangxia Kingdom? Exactly. After a preliminary screening, over 100 otherworld creatures from different spatial rifts have been discovered across the entire territory of the Jiangxia Kingdom. Fortunately, these otherworld creatures are still low in level, so the major legions are fully capable of handling them. Currently, many legions nationwide have been ordered to wipe out these otherworld creatures. In the future, the school's quest system will also release related quests. As my student, I hope you can grow strong quickly like your senior brothers and sisters, and contribute your strength to the country. Zhou Yi clenched his fists, answering with a steadfast gaze. "Yes, teacher." Wang Wei handed a metal cube to Zhou Yi, instructing, "Bloodline fusion still requires preparing some auxiliary materials. Go back and get some good rest today. Take this teleportation device, and tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, just use it to teleport directly here." Early the next morning, Zhou Yi opened his system panel, scanning his accumulated rewards. Which one should I choose? Previously, his teacher had mentioned that the effect of bloodline fusion largely depended on one's own constitution and personal fortune, which was luck. With this in mind, Zhou Yi immediately decided to use the Fortune Elixir. S-rank item Fortune Elixir. Upon consumption, grants the user an excellent luck attribute for 12 hours. He hoped this S-rank divine potion he obtained after eliminating the monsters would work. With that, Zhou Yi tilted his head back and drank the divine potion, then opened a random treasure chest. "Congratulations, you have received the S-rank natural treasure, Dragon Congealing Fruit." The dragon congealing fruit was a strange fruit that grew upon the carcasses of giant dragons. Upon consumption, it could drastically improve one's constitution and enhance magical damage. Zhou Yi was so excited he almost jumped up. It was actually a real S-rank natural treasure. In the past, opening random treasure chests usually yielded nothing but worthless junk. It seemed that after drinking the Fortune Elixir, he had truly struck major luck. Seeing that the appointed time was approaching, Zhou Yi immediately activated the teleportation device and arrived at Wang Wei's residence. The moment he landed, he happened to hear Zhu Huayong saying to Wang Wei, "Principal, are you really willing to part with it? The remains of the angel race divine descendants are already extremely rare, and refining angel primordial blood is even more difficult than ascending to heaven. That entire portion of primordial blood, if put out there, would be enough to make the major legions fight tooth and nail for it. I have been waiting for a successor to whom I can willingly give the primordial blood. Zhou Yi is the one I chose. I am extremely satisfied with this child, so of course it's not a matter of forcing myself." Pretending he hadn't heard a thing, Zhou Yi walked forward to greet them. "Teacher Dean Zhu." Wang Wei scrutinized Zhou Yi, saying with a smile, "Excellent. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to its peak condition. Come over. This is the Bloodline Fusion Art Magic Array prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the array." Zhou Yi did as he was told. At this moment, Wang Wei turned to Zhu Weiyang and said, "Lin Zhu, please activate the array. I will stand guard beside you." "All right," Zhu Weiyang replied, immediately channeling his power to activate the array and beginning to guide the bloodline fusion process. In an instant, Zhou Yi was enveloped by the dazzling golden light of light elements. However, before long that brilliant golden glow was suddenly suppressed and forcibly dispersed by a deep blue, frigid energy. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Weiyang couldn't help but lose his composure in shock. Such a terrifying, frigid power. Could a special bloodline have already been latent within Zhou Yi's body? In a split second, the inner walls of the entire villa were frozen over with a thick layer of solid ice. Looking at his own hands, which were frozen from casting the spell, Zhu Weiyang was shocked to the core. If Zhou Yi had advanced to a mage class, solely by virtue of this terrifying frigid power, he would absolutely become a top-tier ice archmage in the future. I heard that Zhou Yi's younger sister is currently in the process of awakening her frost bloodline, and I had previously speculated that Zhou Yi might also carry the same bloodline inheritance. However, the angel bloodline, being one of the most supreme bloodlines, should have easily suppressed other low-tier bloodlines during the fusion process. That is why I didn't pay much attention before. But now, instead of merging, the angel bloodline and the frost bloodline are violently clashing against each other. For this frost bloodline's quality to be this high, it seems this kid's family background is definitely not simple. Wang Wei's brow furrowed tightly, pondering in his heart. The foreign race bloodlines in humans seem to originate from the first batch of ancient players who participated in Eternal. As the game merged perfectly with reality, the higher the advancement level of those pioneers, the more pure and complete the bloodline power their descendants could inherit. For the frigid energy in Zhou Yi to actually stand on equal footing with the angel bloodline, it indicates that his ancestor must have been a top-tier player who participated in the game at an extremely early stage with unfathomable strength. Otherwise, as a descendant, it would be impossible for Zhou Yi to autonomously activate such terrifying frost power. If not for the obstacle of this frost bloodline, the angel primordial blood should have perfectly integrated into his body by now. But now these two forces are fiercely clashing like fire and water. Even if the frost power is eventually erased, the energy of the angel bloodline will also be heavily depleted. After consuming such a massive amount of angel primordial blood, the final result of the fusion might not even match the use of a single A-rank natural treasure. Now we can only leave it to fate. If we forcibly interrupt the fusion ritual, it will only cause Zhou Yi to suffer an energy backlash on the spot and explode to death. Let's hope this child has enough luck. Zhu Weiyang sighed deeply. Meanwhile, within the magic array, as Zhou Yi silently endured the excruciating pain caused by the violent conflict between the angel bloodline and the frost bloodline, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "The gate of consciousness has been opened. Would you like to enter the mental space?" In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi's consciousness seemed to arrive in an ethereal void. At the end of his vision, an incomparably beautiful angel was smiling radiantly at him. "Child, you have finally come. Could this really be my mental space?" Just as Zhou Yi was filled with doubt and suspicion, the angel continued in a soft voice, "My child, congratulations on obtaining the favor of the gods. God has specially dispatched me to bestow upon you true holy power. From now on, you shall no longer be bound by secular morality, nor do you need to be restricted by tedious formalities. You only need to follow the truest desires and yearnings of your heart. So are you willing to accept this supreme gift?" However, shrouded beneath layers of holy and pure radiance, the face behind the veil was not a sacred angel's face at all, but rather the extremely hideous and malicious smirk of a demon. It was truly sickening. Why was it that the moment he laid eyes on her, an urge to immediately summon his holy light warhammer and smash her to pulp on the spot welled up from the depths of his heart? "Child, do not fear. Accept this holy baptism with peace of mind. You shall obtain unprecedented supreme power." As the fake female angel spoke, she greedily extended her hands toward Zhou Yi. However, in the very next second, what welcomed her was a golden warhammer violently smashed straight into her face. Zhou Yi casually hoisted the warhammer onto his shoulder and let out a long breath, feeling much more refreshed. Sure enough, following one's truest instincts was indeed the most satisfying. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, the female angel Hang Yao was quietly observing everything happening in the mental space. Witnessing this, she couldn't help but burst into a snicker. Her handmaiden cast an inquiring glance, but Hang Yao restrained her smile and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I just found a rather interesting little fellow, that's all." With that, she gently waved her sleeve. Yet a trace of anticipation silently welled up in her heart. "Little guy, make sure you don't disappoint me." The scene returned to Zhou Yi. After taking a solid blow from Zhou Yi's hammer, the fake angel shrieked in absolute fury, "You insolent fool, how dare you blaspheme against the gods? The gods will surely bring down the most brutal divine punishment to leave you without even a grave to rest in. If you know what's good for you, kneel and beg for mercy immediately. Perhaps I, in my great mercy, can still forgive your sins on behalf of the gods. No need for that." Zhou Yi let out a cold laugh, pointing his warhammer straight at her, making his declaration with practical action. "What an ungrateful brat!" The fake angel's beautiful face instantly contorted, once again revealing a sinister and vicious smirk. Immediately after, she extended her hands, which were covered in sharp claws, and violently clenched them in midair. Countless pitch-black chains instantly tore through the air, binding and restricting Zhou Yi tightly. At the same time, countless bloodshot crimson eyes filled with bloodlust and madness manifested in the void. The fake angel let out a triumphant and arrogant shriek. "What a delightful sound of struggling! This is the consequence of defying Lord Xia. Xia, you truly are a minion of the evil god," Zhou Yi said through gritted teeth. But the moment the words left his mouth, a violent lash of energy whipped heavily across his face. "Insolent brat, you have successfully caught my master's interest. My master has specially sent me to perform a baptism of your soul. Accept this gift with gratitude. The great Lord Xia will guide you to the truly correct path." In the next second, a brutally violent, malevolent power began to frantically corrode Zhou Yi's mental consciousness. Meanwhile, in the real world, an extremely ominous pitch-black demonic energy began to diffuse around Zhou Yi inside the magic array. Wang Wei recognized that violent power at a single glance, his expression instantly shifting. "This is evil god energy. How could the power of an evil god be hidden inside the angel primordial blood? Unless the owner of that angel skeleton perished and became corrupted during their battle with the evil god back then." Seeing that the energy Wang Wei had channeled to protect the magic array was being ruthlessly repelled, Zhu Weiying's face also turned pale in an instant. "This is bad. Zhou Yi is in danger. That evil god energy is frantically devouring the angel power within the magic array." Yet right at this critical juncture, a look of wild ecstasy suddenly flashed across Wang Wei's face. "Wait, the angel power on Zhou Yi doesn't seem to have weakened. On the contrary, that dazzling light actually began to skyrocket in an explosive manner. Under the joint strangulation of the frost bloodline and the angel power, that ominous pitch-black demonic energy was surprisingly being gradually suppressed and purified. Meanwhile, in the mental space, relying on the awakening of these two forces, Zhou Yi also instantly shattered the pitch-black chains binding him. This left the fake angel losing her composure in sheer shock. "How is this possible? I was clearly on the verge of devouring his soul, so how could such pure, holy, and frigid power suddenly erupt from within his body at this moment?" Zhou Yi had transformed into a warrior of light, flapping crystal-clear frost wings, and wielding a dazzling war hammer. Unfurling his wings, he instantly tore through the air and arrived right in front of the fake angel. Swinging his warhammer imbued with endless frost and holy light, heavily down, accompanied by a shriek, the fake angel's disguise was forcibly shattered, revealing the hideous true form of the evil god's minion, who laughed crazily in provocation. "Brat, is this hammer strike of yours just to tickle me? All of your deathbed struggles, in the face of my master's grand plan, are nothing more than a minor, trivial nuisance." Before its voice could fade, the evil god's minion once again swung countless pitch-black chains to lunge straight at Zhou Yi, only to be dead stopped by a massive wall of ice that materialized out of thin air in front of him. Before it could even snap out of its shock, a deep blue frost magic array suddenly lit up on the ground beneath its feet, and countless sharp razor-thin ice spikes instantly erupted from the earth, ruthlessly skewering its body. "Ha ha ha, I will remember this grand gift. Your so-called meager human power is nothing more than a faint candle flame pitied upon you by the gods. As the most loyal believer of Lord Xia, the supreme abyssal power I control is simply beyond what the mortal eyes of a commoner like you can fathom." Accompanied by its arrogant roars, the body of the evil god's minion began to swell and grow frantically. The thousands of eyes on his body shot destructive beams of light at Zhou Yi. However, Zhou Yi easily dodged all of the fatal death rays. "As expected, you're just a bug who only knows how to run." With that, the evil god's minion tightly bound Zhou Yi with chains, rendering him unable to move, and then threw a doomsday orb. However, he never expected that Zhou Yi would actually break free from the chains, prop up a shield, and successfully evade this fatal finishing move. "What?" The evil god's minion was utterly astonished, but quickly regained his composure, continuing to control the thousands of eyes to fire light beams at Zhou Yi. Just like before, Zhou Yi's movements were elusive, dodging the attacks with ease, and he even began to close in on the minion's true form step by step. Then he extended his index finger and pointed gently, successfully reducing the evil god's minion to ashes. Right at that moment, a holy sphere of light fell from the sky. Zhou Yi reined in his power and reached out to catch the sphere. In an instant, in the outside world, a brilliant pillar of light beamed directly down onto Zhou Yi, leaving Zhu Huayang and Wang Wei nearby, both shocked and extremely excited. This was the power of an angel which had completely purified the evil god's energy. The fusion of the angel bloodline and the frost bloodline seemed to have been achieved in an extremely subtle and perfect manner. An angel quietly manifested, gently embracing Zhou Yi from behind before gradually fading away, marking the formal and successful conclusion of the bloodline fusion process. Zhu Huayang gently stroked his long beard and said with a face full of smiles, "This kid Zhou Yi's luck is simply mind-blowing. He actually managed to get the blessing of the god of light at the critical moment, turning danger into safety." Wang Wei also smiled with pride, asking his beloved disciple with concern, "Zhou Yi, how do you feel now? Your strength seems to have made a qualitative leap." Zhou Yi was about to answer, when a series of system panels floated before his eyes. Exclusive bloodline, six-winged angel, divine descendant bloodline. Obtained passive attribute, divine light crest. Description: possessing the divine light crest, you will have an extremely high affinity for light attribute and ice attribute elements. As your bloodline further evolves, your affinity for other elemental magic will also gradually increase. Bloodline talent: magic immunity B rank. Has a certain chance to grant immunity to magic and skills cast by enemies, including stun, dispel, and other crowd control or debuff skills that do not deal actual damage. It's actually the six-winged angel bloodline, and I even inherited 2 bloodline talents. Zhou Yi couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Hearing this, Zhu Huayang's eyes widened in surprise. A six-winged angel, it seems your bloodline fusion and evolution were extremely successful. This is the top-tier six-winged angel bloodline among the angel race. Moreover, the talents you inherited from the six-winged angel bloodline can even continue to evolve to S rank in the future as your level increases. Teacher, there's also an S rank bloodline secret art called Angel's Divine Body, Zhou Yi said somewhat stammeringly, as he looked at the newly popped up notification. Bloodline secret art, Angel's Divine Body S rank. Releases a portion of the accumulated bloodline power within your body to transform into a six-winged angel divine descendant. The higher your level, the greater the bloodline power you can release. Note: before level 50, since the angel bloodline has not been fully absorbed and refined, you will enter a weakened state after casting this secret art. Now, try to channel this secret art and let me see just how far your strength can increase. Following Wang Wei's words, Zhou Yi began to channel his power to execute the bloodline secret art Angel's Divine Body, accompanied by the thunderous explosion of an extremely terrifying angelic power. Zhu Huayang on the side was struck dumbfounded with shock. This elemental energy fluctuation is way too strong. Wang Wei channeled his spiritual energy to inspect Zhou Yi, assessing with praise. Excellent. After casting the bloodline secret art, your power has actually increased by a full 5 times. Zhou Yi, how do you feel right now? It's simply unbelievable. My entire body is brimming with unprecedented abundant energy. The light and ice elements feel like my most loyal companions. I can control them and bend them to my will. This overly tyrannical power directly triggered the security system inside Wang Wei's villa, and alarms instantly blared loudly. Warning, warning. High-tier elemental energy detected. Level 3 defense protocols activated. As expected of a six-winged angel favored by elemental power, quickly deactivate the secret art. If this continues, the defense system in the room will attack you. Zhou Yi quickly reined in his power, and the security system inside Wang Wei's villa instantly returned to normal. Just then, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a wave of discomfort and instinctively cast a healing skill on himself, which made Zhu Huayang standing nearby get nervous. How is it? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Although the secret art had brought his strength a highly significant leap, he had not yet undergone long-term practical combat, and currently felt as if his entire body was unbearably sore and aching. Wang Wei explained from the side, the bloodline secret art can indeed instantly skyrocket your combat power. But the power of the six-winged angel bloodline is simply too strong for you right now. Its consumption is extremely massive, and it can only be used as a final trump card. As Zhu Huayang watched Wang Wei and Zhou Yi converse, he inwardly marveled. The six-winged angel bloodline, 2 evolving talents, and the S-rank bloodline secret art Angel's Divine Body. For other freshmen, trying to catch up to Zhou Yi's pace is probably nothing but a distant, unattainable pipe dream. Wang Wei then asked, based on the various signs during your bloodline awakening, I suspect the frost bloodline inside your younger sister is absolutely not inferior to yours. If you want that girl to obtain the most perfect bloodline awakening, it is best to refine the extreme frost lotus into an extreme frost pill for her to consume. Suhang University has a specialized research department that can refine pills. You can directly place an order and commission the refinement through the school's system. Alright, Go back and get some good rest first, Wang Wei said, patting Zhou Yi on the shoulder. The moment Zhou Yi left, Zhu Huayong wiped the smile from his face, asking the principal with a grave expression, "Principal, why has Zhou Yi been targeted by the power of the evil god? If anything happens to him, it will be an immeasurable, colossal loss for our Suhang University, and even the entire Zhangxia kingdom. For Zhou Yi to be able to turn this danger into safety this time is entirely due to the blessing of the God of Light. I will have a thorough investigation conducted, and I won't let any possibility slip." After returning to his dormitory, Zhou Yi had been planning how to help his sister refine the Extreme Frost Pill. Aside from the core material, the Extreme Frost Lotus, he also needed an A-rank natural treasure, the Icicle Grass. It won't be long before the Snow Dragon Legion delivers the Extreme Frost Lotus. As for that Icicle Grass, Zhou Yi calculated silently in his mind. A bronze medal rewards 500 credits, a silver medal rewards 1,000 credits, and the highest level gold medal has a reward of a full 2,000 credits. Right now his credits were highly abundant, so he should easily be able to buy the Icicle Grass from the school's department store. Just then, Su Mayer, acting on the instructions of Dean Wu of the College of War, brought over the resources that the college had previously promised to provide to Zhou Yi. For some reason, after not seeing him for just a day, Zhou Yi seemed to have grown much stronger again. This faint, intangible pressure did not stem from an increase in level, but rather from the coercion of some noble bloodline. Su Mayer secretly marveled in her heart. Hearing Su Mayer's words, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. "Teacher Su, haven't I already been accepted under Principal Wang Wei's tutelage? Why is Dean Wu still sending me resources?" Su Mayer explained. "Although Principal Wang is your exclusive mentor, you will still spend most of your time attending classes in our college. Furthermore, these resources belong to the public welfare of the College of War, and every top-ranking freshman is eligible to enjoy them. So that's how it is, but why is it our College of War?" "Teacher Su, aren't you a mage yourself? What is a mage not allowed to teach in the College of War?" Su Mayer teased, then began inventorying the bags of resources for Zhou Yi one by one. A-rank natural treasure, Tianshan dragon root, A-rank natural treasure, icicle grass, A-rank weapon, chaos shortsword, B-rank armor, marquee fine steel white breastplate, B-rank enchanting material, wind chasing secret tendon, B-rank enchanting material, earth dragon blood, C-rank skill book, frost touch, C-rank skill book, ice beast protection, C-rank skill book, blade of light. Although the items provided were a dazzling array, the only thing that could firmly lock Zhou Yi's gaze was that icicle grass. Description: Icicle grass can be used together with the Extreme Frost Lotus to refine the Extreme Frost Pill, which can significantly increase the probability of awakening the Frost Bloodline. This was literally like getting a pillow right when he was falling asleep. Exactly what he needed, as expected of the Fortune Elixir. Once the Extreme Frost Lotus was in his hands, he would just buy a few auxiliary medicinal herbs, and he could directly start refining the Extreme Frost Pill. After Zhou Yi signed for the resources, Su Mayer put her hands on her hips and said testily, "All right, official business is done. Now it's my turn to lecture you. Although your strength is indeed powerful, and there's nothing wrong with you going to the Gale Mountains alone for training, but before you delve deep into its core region, could you please use your brain a bit, and at least ensure you have the capability to protect yourself before acting?" Speaking of this, Teacher Su's face revealed a touch of sorrow. Countless geniuses graduate from Suhang University every year, but very few can truly soar to the sky and become mainstays. You must understand that there are too many unpredictable variables out there, and many spectacular geniuses have met an early demise halfway through. Don't find me nagging. Being careful in everything never hurts. Zhou Yi thought to himself. Of course I can't tell Teacher Su that I have the system protecting me, and the danger of entering the Mad Demon Canyon was also within his controllable range. With his mind spinning, Zhou Yi organized his words and replied respectfully, "I understand Teacher Su's good intentions, and I will keep them engraved in my heart. There's also one more thing I'd like to ask you about. My strength has just made a breakthrough, so could you recommend a relatively safe training area? I want to conduct some practical combat practice. You really are an outright battle maniac." Su Mayer sighed helplessly, then led Zhou Yi to a hall filled with mechanical puppets and combat robots. You can activate these training robots to conduct combat practice, and you can also adjust the difficulty level of the challenge according to your needs. The combat forms of these training robots are divided into levels 1 to 10. The more robots there are, the more their joint combat power will multiply exponentially. In the highest level 10 combat form, these robots can even defeat class holders above level 20. At the same time, the surrounding multi-angle flying surveillance spheres will record your entire battle footage and capture detailed analytical screenshots. They will also monitor your physical data in real time during your challenge, and generate a highly detailed practical combat evaluation report after the fight. Although you can call a halt at any time, I still suggest you start warming up from a lower difficulty. Alright, I still have classes. Just take things step by step, act according to your ability, and don't push yourself too hard. The next steps are very simple. You just need to issue commands to the visual sphere to begin the challenge. After Su Mayer left, Zhou Yi took a deep breath and ordered, "Visual sphere begin. Directly activate level 7 combat form." After the command was issued, the system immediately gave feedback. Practical combat monitoring program initiated. 50 training robots have been deployed. Please note, level 7 combat form has officially begun. As the visual sphere finished its announcement, a sweeping rain of bullets instantly poured down toward Zhou Yi. However, for a competitor like Zhou Yi who possessed terrifying reaction speed and footwork, this level of attack was nothing but child's play. Easily evading the robot's first wave of offensive, Zhou Yi utilized the frost power he had just mastered after fusing the frost bloodline to launch a counterattack, obliterating a giant mechanical guardian in front of him into fragments with a single punch. It seems the effect of this frost power is quite excellent. Zhou Yi felt secretly pleased in his heart, then gave a low shout and cast Frost Storm. With just a single move, the entire robot army was completely frozen and shattered to pieces by the freezing gale. Congratulations to student Zhou Yi for successfully passing the level 7 combat form test. Practical combat evaluation. Defeated 50 level 7 training robots in a total time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds with 0 survivors. Overall evaluation, SSS. Frost power indeed had miraculous effects in crowd controlling and eliminating groups of enemies. Since even clearing the level 7 combat form was this easy, he wondered if the highest difficulty of level 10 could force him to use his full strength. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yi decided to challenge his limits, issuing a command, "Visual Sphere, directly activate level 10 combat form." In view of the severe damage to the current training robots, the backup plan for level 10 combat form has been automatically activated. Upgrading and modification beginning. Level 10 combat form. Transcendent-grade training robots are taking over the battlefield. The various attributes of the Transcendent-grade training robots are equivalent to a level 25 ordinary class holder, and their highest level intelligent authority has been activated. If the battle poses a threat to your safety, please immediately order to terminate the challenge. Hearing this, a slight smirk played on Zhou Yi's lips. This was exactly what he wanted. Now he could finally unleash his full capabilities to his heart's content. As the 3-second countdown ended, the foremost robot immediately channeled frost power to blast violently toward Zhou Yi right from the start, leaving him slightly surprised. But his reactions were extremely fast. Leaping high into the air in an instant to cleverly dodge it, he then executed Ice Light Phantoms, utilizing the reflective properties of light and ice to condense several lifelike ice crystal clones around him, confusing the robot's line of sight. Holding his Holy Light Warhammer, he slammed it down forcefully, intending to directly destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, that robot actually copied his move instantly to counter, sending a shockwave that knocked Zhou Yi back, nearly sending the weapon in his hand flying. How could it perfectly copy his skills? Could the visual sphere be sharing his combat data with these intelligent robots in real time? Attack system synchronization complete, combat efficiency fully enhanced. Tactical weapon optimization completed. System is back online, just as Zhou Yi was secretly surprised. Zhou Yi looked with some surprise at the barrel on one side of the robot, which violently deformed and actually transformed into a Gale mechanical wolf. Could it even copy something like this out of thin air? It seemed his only option was to clash head-on. With this thought, Zhou Yi accelerated instantly, throwing a heavy punch that sent the mechanical wolf flying in the blink of an eye. Activate Angel's Divine Body. I'd like to see if you can copy this move too. The screen transitioned to the other side of the campus. Ever since Zhang Qiran became Dean Songqi's direct disciple, she had been showered with an immense amount of rare resources, and her strength had been progressing at breakneck speed. My last challenge to the level 7 combat form ended in failure. Today is the perfect time to test my limits again. Just as Zhang Qiran scanned her fingerprint to enter the training hall for her challenge, a notification suddenly popped up on her system panel. We are very sorry to inform you that due to extensive damage to the training robots in the current area, please come back tomorrow for your challenge. This was clearly a dedicated training area exclusive to freshmen, where everyone usually only challenged up to level 6 difficulty. Even for someone as strong as Brother Zhou Yi, trying to clear level 10 would definitely be extremely difficult. Just what kind of sacred being was inside? The screen returned once again to Zhou Yi's side. After activating Angel's divine body, he executed holy light chains, summoning a chain condensed from dense holy power that instantly bound the wildly rampaging robot tightly. Immediately after, he channeled holy light true sight, seeing the robot's weaknesses and capabilities with absolute clarity. After locking onto its weakness, which was the core energy source right in the center of its chest, Zhou Yi delivered a straight punch like a raging dragon surging out of the sea, violently blasting through the robot's chest, accompanied by a deafening boom. It not only instantly blew this transcendent-grade robot into a pile of scrap metal, but the violent shockwave even ripped up parts of the entire training field's floor and walls. Congratulations, Level 10 Combat Form Challenge successful. Due to extreme damage to the training grounds, we recommend making a new reservation next week for practical testing. Level 10 Combat Form Challenge successful? Just what kind of monster is hiding inside? Filled with doubt and shock, Zhang Churen took cautious steps and walked through the door. Student Zhou Yi, congratulations on successfully passing the Level 10 Combat Form Assessment. Clear time, 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation, unrivaled. Maximum single physical damage, 27,304. Maximum single magic damage, 56,021. Highest combined single target skill damage, 106,211. If not for that mechanical wolf suddenly lunging and catching him off guard just now, this duel probably could have ended even more easily. It seemed he was in urgent need of contracting a combat pet to fight alongside him. Just as Zhou Yi was lowering his head in thought, a crisp and pleasant call suddenly sounded from behind him. "Brother Zhou Yi," Zhang Churen ran over, looking at him with a face full of excitement and asking, "Brother Zhou Yi, has your bloodline fusion been successfully completed? How is it that after not seeing you for just a day you've become this strong?" "It's nothing, I just got it done this morning. Right now, I already possess the 6-winged angel bloodline." Zhang Churen's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and wonder. "That's amazing, this is an extremely rare divine descendant bloodline. My succubus bloodline can only be considered a slightly higher quality bloodline." Zhou Yi smiled freely, then asked Zhang Churen to take him to the school's magic pet trading market, wanting to select and contract a combat pet to boost his immediate combat capabilities. Zhang Churen naturally agreed with a heart full of joy. An hour later, the two arrived at the magic pet market. Silver Grade Cub, Scarlet Flame Tiger, can grow up to level 20, now only requires 110 credits to exchange. Dragon Horned Rhinoceros, can grow up to level 19, possesses a trace of dragon bloodline. 210 credits, only one available, first come, first served. Zhang Churen pulled Zhou Yi around the market for a loop before asking, "Brother Zhou Yi, do you have any magic pet in mind?" Zhou Yi answered thoughtfully. He had once tamed a gale wolf in the Gale Mountains. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon sun, he had fallen into a coma and missed the best opportunity to form a contract with it. He hoped to find a gale wolf cub with wind attribute talent to form a contract this time. Just as Zhou Yi finished speaking, someone immediately began hawking a gale wolf cub. "I happen to have one right here," a youth wearing glasses approached with a fawning smile. "Hello, fellow students. I am a junior from the College of Logistics. My name is Lu Zhishui, and I am also a level 22 beast breeder. I happen to have a gale wolf cub that I raised myself. Would you like to take a look?" Standing aside, Zhang Churen whispered advice. Beast breeder is a life-class profession. Since this senior is also a student of our Suhang University, the quality of the magic pet he provides should be more reliable compared to the outsiders at other booths in the market. Zhou Yi nodded and said, "All right." At this moment, Lu Zhishui picked up a little beast with heterochromatic eyes and introduced it enthusiastically. This gale wolf was only born about 10 days ago. Its mother was a silver-grade adult gale wolf. I've confirmed with my appraisal skill that its potential is silver grade. If you want it, it's only 60 credits. Zhou Yi was slightly disappointed. "Just silver grade? Do you have any gold grade ones?" "Gold grade? Let alone me, you won't find many in the entire magic pet market. If you really want one, I can notify you immediately once there is news of a gold grade gale wolf cub, but the price will definitely be much higher." "Never mind then, let's look at this one first." Zhou Yi picked up the gale wolf cub. The little guy seemed to like Zhou Yi very much, whimpering and whining affectionately. Zhang Churen leaned in, saying with some worry, "Brother Zhou Yi, something seems off about this cub. It's too small, clearly a bit malnourished." Hearing this, Lu Zhishui felt a bit guilty, and quickly explained, "Gale wolves are naturally smaller than other magical beasts. A cub's size is usually about this much." Zhou Yi held the gale wolf cub high up and replied with a smile, "No problem, I'll buy this one, you know. There are no useless magic pets, only useless contractors. I have high hopes for its future." After the transaction succeeded, Lu Zhishui handed a scroll to Zhou Yi with a beaming smile. "This magic pet contract scroll is yours for free. That'll be 60 credits in total. You can sign the contract with this Gale Wolf Cub right now, and it will be very convenient to store it in your portable contract space in the future. At this moment, Lu Zhishui was inwardly rejoicing. In this litter of Gale Wolf Cubs, this one had the worst physical condition. He was still worrying about how to sell it, but never expected to encounter such a sucker. Fortunately, the other party had already paid the credits in advance. Otherwise, if this malnourished cub suffered a grade demotion during the contracting process, it would have been a real headache. Come on, I believe you will definitely become stronger. With that, Zhou Yi began to form a contract with the Gale Wolf Cub. Thanks to the fact that the effect of the fortune elixir he had consumed earlier to boost his luck for 12 hours was still active, this originally defective cub with congenital deficiencies actually mutated on the spot into a top-tier divine pet that shocked all onlookers. This purple glow, could an epic-grade magic pet have been born? To think someone could scavenge an epic-grade magic pet from a market like this luck is simply absurd. Hey buddy, is this Gale Wolf Cub for sale? I'll offer 1,000 credits, Zhang Churan said excitedly. Brother Zhou Yi, you truly have an incredible eye. It turns out this Gale Wolf Cub was a degenerated epic-grade magic pet. After contracting with you, and being nourished by your magic power, it instantly recovered its original extraordinary potential. Zhou Yi scratched his head and grinned, thinking to himself, epic grade, it seems I still underestimated the power of the fortune elixir. The waves of gasps and exclamations around him made Lu Zhishui, who was standing aside, grit his teeth in jealousy. He had actually sold a rare epic-grade magic pet to a freshman at such a dirt-cheap price. By the way, brother Zhou Yi, you haven't given it a name yet, Zhang Churan reminded him. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and replied, let's call it Xiao Wei. Just as Zhang Churan and Zhou Yi were happily playing with Xiao Wei, Lu Zhishui suddenly had the thick skin to go back on his word. Junior, I am truly sorry. Due to my oversight, I mistakenly sold this epic-grade cub to you as a silver grade. If you want to keep it, you must compensate me with an additional 1,500 credits. Of course, you can also choose to dissolve the contract and return the magic pet to me, and I'll refund you 300 credits. You'd better make a decision quickly. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately began whispering and gossiping. Obviously, Lu Zhishui failed to verify the cub's grade carefully himself. Otherwise, how could he have sold it so easily? Lu Zhishui is backed by the Lu family, and the Lu family has a long-term partnership with our school. These two freshmen are probably in for a mountain of trouble. In any case, that epic-grade magic pet in hand is probably lost. What a bizarre occurrence. It's the first time I've heard of someone trying to take back a sold item by force. Zhou Yi let out a cold snort, and a terrifying pressure violently erupted from his body as he barked with murderous intent, "Stop daydreaming here, scram." With just a single look, Zhou Yi struck absolute terror into Lu Zhishui, even making him question his life choices. He was clearly just a freshman, so why was his sheer aura pressure this terrifying? Watching Zhou Yi approach step by step, Lu Zhishui trembled in fear, stammering incoherently to fawn on him. "Brother, my bad, this is purely a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please just take this Gale Wolf Cub with you. Good thing you're sensible. You'd better not show your face in front of me again or suffer the consequences." With that, Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan turned around. The fluffy texture of the little guy in her palm made Zhang Churan unable to put it down. "Brother Zhou Yi, can I visit your place to pet Xiao Wei in the future?" "Anytime." Just then, the passing crowd finally recognized Zhou Yi. "Wait, that guy looks like Zhou Yi, the #1 ranked freshman." Zhou Yi, the same Zhou Yi who was taken as a personal disciple by Principal Wang Wei. I heard he was even awarded the gold medal of contribution. Lu Zhishui always relies on his Lu family backing to act lawlessly. This time he has truly kicked a steel plate. "Make way, everyone, make way." "Whoa, Lu Wucheng is here? Is he here to back up his brother?" Lu Wucheng squeezed through the crowd and walked straight up to Lu Zhishui. The moment Lu Zhishui saw his older brother, he immediately complained, "Brother, you must get justice for me." Before Lu Zhishui could even finish his sentence, his face took a solid kick from Lu Wucheng. "You useless trash, do you have any idea what a freshman with a gold medal of contribution represents? It's already your sheer luck that he was willing to let you off. Stop embarrassing yourself here, and scram as far away as possible." Clutching his swollen face, Lu Zhishui's mind was filled with absolute bewilderment. Just what kind of terrifying entity did I provoke? The screen cut back to the protagonist. As expected of an epic-grade Gale Wolf Cub, even though it was still so small, it could already instinctively use wind attribute abilities. Just as Zhou Yi was testing Xiao Hui's abilities, members of the Snow Dragon Legion personally delivered the Extreme Frost Lotus directly to his hands, making him beam with joy. He hadn't expected the Snow Dragon Legion's efficiency to be this high. It had been less than 3 days since he left the Gale Mountains. yet the item was already delivered. The Extreme Frost Lotus was finally in his hands. As long as it was refined into the Extreme Frost Pill, the crisis of Xiao Yun's bloodline awakening would be easily resolved. Recalling Principal Wang Wei's instructions, Zhou Yi immediately booked an alchemist. System notification: we have booked senior alchemist teacher He Tian for you. Due to the extremely high raw material and confidentiality requirements for refining S-grade natural treasures, please proceed to the pill department for a detailed in-person consultation. Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Yi immediately set off for the pill department. Unfortunately, teacher He Tian was currently teaching a class. Only his disciple Lin Yi was on duty at the counter. May I ask what kind of pill you wish to refine? If you have any questions, I can answer them first. S-grade pill, the Extreme Frost Pill. As Zhou Yi spoke, he took out the refining materials. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. The S-grade natural treasure, Extreme Frost Lotus, and a grade icicle grass. You clearly look like a freshman. How do you possess so many rare treasures? Zhou Yi smiled modestly. Just good luck. Since you've already prepared the Extreme Frost Lotus and icicle grass, you only need to pay an additional 800 credits as the refining fee for the S-grade pill. Please leave your contact information. Once teacher successfully refines the Extreme Frost Pill, I will notify you immediately to pick it up. After they exchanged contact info, Zhou Yi walked toward his classroom. In the corridor, he overheard two students whispering to each other. Have you heard? Lately, traces of otherworld creatures have been discovered in many places. For real? You don't know yet? Many legions and guilds have been urgently recalled from the front lines recently. A friend of mine in the military revealed that whispers of otherworld activity have been detected across the entire territory of the Jiangxia Kingdom. It seemed the news of the otherworld invasion was gradually spreading. As Zhou Yi was lost in thought, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Turning around, it was Song Xiaolin. Are you attending this class too? Of course, my mentor is Dean Wu Mang. It looks like we will be classmates from now on. Song Xiaolin playfully reached out her hand and said, Student Zhou Yi, please guide me in the future. Please guide me too, Song Xiaolin laughed. With your strength, expecting me to guide you is clearly unrealistic. But if you ever need any help in the future, just let me know. Just then, the teacher responsible for teaching the Magical Beasts class walked in, and this person was none other than Su Meier. Before officially starting the class, Su Meier tapped the lectern and spoke, Class, before we begin, I have a few important announcements to convey to everyone. Just as the rumors say, many otherworld creatures have indeed appeared within the territory of the Jiangxia Kingdom. Although the otherworld creatures that have appeared so far are not particularly strong, the nation is highly attentive to this development. To cope with potential threats, all major legions of the Jiangxia Kingdom have entered Level 3 combat readiness. Meanwhile, the cultivation resources of major universities have also been doubled. Therefore, the monthly resources issued to ranked students at our Suhang University will be increased by 70. At the same time, the credits earned from completing school quests will be much more bountiful than before. Furthermore, access to the Abyss mode of the school's 3 major secret realm dungeons will be fully opened, but you will need to spend credits to purchase Abyss magic stones to unlock them. Upon hearing this, the students immediately erupted into a heated discussion. The government allocated so many resources this time. It seems they want to focus on nurturing powerhouses regardless of the cost. Abyss mode is finally open. Now we can obtain even more resources. Even the credit rewards for quests have been increased. It looks like the school has some big plans this time, guys. Everyone, please calm your excitement first. Standing on the podium, Su Meier flicked her finger, releasing a gentle wave of energy that instantly quieted the noisy classroom down. Regardless of how resources are adjusted as students, your sole task is to focus on improving your own strength. It seems I am not the only one making progress. Teacher Su's strength has also grown significantly compared to when I first met her. Zhou Yi thought to himself, all right class, let us begin today's lesson. Open your books to page. Several hours later, the bell rang. Now that he had reached level 19 and the Extreme Frost Lotus was in his hands, there was no need to take risks in the dangerous Gale Mountains again. The Abyss-grade Goblin Dungeon happened to be the perfect place to obtain experience to level up. As Zhou Yi was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Zhang Churan standing not far away, smiling. Churan, why are you here? I heard that the clear rewards for the school's 3 major secret realm dungeons have also been increased, so I wanted to invite you to try them together. What a coincidence, I happen to have the same plan. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Zhang Churan asked, Brother Zhou Yi, what difficulty are you planning to challenge? Abyss grade. What about you? Zhang Churan waved her hands repeatedly. Abyss grade is way too difficult. The strength gap between us is still huge. At most I can probably only challenge hard difficulty. Zhou Yi held her hand comfortingly. It's fine, once I clear the Abyss difficulty, I'll team up with you to challenge it again. It's a promise then, I'll try hard difficulty first. Good luck, Zhang Churan responded somewhat shyly, then turned around and walked toward the teleportation array. Right at that moment, the arrival of a certain individual caused a stir in the lobby. It's Kai Mingxuan, what is he doing here? It's been a long time since I've seen a high-level expert of this tier come to challenge a dungeon. You don't know, refreshing the clear record of an Abyss-grade dungeon indeed rewards an additional talent achievement reward. If you miss such an opportunity, you might never get it again in your lifetime. No wonder even Kai Mingxuan rushed over upon hearing the news. Kai Mingxuan, a level 23 mage, ranked 86th on the Earth leaderboard. With an arrogant look he thought to himself, how boring. I need to hurry up and challenge the Abyss dungeon. Zhou Yi swept a glance over Kai Mingxuan's information with his appraisal skill, thinking. Subsequently he also directly selected the Abyss-grade Goblin dungeon and stepped inside. This action once again stirred up a massive uproar throughout the lobby. Isn't that the #1 freshman Zhou Yi? Haha, a level 19 Holy Paladin actually dares to challenge Abyss difficulty. He really doesn't know his limits. Those 400 credits of his are probably going down the drain. Kai Mingxuan, who was standing not far away, heard this and sneered disdainfully in his heart. It seems the school's increase in resource allocation has made some people's confidence swell a bit too much. The system prompt rang out, you have selected to challenge the Abyss grade difficulty. The system has automatically deducted 400 credits to exchange for an Abyss magic stone. Teleportation complete. Arrived at the Goblin dungeon. Special reminder, as the dungeon difficulty increases, the monsters in the Abyss grade dungeon will become extremely violent. If you encounter danger in battle, please immediately crush the Abyss magic stone to forcefully exit the dungeon. Why is this place so desolate? Could it have been ransacked and destroyed by the goblins? Just as Zhou Yi was secretly pondering, a goblin suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. However, Zhou Yi merely waved his hand casually, completely resolving the threat. Just a few seconds later, an overwhelming army of goblins surrounded Zhou Yi like a tidal wave, roaring as they lunged forward in unison. Monster, Goblin Warrior, level 22. Potential, Silver. Skills, Assault Slash. The number of goblins encountered this time is quite high, but the stronger the enemies, the more interesting the challenge. Just as his voice fell, Zhou Yi swung his warhammer in a sweeping strike, the fierce wind instantly sending a large swarm of the foremost goblins flying immediately after. Another large wave of goblins roared and rushed to fill the gap, forcing Zhou Yi to replan his tactics. It seemed the difficulty of the Abyss grade lay in the continuous and endless waves of goblins launching suicidal, frenzied attacks which would heavily deplete the challenger's mana. He had to find a way to conserve mana so that he would have enough left to deal with the final boss. With this in mind, Zhou Yi decided to unleash Glorious Phantom Slash. Swinging his weapon rapidly at astonishing speed, he instantly unleashed dozens of dazzling, sharp slashes, completely wiping out all the goblins closing in on him. Congratulations on eliminating the Goblin Clan. Obtained 11,236 experience points. Current level, 19 experience progress, 22,743 54,000. Indeed, the higher the level, the more terrifying the experience points required to level up. Even if he wiped out all the goblins here, it would only barely allow him to reach level 20. Hopefully, after killing the final boss, the rewarded experience points would help him smoothly break through. Zhou Yi did not linger, continuing to advance into the depths of the dungeon. Soon he arrived at the territory of the final boss. Monster, Goblin King, level 24. Potential, Epic. Skills, Unknown. Note, the Goblin King once led the Goblin Clan to conquer multiple human cities. Ignorant Human Jr., welcome to the burial ground this king has prepared for you. How dare you slaughter my subjects, human, hand over your life. With that, the Goblin King swung his massive battle axe down heavily, his violent onslaught forcing Zhou Yi to leap high into the air to dodge. This Goblin King's strength was indeed impressive. Despite its massive build, its movements were not affected in the slightest. Hovering in midair, Zhou Yi rapidly brainstormed a strategy in his mind, beginning to accumulate power to deliver a head-on blow. However, under the effect of his unyielding status, he was not only immune to all physical attacks, but could also activate his shield to reflect a portion of the boss's damage. Thus that strike from the boss was like a mosquito biting a steel plate, completely useless. Knowing that physical attacks alone would struggle to be effective, Zhou Yi decisively switched to magic attacks. He condensed several magic chains, successfully binding the boss tightly to make it unable to move, and then struck with a palm, harvesting the boss's life in the blink of an eye. A system prompt rang out, "Congratulations on completing the Abyss grade dungeon. clear time 10 minutes and 56 seconds. According to past records, you have set a brand new clear speed record for this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss. You have received 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. The Goblin King was, after all, an Abyss-grade dungeon boss, but he hadn't expected it to be taken down in just one move. He had previously deliberately reserved a large amount of mana, even preparing to cast other powerful skills to deal with it. Right then, another system prompt popped up. Detected that you have refreshed the clear record, successfully unlocked a new talent, Rapid Casting A rank. Effect: drastically increases the casting speed of magic skills. Low-tier spells can even achieve an instant cast effect. Sure enough, refreshing the clear record of an Abyss-grade dungeon granted a brand new talent reward. With the A-rank Rapid Casting talent aiding him, his strength had undoubtedly taken another step up. It was time to head back. The only fly in the ointment was that he was still a tiny bit away from level 20. But since he had plenty of credits on hand now, he could bring Charan back to challenge the Abyss-grade dungeon again in the future. Meanwhile, outside in the dungeon lobby, many students who had chosen to challenge the Abyss difficulty had been forced to give up, unable to withstand the terrifying difficulty within the dungeon. At this moment, they and the students who had chosen other difficulties were gathered in front of the leaderboard, discussing the data in hushed, busy tones. Not a single person has cleared it so far. This Abyss-grade dungeon is just way too difficult. As soon as I entered, I was tightly surrounded by hundreds of silver-grade goblins. If I hadn't slipped away quickly, I probably would have lost my life in there. It lives up to the Abyss difficulty. The monster's strength is simply despair-inducing. It seems we can only pin our hopes on Senior Kai Mingxuan, an expert from the Earth leaderboard. Standing in the crowd, Zhang Charan couldn't help but think to herself that it was a good thing she had only chosen the hard difficulty earlier to clear it smoothly. Now, she only hoped that brother Zhou Yi could also clear it smoothly. And who knows how many people will actually manage to clear it. Yeah, I heard that level 19 holy paladin named Zhou Yi, who sits at the very top of the freshman rankings, also went to challenge it. I wonder if he can set some kind of new record. As the two recollection-lost youths conversed, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in shock. Look, the dungeon record has been refreshed again. The youth who had just spoken looked utterly incredulous, pointing at the leaderboard with a trembling voice. You don't think, could it be that top-ranked Zhou Yi again? First place. Zhou Yi. Abyss difficulty. Clear progress 100. Clear time 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been officially confirmed by the system as the fastest clear record for the current Abyss-grade goblin dungeon. The crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Someone has finally cleared the Abyss-grade difficulty. Zhou Yi? How come I've never heard of this name? Is it some junior or senior named Zhou Yi? No, he's the #1 ranked student of this freshman class, but even if he's strong, there's no way he could have defeated that level 24 epic grade Goblin King, right? I also participated in the recent freshman grand tournament. Only a few days have passed since then. How could Zhou Yi's strength have improved this quickly? Everyone, don't rush, just wait a bit. Brother Zan entered the dungeon later than Zhou Yi, which is why he's a bit slower, a youth said at this moment, laughing with complete confidence. He silently added in his heart, once Brother Zan comes out with a brand new clear record, Zhou Yi's name on the leaderboard will definitely be trampled down. However, just as the words left his mouth, Kai Mingxuan stumbled out of the dungeon teleportation gate looking extremely disheveled. The youth's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly ran forward in a panic to support him. Damn it, this Abyss-grade dungeon is just too ridiculous. I threw in several pieces of gold-grade equipment, and yet I still failed. Kai Mingxuan spat on the ground, cursing loudly. But he quickly realized that the surrounding crowd didn't swarm over to fuss over him like they usually did. Instead, they remained gathered in front of the leaderboard, discussing heatedly. He was somewhat puzzled, but had no time to overthink, pulling out a potion to treat his injuries. It wasn't until his underling reported to him that Zhou Yi had not only cleared the Abyss-grade dungeon, but had done so with a logic-defying clear time, that he spat out a mouthful of his potion in sheer shock. Look, Zhou Yi is out. Impossible. He is clearly just a level 19 freshman, so on what basis could he clear an Abyss-grade dungeon? How could I, of all people, be inferior to him? No, I must get to the bottom of this. Emerging only now, who knows what underhanded means he used to cheat. Flustered and furious, Kai Mingxuan slammed the potion bottle heavily onto the ground. Forcing a hypocritical smile onto his face, he stepped forward, preparing to strike up a conversation. But before he could even utter a full sentence, he was ignored entirely like air by Zhou Yi. Forced to watch as Zhou Yi walked straight past him toward Zhang Charan in the distance. Congratulations on smoothly clearing the dungeon. Earlier, even after giving it my all, I only barely passed the hard difficulty. It feels like the gap between us is only growing wider. Zhou Yi stepped forward, affectionately ruffling Zhang Churan's hair as he comforted her. "Don't worry, that Goblin King is actually very easy to deal with. I'll teach you all the clear tips later. Anyway, I have plenty of credits right now, so I can carry you through a few more challenges. Once you master the key mechanics, you'll also be able to easily clear the Abyss difficulty." While the two were flirting as if no one else was around, the surrounding students were still singing Zhou Yi's praises. Meanwhile, Kai Mingxuan could only shrink into a corner, completely despondent. Under Zhou Yi's dazzling halo, this former star senior had now completely become yesterday's news. Zhou Yi fulfilled his promise, bringing Zhang Churan along to challenge the Abyss-grade dungeon together. Throughout the battle, he continuously stacked various buffs on Zhang Churan while pointing out the goblin's weaknesses, allowing her to eliminate them with ease. Everything went incredibly smoothly, until the two encountered the final boss. An Abyss-grade boss was by no means a pushover. Zhang Churan asked nervously, "Brother Zhou Yi, how did you manage to clear it so smoothly before?" Zhou Yi replied, "It does look formidable, but its magic defense is actually very low. It's very easy to defeat it using powerful magic skills." Hearing this, Zhang Churan proactively volunteered to deal with the boss. Since the boss had low magic resistance, she decided to first test the waters using the demonic energy from her succubus bloodline in tandem with her skill, Demonic Blade. She unleashed a massive slash wave. The demonic power contained within the slash would explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. However, she never expected that this strike, far from eliminating the boss, instead infused the boss with additional magic power, making it even stronger. Infuriated, the boss stomped the ground heavily to execute War Stomp, causing the earth to shake violently as it released several shockwaves to knock back and stun surrounding enemies. Zhou Yi instantly burst with power to block this wave of offensive, while shouting anxiously, "Churan, are you okay?" "I'm fine, brother Zhou Yi. It's all my fault. It's because I failed to perfectly control the magic power in my body, allowing the boss to absorb the energy and become stronger. Don't blame yourself. I'll try some other methods first to see if they work." With that, Zhou Yi immediately cast Light's Retribution at the boss, but it was unexpectedly blocked head-on by a shield condensed by the boss. The skill's damage was noticeably weaker than before. It seemed the boss's magic resistance had indeed increased significantly. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he analyzed. "This is indeed a bit tricky. I'll try one more time. If we really can't defeat it, make absolutely sure to immediately crush the Abyss Magic Stone to exit the dungeon. Don't forget, this is just a dungeon challenge. Don't let yourself get hurt." With that, Zhou Yi immediately cast magic chains in an attempt to bind the boss. However, the boss easily broke the sturdy magic chains in the blink of an eye without breaking a sweat. Witnessing this, Zhang Churan felt an even deeper wave of self-blame wash over her. It was all because of her that things had ended up this bad. What should she do now? The negative emotions of extreme anxiety and self-blame caused the dormant succubus consciousness within Zhang Churan's body to awaken once more. "That's right, it's all because you're too weak. If you could completely control the abyssal demonic energy within your succubus bloodline, you wouldn't have to watch helplessly as brother Zhou Yi falls into danger. Only by becoming stronger can you truly help brother Zhou Yi. It is time. Release the true power of the demon race within you. Become stronger," Zhang Churan muttered to herself as if hypnotized, her beautiful eyes gradually being dyed a bizarre and lethal scarlet blood red. Up ahead, seeing his attacks repeatedly fail, Zhou Yi was just about to activate Angel's divine body to protect Zhang Churan. Right at that moment, a terrifying wave of dark energy suddenly surged out from behind him, instantly severing the giant arm holding the boss's weapon. "Churan?" Zhou Yi turned his head in astonishment, looking at the girl behind him. "Brother Zhou Yi, let me eliminate this monster." Now transformed into an incomparably beautiful succubus form, Zhang Churan wore a seductive, enchanting smile. "How is this possible? Why can't I absorb this energy? On the contrary, my magic power is being devoured in reverse." The boss shrieked in panic. "Don't be in such a rush. This is merely an appetizer." With that, Zhang Churan gently raised her slender hand, instead proactively injecting an even stronger wave of magic power into the boss's body. "I want quick, give me more magic power. Looking at your pathetic state right now, you really are disgusting." Zhang Churan looked down coldly at the boss, her eyes filled with nothing but disdain. Immediately after, she unleashed a single move, completely one-shotting the boss. A system prompt rang out. "Congratulations to student Zhang Churan for successfully defeating the Goblin King. You have received 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. I finally disposed of this annoying monster." Zhang Churan slowly reined in her dark power, seductively leaning in close as she flirtatiously put her hands all over Zhou Yi, unleashing her full charm. This bold move left Zhou Yi immensely shocked. It took him quite a while to sense that something was off. His gaze turned cold as he asked in a deep voice, "Oh, are you really Churan?" Swept by Zhou Yi's cold gaze, Zhang Churan in her succubus form stiffened. The magic power around her quietly receded, and she returned to her usual pure and gentle appearance. Her face flushed bright red, and she defended herself in a sheepish, low voice. "Brother Zhou Yi, earlier I didn't do it on purpose. It was all because the succubus bloodline inside me was acting up, making me lose control." Zhou Yi reached out, gently lifting her chin to examine her for a moment before finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank God, I thought you had been possessed by a demon just now. How could that be, right, Churan? Why don't we team up to challenge the dungeon a few more times? I believe as long as you gradually adapt to the magic power in your body, you'll definitely be able to solo clear the Abyss Grade dungeon in the future. Besides, we are old friends with the Goblin King. It should be understanding of us, right? After all, for students, isn't a boss just meant to be beaten? However, if a student wants to obtain more dungeon clear rewards, there are still a lot of things to consider." As Zhou Yi spoke, a devious, scheming smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. If the deceased spirit of the Goblin King were to see this terrifying expression, it would probably break out in a cold sweat on the spot. Meanwhile, outside in the dungeon lobby, before the crowd could even recover from the shock of Zhou Yi clearing the dungeon, they saw that a brand new record had unexpectedly been refreshed on the leaderboard once again. And the clear time was actually nearly a full minute faster than before, and the clearer was none other than Zhou Yi, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. "No way, how is it Zhou Yi again? Is he even going to let anyone else clear the dungeon in peace? To think he could slice his clear time down by such a massive margin in such a short period, this is just way too terrifying." Before the crowd's complaints could even settle, the leaderboard flashed with brilliant light once again, directly shattering the mythical record Zhou Yi had just established. First place, Zhang Churan. Abyss difficulty. Clear progress 100. Clear time 9 minutes and 23 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the highest record for the current Abyss Grade Goblin dungeon. The spectating crowd was instantly petrified. Wait a minute, didn't Zhang Churan only challenge the hard difficulty earlier? How is she suddenly able to solo speed clear the Abyss Grade dungeon now? Well, she is the second-ranked freshman after all. With Zhou Yi personally guiding her from the side, performing beyond her usual limits is only natural. At this moment, Kai Mingxuan's underling clutched his head, sighing with a bitter smile to Kai Mingxuan, "Brother Zan, now I can finally empathize with how you felt just now. After witnessing the gap between yourself and a true monster, that profound sense of powerlessness is indeed incredibly frustrating." Afterward, Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan each solo cleared the Abyss dungeon one more time, and then teamed up to challenge it once more, before finally returning to the dungeon lobby thoroughly satisfied. "Brother Zhou Yi, I heard that the College of Elements has specially prepared a gorgeous fireworks show for the freshmen tonight. Let's go watch it together." Zhou Yi replied with a smile, "Sure, let's take this opportunity to unwind." Thus the two headed over to the College of Elements together. Looking at the gorgeous and novel sights along the way, Zhou Yi marveled, as expected of the College of Elements, even the street lamps along the road are controlled by magic. Zhang Churan linked her arm through his, smiling sweetly as she said, "Yeah, I didn't expect us to lose track of time grinding dungeons until late into the night, but this challenge to the Abyss Grade dungeon was incredibly fruitful, and it's all thanks to you, Brother Zhou Yi." "Silly girl, the main credit goes to you, I only helped out a little," Zhou Yi teased with a smile. His gaze suddenly landed on a towering massive statue, and he couldn't help but stop and ask, "Churan, who is this statue of?" "Ah, this is Archmage Wei Yang, revered by the world as the guardian mage god. Back then, he successfully held off several frenzied onslaughts from the Otherworld legions entirely on his own. Because of that, his heroic deeds are widely known throughout the world. Regrettably, during that final fate-deciding battle, he fell victim to a cowardly sneak attack by a Lord-grade demon, ultimately sacrificing his life heroically. Since his soul was completely obliterated during that battle, even the resurrection spell was powerless to save him. He truly was a great, admirable hero," Zhou Yi said with some emotion. "Speaking of which, my understanding of that history is still very lacking. Churan, could you briefly tell me about the Dark Age back then?" "Of course," Zhang Churan explained gently. "Actually, to understand that period of history, we must start with the Golden Age 80 years ago. Beginning in the year 254, many exceptionally gifted young geniuses emerged across the continent, successfully changing classes one after another. Thus that year was dubbed the Golden Age by subsequent generations. Legendary heroes like Gale Sword Saint Kang Pingai and Blazing Blade Saint Li Xiaoyang, who are household names, still silently hold the line at the forefront of the battle lines even to this day. However, just when humanity was full of confidence and preparing to launch a comprehensive counteroffensive, the Dark Age descended without warning. Otherworld creatures launched the most frenzied and brutal full-scale invasion in history. Faced with the destructive threat of these otherworld creatures, countless top powerhouses of the Golden Age sacrificed their precious lives for the future of humanity. After 30 years of arduous, bloody warfare and sacrificing hundreds of millions of outstanding class holders, we finally secured this hard-won peace. Yet now, those otherworld invaders who were once beaten back are rolling back in once again. I hope this is just my imagination. Looking at the slightly despondent girl, Zhou Yi gently ruffled her hair, comforting her. Don't overthink it. The otherworld monsters that appeared in large numbers this time were merely forcefully teleported through spatial rifts. Their actual strength is very mediocre. Besides, humanity today is no longer what it used to be, even if darkness descends again. The ones who should feel afraid and unfortunate are those brainless otherworld creatures. Zhou Yi's words made Zhang Churan burst into a laugh. Peeved, you're right. We humans have rested and rebuilt for so many years. We've long been prepared to face the otherworld again. As they spoke, several booming sounds shattered the night sky as dazzling fireworks shot into the heavens, painting the night sky in a riot of colors. Zhang Churan excitedly took Zhou Yi's hand and ran forward. Let's hurry. The view from that lookout point up ahead will be even more beautiful. All right? Zhou Yi replied with an affectionate smile. Early the next morning, Zhou Yi caught a train back home to visit his sister. Sister Ching, why isn't my brother back yet? All right, don't worry. Your brother just said on the phone that he'll be home in a moment. No sooner had Sister Ching's voice fallen than Zhou Yi pushed open the door and walked in. Brother, welcome home, Xiao Yun cheered excitedly. Throwing herself into Zhou Yi's embrace like a little bird returning to its nest, Zhou Yi held his sister securely, a bright smile spreading across his face. I was worrying about your health the whole way here, but seeing you in such high spirits I can completely set my mind at ease. Xiao Yi, you're back. Zhou Yi looked at Sister Ching, nodding with a smile to greet her. Sister Ching, long time no see. Xiao Yi, how long do you plan to stay this time? Probably about 3 or 4 days. I took time off to come back specifically because I want to completely cure Xiao Yun's illness. Ah, why is it for such a short time? Xiao Yun's lips pouted slightly in disappointment upon hearing this. But her eyes quickly lit up again, and she pulled on Zhou Yi's sleeve, acting cute as she asked expectantly. Then brother, did you bring back a present for your favorite little sister? Of course I did. This is a precious reward I specially obtained for you by clearing an abyss-grade dungeon. With that, Zhou Yi retrieved a horn from his backpack and handed it to her. As long as you blow this horn, a gold-grade spectral bear monster will immediately manifest to protect you. Xiao Yun clapped her hands in sheer excitement. As expected of my brother, that sounds incredibly powerful. Zhou Yi stroked his sister's head and smiled. I believe that once you are cured, you can become just as strong as me. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao arrived at Zhou Yi's villa with Kui Liena. Secretary Zhao, Miss Kui, you're here. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Miss Kui yesterday, and she rushed over from the neighboring city overnight. Kui Liena smiled faintly and said, Secretary Zhao, you must understand that an invitation from the current Zhou Yi is not something I can afford to overlook. Zhou Yi replied modestly, Miss Kui, you flatter me. I should be the one thanking you for traveling so far to help me. Oh, I almost forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you obtain the Extreme Frost Lotus, but you even had it refined into the more potent Extreme Frost Pill. The Extreme Frost Pill? Secretary Zhao could not hide his shock. An S-rank pill was a priceless, peerless treasure on the market. Zhou Yi scratched his head and said with a smile, This is all thanks to the help of a third advancement alchemist recommended by my teacher. Let's make the best use of our time and proceed with the final treatment ritual for my sister. Yes, official business takes priority. A moment later, Xiao Yun clutched the corner of Zhou Yi's shirt, asking nervously, Brother, is it really going to be okay? Xiao Yun, there's no need to be too nervous. Rest assured, once you take this pill later, you'll be able to successfully awaken your frost bloodline. The frost energy will never torment you again. With that, Zhou Yi handed the extreme frost pill to Xiao Yun. Taking the pill, Xiao Yun stood inside the magic array with a sense of peace, her face filled with resolve. Brother, I'm ready. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately cast Blessing of Dawn, Grace of Protection, and Grace of Courage, stacking full buffs on Xiao Yun to ensure Kui Liena could perform the treatment under the most optimal conditions. Even though I am a second advancement priest, when it comes to the purity of the holy light, I still seem inferior to Zhou Yi, Kui Liena thought. Lost in contemplation until Zhou Yi's voice interrupted her. We'll have to trouble Miss Kui to activate the magic array next. A piece of cake. With that, Kui Liena unleashed her power to activate the magic array, while instructing Xiao Yun to swallow the extreme frost pill immediately. In an instant, an incredibly massive wave of freezing frost energy erupted. forcing everyone to instinctively take a step back. Xiao Yun's frost energy is erupting. Is she going to be okay? Sister Qing asked anxiously. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Zhou Yi used Sacred Flame Halo to disperse and counteract the erupting frost energy, while confidently stating, with the effects of the extreme frost pill, I believe this will be Xiao Yun's last frost eruption. Kui Liana closely observed Xiao Yun's state, then said with joy, the hardest hurdle has finally been cleared. Now we just need to wait patiently for Xiao Yun to complete her bloodline awakening. After a while, Xiao Yun's treatment process finally came to a successful conclusion. Sister Qing hurriedly stepped forward asking with concern, Xiao Yun, how do you feel now? It seems your illness is completely cured. Xiao Yun replied vivaciously, Sister Qing, I feel great. Zhou Yi reminded her from the side. Xiao Yun, quickly check your personal panel to see if there are any changes. Xiao Yun tried to channel the power within her body and replied, my frost bloodline seems to have granted me a bloodline talent to control ice elements. Now the ice elements are perfectly in sync with my mind and I can control them as I please. So awakening a bloodline really grants a new talent? An ordinary awakening makes it very difficult to obtain a bloodline talent, of course, but you are my Zhou Yi's sister, and you've awakened the extremely rare frost bloodline. Zhou Yi answered proudly, yet he secretly thought to himself, both of us siblings have benefited immensely from the frost bloodline. Could our ancestors really have been extremely powerful ice attribute class holders? Even if they were, given our family's previous circumstances, the lineage must have long since declined. Miss Kui, although Xiao Yun's frost bloodline has successfully awakened, just to be safe, could we trouble you to perform another comprehensive examination on her? No problem, Kui Liana agreed readily. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke up. Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou Yun's body has fully recovered, and she has even awakened the frost bloodline. The mayor places great importance on this and has specially prepared a batch of cultivation resources for you siblings which have already been delivered. Zhou Yi shook Secretary Zhao's hand, saying gratefully, thank you very much. I will have to return to school soon, so I'll have to trouble Secretary Zhao to help look after Xiao Yun in the future. You're too polite. It is my honor. Watching Xiao Yun and Sister Qing laughing and playing happily, Zhou Yi suddenly asked, Xiao Yun, have you thought about what class you want to choose in the future? A mage, of course. Zhou Yi nodded upon hearing this. That class suits you well. Once you reach level 10, your brother will get you a mage-type hidden class change scroll. Awesome, I can already feel the dark power awakening within my body. I believe the day we unleash that power is not far off. Dark power? Xiao Yun's mock solemn gaze and Chunibyo speech left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Kui Liana hurriedly ran over to examine her. Did I somehow miss something during the checkup? How could there be dark power at this moment? Zhou Yi suddenly recalled the dark history of his and Xiao Yun's childhood before they had awakened their powers, when they would often play superhero cosplay to save the world. Brother, you must never be seduced by the dark power. We must seal it and protect the peace of the world, a 3-year-old Xiao Yun had once said. Back in reality, seeing that his younger sister was about to start reciting her childhood Chunibyo lines again, Zhou Yi quickly stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Yun and dragged her outside. Your brother will take you out to experience your frost energy. Help Sister Qing, my brother is trying to eliminate his own family. Watching Zhou Yun's goofy antics, Secretary Zhao smiled and said, seeing Miss Zhou Yun so lively, I'm sure she will become a leading figure in the mage world in the future. Actually, she's not usually like this. While Secretary Zhao and Sister Qing helplessly tried to smooth over Xiao Yun's Chunibyo behavior, Kui Liana's expression grew solemn as she thought, dark power? As soon as the awakening ritual ended, Zhou Yi proposed a sparring match with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun proudly stood with her hands on her hips. HMPH, watch me summon the frost spirits to freeze all forces that dare stand in my way. With that, she blasted a ball of ice elements directly at Zhou Yi. However, all of these ice elements were easily blocked by Zhou Yi's divine protection. It looks like your body has fully recovered. Now your brother can arrange a training schedule for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun immediately pretended to be sick to slip away. Ah, brother, I feel like the cold air inside me is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you. However, under Zhou Yi's strict demands, a highly reluctant Xiao Yun was ultimately dragged off to train anyway. Once the high-intensity training concluded, Xiao Yun slumped limply onto the ground, sighing weakly, brother, training is so exhausting. Let's just leave the grand mission of saving the world entirely to you from now on. You silly girl, I really don't know what to do with you. Zhou Yi let out a helpless sigh, then summoned Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei is a magic pet I just contracted with. Let him accompany you in training for the next few days, but make sure you don't end up losing to Xiao Wei or that would be too embarrassing. No problem. With Xiao Wei accompanying me now, I will definitely work twice as hard in training. Xiao Yun said as she happily stroked Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei, hang out with me, and let's sign a dark contract to become a dark alliance. Looking at Xiao Hui's innocent face, which expressed 30% reluctance and 70% helplessness, Zhou Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Wei, your sacrifices will be remembered by your master. A few days later, just as Zhou Yi was holding Xiao Wei and preparing to return to school, he was greatly surprised when Su Meier personally paid a visit. Teacher Su, what brings you here in person? The National College Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin soon. The team event requires a 5-player squad. I came to find you this time primarily to have you finalize the roster for the school representative team. Since you finished first in the Freshman Grand Tournament, the heavy responsibility of serving as captain naturally falls upon your shoulders. Furthermore, the task of assembling the team will also be handled by you as the captain. No problem. Zhou Yi agreed readily. These are the dossiers of the top 10 students from the Freshman Grand Tournament, excluding yourself. You need to select 4 of them to be your teammates. Almost without hesitating, Zhou Yi replied directly, Teacher Su, I plan to select the 4 highest-ranked freshmen to be my teammates. Hearing this, Su Meier couldn't help but chide. That is far too hasty. In team matches, it is very common for battles to drag on into the late game. This places an immense test on a team's sustained combat capability. Therefore, a priest class that can provide continuous healing and stat boosts is a critical factor. Although you are a holy paladin who can cast many buffs, compared to a dedicated priest, your healing capability is still insufficient. Thus, for a 5-player team, you really should choose a priest. Zhou Yi answered confidently. There's no need. As long as we can defeat our opponents with lightning speed, we won't have to worry about healing at all. Teacher Su, in the solo event of the Freshman Exchange Tournament, I have absolute confidence in taking the championship. Furthermore, in the team event, once I activate my angel bloodline, I can even single-handedly rival the opponent's entire team. During the Freshman Grand Tournament, the strength Zhou Yi displayed had already far surpassed the other freshmen. With Zhou Yi around, a priest was indeed unnecessary. They could simply steamroll over the other school's teams. At this thought, Su Meier could only compromise. Since you are so confident, I will submit this roster to Dean Wu. By the way, is the matter of your sister's bloodline awakening resolved? It has been successfully resolved, and I must thank Teacher Su for telling me about the extreme frost lotus back then. That's good, Su Meier replied with a smile. Just then, Zhou Yi suddenly recalled something and asked, Teacher Su, do you know where I can get a hidden class change scroll? A hidden class change scroll? You're preparing it for your sister, aren't you? Zhou Yi answered honestly, yes, ever since learning that otherworld creatures have begun descending through medium-sized rifts, I've felt a sense of urgency. Therefore I want Xiao Yun to have the power to protect herself as soon as possible. You are very thoughtful. Actually, there are hidden class change scrolls on the school's official portal, but redeeming them is no easy task. Leaving these meaningful words, Su Meier turned and departed. Zhou Yi was left utterly baffled by Su Meier's words, but when he opened the school's official portal to check, he immediately understood. The requirements to redeem a hidden class change scroll were extremely strict. A student must be at least level 25, maintain a GPA of A or above, have completed an A-rank school quest, and be ranked in the top 10 of the Earth leaderboard or top 100 of the Heaven leaderboard. So that was it. Redeeming a hidden class change scroll was indeed incredibly difficult. Even the cheapest hidden class change scroll required a whopping 20,000 credits. It seemed he wouldn't be able to get one for Xiao Yun in the short term, but he would work hard to achieve this goal within half a year. Just then, Zhou Yi received a new quest issued by the system. Detected that the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament is about to begin. The achievement quest has been released. The system will distribute corresponding achievement rewards based on the host's overall performance in the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. After reading the quest information, Zhou Yi was overjoyed. The rewards from the previous 2 achievement quests had brought incredibly shocking boosts to his strength. It seemed he had to go all out in this tournament to secure the best results and win the most generous rewards. Meanwhile, in the school's meeting room, the deans were holding a seminar regarding the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Zhou Yi has already submitted the roster for the team event. Let me brief everyone on it. The captain is Holy Paladin Zhou Yi, and the members include Spirit Swordmaster Zhang Churan, Spiritual Taoist Song Zailan, Mage Tang Lingxi, and Warrior Wei Tieshun. Hearing Dean Wu's introduction, Wu Kekin asked in confusion, "Why is there no priest assigned to the team?" Song Qi agreed, "Indeed, isn't such a lineup too risky? Without a priest's support, the team's margin for error will be reduced to an absolute minimum." While the other deans voiced their concerns, Zhu Huayong held a different opinion. "On the contrary, I feel this plan is completely viable. I believe that with Zhou Yi's strength, bringing along an extra priest would actually be redundant." He secretly thought that after Zhou Yi completed his bloodline fusion, perhaps no one present understood Zhou Yi's terrifying strength better than him. Even without teammates, Zhou Yi could probably secure victory in the team event entirely on his own. Counting it up, Zhou Yi could not only provide powerful buffs, but also possessed outstanding defensive capabilities, not to mention his high-damage offensive skills. He single-handedly covered the roles of warrior, tank, and support. Zhang Ling, the dean of the College of Tactics who had remained silent, also spoke up at this moment. I have no objection. With Zhou Yi's capabilities, this lineup is enough to secure an absolute advantage. And he also possesses extremely strong tactical execution. After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Qi decided, in that case, our College of Weapons also approves this plan. I hope Zhou Yi will display unexpected strength in the exchange tournament. Very well, then it is settled, Wu Mang announced. With the team formation resolved, the next issue was training. Dean Wu, we will have to trouble you with the training of these youngsters. Although this batch of freshmen is highly capable, their teamwork still needs to be thoroughly polished. No problem. I will have Su Meier notify them to assemble at the College of War in 3 days. The scene returned to our protagonist. While Zhou Yi was buried in completing his daily quests, he received a text message from his mentor Wang Wei, telling him to come over for one-on-one guidance. This would be his very first lesson after apprenticing under him, and his teacher would likely teach him new skills. However, today he still decided to select the skill points reward first. Please select today's daily reward. Option 1, 15 attribute points. Option 2, 15 skill points. Option 3, random skill book. Option 4, random treasure chest. Zhou Yi decisively chose the skill points, instantly feeling a subtle and mysterious change occur within his body. As long as he persisted in completing the quest daily, he could obtain a steady stream of attribute points and skill points. With the system's empowerment, widening the gap between himself and others was as easy as pie. The next day, Wang Wei brought Zhou Yi to a training ground. Looking at the pack of level 23 forest demonic wolves before him, Zhou Yi asked, "Teacher, do you need me to drive these wolves away? We are deep in the forest, and the Tianyu Guild I founded has a leveling spot nearby, so there's no need to worry." No sooner had he spoken than a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. A colossal dragon materialized out of thin air, its mighty roar instantly scaring the pack of wolves into fleeing in all directions. Seeing Zhou Yi's stunned expression, Wang Wei explained with a smile, "That is a level 62 epic grade demonic dragon, your eldest senior brother's mount. It usually guards this sector and deters magical beasts." With even a mount being this powerful, it was hard to imagine how terrifying this eldest senior brother's own strength must be. Wang Wei laughed with immense pride. "Your eldest senior brother's level is now the same as mine, having reached level 64. Moreover, his practical combat capability is even superior to mine, which is why I can rest easy leaving the Tianyu Guild in his hands." Zhou Yi was filled with admiration upon hearing this. Reaching level 64 at just 30 years old, his eldest senior brother's talent was simply mind-blowing. "Haha, I have seen countless class holders over the years, but you are absolutely the most talented one. Work hard. I believe your future achievements will eventually surpass even your eldest senior brother." "Alright, Zhou Yi, watch closely. Next I will demonstrate a special technique to you." With that, Wang Wei channeled his holy light power into his shield, condensing 2 colossal shields of light. Subsequently, the 2 shields began to close in on each other. The instant they collided, a thunderous boom erupted, and an earth-shattering explosion instantly flattened everything within a 100-meter radius. Watching this, Zhou Yi was completely awestruck by the terrifying destructive power of a 3rd advancement class holder. With the spell completed, Wang Wei handed a skill book to Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, this is the first skill I will teach you. Try to connect your consciousness with this skill book and use your skill points to learn it." "Understood," Zhou Yi replied, closing his eyes to try as Wang Wei instructed. He successfully learned the new skill. Sacred Light Shield A rank, level 1 inch, condenses 2 shield walls ahead within a designated range. The 2 shield walls will slowly close together, generating a violent explosion upon collision that inflicts massive light attribute magic damage on enemies. In addition, allies can pass through the shield walls, but enemies cannot. Note, this skill is a paladin inheritance skill. After reading the skill description, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel intensely curious about this inherited paladin skill. "Teacher, how do you know a paladin skill too?" "The Sacred Light Shield is a unique skill your senior sister created herself back when she was a 3rd advancement paladin. Back then, I inherited this skill from your senior sister, and now I am passing it on to you. You've already learned it, right? Cast it and let me see." Zhou Yi cast the skill as instructed. Although its current power was not yet massive, Wang Wei still praised him with satisfaction. Your Sacred Light Shield is only level 1 right now. Being able to reach this level is already quite impressive. This skill was prepared specifically for your upcoming team matches. You can use the shield walls to split the battlefield, thereby restricting your enemy's movements, since you've mastered the new skill. Next up is the practical combat session. Just as Wang Wei's voice fell, a giant dragon swooped down from the sky, landing steadily behind him. Gorn will mobilize the surrounding herds of magical beasts to launch an attack on you. How much experience you can gain by defeating them depends entirely on your own capability. No problem, teacher. Upon receiving his answer, Wang Wei gestured to Gorn. The dragon immediately let out an ear-splitting roar. Wherever the sound waves reached, the surrounding magical beasts instantly became frenzied, locking onto Zhou Yi as their target one after another. A magical beast lurking in the bushes behind Zhou Yi suddenly pounced out, attempting to crush his head in one bite. However, Zhou Yi detected it in advance, easily one-shotting it with a casual move. Subsequently, Zhou Yi began to combine and use all the skills he had mastered with various stat buffs. From light elements to ice elements, frantically harvesting the monsters attacking him, he engaged in a fierce battle for an entire night, until dawn broke in the east. Watching Zhou Yi look utterly exhausted and panting for breath, Wang Wei smiled and teased, "Why push yourself so hard? Now that even your last drop of stamina and mana has been completely depleted, aren't you afraid there might still be hidden magical beasts?" "Hee, isn't that why I have you here, teacher?" Zhou Yi answered with a grin, drinking a stamina recovery potion while secretly gloating in his heart. "But this feeling of frantically grinding experience is just too awesome. Congratulations on leveling up to level 22. You have received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points." Without any hesitation, Zhou Yi poured all his newly acquired skill points into Sacred Light Shield, raising it directly from level 1 to level 3. "Quite impressive. I originally estimated that you would at most eliminate 100 magical beasts, yet you ended up slaying nearly 400 of them. It is all thanks to your guidance, teacher. Otherwise, relying on myself, it would have been very difficult to level up this much in a month or two," Zhou Yi said gratefully. Wang Wei then urged, "After all, you were daring enough to assemble a team without a priest for the freshman exchange tournament. As my student, you must remain calm at critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher. With me around, this year's championship trophy is as good as ours." Meanwhile, at the Gale Mountains supply base, the broadcast speakers were playing an announcement about the upcoming National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. A total of 218 colleges across the country were participating. Who would ultimately claim the championship? Am I seeing things? Suhang University actually didn't include a priest. This kind of extreme lineup combination is usually only used by those low-tier schools, right? Zhou Rao and Zhou Dan happened to be walking past, and upon hearing the two girls' discussion, they leaned in to look at the roster together. They chimed in, "Zhou Yi is indeed the captain, and Zhang Churan is the vice-captain." Browsing through the various comments online, Zhou Dan couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are actually people in the comments saying our school's lineup combination is unreasonable because we lack a priest. This comment even confidently asserts that a team without a priest is bound to lose. "It really is hilarious," Zhou Rao chimed in. Outsiders could simply never imagine how terrifyingly powerful Zhou Yi's strength actually was. The two girls sized up Zhou Rao and Zhou Dan with critical gazes, demanding somewhat angrily, "Who do you think you are?" Sitting not far away, Su Qinglian saw the two sides starting to bicker and said to Wen Tianchen, "Tianchen, go tell the waiter that their bill today is on me." In her heart, as long as Zhou Yi was on the team, even if the representative squad lacked a priest, it was of no consequence. This year's championship would definitely be theirs. To get back to the story, after concluding his lessons with Wang Wei, Zhou Yi spent all day squaring off against combat robots in the training grounds. Since leveling up to level 22, the intensity of the robots in the training grounds had become too simple for Zhou Yi, and the effectiveness of his training had suffered significantly as a result. Just as Zhou Yi was planning to consult Su Mayer, she happened to call to notify him. Dean Wu would be launching special training today for the students participating in the exchange tournament, and told him to assemble at the Hall of the College of War immediately. Aside from his familiar acquaintances, Zhang Churan and Song Ziyelin, two new faces had also joined the hall. Level 18 warrior Wei Tieshun and level 18 mage Tang Lingxi. Seizing the opportunity while the students were getting to know one another, Wu Meng quietly cast the appraisal skill on Zhou Yi. He hadn't expected that under Principal Wang Wei's guidance, Zhou Yi's leveling speed would be so astonishing. Hearing this, Zhang Churan couldn't help but look at Zhou Yi in surprise. "You leveled up again." "It's all thanks to the help of my teachers. I just had a bit of luck." "All right, time is tight, so I'll keep it brief. To help everyone prepare for the National Freshman Exchange Tournament, I will be serving as your special training instructor. Next, I will conduct specialized training sessions for solo challenges, team cooperation matches, and survival confrontation matches. As for today's training content, it is primarily to test your teamwork and chemistry. First, you need to form a team to challenge the Abyss difficulty Goblin Dungeon. Of course, the credit cost required for the challenge will be fully borne by the school. No wonder the school was constantly urging Tieshun and me to reach level 18 as quickly as possible. It turns out it was to prepare us to challenge the Abyss difficulty dungeon. None of us are weak, and since we are challenging as a team, we should be able to clear even the Abyss difficulty with ease. Besides, at this thought, Tang Lingxi stealthily glanced at Zhou Yi beside her. Since Zhou Yi could clear the Abyss difficulty all on his own, it was even more impossible for them to fail with the four of them added. Sensing Tang Lingxi's gaze, Zhou Yi turned his head and returned a bright smile, which instead startled Tang Lingxi so much that she hurriedly hid behind Wei Tieshun. This left Zhou Yi somewhat baffled. Was his smile really that terrifying? After understanding the basic rules, the 5-player team immediately entered the dungeon. Zhou Yi said with a serious expression, "This is our team's first cooperation. I will take charge of the tactical arrangements. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone responded in unison. Wei Tieshun will be responsible for frontline defense and drawing aggro. Zhang Qiran and Tang Lingxi will handle physical and magic damage respectively. Song Xiaolin will provide fire support and clean up any stragglers from the back, and I will serve as support, responsible for providing you with full-time buffs. Just as Zhou Yi finished arranging the tactics, the goblin army came roaring in. Wei Tieshun took the lead and charged to the very front, slamming a fist heavily into the ground. The powerful shockwave instantly knocking back the monster swarm. The power of this punch left even Wei Tieshun himself astonished. My skill effects actually increased by over 40 compared to before. Is this the captain's support capability? Witnessing Zhou Yi casting his skills with her own eyes, Tang Lingxi also couldn't help but marvel in great amazement. No way, this casting speed is just too fast. The captain actually perfectly layered 3 buff skills in less than a second. Even for a professional mage like me, there is simply no way to match such speed. Soon, Tang Lingxi did not dare to slack off in the slightest, quickly casting destructive magic to halt the goblin's advance. Zhang Qiran seized the opportunity to charge forward, her sword flashing repeatedly as she slaughtered a large swath of monsters. Qiran, Tieshun, watch out for a sneak attack. Before Zhou Yi's voice could even fully fall, a dense shower of arrows swept down over them like a blanket. Thanks to Zhou Yi's timely warning, Wei Tieshun quickly condensed a shield wall, successfully blocking the sneak attack of the goblin archers. Zhang Qiran keenly detected something amiss at this moment. This is different from before. Why did goblin archers suddenly appear in the dungeon? Monster. Goblin archer, level 23, grade, silver, skills, sneak attack, shoot. After reading the monster info, Zhou Yi smiled faintly and said, "It seems because our team size has increased. The goblins have also upgraded their attack methods accordingly." With that, Zhou Yi immediately cast Light's Retribution, wiping out the group of goblin archers in one fell swoop. "I'll deal with these troublesome guys first and leave the rest to you." After all, the main purpose of entering the dungeon this time was to hone their teamwork. If he cleared it all by himself, it would defeat the purpose of the special training. "No problem," Zhang Qiran and Wei Tieshun chorused. Seeing everyone so motivated, Song Xiaolin was also greatly encouraged, beginning to fling spiritual talismans toward the goblin swarm. Meanwhile, sitting in front of the monitors to supervise the battle, Wu Mang also couldn't help but nod repeatedly in approval. Compared to his performance during the Freshman Grand Tournament, Zhou Yi's current casting speed had increased by more than double, with some skills even achieving an instant cast effect. Su Meier deduced, it seems the talent he acquired after clearing the Abyss difficulty dungeon is related to accelerating his casting speed. Calculating carefully, Zhou Yi's rate of progress was truly astonishing. He had only recently enrolled, yet he had already led Zhang Qiran to dominate the top spot of the Abyss difficulty dungeon. Wu Mang grinned at this moment and said, "Therefore I wanted to further test Zhou Yi's limits, so I intentionally raised their difficulty slightly." Inside the dungeon, under the team's seamless coordination, the massive goblin army was beaten so badly they had absolutely no way to fight back. Facing the magical beasts attempting to close in, Zhang Qiran let out a cold snort and cast the skill Shadow Slash, her figure moving like the wind as she executed a series of high-speed slashes to easily deal with them. The others were not idle, either, displaying their respective abilities. Song Xiaolin tore a spiritual talisman, summoning the Heavenly Thunder technique to blast the monsters. Tang Lingxi chanted a wind attribute magic tornado, condensing a raging frost tornado that swept through the magical beast swarm, before shouting, "Tieshun, deliver the final blow." "All right," Wei Tieshun responded. leaping high into the air as she executed sky-rending chain kicks to furiously kick the monster swarm. By the time she landed steadily, all the surrounding magical beasts had collapsed. Under the empowerment of the powerful buff, the feeling of easily steamrolling this group of goblins was simply too satisfying. Enjoying himself immensely, Wei Tieshun wanted more. He turned to Tang Lingxi and asked, "But speaking of which, have we completely cleared out all the goblins here?" Tang Lingxi replied, "Yeah, Xiao Bai told me there is no longer any goblin aura around." Zhou Yi laughed heartily, offering a reminder, "This much is merely a warm-up. The upcoming boss battle is the real deal. Everyone must not let down their guard." Wei Tieshun cracked his wrists, smiling with absolute confidence. "What is there to fear, Brother Yi? Your buff skills have literally doubled my combat power. With your support, clearing this dungeon is practically a walk in the park, right?" Song Zailan also said happily. Tang Lingxi agreed. "Exactly, student Zhou Yi alone could easily sweep this entire dungeon. Our captain's strength truly fills me with absolute admiration." Hearing these compliments, Zhou Yi couldn't help but let out a helpless, bitter laugh in his heart. "Are you guys trying to raise a massive flag for me?" Zhang Churen sat to the side, smiling without a word. A moment later, everyone arrived before a grand door. Wei Tieshun asked, "The final boss should be inside, right?" Zhou Yi replied, "Indeed." However, as they drew closer to the door, Zhou Yi faintly sensed that something was slightly off. "Whatever, let's go in and check it out first." Making up his mind, Zhou Yi reached out and pushed open the door. As everyone stepped inside, a colossal boss instantly filled their vision. It spoke, "You've finally arrived, foolish humans. Monster, Goblin King II, level 25 grade, epic, skills unknown. Note the new leader of the Goblin clan who inherited the throne after the death of the old Goblin King." Tang Lingxi gasped in shock. "A level 25 epic grade boss, hee. Hearing that esteemed guests have graced us with their presence, I have specially prepared some small gifts for you." Just as its voice fell, the boss let out a bizarre laugh, raising its weapon high to condense a colossal fireball in midair, which whistled straight toward Tang Lingxi. "This is just a fireball spell. How can it be this powerful?" Tang Lingxi froze in place with fear, watching helplessly as the fireball whistled toward her. "Lingxi, get out of the way!" Wei Tieshun roared, charging forward to shove Tang Lingxi aside. He then quickly raised his shield to face the fireball head-on, but the defensive effect was practically negligible. Under the fireball's violent energy, the shield cracked heavily in less than a second. "Shoot, I can't block it at all." Before Wei Tieshun's voice could even finish, the shield completely shattered, leaving her exposed to the fireball's lethal strike. Wei Tieshun gnashed his teeth in secret frustration. "Damn it, under the captain's buff, my combat power has clearly doubled, yet I can't even block this guy's normal attack." The boss let out a bizarre laugh, its expression contorting into a hideous grin. "Don't be in such a rush. This is the burial ground I have painstakingly selected for you. All of you, turn to ash." Meanwhile, waving its hands repeatedly, it actually condensed several more colossal fireballs, raining them down over everyone. Just a single fireball had already left them powerless to defend, and now facing such a dense onslaught, a wave of despair couldn't help but well up in their hearts. At this very moment it was the critical time to test the captain's core value. "Everyone get back," Zhou Yi bellowed, stepping directly to the very front. Channeling the pure frost power within his body, he forged an ice wall that was even thicker and larger than Wei Tieshun's shield in front of everyone, tightly blocking the incoming fireballs. "Captain, watch out, this is no ordinary fireball spell." Just as Tang Lingxi's voice fell, the fireballs, blocked by the ice wall, had most of their energy depleted, ultimately shrinking into tiny ping-pong ball-sized fireballs. Zhou Yi let out a soft cry, reaching out a hand to draw the miniature fireballs directly into his palm, squeezing his fist tightly to completely snuff them out. His expression turned slightly grave. "It is indeed a bit troublesome. This boss's strength far exceeds the one I dealt with before." Hearing this, Song Zailan volunteered, "Then let me take the lead this time." With that, Song Shaolin's hands swiftly formed hand seals, sending several spiritual talismans whistling out to tightly encircle the boss in the center. By heaven's decree, guided by spirit, the sacred talisman manifests. "Heed my command, explode." Following the final word, explode, the spiritual talisman surrounding the boss detonated with a resounding boom, sending soaring flames that completely engulfed the boss. However, in the next second the boss actually opened its massive maw, directly swallowing all the raging flames into its belly. The spiritual talismans were also crushed to pieces in its palm, while it remained completely unharmed. Song Zailan gasped in disbelief. How could it have absolutely no effect? Tang Lingxi spoke with a serious expression. "Sister Zailan, let me try my spell." With that, Tang Lingxi's fingers rapidly shifted to cast fire attribute magic flame arrows. Countless flaming arrows shot straight toward the boss. "Let it taste this move of mine as well." Zhang Churen let out a soft cry, casting the skill Demonic Blade. To slash out several sharp black sword chi in quick succession. The attacks of both sides merged into one, exploding squarely and heavily on the boss's body, the violent shockwave sweeping through the entire area. However, once the smoke cleared, the boss was still completely unscathed, with a strange purple energy membrane swirling around its body. Amusing, but this is the end. Just as its voice fell, the boss opened its massive maw, and a purple magic energy orb materialized in front of it, frantically absorbing the surrounding purple energy as it swelled rapidly, before violently blasting toward the group ahead. Tang Lingxi spoke in despair. The level gap is simply too massive. It feels like there is no way we can defeat this boss. At the critical juncture when everyone was prepared to give up resistance, Zhou Yi once again stood tall at the very front. Don't be afraid, you still have me. With that, Zhou Yi spread both hands, condensing a brilliant and dazzling holy light shield in front of him, blocking the boss's attack. As Zhou Yi's voice rang out, the boss's ultimate move was neutralized once again. Wei Tieshun spoke up. Brother Yi, let me try close quarters combat. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, patted Wei Tieshun's shoulder and said, a level 25 epic grade boss is indeed a bit too much for you guys right now. Leave the rest to me. Afterward, Zhou Yi cast the Holy Light True Sight skill on the boss. Holy Light True Sight could see through the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for subsequent attacks. In fact, although this Goblin King was only one level higher than the previous one, its attributes had doubled. If I use my S-Rank Bloodline secret art, my strength can also skyrocket several times over. Such an arrangement specifically targeted at me is highly likely a special test intentionally set by Dean Wu. In that case, I will take this opportunity to show everyone my true strength, Angel's divine body. As soon as his voice fell, Zhou Yi instantly transformed into the Angel of God, controlling the power of holy light with his left hand, while condensing frost energy with his right. Outside the dungeon, Su Mayer asked with some worry, Dean, is the difficulty setting for this boss a bit too high? Is this really necessary? Wu Meng explained. Although their current strength is indeed extraordinary, but other schools are also full of talented individuals. In the exchange tournament, the geniuses of Magic Capital University and Kyoto University will be their true rivals, therefore I need a defeat to make them understand the cruelty of the competition. Su Mayer murmured softly, defeat her. Then she smirked and said, Dean, you are really underestimating Zhou Yi. Wu Meng also smiled in response, I hope he slaps me right in the face. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the boss looked at the transformed Zhou Yi with a look of great interest. Interesting, you actually turned into a glowing little bird. Kid, show me whatever skills you have. This king will satisfy you. Zhou Yi finished speaking and cast Radiant Pulse to blast toward the boss. The boss snorted coldly. Kid, quite a big mouth. Don't forget that you are the challenger. Immediately after, the boss cast Doomsday Meteor Fire to counter head-on. The skills of both sides clashed violently in mid-air, triggering an earth-shattering explosion as the violent energy fluctuations instantly swept outward. Zhang Churan hurriedly plunged her sword into the ground, channeling the magic power in her body to prop up a barrier, protecting everyone behind her. Song Xiaolin exclaimed in absolute shock, is this student Zhou Yi's true strength? Only at this moment did she profoundly realize that she and Zhou Yi were simply not in the same dimension. Song Xiaolin couldn't help but look at Zhang Churan and ask, Churan, has student Zhou Yi ever shown this form before? Zhang Churan smiled slightly and replied, it's my first time seeing it too. It seems brother Zhou Yi is really getting serious this time. After the probing clash, both the boss and Zhou Yi were completely unharmed. The boss sneered, Kid, is this all you've got? No matter what you turn into, you can never defeat me. Unhurriedly, Zhou Yi raised his hand and cast Holy Light Chains. Countless golden chains instantly tore through the air, tightly binding the boss's limbs and body. Just as the boss was shocked by the chains on its body, Zhou Yi immediately followed up by casting Spear of Victory, condensing countless golden light spears that rained down from the sky like a downpour, stabbing fiercely toward the boss. Now it's my turn. Zhou Yi snorted coldly, immediately following up by casting Radiant Flame Storm, whipping up a violent fiery tornado that completely engulfed the boss. This was no longer a single skill. Zhou Yi's seamless combo subjected the boss to devastating and terrifying damage. Bastard! The boss opened its massive mouth, shrieking in agony. Seeing this, the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Don't rush, it's not over yet. With a flash of his figure, Zhou Yi instantly closed the distance to the boss, sending a thunderbolt beam crashing straight into its screaming mouth. Once the devastating energy dispersed, the boss emerged in a disheveled state, spitting black demonic blood as it said weakly, It seems you still didn't use your full strength. I'm really sorry for failing to entertain you fully. Zhou Yi smiled and said, It is indeed a bit of a pity. I originally wanted to try God's hand in my six-winged angel state, but I guess I'll have to save it for next time. But seeing that you only have one last breath left, I'll show some mercy and send you on your way. As soon as his voice fell, Zhou Yi extended 2 fingers to condense sacred energy, flicking his wrist as a streak of light shot straight toward the boss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Wu Mang gasped in shock. What a monster! This is a boss whose strength I painstakingly adjusted. Even level 26 class holders would find it extremely difficult to deal with. Zhou Yi's current strength is simply too terrifying. Afterward, Wu Mang turned to Su Meier and asked, "Teacher Su, do you have Zhou Yi's usual combat data from the training grounds?" Su Meier smirked and replied, "Yes, he actually just did a test at the training grounds before coming today. He easily cleared the level 10 combat form challenge in just 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Wu Mang couldn't help but laugh. "No wonder you and old Zhu have so much faith in him." Su Meier also smiled in response. "Well, this also happens to let Zhou Yi personally prove his strength to you." Returning to the dungeon as the boss was completely annihilated and dissipated by Zhou Yi's final strike, the system notification panel instantly popped up. "Congratulations on clearing the Abyss Grade dungeon. Clear time, 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Below is the distribution of clear rewards." In an instant, the golden light of leveling up shone on Tang Lingxi. She muttered to herself in utter shock. I actually obtained 8,000 experience points," Wei Tianxun also said with a shocked face. "I also got 8,000 experience points. Clearing the Abyss Grade dungeon just once actually yielded rewards more bountiful than grinding in the wild for a whole week." At this moment, Zhou Yi had already deactivated his transformation state and returned to his original appearance. Beside him, the system prompt appeared. "Congratulations on obtaining 11,236 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points." Zhou Yi thought to himself that if things continued at this pace, it wouldn't be long before he could level up again. Just then, Zhang Churan ran over quickly, asking with concern, "Brother Zhou Yi, how are you? Are you hurt?" Zhou Yi patted the dust off his body, stood up and smiled. "I'm fine, just a bit depleted. Let's first go check what good stuff this boss dropped." "All right." Thus, everyone walked over to the spot where the boss had collapsed and dissipated, finding a golden treasure chest resting quietly on the ground. When the chest was slowly opened, the loot inside was instantly presented before everyone. Gold grade equipment. Flame staff level requirement 24. Gold grade equipment. Fire spirit shield level requirement 24. Gold grade equipment. Flame demon ring level requirement 24. Wei Tianxun couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, "Oh my god, these rewards are way too bountiful. They're actually all gold grade equipment. Brother Yi, your luck is just too insane." Zhou Yi laughed. "It seems my luck was indeed quite good this time. Do any of you need these 3 pieces of equipment?" The remaining 4 voiced their thoughts. First was Wei Tianxun. "The level requirement for these is too high. I can't equip them at all right now." Tang Lingxi said, "The fire attribute boost doesn't really suit me, so I can't use them either." Zhang Churan said softly, "These pieces of equipment don't fit mine or Sister Shaolin's classes very well." Song Xiaolin suggested, "Student Zhou Yi, you made the biggest contribution this time, so you should keep them for now." Zhou Yi didn't decline either. He put away the loot and said with a smile, "All right, I'll keep them for now. Once we return to school, I'll exchange them for credits at the auction house, and then we'll split them evenly among everyone." Wei Tianxun quickly waved his hands. "No, Brother Yi, no matter what, you should take at least 70% this time. Without you, we couldn't have cleared it this easily." Song Xiaolin echoed sheepishly, "Yeah, defeating the boss was entirely thanks to you. I barely helped at all." Zhou Yi insisted, "An even split is fine. This way no one will have to worry about credits for a long time." Zhang Churan also smiled and advised from the side, "Just accept it, everyone. Anyway, the thing Brother Zhou Yi lacks least is credits." Since things had been put this way, they couldn't refuse anymore, and happily accepted. "All right." After distributing the loot, Zhou Yi reminded them with a smile, "Don't forget, our goal is not only to win the championship of the exchange tournament, but also to defend our school's honor." Wei Tianxun promised with high spirits, "Brother Yi, I absolutely won't disappoint you. I will definitely put in double the effort in the upcoming special training." Song Xiaolin also expressed her stance. "Student Zhou Yi, I will also definitely do my best." Tang Lingxi also nodded heavily from the side. "Captain, me too." Zhou Yi smiled with satisfaction. "Great, everyone's resolve and fighting spirit are the keys to victory. I believe that in the exchange tournament our team will definitely win glory." The moment everyone stepped out of the dungeon, Wu Mang's gratified applause echoed in their ears. "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Abyss difficulty secret realm dungeon I specially customized for you." Ding Wu, Teacher Su, Wu Mang couldn't help but praise repeatedly. "Your performance was extremely outstanding, completely exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially Zhou Yi, you gave me a massive surprise." Zhou Yi smiled sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Teacher, I only did what I was supposed to do." Wu Mang looked at Zhou Yi and asked, "What are your thoughts on taking first place in this exchange tournament?" Zhou Yi clenched his fist, answering in a firm tone. First place is naturally something we're determined to win. Good, to aim for the championship you must have this kind of confidence, Su Meier suggested from the side. Since Zhou Yi is so versatile in both damage dealing and support, we can just formulate two completely different tactical plans. In the early stages of the competition, we can have Zhou Yi play a support role first, temporarily hiding his true strength. When the critical moment comes, he can unleash his full power to catch the opponents off guard. This way, our grasp on the Exchange Tournament Championship will be even more secure, Wu Meng agreed with a face full of smiles. Great idea. At that time we can open those old guys' eyes and let them see how formidable Zhou Yi is. Even among geniuses we must show who is superior, Su Meier continued. However, their team still lacks some coordination and chemistry right now, so they still need to practice more in this regard. Indeed, tomorrow we can launch special training targeted at their weak spots. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone go back and get a good rest first. Of course, to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit for the special training, we have also prepared some interesting punishment methods. Zhou Yi was startled, asking with some unease, "Teacher, could you give us a little spoiler? It wouldn't be fun if we told you. We still have some things to do, so we'll leave first." With that, Su Meier and Wu Meng smiled, turned, and departed. "Teacher Su," Zhou Yi wanted to call them back, but Su Meier clearly pretended not to hear, disappearing from everyone's sight in just a few steps. "Never mind." Zhou Yi turned to his teammates helplessly and said, "Since that's the case, let's work twice as hard in our training together. And be ready to face the challenge of the exchange tournament at any time," everyone responded in unison. All right, time flew by. On an otherwise ordinary day, in front of the Secret Realm dungeon portal, Passerby A sighed and complained, "The nightmare difficulty Goblin Dungeon is just too hard." Passerby B agreed, "Yeah, I tried twice and couldn't clear it. Since even nightmare difficulty is this hard to handle, I can't imagine how terrifying the insane abyss difficulty must be." Just as Passerby A finished speaking, a voice came from nearby. "Lingxi, do you think we have hope of clearing the abyss-grade dungeon in under 10 minutes this time?" "Yes." The two passers-by were startled, looking toward the sound together, only to see a 5-player team walking over, chatting and laughing. The speaker was a black-haired girl in the team, and this team was none other than Zhou Yi and his group. They were also here to challenge the dungeon today. Facing Wei Tieshun's question, Tang Lingxi replied with a smile, "We've been doing special training together for so long, plus the captain's buff. Clearing it in 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem." Wei Tieshun nodded in agreement. "That's true. Beside, Dean Wu even gave me some pointers yesterday," Tang Lingxi said with a smile. "Then I'll be looking forward to it today." Watching Zhou Yi and his group step into the dungeon teleportation array, Passerby A asked in confusion, "Playing the Abyss-grade dungeon directly as a speedrun? Who on earth are they?" Passerby B replied. "They are the representative team representing our school in this year's National College Freshman Exchange Tournament." Passerby A cried out in absolute shock. "Freshmen? I recall that in our previous representative teams, the highest level was only level 19, yet the lowest level among them is already level 20. This is simply unbelievable. But that guy walking at the very front indeed looks like his strength is unfathomable." Passerby B pointed to the high-hanging dungeon leaderboard, sighing, "More than just good. Look up, he is Zhou Yi, who sits at the very top of the clear record list." Passerby C, who was walking past and overheard their conversation, looked up at the leaderboard with curiosity, and immediately exclaimed in shock, "Zhou Yi, it's actually him, that terrifying existence that even the Earth leaderboard experts cannot surpass." About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, the colossal boss roared, casting doomsday meteor fire as it rained down heavily on everyone. Wei Tieshun laughed in excitement. "I've waited so long, it's finally my turn to act. Shatter for me." With his shout, dazzling crimson energy instantly condensed on his fist. His figure darted out like lightning, crushing the boss's incoming attack to pieces with a single punch. He thought to himself, "Under the Dean's guidance, I finally have the power to face your attacks head-on." Suddenly, the boss's sinister and cold voice exploded above his head. "The weak are ultimately just weak. Don't think that just because you have a bit of negligible improvement you are qualified to act wildly before me." Wei Tieshun snapped awake and spun around, only to see a colossal fist blotting out the sky rushing toward him, completely unavoidable. "Tieshun, get back!" Zhou Yi bellowed, his figure teleporting to block in front of Wei Tieshun as he threw a punch to meet the boss's giant fist head-on. In an instant the boss's entire giant arm was completely crushed to pieces by the terrifying force, and it let out an extremely shrill scream. "Ah, my hand!" Zhou Yi looked back at Wei Tieshun behind him and said with a smile, "Tieshun, you did really well just now. Next, let's all team up to defeat it." Tang Lingxi also agreed with a smile. "Tieshun, rest up first. Leave the rest of the battle to us." At this moment, the furious boss let out a deafening roar. "Damned ants, this king will tear you all to pieces." However, before it could even move, countless dazzling golden chains appeared out of thin air, binding it tightly to the spot. Immediately after, violent blue thunder surged along the chains into its body, provoking its painful screams once again. Zhou Yi held one end of the chains in one hand, saying with a grin, "Do you feel the pain now? But don't worry. Even if you scream your lungs out, we absolutely won't show any mercy." Song Xiaolin let out a soft cry. With a cold expression, her hands swiftly formed seals to cast sky-sealing earth-locking restriction. Countless spiritual talismans flashing with runes danced through the air, tightly covering every inch of the boss's body. Immediately after, Tang Lingxi also took a step forward. "Next, taste the move Teacher Su taught me. Thunder magic, thunder descent." A thick bolt of lightning as massive as an ancient tree tore through the void and blasted heavily onto the boss. The final finishing blow was completed by Zhang Churan. Her delicate figure leaped up, executing an incredibly domineering slash in midair. The sword chi whistled, cleanly severing the boss's massive head. The system prompt immediately rang out. "Congratulations on clearing the Abyss Grade dungeon. Clear time 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Below is the distribution of clear rewards." A moment later, Zhou Yi and his group left the dungeon teleportation array. Wu Mang walked toward them, praising them with admiration. "Beautifully done, the clear time actually broke through to under 9 minutes. Even I cannot find any fault with your performance this time." Zhou Yi asked with some surprise. "Dean Wu, why did you come in person?" Wu Mang answered with a serious expression. "I'm here to notify you that the date for the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament has been finalized. It will take place in 1 week. Because tomorrow I will have to lead the team to head to the tournament venue, Qingjing University." Hearing this, Song Xiaolin cheered excitedly. "Awesome, the exchange tournament is finally starting." Zhang Churan clenched her fists and said eagerly, "After training hard for so long, this is the moment we've been waiting for." Wei Tianxun also grinned and said, "We've trained so hard for this, and now we finally get to show what we can do on the field." Tang Lingxi said curiously, "Qingjing University, I wonder what it looks like there." As for Zhou Yi, he cracked his knuckles, a look of anticipation rising on his face as he thought to himself, "I've long grown tired of fighting dungeon bosses. I finally have a chance to clash with the top geniuses from other schools." The next day, Wu Mang arrived as scheduled, prepared to lead Zhou Yi and his group to the tournament venue. Before departing, he didn't forget to instruct them, "To ensure safety, I will take everyone through the school's dedicated teleportation point, teleporting directly to the tournament venue at Qingjing University." By the teleportation array, Principal Wang Wei and the deans were already waiting. After some pleasantries, the principal said to the students, "As the best among the freshmen, you carry the honor of our school on your shoulders. We have won the championship for 4 consecutive years, and we hope you can secure the supreme honor of a 5th championship for the school." "Yes, sir," Zhou Yi and the others responded in unison. Only then did Wang Wei signal Zhu Huayang to activate the teleportation array. With a flash of light in an instant, Zhou Yi and his group, along with Wu Mang and Su Meier, arrived at Qingjing University. This left Zhou Yi secretly marveling. "We reached Qingjing University this quickly? Didn't they say the two schools are over 2 million kilometers apart?" Su Meier pursed her lips and smiled. "This is thanks to Dean Zhu's spell. Otherwise we would have had to ride a train for several days. However, only 3rd advancement mages have the power to cast such ultra-long distance teleportation arrays." Just then a voice suddenly echoed, "Welcome teachers and students of Suhang University to Qingjing University. We are deeply honored by your arrival." "Old Chang, why did you come in person?" Wu Mang went up cheerfully, warmly shaking hands with the 3rd advancement machinist, Cheng Yangchen. Cheng Yangchen replied warmly, "An old friend has come, so of course I must personally pick you up and take you to your lodgings." With that, he turned his gaze onto Zhou Yi and the others. "These little guys you brought this time look pretty good. I heard there are a few freshmen at your school with extraordinary strength. We shall wait and see on the field." Of course, after exchanging greetings, Wu Mang turned to instruct the students that the opening ceremony of the exchange tournament was officially set for the 10th. After the opening ceremony, the competition will officially kick off. After this month of special training, the team's strength should have been honed to its limit. We won't be doing any extra training over the next few days, so everyone can relax a bit. However, because a massive number of tourists have flooded into Qingjing City recently, there might be foreign race spies mixed in. During such grand tournaments where heroes assemble, foreign race demons target our human geniuses almost every year. Alright, that's all for today. You can go out and look around these next few days, but make sure to stay safe. After finishing his instructions, Zhou Yi and his group were taken to their respective single rooms to rest. "Welcome to the Qingjing University apartment area. "If you have any questions, you can ask me for help at any time," said the assistant robot. "No need, thank you. Qingjing University's service is quite novel." Zhou Yi stood by the window gazing at the city view for a while before opening his system panel, clearing out his accumulated experience points to successfully level up to level 23, gaining 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. "Sigh, I'm still quite a ways away from level 24. After all, most of my current skills are only C rank and B rank. Once I advance to my second advancement, the skills a holy paladin can learn should be at least B rank or higher. He might even have a chance to learn a rank skills. For example, Orb of Light could enhance various attributes of teammates, while Orb of Darkness could unleash devastating blows on enemies. As for the third advancement, it's still too far off to talk about right now. Never mind. I should focus on successfully completing this system achievement quest first." 1 week later, the 157th National College Freshman Exchange Tournament of the Jiangxia Kingdom officially kicked off. The opening match was a duel between Suhang University and Rongyang University. The grand, breathtaking, and lively scene inside the arena made Zhou Yi marvel. No wonder everyone is fighting tooth and nail to participate in the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. This kind of scene is indeed too shocking. Standing nearby, Zhang Churan added, "Today is only the opening ceremony. By the time of the finals, the audience will at least double." While Zhou Yi and his group were excitedly looking around, the students of Rongyang University on the other side of the arena looked incredibly solemn. Talk about rotten luck, drawing Suhang University right off the bat. "Nothing we can do. Who told us to have such terrible luck? We can only accept our bad luck and serve as their stepping stone." Sigh. Suhang University is the defending champion. Anyone who runs into them can only accept their fate. Hearing his teammates' dejected words, the brown-haired youth snorted coldly. "What is there to fear? Our ranking last year was also in the top 30 nationwide. No matter what, we can still put up a fight." Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands also began to gossip in hushed tones. "That holy paladin standing in the back seems to be level 23 already. Yeah, this level can practically crush the whole field. Fortunately, he is just support. If he were a damage dealer, it would probably cause even more trouble. It seems Rongyang University is doomed to lose this time. Next, we'll see how many trump cards Rongyang University can force out of the Suhang University representative team." On the field, the brown-haired youth also noticed Zhou Yi's level. Although his heart was pounding with anxiety, he still spoke toughly. "The Suhang University representative team indeed has some skill, but on the field, level doesn't mean everything." Both teams took their positions, the field was set up and the defensive formations were instantly deployed. Accompanied by the announcement of a robot, the countdown began. The moment the 3-second countdown ended, the students of Rongyang University were about to launch a preemptive strike, but the brown-haired youth stopped them to play it safe. "Everyone, focus on defense first and see what they've got." Yet at that exact moment, the brown-haired youth saw the young holy paladin on the opposite side gently wave his hand. A dazzling light instantly enveloped the members of Suhang University. In the blink of an eye, their various attributes skyrocketed frantically. Witnessing this scene, the spectators couldn't help but cry out in shock. Consecutively casting several buff skills in just a few seconds, would you believe it if you didn't see it? Holy Paladin Zhou Yi is indeed worthy of being Suhang University's captain. Seeing this, Cheng Yangchun was also greatly astonished. "Old Wu, this holy paladin captain of yours is quite formidable. If you let him keep buffing them like this, your team's overall stamina has increased by a full 50, Wu Mang smiled with a face full of pride. As a hidden class, a holy paladin's greatest function is to perform large-scale battlefield enhancements. In this kind of small-scale team battle, his performance is naturally no less impressive. Cheng Yangchun fell silent, secretly calculating in his heart. Fortunately, our school's team also has a few hidden cards. Otherwise, Zhou Yi's move alone would be enough of a headache. The next battle depends on how Rongyang University responds, and whether it can serve as a reference. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the Rongyang University players right now, Zhou Yi and his group were no different from terrifying monsters. One of them was even trembling in fear, dropping the weapon in his hand onto the ground. "Captain, what do we do now?" The brown-haired youth's face was pale, but he still tried to save face as he replied, "Once I analyze the situation clearly, we should be able to block them." The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled into a playful smile as he said, "It seems the opposing team's strength is quite average, so let's go with the simplest plan. Everyone attack directly, and let's crush them with a single blow." Zhang Churan and Song Zialan responded in unison. "Understood." Upon receiving the command, Tang Lingxi excitedly condensed a fireball and said, "Captain, let me lead the charge this time." No sooner had her voice fallen than Tang Lingxi unleashed countless whistling fire arrows straight at the Rongyang University team. It was the fire attribute magic, Fire Arrow. The sudden and fierce offensive forced the Rongyang University team members to grit their teeth, combining their power to condense a light shield to desperately resist. The Rongyang University captain spoke through gritted teeth while struggling to hold his ground. "We blocked it. It seems they are only so-so after all." But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the teammate behind him gasped with a pale face, "Captain, here they come again." Following his gaze, Wei Tieshun had a sharp gaze and clenched fists. Lunging forward like a wild beast, her violent punch actually shattered the protective shield into pieces. Not only that, Zhang Churan also slashed down from midair, unleashing countless sharp sword chi, demonic blade. Right after, a violent thunder energy crashed down with a boom. Under the continuous fierce bombardment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Under such a devastating chain of blows, the Rongyang University players were instantly and thoroughly crushed. Seeing their helpless and pathetic state, the system immediately released an announcement. "The match is over. Winner Suhang University." The announcement system flew into midair and continued, "Thank you to both teams for bringing us such a splendid duel. Please take a brief break. The next match is about to begin." As soon as the team match ended, Zhang Churan couldn't help but complain, "My opponent in the solo match is a warrior, but my match is scheduled as the 27th. I have to wait for so long." Song Xiaolin, standing beside her, also sighed and said, "I have it worse than you. My match is the 45th. This is going to take forever." Zhou Yi cheerfully chimed in from the side, "I'm in the 6th match, and my opponent is a swordsman. It seems my luck is pretty good. I can go on stage in the second round." Hearing this, Zhang Churan and Song Xiaolin had faces full of envy. At this moment, the audience in the stands whispered and gossiped among themselves. "Zhou Yi didn't even make a move in the previous match. I really want to see how much strength he actually has. Can a support class Holy Paladin really participate in solo matches? I bet Zhou Yi is definitely hiding his strength. After all, he is the captain." Soon, it was Zhou Yi's turn to go on stage. The entire venue instantly erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Zhou Yi, go brother Lu." Seeing both contestants step onto the arena, the system immediately announced Solo Match 9, Suhang University's Zhou Yi versus Chuanan University's Lu Chang. "Please prepare yourselves, contestants. The match is about to begin." Zhou Yi's opponent this time was Lu Chang, a level 18 swordsman from Chuanan University. The corner of Lu Chang's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile as he thought to himself, "He's just a support class. It seems my luck is really getting such an easy win right off the bat." The cheerleaders behind Lu Chang were also discussing enthusiastically. "Brother Lu's opponent is the captain of Suhang University. Yeah, it looks like the upcoming battle will be a tough fight. Haha, a holy paladin is just a support. Brother Lu can absolutely crush him directly." Without making everyone wait too long, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Chang quickly drew his sword and launched a preemptive attack. He provocatively taunted, "Kid, if you surrender now, I can still let you lose with some dignity." Facing the provocation, Zhou Yi merely smiled calmly and retorted, "Hey, make me surrender. Where exactly do you get the nerve to brag like that in front of me?" Lu Chang swung his sword down heavily, shouting angrily, "Brat, let's see how long you can stay arrogant." Flame slash, however. Zhou Yi easily dodged the sharp sword chi as if taking a leisurely stroll. His terrifying speed made Lu Chang gasp in shock. So fast, but he quickly spoke toughly again. "But this is as far as you go." In the next second, Lu Chang's feet were frozen solid in place by sudden ice, completely dazing him. By the time he looked up, Zhou Yi had already raised his fist high, charging forward like a tiger leaping down a mountain. Lu Chang cursed in frustration in his mind, "Damn it, using underhanded tricks like this." But his reaction was quite fast, immediately channeling fire attribute magic to melt the ice beneath his feet and break free. Immediately after, Lu Chang roared and slashed his sword head-on, cursing paltry tricks. But to his utter disbelief, Zhou Yi actually faced the blade barehanded and caught the strike head-on. This terrifying barehanded blade catch left Lu Chang utterly horrified. He actually blocked it. Before he could even react, Zhou Yi delivered a heavy, powerful punch straight into his abdomen. Lu Chang shrieked in pain, "Impossible!" and was blasted over 10 meters away by the violent punch. The audience below the stage instantly erupted into an uproar, discussing in panic, "Oh my god, what exactly happened just now? How did Brother Lu get blasted away? I couldn't even see how Zhou Yi threw that punch." The leading instructor sighed upon seeing this and said, "Sigh, the opponent is Suhang University's captain. Lu Chang underestimated him too much. Although he is just a support class, his practical combat ability is definitely not to be underestimated." As the billowing dust cleared, Liu Chang's blood-covered figure was revealed. He was slumped on the ground, unable to move a single muscle. The referee system quickly stepped forward to examine him, and immediately announced that Liu Chang had lost the ability to fight. System announcement: winner Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi slowly retracted his fist, shook his head, and muttered to himself in disappointment. Too weak. I didn't expect him to be unable to even take a standard C-rank fist technique of mine. Hearing this, a huge wave of commotion swept through the spectators in the stands. My God, that punch was way too terrifying. Completely dominating his opponent in just a few exchanges is simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha, maybe this isn't even Zhou Yi's real strength. Zhou Yu, the admissions mentor of Qingjing University, also couldn't help but marvel. It has only been a few short months since I went to Linzhong for admissions, yet Zhou Yi's strength has improved this rapidly. Dean Cheng nearby smiled slightly and said, Teacher Zhou, so you're saying Zhou Yi almost became a student at our Qingjing University back then? Zhou Yu replied with a face full of regret, yes. If I had known it would be like this, I would have risked my life to secure this provincial top scorer back then. Sigh, if we had Zhou Yi leading our team now, wouldn't our Qingjing University be absolutely dominating the field? Shalan, a level 19 archer, stared at Zhou Yi with great interest, slowly speaking. This Zhou Yi seems to be that special boy Charan mentioned. His strength is indeed extraordinary. I really didn't expect that as a support he would be so proficient in close combat and spells. On the contrary, Zhou Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, was currently contemplating with a face full of worry. The speed at which Zhou Yi casts freezing skills is a bit off. Even the ice attribute mages in our family can absolutely never cast spells this rapidly. Suddenly the bracelet on her wrist glowed with a faint light. Zhou Xiaobai's expression shook and she gasped in shock to herself. Wait a minute, this is a response from our family's supreme treasure. Could it be he is an awakener of the frost bloodline? Seeing Zhou Xiaobai suddenly fall silent, Shaolan turned her head and asked in confusion, Xiaobai, what's wrong? Zhou Xiaobai snapped back to her senses, instinctively clutching her bracelet tighter as she replied in some panic, nothing, I'm fine. With that she quickly found an excuse to leave. Sister Lan, I suddenly have some urgent business to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Watching Zhou Xiaobai's hurried figure, Shaolan was completely baffled, finding it quite strange. Zhou Xiaobai jogged all the way to a quiet corner, immediately dialing Zhou Heng's number. The phone rang only once before Zhou Heng on the other end quickly answered. He picked up the phone and asked with concern, Xiaobai, isn't today the day of your match? How do you have the time to call your father, and specifically on the company landline? The moment she heard Zhou Heng's voice, Zhou Xiaobai spoke anxiously and impatiently. Dad, I just discovered an awakener of the frost bloodline. Most importantly, his surname is also Zhou. Furthermore, the purity of the frost bloodline in this man named Zhou Yi is extremely high, likely even above 70. Hearing this shocking news, Zhou Heng on the other end of the line was instantly stunned in place. His heart pounded wildly as he urgently confirmed, Are you sure? A frost bloodline of such high purity? Zhou Xiaobai replied, I'm 80% certain, but as to whether it really is, I still need to get close to him before making a final confirmation. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He gently pushed up his glasses and instructed, Good. Look for an opportunity in school first, and in a few days I will personally go and make contact with Zhou Yi. I will also launch an investigation on my end to see if this Zhou Yi is indeed a descendant of our Zhou family. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Heng slowly stood up, gazing at the bustling city view outside the window, his heart filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Zhou Yi, the frost bloodline, if all of this is true, then our Tianlin Zhou family might actually be saved. Meanwhile, on the right stands of the main arena, the spectators were chanting in unison, Zhou Yi, and the cheers on the left stands were no less enthusiastic, shouting loudly, Li Xin, the classmate beside Li Xin said with a smile, Brother Xin, don't go easy on him later. Li Xin flashed a sinister smile and said, Don't worry, I doubt that Zhou Yi can even force me to use my full strength. Wei He, who was standing nearby, suddenly warned, Xiao Xin, be careful. Zhou Yi is extremely strong, even I can sense an incredibly dangerous aura radiating from him. Li Xin's expression instantly turned serious as he replied, I understand, Brother Wei. Immediately after Li Xin activated his skills, the student who had been standing next to him immediately said with a face full of admiration, As expected of Brother Xin, this presence is simply amazing. Level 18 Gale Battle Armor Set. Zhou Yi probably won't even be able to touch a hair on Brother Xin's head. Zhang Feng also chimed in. Exactly, let's hope Zhou Yi doesn't get beaten so hard he cries. With the match about to begin, the stands had already erupted with overwhelming cheers and support. Zhou Yi is the strongest. Go, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, Magic Capital University. Go, Li Xin. At this moment, Zhou Heng appeared, panting heavily as he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I made it in time. Zhou Donger looked around with great interest and said, This arena is not inferior to our clan grounds at all. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaobai appeared silently behind them. Keenly sensing her presence, Zhou Donger turned her head excitedly and cried out, "Sister!" She dashed over, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhou Xiaobai. While hugging her back, Zhou Xiaobai asked with some confusion, "Dad Donger, what are you two doing here?" Zhou Heng replied calmly, "Isn't it to investigate Zhou Yi's identity? He is highly likely a descendant of our main lineage who was separated during the Dark Age. Upon learning that a clansman had awakened the Frost bloodline, the clan head ordered me to come and verify it. I also brought your younger sister along to broaden her horizons and witness the style of Su Heng's #1 freshman." Suddenly, Zhou Donger pouted, saying rather reluctantly, "HMPH, a holy paladin is just a support class. What's there to see?" Zhou Xiaobai immediately corrected her with a serious expression. "Donger, it's wrong of you to think that way. What's wrong with being a holy paladin? If Zhou Yi's bloodline purity really exceeds 70, he is fully qualified to transfer to our clan's hidden class." Hearing this, Zhou Donger asked again with some excitement, Sister, in the younger generation of our main lineage, the highest bloodline concentration is only 40, right? Is Zhou Yi's 70 bloodline purity really that high?" At this moment, Zhou Heng suddenly scolded in a deep voice, "Donger, what did I tell you before we came? Show some respect to Zhou Yi. By seniority he is at least your cousin," Zhou Donger retorted with a hint of grievance. "HMPH, even if he really is from our clan, if he wants to be my brother, he'll have to prove whether his strength is up to the mark." Seeing this, Zhou Xiaobai quickly stepped in to soothe them. "All right, since Dad came in person, we'll know for sure once we test his bloodline concentration later. Let's quiet down and watch Zhou Yi's match first." Only then did Zhou Donger compromise. "Fine then." Just at that moment, the system broadcast announced, "The first match of the third round of the solo tournament is about to begin. Let's welcome both contestants to the stage. Magic Capital University, Li Xin versus Su Heng University." Zhou Yi, clad in heavy armor, Li Xin walked onto the stage proudly and said with absolute confidence, "Initially, I planned to gear up lightly and finish you off quickly, but our captain said you are very strong. So I have no choice but to give this my absolute all." Zhou Yi replied with a calm expression, "Oh then good luck." Zhou Yi quietly studied Li Xin for a few seconds, silently calculating in his mind, "To actually be able to sense my strength, it seems the captain of Magic Capital University is indeed not to be underestimated." Immediately after, he sized up Li Xin before him, thinking, "However, he is only level 18, a full 5 levels lower than me. I'm afraid if I casually throw out a single light's retribution, he would pass out on the spot." At this moment, the level 18 fighter Li Xin had already taken his stance, ready for battle. Yet when his eyes met Zhou Yi's calm gaze, he couldn't help but shiver violently. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi on the opposite side was also having a bit of a headache. "We still have to face Qingjing University in tomorrow's team match, so I must hold back in this fight and avoid exposing too much of my strength. It seems close-quarters physical combat is my only option. This feeling of being so restricted is truly annoying." Seeing that both contestants were ready, the system prompt rang out, "Will both contestants please prepare? The match officially begins. 3, 2, 1, start." The moment the battle commenced, Zhou Yi took the initiative to cast Grace of Protection, condensing a giant, dazzling pillar of light. The blindingly bright light shone straight onto Li Xin's face, forcing him to quickly raise his hand to shield his eyes. Zhou Yi's flashy display only made Li Xin feel more contemptuous. HMPH, quite an imposing show, but unfortunately it's nothing but empty bluster. With that, Li Xin shot toward Zhou Yi like an arrow released from a bowstring. He arrogantly lifted his leg to deliver an axe kick, trying to strike straight at his opponent's vital spot, only to be casually blocked by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi sighed inwardly. "Is this it?" Immediately after, he countered with a sharp elbow strike. Radiant impact. The incoming heavy blow forced Li Xin to hurriedly raise the armor on his arms to block it head-on. The impact left his arms completely numb, leaving him utterly horrified. "It hurts so much, why does it feel like my defensive armor isn't doing anything at all?" Before he could think any further, Zhou Yi's immense strength blasted him backward. Li Xin's body crashed heavily against the barrier like a broken kite. The audience below the stage looked at each other in bewilderment, erupting into heated discussions. "My God, a fighter is actually being overwhelmed by a support class. This is truly a historical first. What on earth is going on?" Zhou Yi actually injured Li Xin directly. Li Xin's awakened talent is the A-rank iron bones and bronze skin. His defense is supposed to be far superior to Zhou Yi's, having been beaten black and blue. Li Xin struggled to his feet and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you aren't from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your martial skills be so much stronger than mine?" Zhou Yi cracked his wrists and replied somewhat innocently, "Really, no, my physical strength is just slightly stronger than average." With that, he unleashed a torrential, sacred combo punch. Li Xin could only grit his teeth, desperately trying to defend. He cursed in frustration in his mind. Damn it, with such a violent onslaught, I don't even have a single opening to dodge. Under Zhou Yi's continuous, relentless barrage, Li Xin was forced back step by step. Just then, Zhou Yi's eyes turned cold and he said softly, "It's over." Watching that earth-shattering punch crash toward him, Li Xin was scared out of his wits, knowing for sure that he could absolutely not block this strike. He hurriedly shrieked in terror, "Stop, Zhou Yi, I surrender." Hearing this, Zhou Yi forcibly redirected the trajectory of his fist at the absolute last second, smashing it into the empty ground nearby. However, the violent shockwave from the punch still swept Li Xin off his feet. Li Xin shrieked as he crashed heavily to the ground, his heavy armor shattering into pieces as he completely lost the ability to fight. The system immediately released an announcement. In this match, Zhou Yi wins. Congratulations to student Zhou Yi for successfully advancing to the 4th round of the solo tournament. Zhou Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking to himself, "Oops, it seems holding back is indeed a delicate task. I accidentally hit him a bit too hard again." The spectators in the stands had already been struck dumbfounded by the terrifying power he displayed, gasping in shock. "My God, I can't believe a support holy paladin can be this fierce. A holy paladin beat a fighter to a pulp barehanded. Where's the logic in that? Zhou Yi's close combat explosive power is just too terrifying." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi on the stage slowly walked over to the immobile Li Xin. Out of basic humanity, he casually channeled a gentle stream of holy light onto him. Holy light spell. Seeing 2 medical personnel rushing over with a stretcher, Zhou Yi apologized in embarrassment. "I'm so sorry, he surrendered a bit too late and I couldn't hold back my strength in time." As he brushed past the medical staff, he didn't forget to instruct them, "But I've already applied a healing spell to stabilize his condition. I'll leave the rest to you." The 2 medics replied in a daze. "Oh, okay." However, once they saw the extent of Li Xin's injuries, they still couldn't help but gasp. This is way too severe." Li Xin was currently curled up on the stretcher, groaning in agony. "Ow, it hurts so bad." The medics quickly began administering emergency treatment. After carefully checking his wounds, one of them sighed and said, "With injuries like these, it will probably take at least 2 or 3 days to fully recover. It's really hard to believe that as a holy paladin, Zhou Yi's close combat burst is this terrifying." With the match over, Zhou Xiaobai let out a long breath in the stand, saying somewhat proudly to her father beside her, "Dad, see, I told you Zhou Yi is extremely strong, far exceeding most of the geniuses of his age in our clan." Having witnessed the one-sided stomp of a battle, Zhou Heng also sighed with a grave expression. An opponent clad in heavy armor was actually sent flying by a single punch. That is indeed monster-like strength. It is said that if our clan's frost bloodline can transfer to a hidden class, we will also obtain a kind of exclusive attribute power. However, with the kind of dominance Zhou Yi displayed, it's no wonder Donger is so unconvinced. Zhou Donger snorted in a petulant, adorable manner, blushing as she muttered, Fine, I admit his strength is indeed very formidable, all right." Seeing his younger daughter's cute tsundere appearance, Zhou Heng couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, it seems even our family's most critical Donger has been completely won over by Zhou Yi." He then turned to instruct his elder daughter, "Xiaobai, please help me invite Zhou Yi for a meeting later. I'd like to meet him." Zhou Xiaobai nodded obediently. At the same time, the system broadcast echoed over the arena once more. Next up, Suhang University's Zhang Churan versus Magic Capital University's Zhang Feng. The tournament has entered a white-hot phase. Who will have the last laugh? Let's wait and see. Below the stands, Zhou Yi thought to himself, Zhang Feng is not even as strong as Li Xin. Xiao Ran should be able to secure this round easily. Sure enough, Zhang Feng was currently retreating step by step on the stage, thinking anxiously to herself, how are Suhang University's monsters this year getting more ridiculous one after another? I feel like I'm reaching my limit, and I don't know how many more strikes I can barely block. Opposite her, Zhang Churan had absolutely no intention of giving her any breathing room. Darting forward, her sword strikes grew increasingly violent. "Let's end this quickly." Faced with the terrifying sword chi bludgeoning down from the sky, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in horror, and she couldn't help but let out a shriek of terror. With a sweeping strike of her sword, Zhang Churan instantly cut out dozens of lethal black sword slashes, tearing straight through Zhang Feng's defense. Shadow slash. Zhang Feng coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly onto the arena. The system immediately delivered its verdict. Magic Capital University's Zhang Feng has lost the ability to fight. Congratulations to student Zhang Churan of Suhang University for successfully advancing to the 4th round of the solo tournament. The entire audience was once again amazed by the overwhelming strength displayed by Suhang University, discussing in succession, My god, Magic Capital University's Zhang Feng didn't even have the power to strike back. Who would have thought that besides the great demon king Zhou Yi, this Zhang Churan from Suhang University would also be this terrifyingly strong? I really wonder what kind of sparks will fly in their showdown against Qingjing University tomorrow. I can't wait. Below the stage, Zhou Yi walked up to meet her with a face full of smiles, praising her. Xiao Ran, you played beautifully this round, especially that final move, it was incredibly cool. Zhang Churan pursed her lips and smiled shyly. No way, I just got lucky, and happened to run into a slightly weaker opponent, that's all. Zhang Churan rolled her beautiful eyes, playfully teasing, but if I were to run into brother Zhou Yi on the stage, I'd probably have no choice but to throw up my hands and surrender. Zhou Yi rubbed his nose in some embarrassment and laughed. How could that be? How could I bear to raise a hand against you? Just then an urgent female voice came from behind them. Student Zhou Yi, please wait a moment. Zhou Yi turned around in confusion. Is there something I can help you with? Running over out of breath, Zhou Xiaobai quickly introduced herself. Hello, I am Zhou Xiaobai from the Tianlin Zhou family. The reason I came to find you is that I sensed you have awakened an extremely rare frost bloodline. For you to possess such a high purity of the frost bloodline, you must definitely be a descendant of our Tianlin Zhou family who was separated from the clan. Zhou Yi was startled, murmuring in bewilderment, frost bloodline, the Tianlin Zhou family? Seeing this, Zhang Churan leaned in and whispered to him. Brother Zhou Yi, I know about this Zhou family. Like our Zhang family, they are an ancient family with a long-standing heritage. Especially in Tianlin province, the Zhou family has stood for hundreds of years with an extremely deep foundation, and their strength is absolutely not to be underestimated, she continued. However, I heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer of the Zhou family's younger generation have awakened the frost bloodline, so they are currently starving for frost bloodline awakeners. If you really are from their family, you might be allocated a massive amount of cultivation resources right off the bat. Zhang Churan's candid explanation made Zhou Xiaobai beside them feel a bit embarrassed, and she nodded awkwardly. However, Zhou Yi calmly shook his head and refused. No thanks, I don't have much interest in those resources. Besides, how can you be so sure I am from your Zhou family? Do you have any actual proof? Hearing Zhou Yi's question, Zhou Xiaobai hurriedly took out a crystal-clear stone and handed it over, saying, My dad happens to be here today as well, and he brought the clan's dedicated bloodline identification stone. If you really are a descendant of our Zhou family, this stone will resonate with the bloodline inside your body. Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow, reaching out to take the stone. All right, let me give it a try. The instant his palm touched the stone, a brilliant deep blue glow exploded outward. Zhou Xiaobai let out a shriek of shock. My god, Zhou Yi, the purity of the frost bloodline inside your body actually exceeds 90. Zhou Yi remained completely calm, smiling faintly as he said, At the bloodline level, I indeed felt a strange sense of familiarity from you. I never expected that coming to an exchange tournament would actually allow me to trace back the origin of my bloodline. With the test completed, Zhou Xiaobai asked somewhat nervously but with uncontrollable excitement, Student Zhou Yi, no cousin, my dad really wants to meet you. Do you happen to be free right now? Zhou Yi agreed readily. Sure. He then turned around to instruct Zhang Churan. Xiao Ran, why don't you head back to the dorm to rest first? I'll be right back, Zhang Churan replied with a sweet smile. Okay, go ahead, brother Zhou Yi, but make sure you don't feel pressured, even though the Zhou family practically rules Tianlin province with an iron fist. When it comes to actual legacy, they still can't compare to our Zhang family. Standing aside, Zhou Xiaobai couldn't help but protest in a low voice. Our Zhou family is actually pretty powerful too, okay? With that, Zhou Xiaobai led Zhou Yi to the entrance of the VIP lounge where Zhou Heng was staying. She stopped and turned around saying, Cousin, my dad and younger sister are already waiting for you inside. At this moment, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel a touch of irony in his heart. Back when Xiao Yun fell ill with that strange sickness during our family's most difficult times, this so-called Zhou family didn't extend a single hand to help. Now that I've awakened a powerful bloodline, they eagerly search me out on their own. How incredibly pragmatic. Before he could even push open the door, it was opened from the inside. Zhou Heng welcomed him with a radiant face saying, You're finally here. Zhou Xiaobai called out sweetly, Dad. Zhou Heng took a step forward, warmly extending both hands to grip Zhou Yi's hands as he introduced himself. Hello nephew Zhou Yi. I am Zhou Heng. Zhou Yi shook his hand politely, replying, Hello Uncle Zhou. I am Zhou Yi. Zhou Heng laughed heartily. I've long heard of your series of brilliant achievements in school, nephew Zhou. Seeing you today, you truly possess an imposing, extraordinary presence. Just then, the family necklace worn on his chest suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Zhou Heng instantly became overwhelmed with excitement. My god, the concentration of the frost bloodline inside your body is indeed this high. Realizing he had lost his composure, Zhou Heng quickly took a deep breath to calm down, saying earnestly, According to our genealogy, your father and I were cousins sharing the same grandfather, making Xiaobai your cousin as well. It's just a shame that your father passed away too early to witness your achievements today." Zhou Yi remained composed, replying calmly, "Uncle Zhou, that's all ancient history now. There's no need to bring it up again." Zhou Heng's spirits rose as he got straight to the point. "All right, nephew, let's get down to business. As long as you agree to return to our Zhou family's main lineage and cooperate with the family to transfer to an ice attribute hidden class, our Tianlun Zhou family will mobilize the power of the entire clan to unconditionally provide you with massive amounts of cultivation resources, ensuring you successfully complete your third advancement in the shortest time possible," Zhou Yi asked with some surprise. "A hidden class? But I have already awakened and transferred to a holy paladin. Is it even possible to change classes again?" Zhou Heng quickly patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, nephew. We have already prepared the most top-tier class reset and class transfer items for you. Besides, with your incredibly pure frost bloodline, only by transferring to our Zhou family's ice attribute hidden class can you unleash the full potential of your frost capabilities." Hearing Zhou Heng's words, Zhou Yi fell into silent contemplation. The strongest support system within his body was already firmly bound to the Holy Paladin class. Guided by the holy light, he had been able to grow stronger at such a logic-defying speed to reach his current level. To him, the ice-hidden class the Zhou family spoke of was completely insignificant. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Yi asked in a deep voice, "Uncle Zhou, if I understand correctly, if I am unwilling to reset my current class and change classes, I won't be able to receive the Zhou family's cultivation. Is that correct?" Zhou Heng was startled, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face as he answered honestly, "Theoretically, yes. However, once you successfully change classes, you will be free to choose from the countless high-tier skill books in our Zhou family's treasury, not to mention the limitless amount of natural treasures. You won't have to worry about leveling up in resources ever again." However, after hearing these extremely tempting conditions, Zhou Yi calmly shook his head and refused outright. "It indeed sounds very tempting, but I still choose to decline." Hearing Zhou Yi refuse so flatly, Zhou Heng grew anxious, hurriedly offering even more lucrative terms to persuade him. "Nephew, don't be so quick to refuse. After changing classes, all of your original skill points will be refunded in full, and your potential and attributes won't suffer the slightest harm. As long as you are willing to return to the Zhou family, I promise you that in less than 6 years we can absolutely raise your level to level 50 and help you smoothly complete your third advancement." Zhou Yi said firmly, "To be honest, the conditions you mentioned have no appeal to me whatsoever. I can obtain a massive amount of resources at school, so I don't need to worry about boosting my strength at all. Besides, I prefer my current Holy Paladin class." Zhou Heng asked somewhat helplessly, "A Holy Paladin is, in the end, just a support, whereas our Zhou family's hidden class is an extremely powerful damage-dealing role. Zhou Yi, what else are you unsatisfied with?" Hearing the other party repeatedly refer to it as just a support directly touched Zhou Yi's bottom line. He said with a hint of irritation, "In your understanding, a Holy Paladin is just a support class. This only proves how superficial you all are. It just so happens that we have a match against Qingjing University tomorrow. When the time comes, I will prove to you what a true Holy Paladin is." After saying this, Zhou Yi turned and left resolutely. Before leaving, he waved his hand in farewell and said, "Student Xiaobai, I shall take my leave now. See you on the field tomorrow." Zhou Xiaobai hurriedly called out to stop him, "Cousin Zhou Yi, wait a moment." Seeing that Zhou Yi had already walked far away, she couldn't help but turn her head to complain to Zhou Heng. "Dad, why didn't you try harder to persuade him just now?" With a dark face, Zhou Heng said, "Let him go. He still hasn't realized the limitations of the Holy Paladin class. Tomorrow, once he witnesses the true strength of Qingjing University and broadens his horizons, you won't be too late to persuade him again." At this moment, Zhou Donger, who had been sitting in the back row, raised her hand, tilted her little head, and said, "Wait, I don't agree. Dad, you and sister are being too accommodating and indulgent with this Zhou Yi. Is it really worth going to such lengths just to rope him back into our Zhou family's main lineage?" Zhou Xiaobai felt a bit embarrassed, while Zhou Heng looked at his two daughters with a helpless sigh and explained with a serious expression, "The ancestor of our Zhou family was the first class holder on Blue Star to awaken the Frost Bloodline. Under our ancestors' leadership back then, the Zhou family rose with formidable power, and descendants who awakened the Frost Bloodline emerged in a steady stream. We even saw the birth of several powerful third advancement powerhouses. However, all of this completely changed with the advent of the Dark Age." Pausing briefly, Zhou Heng continued, "When the Dark Age descended, a massive horde of otherworld demons launched a brutal invasion. The ancestor of our Zhou family immediately led the clan's elites to war, but unfortunately went missing during a campaign deep into the otherworld's core. Without our ancestors' protection, the third advancement elders of our clan eventually perished along with the otherworld powerhouses. Although 5 third advancement elders later managed to obtain a new lease on life using resurrection spells, they still couldn't escape the eternal curse imposed by the otherworld demon sovereign. Slumping back into his chair, Zhou Heng said with a solemn expression, "Since then, the probability of our Zhou family's descendants awakening the Frost bloodline has plummeted drastically to less than 1% of what it originally was. This eternal curse is extremely tyrannical and insidious, completely impossible to purify or eliminate through simple bloodline reproduction. With no successors, the current Zhou family appears powerful on the surface, but is actually hollow on the inside and has fallen into an extremely weakened state." At this point he gave a bitter laugh and continued, "Therefore, if Zhou Yi, who possesses such a high-purity Frost bloodline, can return to the main lineage, our Zhou family must foster him with all our might, even if it means exhausting the entire clan's resources. His future achievements might even stand on par with our ancestor of old." He paused, his expression turning confident as he said, "Zhou Yi is currently winning victory after victory in the solo matches, which is when his confidence is at its peak, and he is at his most arrogant. Tomorrow, when he faces the team from Qingjing University, he will naturally understand that only our Zhou family is the key to his path to becoming a supreme powerhouse." Zhou Donger blinked her eyes and asked with curiosity, "Dad, what if Zhou Yi wins?" Zhou Heng was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaobai reached out with a laugh, ruffling her younger sister's head as she scolded playfully, "You silly girl, why are you starting to side with Zhou Yi? Don't forget that tomorrow is also your sister's match." Clutching her head in slight grievance, Zhou Donger muttered, I was just saying, what if, the next day inside the arena, the spectator stands were already packed to capacity? In order to snag a ticket to this match, many had gone to extreme lengths. Brother, are you also here specifically for this pinnacle duel between Suhang University and Qingjing University? Of course, this is the top-tier team battle among universities after all. I really didn't expect that just in the third round, we'd run into such an exciting and thrilling clash of titans, comparable to the finals. The spectator stands buzzed with lively discussions. Do you think Zhou Yi can continue his miracle of consecutive victories against Qingjing University? It's hard to say. After all, Qingjing University is playing on their home turf this time. I think Suhang University's chances are slim. Sitting in the back row, Zhou Donger seemed somewhat worried, silently thinking to herself, "Sister and her team definitely have a higher chance of winning, but will Zhou Yi really lose?" Just then, the system broadcast echoed over the arena. "Next, let's welcome the representative team of Qingjing University and the representative team of Suhang University to the stage." As both teams stepped onto the arena, thunderous cheers and shouts instantly erupted from the stands. "Go Suhang University! Qingjing University is bound to win." The moment he stepped onto the stage, Zhou Yi flicked his wrist, instantly summoning his profound light warhammer and smashing it heavily onto the solid floor. Seeing this, the spectators in the stands immediately let out a collective gasp. A warhammer? So Suhang University's captain, Zhou Yi, is actually skilled in using heavy weapons. Though as a holy paladin, it's not unusual for him to use a weapon, but the aura radiating from his entire body feels completely different from before. Indeed, even from hundreds of meters away, just looking at his figure from afar gives me an inexplicably intense sense of oppression. Zhou Donger widened her eyes in utter disbelief, exclaiming, "How does the aura Zhou Yi is displaying today feel more than several times stronger than a few days ago?" Zhou Heng also muttered in shock and doubt. Could it be that in his previous solo matches he hadn't even shown half of his true strength? Meanwhile, on Qingjing University's side, Level 22 warrior Li Yuan looked at the opposing team's positioning, furrowing his brow slightly as he asked in confusion, what is the meaning of Zhou Yi standing so far forward? Does he want to double as a damage dealer too?" Level 19 archer Sha Lan responded from the side, "Considering the terrifying close combat explosive power Zhou Yi displayed in the solo match yesterday, it's entirely reasonable for him to take on a DPS role." Level 18 priest Zhou Xiaobai warned with a serious expression. "Furthermore, Zhou Yi's level is the highest among all the contestants in our batch." Level 20 Mage Lu Zhou let out a disdainful cold snort and scoffed, "He's just a holy paladin with a bit of offensive capability. What's the use of having a high level?" Level 22 machinist Wang Zan also wore a contemptuous sneer. "If that's all the captain of a team has, then it's truly too pathetic to watch." Li Yuan's expression turned solemn as he warned in a deep voice, "Last year we were tightly suppressed by Suhang University in the team match, ultimately falling short at the last step and regrettably losing the championship. With that he plunged his longsword heavily into the ground, coldness in his eyes as he said freezingly, "This year our opponent is still Suhang University, so everyone pull yourselves together and go all out later, even if we have to injure or cripple them. Spare no effort." The remaining team members showed fierce glints in their eyes as they chorused, "No problem." At this moment in the VIP section of the stands, Dean Cheng of Qingjing University leaned over with a smile, striking up a conversation with Wu Mang. "Old Wu, Zhou Yi is trying to handle both support and damage-dealing roles at the same time. Can he really cope on the field? Make sure he doesn't end up biting off more than he can chew." Wu Mang burst into a laugh, replying with absolute confidence, "Haha, there's no need for Dean Cheng to worry about that. On the field, strength speaks louder than words, and I have total confidence in this kid." Wu Mang's absolute certainty made Dean Cheng feel a bit suspicious. Logically speaking, a freshman's skill points were extremely limited, and trying to master too many fields would inevitably lead to being a jack of all trades but master of none. Could this old guy Wu Mang have hidden some unknown trump card for that kid? Meanwhile on the field, Zhou Yi instructed his teammates behind him with a serious expression, "Once the match begins, just follow the pace of our usual special training. I will be in charge of the frontal assault, while you guys support me from behind and act as the situation demands." Hearing this, Wei Tieshun couldn't help but grin in excitement. "Haha, with Brother Yi personally taking action, we can finally slack off in the back. Even if the opponent is Qingjing University, we will definitely sweep them with ease." Zhou Yi smiled and gave another rigorous warning. "But everyone should still be cautious. After all, the opponent was last year's national runner-up. If anyone gets hurt later, remember to head toward me immediately, and I'll cast healing spells on you." Hearing this, everyone chorused, "Understood." As the system broadcast began the final countdown. 3, 2, 1, match start. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yi gave a low shout, "I'm going in first, keep up." The instant he bolted forward, sacred support halos bloomed one after another beneath his feet. Blessing of Dawn, Grace of Protection, and Grace of Courage. On the massive screen, the commentator analyzed with high passion. Facing Qingjing University, Suhang University's captain, Zhou Yi, didn't hesitate at all, directly charging ahead to lead the assault. Heavens, both sides are clearly evenly matched in strength. Logically speaking, shouldn't they start with long-range spell testing from the back row? This demonstrated Zhou Yi's absolute confidence in his own strength. Moreover, while running at full speed, his spellcasting chant wasn't disturbed in the slightest. Such skill mastery was simply at the pinnacle of perfection. Seeing this, Li Yuan on the opposite side was delighted instead of angry. A cruel grin emerged on his face as he snorted coldly. "HMPH, eager to seek death are we? That's perfect. We've prepared the most intense long-range focus fire combo just for you." Behind him, Sha Lan had already bent her bow and nocked an arrow. Almost the instant Li Yuan's voice fell, she unleashed a suffocating arrow that jawed toward Zhou Yi like roaring thunder. Facing the lethal arrow piercing through the air, Zhou Yi maintained a calm expression, his pace unwavering as he continued to charge rapidly through the rain of arrows. Sha Lan sneered excitedly, "My A-rank skill, Suffocating Arrow, has a homing lock-on effect, cutting off all your evasion routes. Without a frontline tank blocking damage for you, Zhou Yi. Let's see how you take this move." Seeing that the arrow, brimming with terrifying power, was already within arm's reach, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow slightly, muttering softly, "Slightly annoying." Then, in front of everyone, he casually reached out his right hand and crushed the incoming suffocating arrow to pieces in midair with his bare hand. This terrifying scene made Sha Lan's eyes nearly pop out of her head as she shrieked in horror. "What? Crushed my suffocating arrow with his bare hand? This is an A-rank skill reinforced to level 8 beside her." Li Yuan snorted coldly. "A holy paladin's offensive role is naturally more defense-oriented anyway, but this is as far as you go. Once Lu Zhou's magic chant is complete, let's see how you withstand it." At this moment, a heart-palpitating violent magical energy erupted from the tip of Mage Lu Zhou's staff. He roared, unleashing his violent magic power to its full potential. "Zhou Yi, take my strongest blow." Accompanied by a resonant cry, a phoenix condensed from raging flames surged out. Ultimate Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix spread its wings, spewing a colossal molten fireball straight at Zhou Yi. Fire Phoenix Breath. Zhou Yi leaped lightly backward, easily evading the incoming magma, but the offensive didn't stop there. Lu Zhou pointed his staff, casting a follow-up burst skill, Ultimate Fire Phoenix, Flame Impact, facing the sea of fire descending upon him. Zhou Yi stood unhurriedly in the center of the flames, asking calmly, "Is this it?" "Just fire." Flying into a rage, Lu Zhou roared, "You're at death's door and still not running? It seems you'll meet your end by my hands today." Witnessing this, the spectators in the stands couldn't help but gasp in admiration. As expected of Qingjing University's top genius, this Ultimate Fire Phoenix was a bona fide, a rank-powerful magic spell. Against such powerful skill damage, an ordinary class holder wouldn't even be able to take a single hit, Everyone speculated how Zhou Yi would deal with it. Now it seemed that charging forward alone away from his team was indeed too reckless and arrogant. Zhou Yu, a mentor from Qingjing University, smiled slightly and said, "In my view, Zhou Yi's best choice right now is to retreat immediately. Leveraging his outstanding agility and speed, falling back to his teammates to set up a defense line is his only chance of survival." Hearing this, Su Meier, who was sitting aside, couldn't help but burst into a snicker. "Retreat?" Slightly irritated, Zhou Yu demanded. "Su Meier, what are you laughing at?" Su Meier explained unhurriedly. My apologies. Hearing you actually think a single rank fire attribute skill could force Zhou Yi to retreat, I just couldn't hold it in." Zhou Yu let out a cold, furious laugh. "HMPH, once Zhou Yi loses, you won't even have time to cry," Su Meier shrugged nonchalantly. "Is that so? Then I really look forward to it. I hope you truly possess that kind of strength." Meanwhile on the stage, the sight of Zhou Yi continuing to advance through the towering sea of fire caused the crowd in the stands to gasp in shock. Zhou Yu also muttered in a daze. How is this possible?" At this moment, a vast wave of holy light energy instantly erupted from within Zhou Yi, wrapping tightly around his body. It was indeed his A-rank secret art, the Sacred Flame Halo. Empowered by the Sacred Flame Halo, he not only possessed the ability to control sacred flames, but also boosted his and his nearby teammates' light attribute resistance by 20, obtaining fire damage reduction for a certain duration. Standing proudly in the middle of the sea of flames, Zhou Yi gave a cold shout. "Sacred Flame Halo. Absorb!" Lu Zhou gasped in utter horror. How is this possible?" The massive ultimate fire phoenix completely ignored his commands, instead turning into pure energy and being frantically sucked into Zhou Yi's palm. Staring at the fire phoenix, which had now shrunk to the size of a fist in his hand, Zhou Yi smiled. "Little firebird, obediently become my energy." With that, the once arrogant fire phoenix was completely absorbed and made his own. Seeing this from behind, Song Xiaolin said with pride, "It seems Qingjing University has absolutely no idea just how valuable our holy paladin captain is." Zhang Churan nodded in agreement and smiled. "Exactly, even Shen Lingfeng, who possesses the flame dragon bloodline, was utterly crushed by brother Zhou Yi in a fire showdown, let alone this mere fire attribute magic." Staring at the residual warmth of the flames dissipating in his palm, the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up as he smiled faintly at the members of Qingjing University opposite him. "Apologies, but I must disappoint you. Because possessing the Sacred Flame Halo, I also hold absolute control over fire." By this time, the entire spectator stands were in an uproar. Everyone stared in horror, whispering in amazement, "Heavens, I felt a trace of a god's aura on that freshman just now. This is too unbelievable." Zhou Yi actually mastered a legendary divine skill. The fame of divine skills even caused some in the audience to view Zhou Yi as a godlike existence. Zhou Yu's pride could no longer be maintained. Clenching her teeth, she demanded in disbelief, "A divine skill? How could it be a divine skill? The Sacred Flame Halo is something even many third advancement powerhouses dream of but can't even catch a glimpse of. On what basis does a freshman master it?" Su Meier chuckled from the side, replying, "Perhaps it's because our student Zhou Yi has pretty good luck. After all, as an exceptional genius, having a few astonishing minor encounters is only normal." Gritting her teeth, Zhou Yi snorted, refusing to back down. "Stop acting so proud. Our team still has plenty of trump cards that we haven't shown yet." Hearing this, Su Meier shrugged indifferently. "Like I said, I hope you truly possess that level of strength." Looking at Su Meier's calm and unhurried attitude, Zhou Yu was absolutely furious. Meanwhile, in the back row, Zhou Donger's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Zhou Yi on the stage, curiously tugging at her father and asking, "Dad, what exactly is a divine skill? Why is everyone so excited?" Zhou Heng took a deep breath, explaining with a heavy expression, "Because a divine skill is the most unique and illogical type of skill in this world," he continued. "It cannot be obtained through standard skill books or any form of sect or bloodline inheritance. Only a tiny handful of top-tier monsters who are personally favored and blessed by the gods are qualified to lay hands on a divine skill. Clearly the Sacred Flame Halo mastered by Zhou Yi is a supreme grace bestowed upon him by the Lord of Light." At this point, Zhou Heng's expression dimmed as he sighed. "Our Zhou family once worshipped the goddess of frost and was highly favored. But ever since that curse, the goddess's protection has completely vanished. Therefore, any class holder who can obtain a deity's favor has a bottomless potential for future cultivation. The conditions we offered before indeed seem far too insignificant to Zhou Yi." Hearing this, Zhou Donger murmured in disappointment. "According to what you say, isn't our special trip this time all in vain?" But Zhou Heng remained resolute, shaking his head. "No, we still have a chance. Once the matches conclude tomorrow, I will personally seek out Zhou Yi for a proper talk. He is highly likely the only hope to save and revive our Zhou family. I absolutely won't give up easily. Meanwhile on the stage, Lu Zhou was filled with panic, staring blankly at Zhou Yi. How is this possible? My ultimate fire phoenix was actually neutralized by him just like that? Seeing this, Captain Li Yuan took a step forward, patting his shoulder as he comforted in a low voice. Lu Zhou, don't panic, although I don't know how he did it either. What's certain is that fire attribute magic has completely lost its effect on him. Lu Zhou, don't be discouraged. Try using skills of other elements to attack. Lu Zhou immediately pulled himself together, responding loudly. Raising his longsword high, Li Yuan commanded, Shalan, continue using long-range physical arrow rain to suppress and pin him down. We must not let him easily close in on our position. Startled, Shalan quickly drew her bow and shouted, Leave it to me. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhou swung his staff, a cunning sneer spreading across his face as he shouted triumphantly, Zhou Yi, don't get too ahead of yourself. Take this rock barrier. With his shout, a massive rock wall erupted from the ground, completely blocking Zhou Yi's path. Simultaneously, the dense rain of arrows shot by Sha Lan whistled in to flank him from both sides. Gale arrow rain. Faced with this pincer attack, Zhou Yi remained calm behind the rock wall, sneering in his heart, Do you really think you can stop me with these methods? Nice try, but you're still too naive. Standing his ground, Zhou Yi lightly swept a single hand across the air, boldly casting the ultimate defensive skill, Sacred Light Shield. In an instant, two massive shield walls flowing with golden light condensed out of thin air, completely blocking all the incoming arrows and falling rocks, while unleashing a flurry of crisp, resounding impacts. Watching from below, Zhou Xiaobai couldn't help but gasp in shock. Heavens, he actually mastered the A-rank Sacred Light Shield, and looking at his proficiency and energy intensity, the skill level is definitely not low. Even Sha Lan, who had always possessed extremely high standards, couldn't help but marvel. Zhou Yi's defense was virtually airtight, but due to this tight defense he was also temporarily blocked in place, unable to charge forward immediately. Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded in response. This has indeed disrupted my combat rhythm a bit. It seems I must also use some long-range skills to break up their formation. Suddenly, at this very moment, Li Yuan sensed that something was wrong and shouted, Oh no, fall back quickly. But right then, Zhou Yi had already condensed a massive fiery hurricane sweeping through everything in the vicinity. Sacred Flame Storm. Leaping backward, Li Yuan bellowed, Get out of the way, this hurricane will destroy everything in its path. Its power is absolutely terrifying. Sha Lan hurriedly dodged, filled with silent dread. A sacred flame storm of this magnitude. If one were accidentally caught in it, they would probably be eliminated immediately. Suddenly, Li Yuan asked, Wait, where is Lu Zhou? Don't tell me he's still in there? Sure enough, Lu Zhou was struggling with all his might inside the hurricane, cursing in fury. Damn it, is he really a holy paladin? The elemental skills he unleashes are actually more terrifying than mine. A mage. Seeing Lu Zhou still holding on, the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up slightly as he said, It seems the heat isn't quite enough yet, but don't worry, after all, I'm the one who perfectly absorbed your energy with the ultimate fire phoenix. The flames grew more and more violent, and Lu Zhou's protective shield cracked completely. Zhou Yi gave a cold shout. Burned to ashes. Within the storm, Lu Zhou was in excruciating pain. Screaming out in utter despair, his staff fell to the ground, shattering to pieces. Once the howling wind subsided, Lu Zhou's body was scorched. He lay on the ground groaning in agony. Save me. His fighting spirit fully aroused, Zhou Yi said with a trace of regret, Tisk, I actually failed to finish you in a single blow, but you won't be so lucky next time. His arrogant attitude made Li Yuan boil with rage. He bellowed, Arrogant bastard, Xiaobai, go heal Lu Zhou quickly. I'll deal with Zhou Yi myself. Zhou Xiaobai immediately responded. Zhou Yi raised his warhammer high, saying perfect timing. A flash of golden light shot straight toward Li Yuan. Radiant slash, however, standing his ground, Li Yuan said disdainfully, HMPH, watch me block this directly. The instant the attack arrived, Li Yuan quickly activated his shield. Parry shield. Seeing the massive shield floating in midair, Zhou Xiaobai cried out in surprise. That's Captain's shield. Radiant slash crashed heavily onto the parry shield, triggering a massive explosion after taking the hit. Li Yuan knelt on one knee in exhaustion, panting heavily, utterly shocked in his heart. This Zhou Yi's strength was indeed terrifying to the extreme. No wonder Li Xin, even with a talent like iron bones and bronze skin, couldn't even block a few of his punches. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes turned blood red, and he roared frantically, But I'm not someone to be messed with either. He quickly launched a counterattack. Anger slash. Zhou Yi remained completely composed, casually swinging his warhammer to dismantle the blow. He sneered disdainfully, nothing but empty bluster. Seeing his attack shattered in an instant, Li Yuan was completely dazed, saying in disbelief, How is this possible? On what basis can he block this attack directly? Normally, this slash of mine can even eliminate a level 20 gold-grade magical beast. Unwilling to back down, Li Yuan charged forward again, gripping his longsword tightly. I don't believe it. Zhou Yi met the attack once more, just as Li Yuan leapt up, preparing to cleave down with his sword. Zhou Yi also swiftly swung his warhammer to counter. HMPH, then I'll beat you until you submit. Their attacks collided with a resounding boom, exploding with staggering power. Li Yuan's strength made Zhou Yi feel incredibly refreshed, he said with excitement. Exhilarating as expected of Qingjing University's captain. You're the first peer who can clash head-on with me in terms of pure strength while struggling to block. Li Yuan thought anxiously to himself. Damn it, Zhou Yi's attribute strength is actually even higher than mine. If this keeps up, my stamina will give out very soon. In the next second, Zhou Yi knocked Li Yuan's longsword flying with a single blow. He barked coldly. You can't even hold your own weapon securely, running out of strength so soon? Zhou Yi instantly closed in on Li Yuan, roaring, back off. Li Yuan was terrified, realizing things were bad, but he had absolutely no time to dodge. At the critical moment, a shield materialized out of thin air, protecting Li Yuan from this fatal blow. Having his attack blocked made Zhou Yi highly annoyed. An attack that was a guaranteed hit actually got blocked. At the same time, a massive mechanical monster suddenly appeared above Zhou Yi. He spun around rapidly, propping up a shield, divine protection. But the sharp horn of this mechanical centipede directly cracked the shield. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi's protective barrier shattered. He charged forward in anger to counterattack, shouting, "Shatter for me!" After landing a successful blow, Zhou Yi quickly retreated to the ground. He secretly evaluated. The ambush attack of this mechanical monster is indeed powerful. My level 9 divine protection was actually pierced by a single blow from it. Panting heavily, Li Yuan stood up, and seeing that it was Wang Zan who had saved his life, he quickly thanked him. Xiao Zan, thanks for saving my life, Wang Zan replied calmly. Just doing my duty. If I hadn't stepped in, we probably would have lost. Leave Zhou Yi to me now. Go deal with the others. Wang Zan slowly revealed his skills, saying, I originally planned to save my strength to deal with Magic Capital University's Wei He. I really didn't expect Zhou Yi alone could push our entire team to such a miserable state. Wang Zan continued to summon another robot. This time a monster, the Mechanical Bee, Model GX100, Level 21, Silver Potential. Right after came another massive wave of robots. Light Rocket Robot Type S, Level 21, Silver Potential. Ranger BT200, Level 22, Silver Potential. Looking at the dense swarm of robots before him, Zhou Yi thought to himself in surprise, Wang Zan is only level 19, yet these robots are actually around level 21 or 22. In the stands, Wu Meng glanced at Principal Cheng and smiled. Principal Cheng, it seems your Qingjing University was also hiding a trump card. Principal Cheng answered confidently. Of course. Looking proudly at Wang Zan, he said, Wang Zan possesses the S-rank talent Heart of Machines, which allows him to manufacture robots with levels higher than his own. Wu Meng commented with great interest. An S-rank talent, so that's how it is. The outcome of this team match will depend on the two of them, on the field. Zhou Yi suddenly revealed a slight smile and said, A machinist's horde tactics? A blazing battle intent ignited in his eyes as he said excitedly, Then let me see just how powerful this horde tactics of yours can be. Wang Zan ordered the robots forward in a rage, shouting, How dare you charge straight into my machine army? You're simply seeking death. Those robots instantly fired countless bullets, raining down on Zhou Yi. Immediately after, the mechanical bees also lunged forward in a frenzy. Finally, the artillery battery in the distance kept up a continuous bombardment. Zhou Yi quickly activated his shield to block. Gemini Heart Shield. Zhou Yi's face was cold as he stared at the continuous rain of bullets. Suddenly he gave a low shout, Go! The shield instantly pushed forward, repelling all the bullets and robots. Immediately after, Zhou Yi cast his skill. Holy Cross, a massive cross of light and shadow materialized, enveloping his body. The robots began to be corroded by electrical currents, and with a series of explosions they shattered to pieces in the blink of an eye. Watching his robots get blown up, Wang Zan cursed in fury. Damn it, my robots are made of explosion-proof and fireproof materials, yet they couldn't even withstand this. Wang Zan suddenly retrieved a control keyboard, saying, I have plenty of robots of this caliber. With that, he quickly pressed a button, and a brand new machine army was manufactured. Wang Zan shouted in exasperation, I don't believe your spiritual energy is bottomless. Charge. Meanwhile, on Zhou Yi's teammate's side, Wei Tieshun casually smashed the robots while laughing. Haha, Wang Zan would never guess that Brother Yi is best at dealing with this kind of horde tactics. At this moment, Zhou Yi glanced at his system panel, silently calculating. The timing is perfect. Another skill was ready. Holy Storm. The moment Wang Zan saw this move, he instantly panicked and hurriedly ordered, It's that terrifying skill again, retreat quickly. But it was already too late. Holy Storm erupted completely, wiping out all the mechanical creations on the field. Simultaneously, blood-red warnings kept popping up on Wang Zan's control screen. Unit 74 connection lost. Wang Zan clenched his teeth in fury. They had barely clashed and he had already lost a third of his forces. Damn it. Suddenly he took a deep breath, thinking to himself, it seems horde tactics are completely useless against him. No choice, I have to use my final trump card. Wang Zan swiftly summoned a massive mecha, shouting, come forth, HX Arbiter. A gargantuan mechanical body, resembling a shark with sharp fangs and a massive jaw, ready to fire destructive power, appeared out of thin air. At the same time, its mechanical arms and suspended weaponry began to spin into action. Wang Zan shouted maniacally, HX Arbiter, merge! Instantly, the cockpit of the HX Arbiter opened, pulling Wang Zan inside to initiate the merger. Simultaneously, the HX Arbiter's body expanded rapidly, starting to press against the arena's protective barrier. The moment it touched the barrier, the system alarm blared immediately. Space restriction detected. Emergency boost to defensive force field intensity. Looking at this behemoth, the spectators below were frozen in absolute terror. This was just too exaggerated. For the first time in the history of the National College Exchange Tournament, an epic-grade mechanical creation had appeared. In the end, a steel monster descended upon the battlefield. HX Arbiter, level 23, epic potential. In the spectator stands, a female student watched the arena, unable to help but sigh repeatedly. This year's freshmen are all monsters. Meanwhile on the field, seeing Wang Zan unleash his secret weapon, Li Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, brother Zan's Arbiter is out. Li Yuan turned to challenge Zhang Churan mockingly. You guys are bound to lose this time. But Zhang Churan remained completely unmoved, continuing to launch fierce attacks. Cleaving her sword toward Li Yuan, she cried out, HMPH, brother Zhou Yi won't lose. Li Yuan hurriedly dodged backward, yet his mouth still spewed disdainful mockery. Got any other moves? Why make such futile struggles? Meanwhile, on Zhou Yi's side, Wang Zan, inside the HX mecha, shouted at the top of his lungs. Zhou Yi, first let me show you the Arbiter's wildfire power. Countless energy shells poured down. Looking at the whistling rain of projectiles, Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged as he calculated full fire coverage. Cannot block this head-on. Immediately after, Zhou Yi stepped on the rubble on the ground and leapt rapidly. He nimbly darted left and right in midair, perfectly evading those missiles. Glancing at the exploding flames behind him, Zhou Yi muttered in a low voice, "Can you show me some fresh moves?" But he didn't notice that another missile was flying straight at him from the front. Fortunately, Zhou Yi twisted his body, dodging it by a hair's breadth. The instant the missile brushed past him, it exploded with a bang. Looking at the terrifying destructive power, Zhou Yi was secretly startled. That was close. Inside the mecha, Wang Zan laughed maniacally. Run, keep running. Wang Zan launched continuous attacks, mocking, you have nowhere to run this time. At this critical juncture, Zhou Yi had no choice but to swing his warhammer, smashing all the incoming missiles to pieces. Simultaneously, the HX Arbiter suddenly drew the giant sword from its back with a backhand grip, cleaving down coldly. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the entire arena floor was sliced cleanly into two by this strike. Inside the Arbiter, Wang Zan continued to mock him. Zhou Yi, can you do nothing but run? He slashed out countless sword chi in succession, jeering. Are the people of Suhang University all cowardly turtles shrinking in their shells like this? These words completely crossed Zhou Yi's line. He immediately responded, since I can dodge your attacks, let's have a satisfying head-on clash. Seeing Zhou Yi provoked, Wang Zan sneered in his heart. A tiny bit of provocation and he can't take it. How foolish. He quickly pushed down the control lever, his eyes filled with disdain. With this level of composure, he was actually the captain of Suhang University. It seemed Suhang University had truly declined. The Arbiter cleaved down heavily once again, but this time Zhou Yi did not dodge, choosing instead to clash head-on with his warhammer. The warhammer forcefully knocked away the Arbiter's giant sword, and immediately after, Zhou Yi instantly activated his skill. God's Hand, a terrifying column of holy light descended from the void above. This light frantically devoured all the surrounding energy, and even the surface of the Arbiter's mecha began to crackle with wild electrical arcs. The referee system at the side of the field lost its composure in shock. What on earth is going on? How is the energy of the protective barrier suddenly being absorbed? The defense control system outside the stands quickly ordered, activate the emergency protocols. Multiple backup monitoring flying globes shot into the air. These array maintenance systems quickly flew into the protective barrier. Each match field's protective barrier was maintained by a high-grade light attribute magic stone to facilitate real-time repairs of the shield. On the battlefield of Li Yuan and Zhang Churan, that piercing holy light instantly caught Zhang Churan's attention. Seeing Li Yuan charging again, Zhang Churan hurriedly flew backward to dodge. She turned her head toward Tang Lingxi, shouting loudly, "Retreat!" On Sha Lan's side, countless sharp arrows were pouring down like a blanket. Song Xiaolin and Wei Tieshun quickly retreated. Hearing Zhang Churan's retreat order, the two exchanged a glance and immediately backed away rapidly. At this moment, Li Yuan also sensed something amiss. He barked loudly, "Stop the chase." But Lu Zhou questioned in exasperation. "They are clearly afraid. Why aren't we pressing our advantage?" The members of Qingjing University quickly gathered together. Staring at that terrifying energy source, Li Yuan said with a grave expression, "Something is wrong. This power is too bizarre." Right at that moment, a majestic golden hand slowly materialized from within the holy light. The entire audience shrieked in absolute terror. What is that?" Wang Zan, inside the Arbiter, also saw it, horrified beyond measure. A god-bestowed skill, such a terrifying pressure was an aura that absolutely only skills of S-rank or above could possess. Wang Zan's face turned pale in an instant. Although his Arbiter was a top-tier existence among a rank mechas only one grade away from S-rank, the gap between the two was nonetheless as different as heaven and earth. However, after a brief moment of fear, the madness in his bones was ignited, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "No, we haven't even fought yet. How can I be afraid first? It's just a god-bestowed skill. I don't believe you can really defeat me." At this moment, Wang Zan seemed to merge perfectly with the Arbiter. He frantically activated the Arbiter's overload limit. The chainsaw gears on the giant sword spun at insane speeds. With a frenzied expression, Wang Zan slashed again and again, his face even contorting slightly from overexertion. He bellowed, "Shatter for me!" Countless slashes flew maniacally to meet the giant hand descending from the sky. At this instant, he even thought he had successfully neutralized the blow. However, the piercing golden light that burst forth next instantly dispersed his joy. The giant hand pressed down with an unmatched, unstoppable momentum, slamming brutally onto the Arbiter. The violent energy shockwave instantly tore through the ground, exploding with terrifying destructive power. The spectators in the stands turned pale without exception, screaming in terror at the horrifying destructive power on the stage. At this moment, countless broken mechanical parts flew and landed by Zhou Yi's feet. With a cold expression, Zhou Yi casually kicked them aside. Under that absolute suppression of power, the Arbiter had been reduced to a heap of broken scrap metal, and Wang Zan collapsed completely, unable to rise. Xiaolan's face was ashen, and she muttered to herself in a daze. With a defeated expression, she spat out the last word, "Lost." At this moment, covered in wounds, Wang Zan struggled to raise his arm, weakly crying out, "Zhou Yi." His voice trembled continuously. Zhou Yi, however, the only response he received was the cold, departing figure of Zhou Yi. In this instant, the entire stands erupted completely. "Holy crap, this holy light is just too brutal. That was incredible. It's like a nuclear explosion, too terrifying." The entire audience spontaneously chanted his name in unison at this moment. "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi." Amidst the overwhelming waves of cheers, Zhou Yi calmly walked off the stage. Principal Cheng murmured in a daze, "The god bestowed God's hand. It's no shame for our Qingjing University to lose." However, his heart was twitching violently. He had originally thought that with Wang Zan around, this year's team match championship would be a piece of cake for Qingjing University. Witnessing the duel just now, Principal Cheng broke into a cold sweat. No one expected that such an absurdly broken existence like Zhou Yi would appear. Melee, support, magic, he was ridiculously strong in every single category and could even be called all-powerful. Dean Cheng turned and departed. Before leaving, he spoke to Wu Mang. "Dean Wu, your Suhang University has produced quite a fine prospect. In my 30-odd years of teaching, Zhou Yi is absolutely the most dazzling genius I have ever seen," Dean Cheng said, his face filled with regret. Wu Mang burst into a hearty laugh in response. Meanwhile, in the stands, the spectators were excitedly chanting the names of Suhang University and Zhou Yi. "Suhang University, Zhou Yi, Suhang University." The cheers rose and fell in waves, echoing endlessly. Gazing at the scene before her, Zhang Churan couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Zhou Yi is truly insane." As Wei Tieshun walked, he said merrily, "That was way too easy. Qingjing University is nothing special after all." Song Xiaolin rolled her eyes at him somewhat helplessly and said, "Don't get cocky. If not for Zhou Yi, just that Wang Zan alone would have been completely beyond our ability to handle." Tang Lingxi nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Exactly, that was a level 23 epic-grade robot. If not for student Zhou Yi, we would have lost 100. Wei Tieshun laughed heartily. "You guys keep talking about if we didn't have Brother Yi. But don't we have Brother Yi backing us up right now?" Zhang Churan couldn't help but burst into a giggle and said, "By the second half of next year, the school's arena will probably have to be expanded." After all, the venue for this year's freshman exchange tournament accommodated a whopping 200,000 spectators. Zhang Churan gleefully continued, "Plus, with the live broadcast, after this battle, Brother Zhou Yi's name will spread throughout the entire Zhangxia kingdom." Hearing this, Zhou Yi scolded affectionately with a fond smile, "You cheeky girl, you're getting cheekier and cheekier." Meanwhile, in a certain room, a woman was watching the live broadcast on a projection screen, commenting, "Zhou Yi's strength is indeed impressive," she said with a touch of pride. "A genius like him is exactly the kind of talent our Tianyu guild needs. It's just a pity that his level is still a bit low right now. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until after his second advancement to formally invite him to join the guild." A man walked over and suggested, "Our Tianyu guild is the top guild in the Jiangxia kingdom, after all. Even for just logistics personnel, one's level must reach level 30 and complete the second advancement. However, after this battle, Zhou Yi's combat data will definitely be sent to the desks of the top executives of all major guilds. By then, it probably won't be too late for us to invite him, right?" The woman immediately countered, "No, it won't." Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Zhou Yi on the screen, speaking with great interest. "With the old guild leader around, even if we can't recruit him into our ranks immediately right now, I am absolutely certain," she asserted with extreme confidence, "this little junior brother of mine will definitely end up as a member of our Tianyu guild." Meanwhile, in Wang Zan's hospital room, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety. Doctors were in a heated discussion in front of the hospital bed, not daring to stop casting recovery and concentration for even a single second. Before anyone's mana was depleted, they had to prepare a handoff report. Everyone was doing their level best to save Wang Zan. Amidst this flurry of activity, the second shift of priests was already prepared, ready to replace the first shift of healing priests at any moment. "Damn it, how is this holy light so violent, even purification can't disperse it?" "Zhou Yi hit far too hard," at this moment, Li Yuan said through gritted teeth. "If the arena's magic barrier hadn't been triggered, it's hard to say if Brother Zan would have even survived, and we would have definitely been severely injured as well." Hearing Li Yuan's words, the team members lowered their heads in shame. Taking a step forward as the representative, Li Yuan said, "Dean, we are sorry. We lost. We failed to live up to the massive resources the school invested in us." Dean Cheng waved his hand wearily and said, "It's not your fault. Zhou Yi is simply too strong. In this freshman team tournament, our Qingjing University will probably only be able to secure third place in the end." Hearing this, the team members were shocked and asked in confusion, "Third place? Dean, although we lost to Suhang University, we definitely have the strength to defeat Magic Capital University." "Yeah, Dean, if we even lose to Magic Capital University, our school will completely lose face. That would be an absolute humiliation." Dean Cheng glanced at Wang Zan on the hospital bed, sighing as he said, "Wang Zan is severely injured. In the battle just now, his over 200 mechanical creations were entirely destroyed. Our Qingjing University no longer has any combat power capable of rivaling Magic Capital University's Wei He." Lying on the hospital bed, Wang Zan listened to this, his heart filled with intense unwillingness. "Zhou Yi, you are indeed strong, but I will never admit defeat. After the second advancement, my heart of machines will truly reveal the terrifying power of an S-rank talent." Wang Zan furiously clutched the bedsheets tightly. "When that time comes, I will definitely have a rematch with you." Meanwhile, in another VIP lounge, Zhou Heng sincerely bowed his head to apologize to Zhou Yi. "Nephew Zhou Yi, I apologize to you. I truly lacked foresight before. A holy paladin can not only firmly anchor the support role, but actually possesses such terrifying direct damage dealing capability as well. Of course, in all my years I have only ever witnessed such a miracle in you, Zhou Yi. You are truly a dragon among men, a one-in-a-million genius." However, Zhou Yi very calmly cut through the fluff. "Mr. Zhou, let's skip these hollow pleasantries. If you have something to say, just say it straight." Zhou Heng smiled awkwardly and said, "People of strength indeed speak straightforwardly. Then I won't beat around the bush. I have already reported your situation to the family. Both the clan head and the elder council have stated that as long as you are willing to return to the Zhou family, the clan will definitely exhaust its full strength to nurture you." Zhou Yi asked back with some confusion. "The clan head and the elder council?" Zhou Heng hurriedly explained. "Our Zhou family has vast branches and numerous clansmen. Every year when distributing cultivation resources, how much each branch receives is entirely based on their own capabilities. Within the massive Zhou family, varied interest groups are intricately interwoven, and the two largest factions among them are the elder council and the clan head's faction." Pushing up his glasses with a serious expression, Zhou Heng continued, "Normally, the two factions would never easily join forces, but on the matter of roping you back into the family, both sides have rarely reached a consensus." After hearing this, Zhou Yi silently calculated in his mind, "This is indeed a highly tempting offer. With the joint promise of the Zhou family's leadership, there's indeed no need to worry about cultivation resources. but returning to the main lineage will inevitably drag me into a bunch of trivial matters. Besides, my mentor is Principal Wang Wei. Even without the support of the Zhou family, I can still use the principal's resources to level up rapidly. After careful consideration, Zhou Yi realized that the most critical factor was that he still held the ultimate cheat, the system, in his hands. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yi flatly refused. "I'm sorry, Uncle Zhou. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have no plans to change my class again." Upon hearing this answer, Zhou Heng's face instantly turned ashen, and he murmured in despair, "Could it be that our Tianlin Zhou family truly has no hope of rising again?" Looking at his despondent state, Zhou Yi felt a bit of sympathy and offered comfort. "But I know someone who also possesses a pure frost bloodline. Perhaps she will consider transferring to your Zhou family's hidden class in the future." Hearing this, Zhou Heng sighed hopelessly. "It's no use, it's futile, to transfer to our Zhou family's 3 major hidden classes. Besides possessing the frost bloodline, the requirements for bloodline concentration are also extremely harsh. An ordinary frost bloodline simply cannot meet the class change requirements." Hearing this, Zhou Yi pointed at him and asked, "The purity of the frost bloodline inside my sister's body is at least 3 times higher than yours. That should be more than enough, right?" Hearing Zhou Yi say this, Zhou Heng's eyes instantly lit up. In his excitement, he grabbed Zhou Yi's hand, urgently confirming, "Your sister has also awakened the frost bloodline?" Then Zhou Heng even began to tremble with excitement. His entire body instantly rejuvenated. He laughed in wild ecstasy. "Wonderful! I truly never expected to see the hope of the Zhou family's resurgence in my lifetime. I finally have the face to meet our ancestors. Heaven has truly blessed our Zhou family. Ancestors protect us." "Nephew, are you telling the truth? The bloodline concentration in her body is really more than 3 times mine? Doesn't that mean her bloodline concentration is nearly at the 100 maximum value? If so, she can freely choose from the 3 major ice attribute hidden classes." Looking at his near-frenzied state, Zhou Yi silently grumbled in his heart. "He's really driven mad by desperation. I can't let him get too overexcited." Thus, Zhou Yi calmed him down, saying, "Uncle Zhou, don't celebrate too early. As for whether she will follow the Zhou family's cultivation path, it still depends on my sister's own wishes." Zhou Heng nodded furiously like a woodpecker. "Yes, yes, yes, we'll do whatever you say. When can we go see your sister?" Zhou Yi fell into deep thought for a moment. For him, joining the Zhou family was indeed of little use. First, he couldn't change his class again. Second, he had the resources of the system and Principal Wang Wei supporting him. But for his sister, Zhou Yun, it was completely different. Although he could provide cultivation resources for his sister himself, it could absolutely not compare to the full-force heritage of an ancient family. Since the Zhou family had failed to extend a helping hand when their parents met with disaster back then, it was only fair and reasonable to have the Zhou family compensate his sister with all their resources now. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yi dialed Zhou Yun's number, feeling a bit anxious. Before the competition, he had left Xiao Wei at home to accompany her, and he didn't know if the little guy had been put through the ringer by her. The moment the call went through, Zhou Yun picked up instantly. On the screen, Zhou Yun was clutching Xiao Wei tightly, shouting excitedly, "Brother?" Seeing this, Zhou Yi thought to himself, "I knew it." Zhou Yun spun around in circles while holding Xiao Wei, giggling as she praised, "Brother, your battle just now was simply incredible, a complete stomp. So many girls at our school admire you and are asking me for your contact info. But there's no way I'm giving it to them. My ideal sister-in-law must be strong, very strong, insanely strong. She must have broad shoulders, sturdy arms, firm skin, and muscular legs. She needs to be able to swing a several hundred-pound greatsword and also sew clothes for you with an embroidery needle." Zhou Yi cut her off testily. "Stop talking nonsense and get to the point." Then, with a serious expression, Zhou Yi told her about the Zhou family approaching him recently, and introduced, "The main lineage of the Zhou family has 3 major hidden classes. Frost Archer, Icebone Swordsman, and Glacial Master. Archer and Swordsman lean toward physical classes, while Glacial Master is a mage-type class. Given the purity of your Frost bloodline, you can freely choose from these 3 classes." Hearing this, Zhou Yun's expression turned serious as she studied the 3 class projections on the screen, ultimately deciding to choose the mage path. "Brother, I choose this one. Ice attribute magic attacks suit me better," Zhou Yi reminded her. "Once you accept the Zhou family's career path, you must head to the Zhou clan territory in Tianlin province for at least 3 to 4 years of closed-door special training. You must think this down clearly." Zhou Yun replied with a resolute expression. "I've made up my mind." She couldn't help but exclaim with a touch of admiration, "Brother has become so dazzling now. As your sister, I absolutely cannot lag behind," she thought to himself. "If I can obtain the Zhou family's cultivation resources, I won't have to consume my brother's resources anymore and become a burden to him." After Zhou Yun selected her class, Zhou Yi promised, "Once I finish handling the matters at hand, I will accompany you to Tianlin province." the two ended their call. After communicating with his sister, Zhou Yi returned once again to the venue of the freshman exchange tournament. The system's pleasant voice echoed from the broadcast. "Welcome everyone to the 4th round of the solo tournament in the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today we will decide the top 8 geniuses who will advance to the 5th round of the solo tournament," the system continued to announce. "Before we begin, I will announce the bountiful rewards prepared by the SSS-Class Holder Alliance for the top 8 solo contestants." Subsequently, a potion bottle appeared on the massive screen, and the system announced, "An S-Rank Magic Potion." The audience below instantly erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Holy crap, it's actually an S-Rank potion again." As expected of the SSS-Class Holder Alliance, what a grand gesture. Even 3rd advancement class holders would salivate over this reward. Leaning in close, Zhang Churan whispered, "Brother Zhou Yi, the reward for the solo tournament champion last year was only a single S-Rank magic potion." Zhou Yi replied, "With the situation in the other world growing tense nowadays, the Alliance needs to focus on nurturing more top-tier talents at any cost." Zhang Churan nodded thoughtfully. Right after, the system announced the exclusive rewards for advancing to the top 4 and clinching the championship. The projection of a divine weapon appeared on the screen as the system announced loudly. The solo tournament champion will receive a legendary grade weapon personally crafted by master craftsman Qi Jun of the SSS-Class Holder Alliance. Even Zhou Yi was incredibly shocked by this reward. A legendary grade weapon, this was the peak of divine weapons that human crafting technology could currently achieve. Such a bountiful reward ignited a roaring battle spirit in every single contestant present. This championship had to be won. After the rewards were announced, the system notified all contestants to enter the arena and prepare. Before stepping onto the stage, Zhang Churan turned back with a sweet smile at Zhou Yi. "Brother Zhou Yi, make sure to cheer for me." Zhou Yi replied with a smile, "Don't worry, you'll definitely do great." At this moment, Zhou Yi's opponent for this round had already stepped onto the stage clad in heavy armor. The two stood facing each other, and Feng Chang said with a solemn gaze, "Zhou Yi, I know you are very strong." He suddenly drew his greatsword, roaring, "But I, Feng Chang, am certainly no pushover," he thought to himself with a touch of smugness. "The vast majority of class holders choose to balance their stat points when they level up, but I am completely different. I poured all of my attribute points into strength. When it comes to raw strength, I have absolute confidence." Just then, the system indicated the official start of the match. The moment the announcement fell, Zhou Yi strode forward like a meteor, warhammer in hand. Feng Chang also roared and charged head-on, laughing mockingly. "Zhou Yi, perfect timing. Do you dare to clash with me head-on?" With that, he took the initiative to unleash his skill. Violent slash, however. The two violent forces clashed savagely in the void, and in just an instant, the greatsword in Feng Chang's hand let out a piercing cracking sound. In the next second, Zhou Yi's warhammer shattered the greatsword with a boom, and with its remaining force undiminished, it swept viciously across Feng Chang's chest. Feng Chang shrieked. Kneeling heavily onto the ground, clutching his chest in utter disbelief, he roared, "This is impossible. I'm a pure strength build. How could your strength be even higher than mine?" Zhou Yi casually slung the warhammer over his shoulder, mocking disdainfully, "Is that it?" The entire spectator stands erupted into a massive uproar in an instant. A pure strength warrior who had allocated everything to strength was actually completely crushed in a test of raw power. Just how terrifyingly high was Zhou Yi's strength attribute? Zhou Yi's stat values were simply a mystery, and the audience even began to seriously suspect whether he was hacking. Below the stands, the team members of Magic Capital University also shouted in extreme disbelief. How is this possible? In a head-on clash of raw strength, Brother Chang actually lost. Beside them, Su Kitchen spoke with a heavy expression. Under the reinforcement of his heavy gear, Feng Chang's strength attribute has already reached 370 points. For Zhou Yi to be able to cripple him with a single hammer strike, his strength attribute must be at least 450 points or higher. And what's even more terrifying is that his intelligence attribute is also ridiculously high. This is simply staggering. Turning his head with some concern, President Su asked, "Wei He, matching up against Zhou Yi, what are your chances of winning?" Wei He fell silent for a moment before replying, 30%. At the same time, on the stage, the severely injured Feng Chang struggled to stand up. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low growl. "I haven't lost yet." Feng Chang roared as he stood tall, shouting, "Come on, a knight only dies standing up. There is absolutely no reason to live on his knees." A flicker of respect flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes as he said, "You're a real man, I respect you." With a furious roar, Feng Chang swung his sword once more, executing sky-cleaving strike to launch a charge. Seeing this, Zhou Yi no longer held back. Fiercely swinging his hammer of repentance, a colossal phantom warhammer slammed heavily onto Feng Chang. Shrieking, he was sent flying directly like a cannonball. Seeing this, the leader of Magic Capital University hurriedly stood up and shouted, "We surrender. Terminate the match immediately." The system promptly determined and announced, "Magic Capital University surrenders." The winner of this match, Zhou Yi. In an instant, Zhou Yi was completely drowned out by the thunderous cheers of the entire venue. "Zhou Yi is the strongest. Zhou Yi, I love you." Medical personnel hurriedly rushed to Feng Chang's side with a stretcher. After checking his injuries, one sighed, "Tisk, it's that troublesome holy light energy again. Quick, lose no time in administering emergency treatment." No kidding, he was matching up against Zhou Yi. With that, several people joined forces to carry Feng Chang away from the scene to the emergency room. A day after the match concluded, the Suhang University team gathered in the meeting room to study their subsequent tactics. Wu Mang spoke with gratification. "Excellent. 2 of our Suhang University contestants have already successfully advanced to the quarterfinals." Casting a commendable glance at Song Xiaolin, Wu Mang said, "Song Xiaolin, your advancement was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, your chances of advancing to the top 4 in the next round might not be high, but you still need to put in extra effort." Song Xiaolin replied with a sweet smile, "I understand, Dean." Next, Wu Mang turned his head to look at Zhang Churan. "Zhang Churan, with your strength you could have easily advanced to the top 8. But unfortunately your bracket luck was a bit poor, matching up against the championship favorite Wei He in the next round." Wu Mang urged with a serious expression, "There are only 2 slots left for the top 8, which will be decided in the loser's bracket. I hope you can seize this opportunity." Having said that, he looked at Zhou Yi, revealing a trusting smile. "Zhou Yi, as for you, I am completely at ease. I'll leave the heavy responsibility of securing the solo tournament championship entirely to you." Zhou Yi replied steadily, "This disciple understands." Then Wu Mang's expression turned solemn as he continued, "As for tomorrow's team match, our opponents in these 2 matches are both ordinary universities," Dean Wu Mang said, looking at the crowd behind him. "So you substitutes can go on stage to get some experience." After making his decision, Wu Mang immediately began to explain tomorrow's tactics to them. Sitting on a chair nearby, Zhang Churan fell into deep thought. The loser's bracket in the 4th round of the solo tournament was known as a brutal elimination match. Only 2 out of the 70 contestants could advance to the 5th round of the solo tournament. Furthermore, after that, as long as one could advance to the final 4 in the 6th round, they would obtain a rare S-grade resource. Zhang Churan made up her mind, even for major families with immense wealth, S-grade resources were absolutely not handed out on a whim. "If I can get it, my strength will definitely reach another level." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Zhou Yi, your strength has already been exposed." Wu Mang smiled and continued, "With your strength you could single-handedly sweep any ordinary university's team. However, tomorrow's team match is mainly to train them. You just need to protect them and try not to make a move unless necessary." Zhou Yi nodded in response, "I understand." Suddenly, 2 girls walked in. The moment they saw Zhou Yi, they couldn't help but gasp in excitement. "Wow, it's God Yi!" This gasp immediately drew countless other girls to rush over, surrounding him tightly. "Student Zhou Yi, Student Zhou Yi. It really is Student Zhou Yi. I've met him in person. Oh my gosh, he is so much handsomer in person, and he was just looking at me." Zhou Yi asked with a face full of embarrassment. "Who are you?" They immediately replied. "I'm your fan, could you give me an autograph?" Zhou Yi asked blankly. "Autograph?" Right after, people in the crowd took out countless photos of Zhou Yi shouting excitedly, me too, I also want God Yi's autograph. You're really too handsome. God Yi, we will definitely support you throughout the upcoming matches. Go for it." Heavens, Student Zhou Yi is actually blushing, so cute. God Yi, you must take good care of yourself. And please don't get hurt. Woohoo, looking at these photos, Zhou Yi's face darkened instantly. "Is this really me?" Sitting nearby, Song Xiaolin giggled. "Zhou Yi is indeed quite popular." At this moment, a voice emerged in Zhang Churan's mind saying, "Will Brother Zhou Yi be snatched away by them? I'm so worried. If you can't keep up with Brother Zhou Yi's footsteps, you might be abandoned, you know." Zhang Churan made up her mind. "There are only 2 slots out of 70 people, I must get one," she murmured softly. "Brother Zhou Yi, I will definitely get it." Seeing that her fighting spirit had been ignited, the soul in her mind was overjoyed. At the same time, Zhou Yi suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. He turned his head in some bewilderment. Why did he suddenly get the feeling that someone was staring at him intensely? That evening, the 4th round of the solo tournament's losers bracket officially kicked off. The contestants were teleported into a desolate primeval forest. Someone asked in confusion, "Why is it a forest? Are the match venues different every year?" "I remember it was in an ancient castle last year," someone chimed in. The 4th round of the losers bracket was a dungeon generated by AI, which integrated and simulated combat data inputted into the system by university teachers and military big shots. A girl holding a scepter vigilantly surveyed her surroundings and added, to make the dungeon closer to a real battlefield. Random settings were incorporated during the initial development phase. Therefore, the venues are completely different every year, the girl continued. Not only that, the magical beasts we have to face each year are also different. Zhang Churan walked forward cautiously, secretly observing her surroundings. The environment here was quite damp. Just then, someone asked, "So what should we do now? We must..." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice came to an abrupt halt. The system prompt rang out, "Welcome, fellow students. The dungeon for this challenge is Mystic Forest Labyrinth." The system began to explain the rules. Every half hour, mysterious magical beasts will appear around the wilderness. There will be 3 waves of attacks in total. These magical beasts have nothing but devouring in their minds. You must do your absolute best to kill them before being devoured. The 2 students with the highest number of kills will successfully advance to the 5th round of the solo tournament. Before the challenge begins, the system reminds you, there is no danger to life in this dungeon. A teleportation scroll has been provided to each player. After hearing the rules, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Someone said happily, "As long as we kill monsters, this is actually pretty simple." Exactly, nothing to worry about. We've cleared dungeons so many times, this is definitely not a problem. Zhang Churan silently observed the people around her. This kind of randomly appearing unknown magical beast instead made her feel a faint sense of unease. System prompt, the first wave of magical beast attacks is about to begin. Just as the voice fell, a burst of purple mist appeared out of thin air. Zhang Churan stared solemnly at the direction where the mist was dispersing. They're here. However, once the purple mist cleared, there was no sign of any monster at all. Only the surrounding trees were swaying unnaturally. Zhang Churan wondered in her heart, why haven't they appeared yet? Right at that moment, a companion behind her suddenly clutched his neck in agony, wailing, "It's so itchy." The man cursed in rage. "Damn it, why is it this itchy?" Witnessing this, Zhang Churan's face changed dramatically. She saw a patch of purple foreign matter growing on the youth's neck, and he shrieked in unbearable itchiness, "It's too itchy, so itchy." The more he scratched, the faster the purple foreign matter spread. "It's so itchy, too itchy." He rushed toward Zhang Churan like a madman, crying out desperately for help. So itchy, save me, classmate, please help me." Immediately after, this student was completely defeated by the magical beast. System prompt, Lin Shu from Mingcheng University has been devoured by a magical beast and has exited the dungeon. Zhang Churan's brow furrowed tightly as she thought to herself, "I didn't see any magical beast appear at all. Could these beasts be invisible?" Right after, more and more students were affected, and the scene instantly fell into absolute chaos as everyone screamed in panic. What on earth happened to them? Despite not even seeing a shadow of the monsters, their companions were falling one after another, throwing everyone into immense panic. What on earth is going on? Where exactly did these magical beasts come from? We can't even see the enemy. How are we supposed to fight? Amidst the chaos, only Zhang Churan forced herself to remain calm. "I can't panic. I must first quiet my mind to find the key to the problem. These magical beasts must have a hiding place." Zhang Churan pondered secretly. Could they be formless, intangible, invisible monsters, to be able to affect so many people in an instant? If it's a contagious magical beast, and how is it transmitted? While she was lost in thought, a tiny purple object suddenly shot over at lightning speed, attaching itself to her arm. Staring at the purple foreign matter gradually growing on her skin, Zhang Churan's beautiful eyes narrowed and she glared at it coldly. Fungi, spores, without any hesitation, she instantly condensed a ball of fire, burning the purple object on her arm into ashes. After completely destroying it, Zhang Churan suddenly realized the truth, shouting loudly to the crowd, "So that's how it is." Zhang Churan then transformed into her succubus form, shouting out to warn everyone, "Countless invisible spores are floating in the air. Once they land on you, they will grow rapidly. Quickly wrap yourself in fire-type skills for defense." Hearing Zhang Churan's warning, the others followed suit one after another, and flames instantly erupted everywhere. However, some students did not possess fire-type skills and could only cry out in panic for help. "Damn it, I'm a warrior. I don't know any fire-type skills at all. Classmates, please help me. Come on, we are competitors right now. This is no time to talk about schoolmate camaraderie." Before long, those students without fire-type skills were devoured by the spores one after another. System prompts rang out consecutively. Alan from Wangcheng University has been devoured by a magical beast and has exited the dungeon. Zhao Xiaoji from Lumion Academy has been devoured by a magical beast and has exited the dungeon. Ruban from Qingteng Academy has been devoured by a magical beast and has exited the dungeon. At this moment, Zhang Churan thought to herself with a solemn expression, "Simply burning these spores doesn't count toward the kill count. I must find the source magical beasts that are releasing these spores." Just then she noticed some bizarre mushrooms growing from the tree trunks. They actually bared sharp fangs and were continuously spraying countless spores outward. This allowed Zhang Qiran to quickly pinpoint the location of the magical beasts. She immediately leapt up, shouting loudly to the crowd, "The magical beasts are on the trees." Just as her voice fell, Zhang Qiran slashed and killed one of the beasts. System prompt: Zhang Qiran from Suhang University has killed a magical beast. Accumulated kills 1. More and more parasitic beasts continue to emerge. Devoid of any fear, Zhang Qiran spread her wings and launched a fierce frontal assault. Flame Dance Phantom, Black Flame, accompanied by the system's continuous prompts. Zhang Qiran's kill count climbed frantically. Meanwhile, on the arena of the Freshman Grand Tournament's team matches, a fierce battle had also officially begun. The system announced both teams are in position, constructing the arena and activating the protective barrier field. The team match of Suhang University versus Magao University begins now. Before the announcement could even settle, the players from both sides erupted into a fierce clash. Seeing their opponents charge in full force, Suhang University's side refused to back down, meeting them head-on. A red-haired youth from Magao University let out a loud shout, unleashing his skill. Flame Storm. Countless violent fire tornadoes roared straight toward the Suhang University team. Meanwhile, an opposing team member clad in a cloak quickly gathered water attribute energy, slicing out wave after wave of water blades to counter. The two energies clashed violently in midair, the water blades slicing right through the fire tornadoes. Just then, Tan Wei cut into the battlefield, brandishing his sharp claw blades to crush the water blades in midair, sneering disdainfully, "Your water blades are far too weak and powerless." Just as a look of smugness appeared on Tan Wei's face, a stray arrow suddenly shot toward his back like lightning. Fortunately, Zhou Yi was quick-witted, instantly condensing a shield to block the strike firmly for him. Zhou Yi reminded him in a deep voice, "Tan Wei, don't let the adrenaline of battle cloud your judgment. Watch your back." Then Zhou Yi turned his head and shouted to the blonde girl Zhang Jing in the rear. "Zhang Jing, your duty is to provide protection for the team. You must keep your eyes and ears open. We absolutely cannot have another defensive loophole like the one just now." Shaken by the captain's authority, Zhang Jing panicked slightly and hurriedly closed her eyes, shouting loudly, "Yes, sir." Witnessing this, a red-haired girl on the opposing side glared at them in anger. "How dare they use us as training tools?" A youth wearing cyan armor roared in uncontainable rage. "Brothers, can you tolerate such an absolute humiliation?" The entire team erupted in a unified roar. "No!" He immediately ordered a charge. "Everyone charge! Tear them to pieces!" The two sides elegantly broke out into a fierce firefight once more. Yet at this exact moment, the phone in Zhou Yi's pocket suddenly chimed with a message notification, causing everyone on the field to subconsciously halt their actions. It turned out Zhang Qiran had sent a message to share her joy of victory, stating that she had successfully advanced. Zhou Yi smiled helplessly. This girl. Seeing Zhou Yi actually playing with his phone on the stage, the cloaked man on the opposite side flew into a violent rage, roaring, "You bastard, how dare you look at your phone on the arena? You completely look down on us. I will definitely make you pay today." However, before he could even finish his sentence, the cloaked man was sent flying in the next second, crashing heavily to the ground and unable to rise. The system immediately announced, in this match of the National College Freshman Team Tournament, Suhang University wins. The next day, battle reports and gossip about the Freshman Grand Tournament quickly spread across the internet. After the fourth round of the solo tournament's losers bracket concluded, the fifth round's qualification matches were scheduled for the following morning. These 4 duels would select the final 4 from the 8 contestants. The sixth round semifinals 4 down to 2 would then take place in the afternoon. In the end, the 2 who successfully advanced to the finals were Zhou Yi and Wei He. An internet celebrity host immediately set up a camera on site and began to passionately broadcast this explosive news. "My dear viewers, today is the highly anticipated day of the final showdown for the solo tournament championship." When the host spoke of Zhou Yi, he intentionally adopted an extremely sympathetic and respectful expression, introducing, "Student Zhou Yi comes from a humble family and is orphaned. He relied entirely on his own efforts step by step to shock everyone in the college entrance examination and become the most dazzling holy paladin in history. He is a textbook example of defying one's fate." Afterward, the host changed his tone, introducing Wei He with high passion. On the other hand, his opponent, Wei He, is a top-tier genius from a prestigious family with a century-old heritage. Not only does he possess top-tier talent, but he has also awakened an extremely powerful special bloodline, and his strength is unfathomable, the host shouted excitedly at the camera. "The ultimate clash between a humble dark horse and a prestigious family's genius, who will ultimately claim the crown of the solo tournament. Let's wait and see." I will bring you the entire live broadcast on site. So please remember to like and follow to stay updated. After watching the host's video, netizens in the comments section instantly exploded in heated discussions. God Yi's previous duel with Wang Zan was simply too stunning, so this final will definitely be a must-watch. Facing Wei He this time, God Yi will definitely crush his opponent without any suspense. Didn't you watch Wei He's matches from the past 2 days? His fighting style is extremely brutal and tyrannical. I think this showdown won't be that easy to win. Sigh, what a pity our goddess Zhang Churan ran into Wei He early in the semifinals. Otherwise it would have been so satisfying to see Suhang University claim both the champion and runner-up spots. Right at that moment a roaring helicopter propeller sound suddenly echoed from the clear sky. The surrounding crowd on the ground hurriedly dispersed, clearing an empty space only to see a helicopter slowly landing. The moment the cabin door opened and the figures stepping out became clear, the crowd instantly erupted into a heated clamor. It's the representative team of Suhang University. As the members of Suhang University made their appearance, they were instantly showered with gasps and cheers from all directions. Goddess Zhang is truly too beautiful. She practically has a divine face. God Yi, I will support you forever. Go Song Xiaolin. Don't lose heart. You'll definitely go further next time. God Yi, can we take a photo together? I want an autograph. Wherever Zhou Yi went, overwhelming waves of cheers followed closely behind. Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Just then, someone with sharp eyes noticed another helicopter slowly flying in, shouting at the top of his lungs. The people from Magic Capital University have also arrived. Half of the crowd's cheers instantly shifted to Magic Capital University. Wei He, Wei He, Wei He, Wei He. Dean Su of Magic Capital University approached with a smile, greeting Wu Mang. Good morning, Dean Wu. Today's battle for the championship of the solo tournament will be fought between our two schools. Let's keep it friendship first, competition second. Wu Mang also replied with a polite smile. Good morning, Dean Su. In his heart, however, Wu Mang sneered disdainfully. Tisk, with your Wei He's strength, do you really think he can match up against Zhou Yi? What a pipe dream. At the same time, Wei He in the distance also locked his icy gaze firmly onto Zhou Yi, thinking with sheer determination. Zhou Yi, the final showdown has finally arrived. Today I will definitely defeat you with my own hands and claim the championship crown. The long-awaited peak showdown finally officially kicked off. Before stepping onto the stage, a faint, meaningful smile tugged at the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth. The system's passionate voice echoed from the broadcast speakers. Next, with the most enthusiastic applause, let us welcome the two contestants of this final showdown to the stage, Zhou Yi, Wei He. As the two stepped onto the arena, the system continued to broadcast, the match is about to begin. Will the spectators please maintain a civilized viewing? The countdown begins. 5. The spectator stands instantly erupted into overwhelming waves of shouting. God Yi is mighty. God Yi is godlike. Senior Wei, please don't lose. Go Wei He. Take down Suhang University's arrogance. Damn, there are too many people who stepped on my foot. At the same time, at the Tianlin Zhou family, Zhou Heng was accompanying the elder Master Zhou, nervously staring at the live broadcast of the match. The countdown on the screen had only 3 seconds left. Staring at the screen, Master Zhou suddenly asked slowly, that kid from the Wei family has been hailed as the #1 prodigy of the younger generation since childhood, enjoying all the top-tier resources of a top prestigious family. Do you think Zhou Yi can defeat him? With a serious expression, Zhou Heng replied firmly, he can win. I have carefully analyzed every single combat record of Zhou Yi's previous matches. His growth rate is extremely astonishing and his strength is definitely far beyond any genius of his age, practically at the absolute ceiling level. Zhou Heng took a deep breath, staring at the massive screen as he continued. Wei He is indeed the most outstanding genius of the Wei family's current generation, fully deserving of the title. But on Zhou Yi, I can even faintly see the shadow of our Zhou family's legendary ancestor. Meanwhile on the stage, the countdown hit 0, and the system announced the official start of the match. Just as the words fell, Zhou Yi burst with brilliant sacred light, instantly casting a flurry of holy blessing skills on himself. Blessing of courage, sacred cross, sacred light protection and weapon blessing. On the other side, Wei He could no longer hold back. Gripping his greatsword tightly with both hands, he transformed into a streak of light. Lunging furiously toward Zhou Yi, he leaped into the air, delivering an incredibly domineering streak down, only to be firmly blocked by the sacred light barrier that suddenly rose around Zhou Yi. The two violent energies clashed in midair, triggering a deafening thunderous boom. Wei He's eye twitched, staring in absolute disbelief at the indestructible golden barrier before him. With a cold face, Zhou Yi swung his weapon to launch a counterattack, forcing Wei He to hastily leap back to dodge, his eyes blood red and his face distorted. Wei He let out a violent crazed roar as a tyrannical red light suddenly erupted around him, Berserk. Gnashing his teeth, the blade in Wei He's hand suddenly erupted with rolling flames as he roared. Fiery blade technique. He instantly transformed into a whirlwind of combat, unleashing a flurry of sharp, scorching blade slashes across the air. Yet facing this overwhelming wave of fiery slashes, Zhou Yi still appeared to be taking a leisurely stroll, his figure drifting nimbly as he easily evaded every single strike. While dodging, Zhou Yi rapidly analyzed in his mind. Berserk, the core skill of a berserker. Once activated, it allows one's 4 basic attributes to skyrocket in a short period. However, the side effects are also quite obvious. Once the 3-minute berserk duration ends, the user will immediately fall into a weakened state. Moreover, aside from berserk, he also just cast the fiery blade technique skill. This is equivalent to a combat buff skill, allowing every physical attack to carry additional fire attribute magic damage. Light as a swallow, Zhou Yi continuously and flexibly threaded through the dense fiery blade shadows. Wei He lunged fiercely at Zhou Yi, who fell into a combat stance, thinking to himself that this opponent truly was the #1 freshman of Magic Capital University. With sharp eyes, Zhou Yi dodged the onslaught without a hint of fear. Wei He let out an angry roar. Thunder slash. In an instant, a ring of blazing red lightning ignited around his battle blade. As an A-rank skill of the warrior class, Thunder Slash allowed for high-speed slashes. The higher the skill level, the greater the strength attribute scaling, and the faster the slashing speed, even capable of reaching a terrifying lightning-fast strike rate in its ultimate state. Wei He's eyes were bloodshot and his face was contorted in rage. He thought to himself that he had practiced this skill tens of thousands of times in training, raising it to level 9. With a thunderous slash, Wei He cleaved down brutally from above. Zhou Yi raised his warhammer to block head-on, the violent collision of their weapons igniting a stunning spectacle of exploding sparks. Gnashing his teeth, Wei He was secretly shocked by his opponent's terrifying strength. He violently exerted his arms, pouring more power into his blade. His blade weighed over 1,000 pounds, and with the boost from Thunder Slash, the resulting kinetic energy was absolutely devastating. He was confident he could slice even the hardest alloy shield in half with a single strike. Although Zhou Yi's face was devoid of fear, he knew that a prolonged clash of raw power wasn't a wise move, and there was no need to force a head-on collision. He let out a low shout, violently exerting his strength to shove Wei He along with his blade, flying backward. At the same time, the warhammer in Zhou Yi's hand instantly transformed into a burst of blinding golden light. Level 9 B-rank skill, Holy Cross. Zhou Yi formed hand seals, unleashing a brilliant blazing golden light that condensed into a colossal cross sword of light. Seeing this, Wei He sneered with confidence. "I've been expecting this move." Wei He dropped to one knee, roaring with a savage expression. War frenzy. Instantly, a blinding red light erupted from his entire body, clashing violently with the descending golden light. In the stands, Dean Su watched the scene in shock as the two terrifying forces collided, triggering a violent explosion. Yet in the center of the energy storm, Wei He appeared to be cloaked in a physical blood-red defensive armor. Wei He slowly stood up, the grin on his face growing increasingly savage and arrogant as he gripped his battle blade tightly with both hands. At this moment, a system prompt floated before Zhou Yi's eyes. Wei He's awakened talent, War Frenzy S-Rank. During the active duration of War Frenzy, Wei He's 4 basic attributes are drastically increased, and all damage received is reduced by 80. However, once the War Frenzy state ends, all accumulated damage during this period will rebound back onto Wei He with double the power. Shrouded in a violent tyrannical aura, Wei He instantly rushed in front of Zhou Yi. Watching his charging opponent, Zhou Yi thought to himself, to think he would reveal his trump card so early. He must want to settle this quickly. Wei He's War Frenzy can only last for 2 minutes at most, so the safest tactic is obviously to buy time until the skill ends. However, even with an 80 damage reduction, I can still defeat him head-on. As Wei He swung his blade in a wild frenzy, Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged. He calmly swung his weapon, steadily blocking every single slash, the collision of their blades exploding with a deafening roar. Attacking like a madman, Wei He secretly calculated, engaging in a battle of attrition against a holy paladin with numerous healing and recovery skills, is nothing short of the stupidest suicide. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had decisively activated his Berserk skill and War Frenzy talent, instantly pushing his combat power to its absolute limit. Amidst a deafening boom, a blinding flash of fire erupted on the stage, causing an uproar among the spectators below. Someone in the crowd cried out in shock, "My God, why did he choose to clash head-on? Wei He is at his absolute peak right now. Isn't the wisest choice to avoid his edge and stall for time?" Another countered. "Since God Yi dared to fight like this, it proves he has absolute confidence in his strength." I trust God Yi unconditionally. Right then, moving like lightning, Wei he delivered a viscid diagonal slash at Zhou Yi, who tilted backward, dodging the sharp strike by a hair's breadth. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhou Yi raised his hand and a brilliant golden beam instantly bloomed, he said in a deep voice. Spear of victory. A massive sigil of light materialized in midair, and immediately after, a colossal golden spear condensed from pure light elements pierced out with a boom. Shrouded in violent red light, Wei he roared with a savage expression. Perfect timing, boom, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Wei he laughed in wild provocation. Ha ha, your spear of victory can't do anything to me. Facing Wei He's provocation, Zhou Yi merely closed two fingers together and placed them calmly against his forehead, muttering, "It's a bit too early to celebrate." Light's retribution. Instantly, countless bolts of violent lightning descended with a boom, raining down on the energy barrier surrounding Wei He. Furrowing his brow, Wei He grit his teeth to hold his ground, secretly shocked. As expected of his strongest offensive skill, even with an 80 damage reduction, this thunderous agony still leaves my body numb. If he hadn't activated War Frenzy in time, this single strike would have probably defeated him on the spot. Wei He looked up, and seeing the lightning above showing signs of subsiding, he thought to himself, normally, Light's retribution requires at least a 1-second cooldown between each lightning strike. Stamping his feet, Wei He leapt up, thinking, I just need to take advantage of the interval between the lightning strikes to defeat Zhou Yi in one go. However, before he could even take 2 steps, another even more violent bolt of lightning crashed down square on him. Wei He's pupils shrank instantly, his face filled with sheer shock and disbelief as he thought, how is this possible? How could the lightning speed of Light's retribution become this fast? I clearly studied all of his previous battle videos. Could his Light's retribution have surpassed level 20? Boom, another wild bolt of lightning struck Wei He mercilessly. Faced with such a domineering and frenzied bombardment, the broadcasting drone in the air shouted excitedly, "Too violent, this is pure brutality. I must emphasize once again that you are currently watching the finals of the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament." The spectators below covered their eyes, sighing, "Too brutal." A female student shrieked and covered her face in the crowd. Wang Zan's mouth curled into a subtle, complex sneer. In the center of the lightning storm, Wei He shrieked in agony. Why? He stared at Zhou Yi in disbelief. Although they were only 10 meters apart in Wei He's eyes, Zhou Yi's figure seemed to expand infinitely, towering into the clouds, while he himself felt as tiny as an ant. His opponent was like an insurmountable, unbreakable mountain towering before him. Wei He roared hysterically, "I don't believe this." A bizarre, bloody red glow suddenly surged from his palm, gritting his teeth. His eyes turning white, he frantically channeled the remaining magic power in his body, roaring, "Secret art, 1,000 shadow blades." Boom, accompanied by a thunderous boom, billowing smoke and dust instantly engulfed the entire arena. As the dust slowly settled, Zhou Yi remained standing calmly in place, his expression unchanged. A flash of blood-red blade light flickered past. Zhou Yi tilted his head slightly, glancing at the imperceptible red mark on his cheek. A broken blade gleaming with a bloody light stabbed heavily into the ground, tearing open several spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately after, countless blood-red shards rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Observing the scene, Zhou Yi thought to himself, body etherealization is it? Legend has it that the Wei family's ancestor attained the Great Tao during the ancient war in the demon realm, completely merging his soul and magic power to refine tens of thousands of combat blades, capable of wiping out all monsters in an entire city in the blink of an eye. Although the Wei He before me is clearly far from reaching the height of his ancestor. But this body etherealization phenomenon is indeed quite an eye-opener. The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up slightly, as he smiled faintly. "I don't have to keep playing along with you anymore." Instantly, the sky full of combat blades whistled down at an astonishing speed, accompanied by piercing, air-ripping sounds. Zhou Yi slowly raised his hand, tracing a profound trajectory before him with 2 closed fingers, and said calmly, "If I only keep using my previous moves, the spectators below will probably be too disappointed. So this time, let me show everyone my self-created fusion skill." The moment the words left his mouth, an absolute zero chill abruptly swept through the entire venue, freezing everything for miles. Zhou Yi stood proudly in the center of the deep blue icy gale, taking a sudden step forward as his foot landed. Bone-chilling ice spread crazily from beneath his feet, turning the entire arena into a world of pure ice. The broadcasting drone in the air was so excited that its pitch completely changed. Dear viewers, the skill cast by student Zhou Yi has actually completely enveloped the entire arena in an instant. We can't see the specific situation inside the icy mist at all. The spectators below instantly erupted, shouting excitedly, "What on earth is happening?" One of them couldn't help but curse. "Damn, what kind of earth-shattering ultimate move is this? Why can a holy paladin cast ice attribute spells? In the stands, the Zhou family elder stood up in excitement, and Zhou Heng beside him gasped in shock. Elder? Staring intently at the stage, the elder raised a trembling finger, shouting out of composure, Zhou Heng, did you see that? What incredibly pure ice elemental power! In the center of the arena, Zhou Yi's expression was indifferent. He formed hand seals and pushed them forward. Under the absolute zero chill, Wei He's sky full of red blades began to be frozen inch by a thick layer of ice, subsequently bound tightly by golden chains. Zhou Yi's gaze turned cold and his fingers suddenly clenched. Countless golden lights instantly pierced through the ice, and the frozen fragments of the blades shattered into countless tiny shards in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yi reached out, brushing over the golden light wrapping around his wrist. The flying icy fragments, carrying an extreme chill, instantly exploded, relentlessly sending Wei He, who was in the center of the energy storm, flying backward. Wei He crashed heavily into the ruins dozens of meters away, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. As the icy mist blanketing the arena slowly dissipated, the referee's voice rang out, "Contestant Wei He has lost consciousness. The winner of this duel, contestant Zhou Yi." After a brief silence, the spectator stands erupted into a tsunami of cheers. "We won. Zhou Yi is first. Senior is way too strong," the commentator's voice also echoed in excitement. "Let us congratulate Zhou Yi, and we also thank contestant Wei He. The two geniuses have delivered a brilliant peak showdown. This is absolutely the most shocking and spectacular battle in the freshman exchange tournament in the last 10 years. Let us cheer to our heart's content for the strongest genius of the younger generation." Zhou Yi raised his right hand high, a smile appearing on his face against the backdrop of the gorgeous fireworks blooming across the sky. The voice of the broadcasting drone echoed above. "And with that, the solo tournament has come to a successful conclusion. Next up will be the team matches and the survival challenge. Let us look forward to their outstanding performances." In the stands, Wu Mang marveled with a face full of smiles. At such a young age, he could actually execute the Wei family's exclusive secret art, Unity of Man and Blade. In past freshman tournaments, Wei He would have definitely claimed the absolute top spot. What a shame he had to run into Zhou Yi. Beside him, Zhang Churan playfully twirled the end of her hair, her eyes filled with joy. Watching Zhou Yi yawn as he walked down the stage, Wu Mang thought to himself, "According to my previous estimation, for Zhou Yi to completely crush Wei he would have probably had to activate Angel's divine body. I never expected that he would easily settle the battle this time with just a single light's retribution, and a self-created ice and light dual-element fusion skill. The younger generation truly is formidable." Wu Mang quickly walked forward, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder with relief and praising him from the bottom of his heart. "Beautifully done. This time, our Suhang University has finally claimed the solo tournament championship." Beside him, Song Xiaolin also smiled and agreed. "Indeed, although we've won the team championship for 4 consecutive years, we hadn't won the solo championship for several years. Brother Yi really made us proud this time." Wei Tieshun, full of confidence, patted his chest and guaranteed, "In the team match, the day after tomorrow, we are up against Magic Capital University. Now that Wei He is severely injured, Magic Capital University has completely lost their main card capable of threatening us. The team tournament championship is practically in our pockets." Song Xiaolin rolled her eyes at him helplessly, saying, "Hey, keep a low profile, don't get too ahead of yourself." Zhang Churan linked her arm with Tang Lingxi's, teasing with a smile, "Brother Zhou Yi, earlier Xiao Shi was just whispering to me, saying that your performance on the stage could perfectly pass you off as a powerful high archmage." Tang Lingxi's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She quickly pulled down her hood to cover her burning cheeks, murmuring softly, "Ah, student Zhou Yi, I just..." Seeing this, Zhang Churan held Zhou Yi's arm and said coaxingly, "Brother Zhou Yi, since we finally have some time to relax tonight, why don't you take us all out to explore the night market?" Zhou Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. With the continuous integration of the game Eternity and Reality, nearly 300 years had passed. The emergence of magical beasts, foreign races and classes like spirit chefs had increased the variety of delicacies across the entire Blue Star by the tens of thousands, and the most bustling core administrative district of Qingjing City. The East District was home to an extremely famous food street. Whether it was flying or land-bound magical beasts, they could all be prepared into exquisite delicacies by spirit chefs here, greatly satisfying the taste buds of foodies from all over. The shouts of street vendors rose and fell. Freshly roasted wyvern meat, 20-year-old drake meat, tender and melts in your mouth. Secret Wolf King blood jelly, invigorates kidneys, boosts energy, beautifies the skin. Don't miss out deep-sea monster fish balls made from pounded meat of level 30 deep-sea overlord fish, springy, chewy, and absolutely delicious. Song Xiaolin linked her arm with Tang Lingxi's, looking around the street with Wei Tieshun beside them. Song Xiaolin pointed not far away and said, Wow, that looks pretty good. Tang Lingxi held a stick of candied haws, smiling shyly. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Zhang Churan walked side by side at the very front of the group, chatting and laughing intimately along the way. Standing on the street corner, a punk named A Liang spotted Zhang Churan from afar and couldn't help but marvel. What a stunner! He casually stuffed the 2 skewers of grilled meat in his hand to his lackey behind him, pulled down his baseball cap and asserted confidently, "An absolute 10 out of 10, the lackey was startled, asking in bewilderment. "Liang Ji, what are you doing?" A Liang sneered. "What do you think? I'm going to hit on her. You don't run into a goddess of this level once in a lifetime. If I miss this chance, I'll regret it forever," the lackey kindly reminded him. "But she clearly already has a male companion with her." A Liang snorted disdainfully. "So what if she has a guy? Once I make my move, she'll be mine in no time." Just as he was about to step forward in self-satisfaction, Zhou Yi's face suddenly turned cold, and his deep, sharp eyes swept over freezingly. A Liang froze instantly, paralyzed in fear. Seeing this, the lackey couldn't help but tease. "What's wrong, Liang Ji? You're not going anymore? That's not like your usual style." A Liang pointed at Zhou Yi in terror, stammering with a trembling voice, Yi. God Yi." A moment later, Zhang Churan bent down slightly in exhaustion, standing with a soft sigh as she said, "This food street really lives up to its reputation. We've been walking for over an hour and we haven't even finished half of it." Song Xiaolin wrapped her arm around Wei Tieshun's shoulder and said, "This is the core intersection of 6 streets. We can't let it go to waste. How about this? You two stay here and find a table to sit, while Tieshun and I go ahead to buy some food." Wei Tieshun scratched his head helplessly and muttered, Actually I wanted to rest for a bit too." Song Xiaolin quickly gave him a hard shove from behind, laughing and scolding him, "Rest my foot, leave some private space for the young couple. Do you have to stay here and be an annoying third wheel?" Meanwhile, Tang Lingxi looked back curiously, her eyes landing on a unique sign that read 50-year-aged Black Olive Tavern. The proprietress of the tavern quickly introduced warmly, "This is our signature black olive fruit wine. Drinking it temporarily increases your agility attribute. Each bottle has a full 800 milliliters. Whether you keep it for yourself to enjoy slowly or give it as a gift, it's an excellent choice." Hearing this, Zhang Churan pointed at the bottle with interest and said, "We'll take a bottle then." The proprietress soon brought over a whole bottle of the aged wine along with 2 delicate small glasses, saying politely, "Honored guests, here is your black olive wine. That will be 200,000 Doxia coins in total. Please scan to pay." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yi's phone chimed with a notification for the 200,000 Daxia coins transfer. Zhang Churan raised her glass, looking at Zhou Yi with crescent-curved eyes as she said softly, "Brother Zhou Yi, congratulations on winning the solo tournament championship." The two clinked their glasses, and Zhou Yi replied with a smile, "Likewise." Zhang Churan parted her lips, drinking it all down in one gulp. But the moment she set down the empty glass, she blinked in confusion, murmuring, "This wine doesn't seem to be as strong as I thought." 10 minutes later, Zhang Churan's eyes were slightly glazed. With a flushed face, she looked at Zhou Yi and muttered incoherently, Brother Zhou Yi, why are there suddenly 2 of you in front of me?" Zhou Yi looked at her, caught between laughter and tears. "You got drunk way too fast." But Zhang Churan just giggled sillily, pointing her slender finger at him one by one. "1 Brother Zhou Yi, 2 Brother Zhou Yi, 3 Brother Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi sighed helplessly. As a level 19 class holder, ordinary alcoholic beverages naturally couldn't affect her body at all. However, this black olive wine was carefully brewed from D-rank black olives and other natural treasures. Although it had a smooth taste and low alcohol content, its after effect was incredibly strong, making it extremely easy to get drunk on. Zhou Yi slowly stood up and said, "It really is getting late and Song and the others aren't back yet. Let's go look for them." But Zhang Churan took the opportunity to stretch out both hands, acting spoiled as she whined, "Brother Zhou Yi, I don't want to leave." However, before she could finish, an extremely seductive voice suddenly came from the side. "Hey handsome." A sexy woman dressed provocatively leaned in, holding an empty glass with bedroom eyes. "My glass is already empty. I wonder if I could have the honor of you buying me a drink." Zhou Yi gave her a cold glance. He casually pointed at the bottle on the table, saying calmly, "There's still half a bottle of black olive wine left. That'll be 100,000 Doxia coins. You can take it after paying." Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth. "Little handsome, you really are amusing. You're making my heart tickle. Why don't we find a quieter place to slowly have a deeper conversation?" At this moment, the slightly tipsy Zhang Churan watched this scene, a trace of anger flashing in her beautiful eyes. Her long hair fell slightly over her forehead and her lips pursed. She suddenly reached out and shoved the woman out of the way, snapping petulantly, "You're standing too close to him." The woman wasn't doyed either. Instead, she leaned into Zhang Churan's ear, whispering softly like orchids, "Little beauty, doing this is a bit unfair. I can see that you and this brother aren't in a relationship, so how can you just block his romantic luck like that? She secretly calculated in her heart. This Zhou Yi is the most high-profile rookie king in the country right now, and Zhang Churan beside him is just his good friend. Although the outside world mostly rumors that Zhang Churan is his girlfriend, I can tell at a glance that they haven't established a relationship yet. One is a wooden block who doesn't understand romance, and the other is a young girl who has just had her first crush. It'll probably take ages for them to break through that barrier. Right now is the perfect opportunity for me to swoop in. If I can make this dazzling genius fall for me, won't the massive resources he gets allocated end up in my pockets? At this thought, she swayed her waist provocatively, looking coyly at Zhou Yi as she asked, "Handsome, don't you think what I said makes sense?" Zhang Churan was both anxious and angry, her face so red it looked like it could drip blood, stammering out, you. But at that moment, Zhou Yi suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Zhang Churan's flustered hand. Zhang Churan was momentarily stunned, turning her head in surprise to look at her hand being firmly held. With a calm expression, Zhou Yi raised his eyes and said to the woman, "Apologies, but I don't mind Churan cutting off my romantic prospects at all." Having said that, Zhou Yi pulled Zhang Churan along and turned to leave, leaving behind a cold remark without looking back. "Besides, you look rather average, so I doubt you'd count as much of a romantic prospect anyway." The woman was left dumbfounded on the spot. "Average?" Zhou Yi held Zhang Churan's hand tightly as they walked through the crowded street. Suddenly Zhang Churan stopped walking. She softly called out, "Brother Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi turned back to look at her in confusion. Zhang Churan slowly raised her flushed face, gathering her courage to whisper, "I like you." Zhou Yi froze instantly, blunting out in shock, "Churan?" Her cheeks burning hot, Zhang Churan stammered, "I know I shouldn't say this to distract you before such a critical final, but I really hate how so many girls swarm around you all day. Whenever I see them pestering you, I can't help but feel an incredibly strong urge in my mind. I even feel like a terrifying version of myself is about to awaken behind me, wanting to tear them all to pieces and kill every single one of them." Before she could finish her extremely possessive words, Zhang Churan's body tilted, and she went limp, falling softly into Zhou Yi's broad chest. She murmured the last few words in his ear. "Can I be your girlfriend?" With that, she fell fast asleep in his embrace. Wei Tieshun, who had just returned from buying snacks, was holding a bun and hadn't even had a bite. He froze on the spot, his mouth agape. "Huh?" The eyes of Song Zailan, Wei Tieshun, and Tang Lingxi were glued to the hugging pair, completely dumbfounded. The morning sunlight poured through the window, and the clean alarm broke the room's silence. The slightly groggy Zhang Churan suddenly woke up in bed, the humiliating memory of last night's confession replaying in her mind. "I like you." Her face instantly turned beet red. She hurriedly pulled the blanket over her burning head, tentatively peeking out to look at the living room. Sitting at the table, Wu Mang looked up and saw her, greeting her with a smile. "Churan, you're up a bit later than usual today. Come have some breakfast." Wei Tieshun waved at her warmly, while Tang Lingxi, Song Zailan, and Zhou Yi also turned to look at her with smiles. Zhou Yi only glanced at her briefly before his face turned bright red. He hurriedly looked away, guiltily stuffing his face with the breakfast on his plate. Meanwhile, Song Zailan and Tang Lingxi looked at him with playful, narrowed eyes. Flustered, Zhang Churan pulled out a chair and sat down, her mind in a complete mess. She aimlessly picked at the food before her, thinking to herself, "Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Could it be that last night wasn't a dream after all?" She stole a glance at Zhou Yi out of the corner of her eye, only to find him stiff as a board, trying his best to act natural, while Song Zailan and Tang Lingxi were already whispering and giggling nearby. In fact, last night when Zhou Yi carried the dead-drunk Zhang Churan back to her room in a princess carry, he had embarrassedly told the three onlookers, "Please everyone, act like you didn't see anything that happened tonight." Song Zailan had asked in confusion, "Why? It's obvious both of you like each other, right?" Looking at the soundly sleeping Zhang Churan in his arms, Zhou Yi had sighed softly and whispered solemnly, "The Jingchuanzhang family is an ancient family that existed even before the descent of eternity. After the game descended hundreds of years ago, the Zhang family became one of the leading elite households in the Great Sha Kingdom. Although I have some fame now and am a personal disciple of teacher Wang Wei, seemingly riding high on top of the world," Zhou Yi said, looking up at the sky. "Before a colossal entity like the Zhang family, these achievements are simply not enough. I don't want to make things difficult for Shao Ran. As long as I possess absolute strength, any faction or family will be nothing but fleeting clouds in my eyes. And that is merely a matter of time." Covering her mouth with a small bun, Song Zailan whispered gossip, "Brother Yi, you truly deserve to be called a pure god of war. I'll support you forever. Starting today, I'm the president of your and sister Shao Ran's exclusive fan club." Zhou Yi couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat from his forehead. Putting down his chopsticks, Wu Mang said, There are 10 schools participating in the finals of the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament's team event. Each university has to play one match against the other 9, making a total of 45 matches. The top 3 will be ranked based on wins and points. Today is our 9th team match. As long as we win this, we can lock in the team championship ahead of schedule. I hope everyone guards against arrogance and impatience to thoroughly defeat Magic Capital University. Everyone chorused in unison. Understood. Wu Mang waved his hand in gratification and looked at Sun Chao, saying, Sun Chao, you will be playing as a substitute, so don't feel too much psychological pressure. Zhang Feng, who was nearby, agreed. Sun Chao is a summoner and can provide immense help to the team. Everyone must make protecting her the top priority on the field. Dean Su of Magic Capital University spoke up. As the lead teacher, I should have used words to encourage everyone, but now it seems unnecessary. Wei He is severely injured and has not yet regained consciousness, greatly reducing our representative team's combat power. Furthermore, with Zhou Yi anchoring the opposing team, it is almost impossible for us to claim first place. Dean Su sighed in his heart. He had never imagined that such an all-powerful monster would appear among the freshmen. If the total strength of all the contestants from our school was set to 1, then Zhou Yi's individual strength alone would be equivalent to 2 or even 3. He is unbelievably strong. Practically a monster. No, he is a super monster who can single-handedly sweep through all the top universities. Clenching his fists tightly, Dean Su said, but I must still say, even if we lose today's match, we cannot lose the dignity of our Magic Capital University. In order not to be looked down upon by other schools, I need everyone to put in their absolute best effort. Can you do it? Everyone roared in unison. We can. Let's move out. Led by Dean Su, the 5 members of Magic Capital University followed behind with imposing momentum. Sun Chao thought to herself, even if Wei He were here, he probably wouldn't escape the fate of defeat. Is Magic Capital University doomed to settle for 3rd place again this time? However, 7 years ago, our captain was also unable to play due to severe injuries, yet we still defeated our opponent relying on our team's outstanding coordination and strength. Coincidentally, the 2 sides that clashed back then also happened to be Magic Capital University and Suhang University. Sun Chao touched her face, thinking to herself, if I use that method, could I also help Magic Capital University turn the tables in this desperate situation and reproduce the miracle of 7 years ago? At this moment, a passionate voice echoed from the broadcasting drone flying above the arena. The highly anticipated team match between Magic Capital University and Suhang University is about to begin. But before we start, please allow me to announce the generous rewards prepared by the Great SSS-Class Holder Alliance for the top 3 teams. First, for the school that places 3rd in the team event, all its participating members, including the substitute players, will receive a customized 3-star gold grade set tailored to their respective levels. For the 2nd place team in the team event, all members will receive a customized 4-star gold grade set, and for the team that clinches the championship in the team event, the Great Sha Yanwang Class Holder Alliance will generously bestow each member with a customized 2-star epic grade set. The audience below the stage instantly erupted into a wave of gasps. Wow, what a grand gesture, it makes me so green with envy. The rewards for this exchange tournament are literally double last year's. This is just too extravagant, this is so unreasonable, I want to fight these rich folks. Propping his chin with his hand, Zhou Yi thought to himself, in terms of individual value, the solo champion's legendary grade weapon is indeed higher than an epic grade piece of equipment. But if we look at a full set of the team champion's reward, which includes a 7-piece set consisting of a top, bottom, belt, shoes, weapon, necklace, and ring, and since each representative team has 10 people, including substitutes, that is a whopping 70 pieces of epic grade equipment. Its total value is already enough to craft 2 legendary grade divine weapons. Wei Tieshun grinned, clenching his fists as he said with absolute confidence, Haha, we've really hit the jackpot this time, epic grade equipment. Come to Papa. At this moment the host's voice echoed from above. The rewards have been fully announced. Now let us welcome the representative team of Suhang University and the representative team of Magic Capital University to the stage. The members of both sides stepped onto the arena one after another, and a burst of passionate cheers instantly erupted from the stands. Suhang University, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, go Magic Capital University. Both sides took their positions, with Zhou Yi's group radiating confidence. The system countdown rang out. 3, 2, 1, match start. Sun Chao and the others wore grim expressions as the atmosphere in the arena instantly grew tense. Leading his teammates, Zhou Yi charged forward, warhammer in hand, while Wei Tieshun looked excited. Sun Chao closed her eyes slightly, raising her hands to chant magic, and a brilliant sphere of light instantly condensed in front of her. Pushing her hands forward violently, she whispered the summoning incantation. Summon, Whelp Ligia's summon Bee-Swarm Lakajaja. Summon Giant Serpent Beast Hadita. Summon Hell Guardian Beast Sebi. Summon Elven Lion King Kamara. In an instant, 5 majestic summoned beasts materialized around Sun Chao with a thundering crash. Accompanied by furious roars, the swarm of summoned beasts charged toward Zhou Yi. The Elven Lion King Kamara howled to the sky, a dazzling golden energy erupting around its body as it blasted a violent shockwave. Tang Lingxi raised her staff high, propping up a barrier to steadily neutralize the attack, before immediately swinging her hand to cast a counter spell. On the other side, the bee-swarm Lakajaja tilted their tail stingers and dove down frantically. Song Xiaolin pressed her fingers together, rapidly forming hand seals to launch a sky full of spiritual talismans. Those talismans attached themselves accurately to the rear of the bee-swarm, and as Song Xiaolin raised her hand, the talismans detonated with a thundering boom like brilliant fireworks. Meanwhile, Wei Tianxun was locked in a fierce struggle with the giant serpent Hadita. With a flick of her wrist, Zhang Churan's longsword cut several sharp arcs of sword chi through the air, slashing viciously toward the Hell Guardian beast Sebi. Zhou Yi nimbly threaded through the opponent's torrential offensive, his eyes deep as he secretly praised, "Not bad." As expected, actual combat is the fastest way to improve strength. Their chemistry has increased by at least 30% compared to before. Zhang Feng and the blonde girl beside her were dumbfounded with shock, yet Sun Chao remained completely unperturbed, calmly casting her spells. Leveraging his fierce offensive, Zhou Yi easily sent everyone blocking his path flying, before violently swinging his hammer straight at Sun Chao. But facing the descending warhammer, Sun Chao merely closed her eyes calmly and continued to chant. In the next second she snapped her eyes open, a piercing sharp light igniting in her pupils as a colossal lava hand appeared out of thin air, steadily catching the crashing warhammer. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed. The giant hand clamped down tightly on the warhammer as Sun Chao gritted her teeth, putting all her strength into resisting. A Lingon ape fiend, emanating a violent red glow from its entire body, materialized, using its colossal hand to forcefully block this violent strike. The Lingon ape fiend slammed down a heavy punch, forcing Zhou Yi to grit his teeth and exert all his leg strength to hold his ground, the floor beneath his feet shattering into pieces under the intense pressure. Letting out a furious roar, the Lingon ape fiend condensed a ring of teal light around its body, launching countless sharp energy darts. Startled, Sun Chao gritted her teeth and tried to command the giant serpent Hadita to block them. However, the Lingon ape fiend's crimson eyes were filled with violence. It actually clamped down tightly on Hadita's neck and exerted sudden, immense force. In an instant, dark demonic blood splattered everywhere as the Lingon ape fiend forcefully tore off the giant serpent's head. Glaring coldly at Sun Chao, it said, "Stop using this trash to order me around. What exactly did you summon me here to do?" Terrified, Sun Chao quickly shielded her body with her hands, stammering, "Defeat him." She pointed a trembling hand toward Zhou Yi in the distance. Monster. Lingon Ape Fiend, level 24, potential, legendary. Note: the Lingon Ape Fiend is a legendary grade magical beast naturally gifted with fire control. Their numbers are extremely scarce. Encountering one, it is hard to say whether it is good fortune or misfortune. As the Lingon Ape Fiend roared to the sky, Zhou Yi's expression also turned grave. To think it would be a legendary grade summoned beast, the Lingon Ape Fiend. Sweeping a cold glance at Sun Chao, the Lingon Ape Fiend said proudly, "Fine, then prepare to meet your death." Terrified, Sun Chao quickly waved her hands to explain, "Wait, that's not what I," however. Amid a shower of flying debris, Sun Chao could only shield her face in horror, utterly powerless to explain. As the Lingon Ape Fiend soared into the sky, Wei Tianxun cried out in shock, "How can there be a legendary grade summoned beast?" Raising her staff high, Tang Lingxi put her full power into casting heavy water shield, propping up a deep blue protective barrier around her. The Lingon Ape Fiend dodged nimbly. Seeing this, Song Xiaolin took a step forward, rapidly chanting an incantation as she bellowed, "Yellow earth as bone, earth energy as source, earth spirits of the four directions, heed my command." A colossal stone wall erupted from the ground with a thundering crash. She was secretly terrified in her heart. Heavy Water Shield is an A-rank defensive skill, and it's already been reinforced to level 8 by Xiao Shi. In the previous solo matches, it could steadily block the consecutive ultimate moves of Qingjing University's top assassin. But now it can't even withstand a casual strike from this Lingon Ape Fiend. With a deafening boom, the Lingon Ape Fiend shattered the stone wall to pieces with a single punch. Wei Tianxun's figure flashed, blocking in front of Song Xiaolin as he bellowed, "Shield wall!" A crimson defensive barrier instantly materialized. The Lingon Ape Fiend nipped into the air, joining its fists together as it slammed down onto the barrier with a force of 10,000 pounds. Song Shaolin's face turned pale, and she turned her head to say, "Thanks to Brother Yi's buff which doubled our skill effectiveness. Otherwise, a single blow from this Lingen ape fiend would have completely dismantled our defense line. A legendary grade magical beast is simply too strong. Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Zhou Yi raised his right hand high, casting sacred light shielding, and a colossal golden shield sigil instantly condensed into shape. The Lingen ape fiend swung its violent claws, scratching fiercely at the golden shield wall. Turning his head, Zhou Yi said in a deep voice to his teammates behind him, "Leave this match to me alone. You guys withdraw from the arena first." Song Xiaolin, Tang Lingxim and Wei Tieshun cried out in unison. "What?" Wei Tieshun said anxiously. "Brother Yi, are you kidding me? This isn't some ordinary student from Magic Capital University. This is a genuine legendary grade magical beast. A single strike could kill someone." Staring at him with a serious expression, Zhou Yi asked back, "Do I look like I'm joking right now? I have the confidence to deal with this flame ape, but once the battle truly begins, I won't have any spare energy to look after you." Zhang Churan gazed at him, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. "Brother Zhou Yi, you don't need to divide your attention to look after us. We can fight side by side." Tang Lingxi also took a step forward, saying, "Although my power is meager, I also want to contribute." Song Xiaolin added with a firm expression, "Yeah, Brother Yi, we are a team." At this moment, the Lingen ape fiend delivered another violent heavy blow. Zhou Yi explained with a solemn expression, "Fighting a legendary grade magical beast, a single misstep can cost you your life. Although priests can resurrect you under the arena's protection mechanism, your attributes will be permanently reduced by 30 after resurrection, and you will fall into a weakened state for up to 3 months. Making high-intensity practical training completely impossible. Have you considered these severe consequences?" Gently reaching out to stroke Zhang Churan's head, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "I know you're worried I won't be able to handle it alone, but honestly, having you stay on the field will only distract me. Besides," Zhou Yi looked at Zhang Churan with a soft gaze, "it's merely a legendary-grade magical beast. I can handle it." The spectators below the stage were already in a state of panic, and a female student couldn't help but gasp. Heavens, what a shocking turn of events. Is the scene from 7 years ago going to repeat itself today? Magic Capital University substitute summoner, Sun Chao, had actually summoned a legendary-grade magical beast in a desperate situation. The commentator also excitedly raised the microphone and roared, "Can Zhou Yi turn the tide and save the day? Who will ultimately claim the team championship trophy?" The red-haired classmate let out a sinister laugh. "Haha, a legendary-grade magical beast, this is absolutely fantastic. Zhou Yi is a dead man this time." Similar to equipment grades, a magical beast's potential is also divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. The difference in potential determines a world of difference in strength. For instance, the same basic charge skill in the hands of a bronze-grade magical beast might only have a power equivalent to a human F-rank or E-rank skill, but if cast by a legendary-grade magical beast, even the most ordinary charge would have a power of at least A rank, potentially even unleashing a terrifying lethality comparable to an S-rank skill. Even more terrifyingly, legendary-grade magical beasts naturally possess extremely high immunity to negative statuses, and their life force is extremely resilient, making them incredibly difficult to kill. Keep in mind that the Goblin King in Suhang University's Abyss difficulty dungeon was merely of epic-grade potential. Now, in the team arena of the Freshman Exchange Tournament, a terrifying legendary-grade magical beast had actually emerged out of nowhere, which was simply unbelievable. It seemed that Zhou Yi's undefeated myth was finally going to come to an end. The commentator shouted in surprise, "What's going on? Why are the members of Suhang University actively conceding and forfeiting one by one?" Ring after ring of forfeit teleportation sigils instantly lit up beneath the feet of Song Xiaolin, Tang Lingxi and Wei Tieshun. Shrouded in these sigils, they would no longer receive any damage. Zhou Yi turned back to give Zhang Churan a deep look. Understanding his gaze, she said with a resolute expression, "I forfeit too." As the teleportation light enveloped Zhang Churan, Zhou Yi remained standing tall on the arena, facing the terrifying magical beast ahead entirely on his own. At the last second before being teleported off the field, Zhang Churan turned back and shouted, "Brother Zhou Yi, go for it." The Lingen ape fiend slammed a heavy fist violently onto the defensive barrier. With a nimble leap, Zhou Yi dodged the attack. The Lingen ape fiend let out a deafening roar, a circle of dazzling red light exploding from its arms as it frantically smashed the ground, instantly sending shattered rocks flying into the air amidst billowing dust. As 2 drops of crimson demonic blood dripped onto the ground, the Lingen ape fiend stared in disbelief at its forcefully severed tail, crying out in pain, "Damn it, I actually got hurt." At this moment, Zhou Yi, who had already activated his transformation state with sacred golden light swirling around his body, stood proudly in midair holding his massive profound light warhammer. Looking down coldly from above, he said, "Xiao Ran and the others have all safely withdrawn. Now I can finally go all out without any distractions. Let me see exactly how capable you, a legendary grade magical beast, really are." Below the stage, Tan Wei was so shocked he was speaking incoherently. Am I dreaming? Covering her mouth, Sun Chao also gasped in shock. Zhou Yi actually managed to injure a legendary grade magical beast with just a single blow. Staring intently at Zhou Yi, the Lingen ape fiend said in a deep voice, "Human, I feel the terrifying pressure of a superior bloodline from you." It was secretly horrified. As a species naturally gifted with legendary-grade potential, the Lingen ape fiend clan were born rulers who dominated their territory. But deep within its inherited memories, its mother had once warned it with extreme gravity, "There are several supreme sovereign bloodlines in this world that must absolutely never be offended." Now, on this seemingly ordinary human, it actually felt that sovereign bloodline aura for the first time in its life. If not for the fact that the human before it was still far too weak in level, it would have chosen to flee on the spot, even if it meant risking the massive backlash of the summoning laws. But fortunately, he was ultimately just an ordinary human who had luckily fused with a supreme bloodline. Let out a sinister laugh. The Lingen ape fiend condensed violent energy waves in its fists, shouting coldly, "This king was just careless earlier. Human, next, this king will display my true strength." No sooner had its voice fallen than a brilliant red light erupted from its eyes. It soared into the sky, condensing a ball of teal demonic energy in its hand. Rubbing its fingers together, a colossal strange weapon instantly materialized in its palm. A chain-linked double mace, with sharp spikes on both ends connected by a pitch-black chain. The Lingen ape fiend swung the weapon into a dense blur, creating a piercing, air-ripping sound. Remaining motionless, Zhou Yi casually waved his hand with a calm expression. "Bring it on." With a casual wave of his hand, a dazzling sacred light chain instantly tore through the air. Letting out a roar, the Lingen ape fiend frantically smashed its weapon toward the incoming golden chain. The two forces clashed with a thundering crash. Remaining unhurried, Zhou Yi capitalized on the momentum to cast Radiant Impact, sending a scorching golden wave of energy surging forward. The Lingen ape fiend was instantly blasted backward by this terrifying force. Gritting its teeth in midair, it forcefully stabbed its weapon deep into the ground, carving a deep trench dozens of meters long into the hard floor before barely stabilizing its stance in a disheveled manner. Its eyes blood-red, it stared intently at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi glanced over, unable to help but feel slightly surprised. Despite taking such a heavy blow, there wasn't a single scratch on the opponent's body. At this moment in the VIP section of the stands, Master Zhou's face was pale with anxiety as he shouted, "Quick, suspend the match immediately. We must absolutely not let the hope of our Zhou family's revival suffer any mishaps here." Zhou Heng also turned and ran outside in a panic. "I'll go find Wu Mang right now." Stamping his feet in frustration, Master Zhou roared, "Even if we completely offend Suheng University, we must forcefully terminate this duel today, protecting Zhou Yi's safety at all costs." Standing nearby, Dean Cheng also advised with a face full of worry, "Old Wu, concede. If anything happens to Zhou Yi due to a match like this, that would absolutely be a colossal loss for our entire Great Sha Kingdom." The others also chimed in, "Exactly. Zhou Yi is destined to become a pillar of humanity guarding our lands in the future. If he perishes prematurely just because of a freshman exchange tournament, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Utterly foolish." Crashing through the door, Zhou Heng rushed inside and shouted anxiously, "Dean Wu, I beg of you, please make the team concede quickly. Our Tianlin Zhou family is willing to provide Suheng University with 100 times the resources as compensation." The people around also chimed in, one after another. "We must absolutely not ruin a once-in-a-generation genius like Zhou Yi for some fleeting ranking." Dean Wu quickly ordered the termination of the match. However, Wu Mang casually picked his ear with his finger and asked back, "Who do you think I am?" In his mind, he couldn't help but recall Principal Wang Wei's specific words to him before their departure. "Dean, where exactly is Zhou Yi's true limit?" Principal Wang Wei had stood with his hands behind his back, smiling enigmatically. "Don't worry. As long as he doesn't encounter a legendary-grade magical beast of level 26 or above, that kid Zhou Yi can definitely handle it with ease." Watching the fierce battle on the screen, Wu Mang thought to himself, after level 20, whether human or magical beast, under the same potential, the gap in strength with every single level is like an insurmountable chasm. For instance, a level 26 legendary-grade magical beast could easily crush several level 24 magical beasts of the same species. But the Lingen ape fiend before them was only level 24, a full 2 levels away from the level 26 threshold. If it wanted to defeat Zhou Yi, That was practically impossible. Zhou Heng shouted in a panic, "Are you really not worried that Zhou Yi will, at this moment on the arena?" The Lingan ape fiend roared and swung its divine weapon, leaping into the air with blood-red eyes as it executed a mountain-splitting heavy strike unhurriedly. Zhou Yi raised a single hand high, casting Light's Retribution. A terrifying bolt of lightning crashed down violently, striking the Lingan ape fiend dead on. It let out a shrill shriek of pain, secretly terrified in its heart. "Damn it, this sacred lightning power actually paralyzed my body in an instant." With a cold gaze, Zhou Yi said calmly, "Since one bolt isn't enough, then have another." Light's Retribution. Accompanied by another violent bolt of lightning crashing down, the Lingan ape fiend let out an agonizing howl of pain. Barely managing to withstand the strike with all its might, it roared with a contorted expression, "Damned human, let this king see exactly what you're made of." "Bring it on." Standing proudly in midair, Zhou Yi thought to himself, under the S-rank elemental affinity and enhancement buffs of the Sacred Angel, Light's Retribution has already been leveled up to level 14, evolving into an extremely potent A-rank skill. Especially after activating Angel's Divine Body, my 4-dimensional attributes are instantly doubled, allowing me to summon a Light's Retribution powerful enough to instantly one-shot an epic-grade goblin in an abyss difficulty dungeon. Yet right now, the violent lightning strike on this Lingan ape fiend only caused some minor superficial skin injuries, and its wounds are even healing themselves instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never been injured at all. Looking at the virtually unscathed Lingan ape fiend, Zhou Yi was secretly shocked. This terrifying self-healing recovery capability is indeed quite shocking. Before he could think any further, the colossal body of the Lingan ape fiend leapt violently, and in the blink of an eye it closed in directly in front of Zhou Yi, carrying a wave of violent pressure. Golden energy flashed before its eyes, and several chains wrapped tightly around it. It roared angrily to the sky, extremely irritated by this annoying trick. Watching this scene, Zhou Yi thought to himself, "I have fought and defeated a legendary-grade demon before, but that opponent was heavily countered by the light attribute, and couldn't unleash the full power of its legendary potential. I must study this, so that the next time I face a legendary-grade magical beast, I can completely defeat the Lingan ape fiend." As the battle progresses, its attack speed and movement speed are both becoming faster, which indicates its resistance to light attribute magic damage is growing higher and higher. Its adaptability is simply too strong. No wonder our humanity suffered such heavy casualties during the Dark Age. Magical beasts are indeed far more powerful than humans. Facing the overwhelming and violent onslaught, Zhou Yi spread his hands and chanted the sacred incantations of divine blessings. Grace of protection, blessing of dawn, and grace of courage, Zhou Yi thought to himself. Before transforming into the angel's divine body, I should apply these buff skills first. Once I transform, combining these enhancement skills will put me in my true peak state. The Lingan ape fiend leapt high, causing the ground beneath to crack inch by inch, sending debris flying in all directions. Li Xin said in astonishment, "Zhou Yi can actually still get stronger. Fortunately, he didn't directly attack Sun Chao. If the summoner dies, the summoned beasts will also disappear." Zhang Feng chimed in. "How could he possibly forget that?" The Lion King roared, and Zhang Feng immediately shouted, "Don't lower your guard under any circumstances. Protect Sun Chao." Li Xin responded, "Got it." The three of them immediately assumed defensive stances. At this moment, Zhou Yi was enveloped in a brilliant golden sacred light, his hands condensing violent thunder. The Lingan ape fiend also seemed to explode with full power, raging flames igniting around its body to form a coat of scarlet fire armor. Subsequently, it merged its two weapons into one, instantly transforming them into a colossal Ruyi golden cudgel, smashing it viciously toward the giant hand of holy light descending from the sky, which was dozens of times larger than its own body. Under the collision of their terrifying forces, everything in the vicinity shattered in an instant. Then, the giant hand pressed heavily onto the earth with unstoppable momentum, leaving a deep, giant palm print, before instantly triggering an earth-shattering secondary explosion. Everything around was reduced to ruins. The spectating crowd was terrified out of their wits, running frantically in all directions to escape. Just then, a female third advancement mage from the Xian Alliance strode forward, opening her spellbook to cast a spell. Countless streams of water spun rapidly in the air. With her soft shout, "Water's protection," they converged in front of her. In just a few seconds, the rapidly spinning torrents condensed in the void into a colossal deep blue water shield, completely blocking the raging heat wave sweeping toward them. Witnessing this, a person with a black bun breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, finally saved. Beside her, a pink-haired girl also clapped her hands in delight and cheered. "It's a third advancement mage from the Xian Alliance. Now we can rest completely assured." A boy in a t-shirt nearby also chimed in, saying, "That scared the life out of me. I was just wondering earlier, if we were shaken to death by the shockwaves in the gymnasium, would the priests on site even be able to resurrect us? At this moment, the female third advancement mage from the Xian Alliance wore a solemn expression. While controlling her grimoire to flip pages rapidly, she silently calculated in her mind. Anticipating that today's duel would be extremely intense, the Xian Alliance had specially raised the protective barrier to level 7 before the match started. The defensive power of a level 7 barrier is theoretically enough to withstand the full force strike of a peak second advancement mage. At this thought, she stopped her movements and clutched her spellbook tightly, still deeply shaken. Zhou Yi had completely shattered this level 7 protective barrier using only a single skill. Such terrifying power is absolutely unheard of in the century-long history of the Great Xia Kingdom. It seems our Zhangxia Kingdom has given birth to another supreme monster. This is Zhangxia's honor, and even more so a blessing for all of humanity. At this moment, a pair of feet planted firmly. The remaining 4 members of Magic Capital University stared at the violent thunder gradually subsiding in the sky, completely despondent. A moment later, the heavily battered Lingen ape fiend rose from the ruins, its face contorted with a tyrannical, murderous aura, gnashing its teeth and panting heavily, black smoke and fire billowing from its mouth. It thought in a silent rage, "Curse it, the power of holy light and frost that kid left inside my body is frantically devouring my flesh and blood, continuously destroying my self-healing and regeneration capabilities. Damned human, damned holy light." Subsequently, it slammed its hands violently against the ground in anger, tearing spiderweb-like cracks in the earth beneath its feet, roaring hysterically, "How could I, the grand and great Lingen ape fiend, possibly die here?" No sooner had its words fallen than Zhou Yi met it head-on with a heavy, powerful iron fist slammed straight into its face. Although his figure appeared minuscule compared to the colossal Lingen ape fiend, the terrifying strength packed into this punch sent the beast crashing flat onto its back. The Lingen ape fiend let out a furious roar, but in the next second Zhou Yi pursued it like a shadow, delivering a heavy kick straight to its chest as he barked coldly, "Get down!" The force of this kick was extremely potent, completely knocking the beast off balance and sending it flying backward in a disheveled state. Just then, brilliant golden holy light surged through the air alongside flying debris, and 2 massive holy light summoned beasts materialized out of thin air, unleashing earth-shattering violent roars. The referee's voice echoed over the ruins, causing Zhang Feng and Sun Chao below the stage to break into a cold sweat. "Magic Capital University, do you surrender or will you continue?" Sun Chao closed her eyes weakly, withdrawing her summoning magic, and replied slowly, "Please surrender." Her voice, though hoarse, echoed clearly throughout the entire arena. Hearing this, Dean Su of Magic Capital University breathed a sigh of relief, while Master Zhou in the stands also revealed a gratified and satisfied smile. Immediately after, the presenter's loud proclamation echoed from the stadium broadcast. "The final winner of this team match, Suhang University. Let us congratulate Suhang University on clinching the team tournament championship of this year's freshman exchange tournament. Let us give our most enthusiastic applause to contestant Zhou Yi. Without his stunning performance that turned the tide and rewrote the game, we would never have been able to witness such a magnificent pinnacle duel." In an instant, the entire audience erupted into an overwhelming wave of cheers. "Zhou Yi, God Yi," the presenter excitedly continued to broadcast. 10 colleges, 45 matches have all come to a successful conclusion. Next, I shall announce the final rankings of this year's Freshman Exchange Tournament's team event. First place, 9 wins, 0 losses, Suhang University. Second place, 8 wins, 1 loss, Magic Capital University. Third place, 7 wins, 2 losses, Qingjing University. The spectator stands fell completely into a frenzy, with everyone shouting at the top of their lungs, "Suhang University, Zhou Yi, God Yi." A brown-haired youth in the stands couldn't help but marvel. It is simply unimaginable that Zhou Yi is only 18 years old this year, yet his combat strength has already reached such a terrifying level. In the future ranks of the Zhangxia Kingdom's peak powerhouses, there will surely be a place for Zhou Yi on the stage. Zhou Yi slowly deactivated his transformation state and returned to his original appearance, breathing a long sigh of relief as he stood covered in sweat and slightly exhausted. Just then, Zhang Churan quickly ran over, asking with a face full of concern, "Brother Zhou Yi, you just used Angel's divine body, how are you feeling right now?" Meanwhile, an orange-haired streamer below the stage hurriedly pulled the camera over, whispering anxiously, "Quick, point the camera at this little couple. My stream traffic today depends entirely on them." At this moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had already broken through 50,000. Zhou Yi gently patted Zhang Churan's head, smiling warmly. "Sorry to make you worry. Although my body is still a bit depleted of stamina, fortunately, I just leveled up." Watching the intimate interaction between the two on screen, The viewers in the chat excitedly spammed comments. They really are a couple, I absolutely didn't see it wrong. Please stop feeding us dog food. Single dogs are about to have a heart attack from the sweet torture. God Yi belongs to everyone. Fairy Ran is simply too beautiful. Suddenly, a large hand slammed down to block the camera, accompanied by a heavy cough. A stream of angry comments instantly scrolled across the chat. Who is blocking the camera? We were just getting to the best part. Streamer, are you useless? Streamer, get rid of this guy, I'll send you a big rocket. The one blocking the camera was none other than Wu Mang. He squeezed the camera to pieces with a single hand, yet a brilliant smile remained on his face as he said calmly, streaming privately after the match is forbidden. Don't tell me you don't know this rule, or do you need me to personally teach you? The streamer and his assistant immediately turned pale with fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. Afterward, Wu Mang turned his head to Zhou Yi and said, "Go back to the villa and rest first. Later I will explain the rules of the final phase, the survival challenge, to everyone in detail." Survival challenge. A moment later in the villa hall, Wu Mang stood with his hands behind his back, speaking to everyone with a serious expression. The survival challenge is the final phase of the team event. All participating contestants from every university will enter the same open secret realm dungeon to freely search and hunt. Unlike the simulated dungeons in the previous solo losers bracket, this survival match is a completely real and open special dungeon. Therefore, during the match, you will encounter various unexpected emergencies. No matter how strong a person is, if their luck is bad, they could very likely be eliminated right at the start. Pointing to the demonstration animation on the screen, he explained that for every magical beast killed, the team's score would increase by 100 points. The match rules are actually very simple. Killing magical beasts of different tiers yields corresponding points. In addition, once someone raises a white flag to actively forfeit and be eliminated, their school will be deducted 500 points, while the opponent who eliminated them will receive 500 points, he continued. Furthermore, eliminating contestants from other schools allows you to directly seize half of the points they currently possess. After the 7-day match ends, the school with the highest cumulative score will claim the final victory. Next, let's take a look at the map of the secret realm. The range of this secret realm dungeon is extremely vast. Every day, players can only move within the designated safe zone. As the match progresses, the safe zone will gradually shrink, the so-called shrinking circle. You must enter the new safe zone within the specified time, or you will be judged directly eliminated by the system. There is one more thing you must remember firmly. The teleportation location for everyone entering the secret realm dungeon is completely random. If you encounter a void area in the border zones, you must steer clear of it immediately. At this point, a look of deep dread flashed in Wu Mang's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "The void area is filled with countless terrifying spatial rifts. Even if a third advancement class holder is sucked into them, they will be instantly shredded into pieces." Hearing this, everyone responded in unison, "Understood." Late at night, a pair of feet walked slowly through an empty corridor. The newcomer was none other than Dean Su of Magic Capital University. He walked to the door of a meeting room, and as the heavy door slid open automatically, the oppressive deep silence inside the hall allowed them to clearly hear each other's breathing. Just then a voice echoed from the hall. "Dean Su, you're finally here." Dean Su walked straight to the conference table and sat down, looking around as he asked, "With the lead instructors of all the major universities gathered here, except for Suhang University, what exactly are you planning to do?" Dean Cheng of Qingjing University had a calm expression, replying coldly, "Dean Su, if nothing unexpected happens, the first place in this survival challenge will likely still belong to Suhang University." He paused, continuing in a somewhat low tone, "Are you really content to see this outcome?" Meanwhile, in another part of the venue, on the screen a green-haired girl was rapidly casting spells. The hovering camera above was conducting an uninterrupted live broadcast, carrying the presenter's passionate voice. "Dear viewers, the final stage of the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. The survival challenge is about to officially begin. This match will last for 7 days and nights. Due to the long duration of the match, there will no longer be on-site spectator seats. Instead, a 24-hour uninterrupted live broadcast will be held via the official app. Next, please allow me to solemnly introduce the secret realm dungeon for this survival challenge." On the screen, a colossal, ancient and heavy stone gate looming in the billowing mist slowly appeared, and the presenter's suspenseful voice followed. "This is by no means an ordinary dungeon. According to reliable information provided by the military, this place was once the ruins of an ancient battle of the orc race. Its name is..." As that magnificent teleportation gate of light opened completely, the presenter shouted excitedly, "The Emperor's ruins of myriad beasts, Looking at that massive teleportation gate, the contestants in the hall were all itching to go, their blood boiling. Someone couldn't help but marvel in shock. When exactly this unprecedented battle of the beast race occurred is no longer traceable, but what is certain is that this place is filled with countless unknown terrors and dangers. Deep within the wilderness of the secret realm lurk extremely high-level ferocious magical beasts, whose sharp claws and teeth are always ready to shred any intruder to pieces, the presenter continued passionately. However, every inch of soil and every weathered rock here might bury ancient divine weapons forgotten by time or nurture rare natural treasures. Only the strong who possess both wisdom and courage are qualified to unearth its buried secrets. Hearing this, a contestant below the stage couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Natural treasures and ancient divine weapons, if I can find one, wouldn't I reach the heavens in a single bound?" Hearing this, a black-haired youth nearby couldn't help but furrow his brow, secretly grumbling. Which school did this rookie come from? How can anyone be so naive? Since this secret realm allows everyone to search freely, it has obviously been thoroughly swept countless times by top military experts. How could there still be leftover divine weapons waiting for you to pick up? Just then, the heavy teleportation gates opened completely, and the presenter's heart-stirring shout echoed through the venue, "Contestants, please grip your weapons, hold fast to your beliefs and march forward courageously to face the challenge before you. We look forward to the birth of your legend." Turning his head, the black-haired youth spotted Zhou Yi in the distance. His heart tightened, and he secretly prayed, "I hope I don't run into this monster too early in the secret realm." Just from that armored shoulder, one could feel a suffocatingly terrifying pressure. Behind Zhou Yi stood another mysterious figure cloaked in an ankle-length black robe, giving off a low-key luxury and incredibly powerful sense of oppression. The newcomers were none other than Zhou Yi and Wei He, standing back to back. At this moment, Zhou Yi was secretly calculating, even if there is physical contact upon entering the gate, the teleportation location will still be random. It seems that after entering the secret realm, trying to meet up with Chiran and the others will take quite some time. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of Wei He stroking off in large strides echoed in his ears. Zhou Yi immediately turned his head. He saw Wei He let out a cold snort, magic power surging around his body as he instantly cast a speed skill. 1,000-mile journey. In the blink of an eye, he completely disappeared into the deep, dense jungle. Zhou Yi smiled faintly and muttered to himself, "What an idiot. Your score is still a big fat 0 right now. Why would I bother attacking you for no reason?" Subsequently, he slowly summoned his golden warhammer, a playful smile playing on the corner of his lips as he teased, "A rabbit must naturally be fattened up before being slaughtered, of course." Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm's forest, a faint ripple of emerald green light emanated from Sha Lan's body. She closed her eyes, concentrating deeply as she sensed her surroundings through the nearby vegetation. Suddenly, a scarlet figure flashed rapidly across the distant tree canopy. Maintaining her spellcasting posture, Sha Lan calmly assessed the other party's position in her mind. Due north, distance 1,000 meters. Male, temporarily unable to determine which school's contestant he is. At this moment, Sha Lan slowly opened one eye, pulling her bowstring taut to lock onto the target, thinking to himself, "If it's Zhou Yi," whoosh, an arrow gleaming with green light instantly pierced the air, shooting out. Seeing the arrow whistling toward him, Wei He, who was on the treetop, was secretly startled. Elven arrow? At the critical moment, Wei He's figure moved like the wind, executing a mid-air side flip to narrowly evade the arrow, before landing steadily and shouting, "Sha Lan, it's me, on your side." His eyes, sharp as lightning, locked onto the direction the arrow had come from. Sha Lan also recognized his voice, releasing her fingers to disperse the magic power on the arrow. She put away her longbow, patting her chest in slight relief as she said, "That was close. Good thing you called out in time." Wei He scratched his head in embarrassment and asked in confusion, "Sha Lan, why are you here? Also, why were you running so fast just now?" Hearing her inquiry, Wei He touched his cheek awkwardly, his eyes dodging as he stammered, "Ah, well, did you run into those monsters from Suhang University just now?" He was secretly lamenting in his heart. There was no way he could tell her the truth, that he had been so nervous at the start that he immediately burned his life-saving teleportation skill. Afterward, the two joined forces. As Sha Lan navigated through the forest, she replied, "No, my plant resonance skill can only detect things within a 10-mile radius, and only in areas covered with vegetation. You are the only person who has entered my perception range so far." Wei He was overjoyed, nodding in response, "So that's how it is. That's perfect then. Since we ran into each other, let's team up to explore next. At least we'll have each other's backs," Sha Lan readily agreed. "No problem." Meanwhile, in the lounge outside the secret realm, a black-haired youth was staring at his tablet, muttering in confusion, "How strange. One is from Magic Capital University, and the other is from Qingjing University. How did these two end up teaming up right at the start?" Hearing his muttering, a bespectacled man lying on the bed reading a book pushed up his glasses, replying casually, "What's so strange about that? The levels of the top contestants from all the major universities are nearly identical. Everyone is wary of each other, so they naturally won't fight easily. Besides, this Emperor's Ruins of Myriad Beasts secret realm is exceptionally dangerous. Choosing to ally and cooperate before the situation becomes clear is the smartest move. The survival challenge only gets exciting in the later stages. This is merely the first day. By the 7th day, the positioning devices carried by all contestants will be forced to display each other's specific coordinates. At that time, the mutual hunting that erupts among the major universities to compete for the final rankings will be the truly exciting part." Hearing this explanation, the black-haired youth nodded in agreement. "I see." Meanwhile, deep within the fiercely contested forest of the secret realm, countless bizarrely shaped magical beasts were roaring and surging toward Zhou Yi like a tidal wave. Zhou Yi's expression remained indifferent. He merely closed 2 fingers and sliced downward through the air, without even chanting a skill name. A violent energy wave instantly wiped out the entire lunging herd. The system notifications immediately spammed his screen. Successfully killed a magical beast, points 100. A moment later, in another area of the secret realm, several emerald-green humanoid magical beasts brandished their weapons, roaring with contorted faces. "Damned human brat, how dare you trespass into the territory of our underground clan, kill him, tear him to shreds." But in the next second, Zhou Yi's figure appeared before them like a ghost. Dazzling deep blue frost magic energy suddenly gathered on his right arm. As he gently uttered 2 words, "Freeze," in less than half a second before the magical beasts could even scream, they were instantly and completely frozen solid on the spot by a thick layer of solid ice. Zhou Yi casually snapped his fingers, stepping away without looking back. With a crisp cracking sound, the ice sculptures shattered into countless glittering ice shards in an instant. Subsequently, Zhou Yi swept through everything in his path, slaying several massive poisonous human-faced spiders. Killed a silver-grade magical beast, points 500. Killed a common magical beast, points 50. Just then, a surviving human-faced spider attempted to launch a sneak attack from behind. Zhou Yi swung his warhammer backhanded, easily sending it flying as the system notification rang out once more. Killed a gold-grade magical beast, points 1200. Before he knew it, the surrounding monsters had been completely cleared. Smiling, Zhou Yi gently tapped the blue smart bracelet on his arm, thinking to himself, "Finally dealt with a troublesome big guy. Let me see how many points I've accumulated now." Subsequently, he opened the scoreboard panel to check it carefully. A lone machinist was practically equivalent to a massive army. They could send out scouting robots to avoid high-tier ferocious beasts, lock onto low-tier magical beasts, and split their forces into multiple routes to conduct synchronized carpet-style hunting. No wonder Dean Wu had specially reminded them before the match that the survival challenge was a natural stage where machinists and summoners could fully showcase their abilities. At this moment, the system screen displayed the rankings. First place, Suhang University. Zhou Yi, 15,792 points. Second place, Qingjing University. Wang Zan, 5,547 points. Third place, Magic Capital University. Lemengze, 2,547 points. Zhou Yi gently swiped his finger across the screen, thinking to himself, "The rankings of Shaoran, Shaolan, Tieshun, and Lingxi are all entirely within my expectations." The ranking information on the screen clearly showed. 9th, Zhang Churan, 2,049 points. 10th, Wang Jiexin, 2,017 points. 11th, Shaolan, 2,002 points. Suddenly he stopped swiping, feeling slightly bewildered. Zhou Yi's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with utter disbelief. Although Tan Wei and Zhang Jie couldn't compare to Wang Jiexin and the others in terms of level and practical combat ability, they were still easily middle tier among all the participating students. Why were their point rankings so low? The leaderboard clearly showed 72nd, Tan Wei, 540 points. 81st, Zhang Jie, 470 points. At this moment his hand froze, his face etched with surprise and confusion. Had Tan Wei already been eliminated? The leaderboard refreshed again. 72nd, Tan Wei, 540 points eliminated. 81st, Zhang Jie, 470 points. He fell into deep thought. There were only 3 possible reasons for elimination: the environment of the secret realm, a magical beast attack, or being eliminated by other players. It wasn't time for the safe zone to shrink yet, so there was absolutely no way he had been eliminated by the laws of the secret realm for failing to reach a designated area in time. Then Zhou Yi pictured Tan Wei's tenacious figure fighting the ferocious giant serpent, pondering silently. Although Tan Wei was only a substitute, it didn't mean he was weak. Among all the participating students, Tan Wei easily ranked above average, and he had always been calm and cautious, never taking unnecessary risks. Even if he ran into opponents stronger than magical beasts, he was fully capable of escaping. Suddenly, an ominous premonition rose in Zhou Yi's heart. Could other players have teamed up? Then, figures of scheming contestants with malicious smiles flashed through his mind. In this secret realm they had to be wary not just of magical beasts and solo players. Teams at a disadvantage were highly likely to join forces to hunt for opportunities and eliminate members of other teams to maximize their gains. Since the teleportation locations upon entering the secret realm were completely random, everyone was isolated and helpless at the beginning, making effective cooperation impossible. Therefore, such coordinated ambushes were likely only happening now. Just then, the presenter's voice rang out, "Attention, all contestants, the secret realm's safe zone is about to start shrinking. Please reach the safe zone within 3 hours or you will be disqualified." Hearing this, Zhou Yi was startled. A moment later, in another canyon within the secret realm, a figure was darting through at lightning speed. The person couldn't help but complain, "What awful luck!" This figure was indeed Zhou Yi. He was running at full speed toward a certain direction. As he ran, he thought that the distance of the first circle shrink was abnormally far. He had to run with all his might just to make it to the safe zone in time. As for Tan Wei's matter, he could only put it aside for now. Suddenly, a green light flashed from the mountaintop, causing him to change direction. Activating a movement skill, Zhou Yi dashed toward the peak where he sensed Tang Lingxi's aura. At this moment, Tang Lingxi was casting magic to attack an orange-haired girl. Just as she condensed a water arrow, Wukong suddenly appeared brandishing his weapon, launching a cowardly sneak attack from behind. Tang Lingxi spun around in panic, only to see Wukong unleashing a heavy blow with a cold sneer. What an annoying insect, just like a minor supporting character. Quick-witted and agile, she swiftly propped up a shield to block the strike. In the very next second she condensed a stone cone to counterattack. A massive stone sphere covered in sharp spikes instantly materialized above Wukong and crashed down heavily, pinning him beneath it and leaving him wide-eyed and agape in shock. Tang Lingxi's brow furrowed slightly, as she said with clear disgust, "Tisk tisk, how annoying. Didn't your teacher ever tell you never to underestimate any opponent? Besides, did you really think my memory is that bad?" Right at that moment, Luo Sheng leapt up, attempting to launch a surprise attack on her. Assuming a combat stance, Tang Lingxi sneered, "Did you think I forgot there were two of you?" With that, she slammed her staff heavily onto the ground. Just as Luo Sheng was about to strike, countless rock shards of all sizes swept toward him like a tidal wave. Rock spirit bind. In the next second, Luo Sheng was completely encased in rock, forming a stone sphere, while Wukong beside him was thoroughly flattened by a pile of stones. Both were tightly trapped, unable to struggle at all. Panting slightly, Tang Lingxi let out a soft sigh and spoke, "Will you surrender on your own, or should I beat you into critical condition before eliminating you?" Suddenly, a slow clapping sound echoed from the side. Tang Lingxi's heart skipped a beat. She spun around to look, her gaze freezing as she spotted Li Jian hiding in the corner. "There's actually a third person hiding here?" Looking at her, Li Jian couldn't help but marvel. "I really didn't expect Suhang University to have such an outstanding elementalist. It seems Miss Tang's talents have always been overshadowed by your teammates. What a shame." The moment his voice fell, several hounds beside him bared their fangs and lunged frantically at Tang Lingxi, snapping coldly, "Too much talk." Tang Lingxi instantly condensed several water arrows, cleanly slicing and killing all the lunging hounds. Right at that fraction of a second, a stray hound materialized behind Tang Lingxi like a phantom, biting down viciously on her arm. Seeing this, Li Jian was overjoyed and laughed maniacally. "A golden opportunity, bite her arm off," he gloated inwardly. "Without her staff, her casting speed and power will be drastically reduced. Now that she's at an absolute disadvantage, she stands no chance against me." However, Tang Lingxi didn't show the slightest panic. Instead, the corner of her mouth curled into a sly, cold smile. "A golden opportunity, only if you can actually grasp it." Just as her voice fell, a dazzling magic circle suddenly lit up beside her. This scene caught Li Jian completely off guard, and he shrieked in horror, "Without a staff, how can you possibly?" Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The terrifying shockwave sent Li Jian flying, while his remaining two hounds were blown to pieces in an instant. As the smoke and dust cleared, the system notification immediately rang out. Detected that Qingkang University contestant Li Jian is unconscious from critical injuries and unable to continue the match. System announcement: contestant Li Jian is eliminated. Contestant Tang Lingxi receives 1050 points. At the same time, Tang Lingxi collapsed weakly to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, my magic power is completely depleted." Seeing this, one of the remaining attackers revealed a savage expression, wanting to take this opportunity to finish her off once and for all. Without hesitation, Wukong threw his flying dagger straight at Tang Lingxi. Suddenly a foot materialized out of thin air, steadily kicking the flying dagger away. Wu Kang's pupils contracted sharply, horrified. What? The person who blocked the fatal blade for her was none other than the newly arrived Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stepped forward, his face livid as he roared, "You're asking for death." His violent stomp instantly triggered a powerful explosion. Struggling to open her mouth, Tang Lingxi gathered her very last ounce of strength to call out, "Brother Yi," before passing out completely. Immediately after, the system notification rang out once more, detected that Lekki University contestant Wu Kong is unconscious from critical injuries and unable to continue the match. Contestant Wu Kong is eliminated. Contestant Zhou Yi receives 1,240 points. While Zhou Yi was administering emergency treatment to Tang Lingxi, his icy gaze suddenly swept toward a certain direction nearby. It was Luo Sheng, who had been planning to launch a sneak attack. Zhou Yi's sharp, murderous glare made Luo Sheng shudder violently, not daring to move an inch. Soon another system announcement popped up. Detected that Chaoyang University contestant Luo Sheng has chosen to forfeit. Contestant Tang Lingxi receives 1,860 points. Seeing the three system announcements pop up in quick succession, Zhou Yi's expression tightened slightly, and he thought to himself, these three clearly belong to different schools, yet they joined forces to launch a coordinated attack on Lingxi. This could absolutely not be a coincidental cooperation. A moment later, Zhou Yi supported Tang Lingxi as they made their way to a hidden safe place to rest. Suddenly the smart bracelet on his wrist vibrated, popping up a notification, 69th Zhang Jie, 680 points eliminated. At this moment, Tang Lingxi, who had just regained consciousness, received the exact same notification, 69th Zhang Jie, 680 points eliminated. Seeing this news, she couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger, saying, Zhang Jie must have been targeted by their coordinated ambush as well. What a bunch of shameless, despicable cowards. Then she turned her head, looking at Zhou Yi with a face full of confusion. Brother Yi, this entire matter is just too bizarre. The teleportation locations when entering the secret realm are clearly completely random. How did they manage to assemble so quickly on the very first day, precisely locate each of our coordinates, and launch coordinated ambushes? Zhou Yi fell silent for a moment before sharing his hypothesis. I suspect they are using some special method or item to lock onto the precise locations of other players. This made Tang Lingxi incredibly angry, and she couldn't help but exclaim, this is straight-up cheating in a prestigious competition like the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. How dare they do such a thing so blatantly? However, Zhou Yi shook his head and explained, if this is merely a special perception skill of a certain player, it would be very difficult to directly classify it as cheating on a rules level. But since they dare to play dirty behind closed doors, a sliver of icy, murderous intent flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes, and he declared coldly, I will definitely make them pay a devastating price and end up completely disgraced. Tang Lingxi's expression dimmed, and she muttered worriedly in a low voice, Sister Charan and the others are still scattered across the secret realm. They might be facing coordinated ambushes as well. I'm so worried, Zhou Yi comforted her softly. Since the 9 schools have joined forces, their primary objective must be to weaken my overall combat power during the first 6 days, which means eliminating all of you first. Then on the final day, they will concentrate all of their forces to deal with me. Their use of such underhanded tactics indeed makes their ambushes hard to guard against. However, Zhou Yi let out a cold, confident laugh, saying proudly, before absolute power, any scheme or trick is nothing but fleeting smoke, utterly useless. For everything they did to you today, I will definitely make them pay back double 6 days from now. Seeing his domineering and incredibly confident demeanor, Tang Lingxi's face flushed red instantly, and she called out shyly in her heart, Brother Yi. After settling her down, Zhou Yi slowly drew his longsword, preparing to leave. Before departing, he didn't forget to remind her gently, don't overthink things, your injuries haven't fully recovered yet. Drink some potions and get some good rest here tonight. I will go clear out the surrounding magical beasts. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The scouting drone flying over the arena broadcasted a loud, resonant announcement. November 20th, 2064. Today is the final day of the Survival Challenge in the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, the surviving 74 contestants will engage in the final showdown to decide the ultimate rankings of this Survival Challenge. At this moment, the precise coordinates of every contestant have been forcibly displayed on each other's smart bracelets. Let us look forward to and witness the birth of the strongest king. Hearing the broadcast, the spectators outside immediately erupted into heated discussions. The final showdown of the Survival Challenge is finally here. How exciting! After a brutal 6-day battle, Suheng University not only has 3 people left, Zhou Yi, Tang Lingxi and Zhang Charan. Meanwhile, the opposing alliance of 9 schools still has 71 players remaining. Their numerical advantage is simply too overwhelming. I really wonder if Zhou Yi can hold out against the frantic siege of this 9-school coalition. At this moment, in a vast desert within the secret realm, a massive force was waiting in full battle array. One of the contestants looked at his bracelet and reported in a low voice, "Brother Wei, Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi are heading straight toward our position." Wei he carefully studied the coordinates on the map, instantly delivering a decisive order. Zhang Churan is currently in the northwest. Although her strength is decent, she is still far from being a monster like Zhou Yi. Besides, over 10 players are already closing in on her position. Shalan, take 5 people to regroup with the team over there. Make sure to eliminate Zhang Churan first. As for the remaining 47 of us, we will stay here to launch a coordinated assault on Zhou Yi. Shalan nodded without hesitation. Understood. Having assigned the tasks, Wei he turned around and loudly rallied the crowd around him. Based on Zhou Yi's movement speed, he will arrive here in about an hour. This battle directly determines our final ranking in this exchange tournament. Everyone must stay sharp and be fully prepared. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, a sharp sword light flashed through the void and vanished in an instant. Zhang Churan easily sent several attacking players flying. No matter who rushed forward, they were cleanly dealt with by a single strike of her sword. Arriving at the scene, Shalan watched this and spoke slowly. "Ran, it indeed has been a long time since we had a proper satisfying duel." She slowly drew her longbow back, locking firmly onto Zhang Churan before continuing in a deep voice. "Although we have the numbers on our side this time, which is somewhat unfair, we can have a fair duel after this match is over." Hearing this, Zhang Churan sneered, responding proudly, "Lan, why wait until later?" The moment her voice fell, an incredibly terrifying surge of energy violently erupted from her body. She declared proudly, "Because Brother Zhou Yi has always been shielding me from the wind and rain, it gave you all the illusion that I am an easy target. Today I'll let you open your eyes." Staring at Zhang Churan's skyrocketing aura, Shalan gasped in sheer disbelief. This is the complete transformation state of a succubus?" Shalan could barely believe her eyes. She had never imagined that Ran had already mastered the succubus bloodline to such an exquisite level. In this battle, even with 24 of them joining forces, they had to go all out without holding anything back. At this thought, she quickly ordered loudly, "Everyone, attack together." She rapidly shot off arrows to cover the other players as they surged forward. Meanwhile, in the barren, boundless desert, 2 massive magical beasts that were locked in a fierce deadlock battle suddenly fled in terror after sensing an abruptly descending, terrifying pressure. Waiting quietly on the spot, Wei He and Wang Zan suddenly felt the ground tremble violently as a massive sandstorm swept over. Wei He's eyes narrowed, instantly locking onto the towering figure faintly visible within the sandstorm, and muttered in a deep voice, "Zhou Yi." Accompanied by the words, "He's here," a colossal giant puppet strode out slowly from the blowing sand. Standing side by side on the shoulders of the giant puppet were Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. The moment Wei He saw Zhou Yi, a smug sneer emerged on his face, and he shouted loudly, "Zhou Yi, you should feel incredibly honored to be treated this way by us. Just to deal with you alone, we have assembled a whopping 47 top geniuses from various major universities." Hearing this, Zhou Yi merely let out a disdainful chuckle, asking mockingly in return, 47 players?" He swept a cold glance around, sneering bluntly, "Nothing but a disorganized mob." These highly insulting words instantly enraged the crowd, who began to curse in absolute fury. Arrogant, too arrogant, however. Zhou Yi remained completely fearless, asking coldly from his high vantage point, "What? Did I say anything wrong? Is there anyone among you who has not been defeated by my hands?" Then Zhou Yi pointed his finger at them, coldly exposing the truth. "You merely relied on your numerical advantage to eliminate most of Suhang University's members, and now you actually have the nerve to scheme and lay siege to me. Stripped of your numerical advantage, I doubt you'd even have the courage to stand before me. Cut the crap and attack together. Even if weaklings gather, they remain nothing but fragile trash." This utterly contemptuous provocation instantly drove the coalition forces into a furious rage. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi merely continued to declare calmly, "Today I will make you understand a simple truth. No matter how many ants there are, they can never kill a dragon." The battle was on the verge of breaking out, and Wang Zan was the first to act. His hands rapidly tapped on a holographic console in the air. HX Arbiter merge beside him. Wei He and several other melee players also roared, unleashing fiery blade technique to charge head-on. Zhou Yi immediately leaped down from the shoulders of the giant puppet, shouting loudly to Tang Lingxi above, "Lingxi, wait for me up there." At the same time, a series of skill buff notifications lit up on his system panel. Grace of courage. With a thunderous boom, Zhou Yi crashed heavily onto the ground like a meteor. Without any hesitation, he gripped his weapon tightly, charging straight into the incoming tidal wave of enemies. Blessing of Dawn. With just a casual swing, he whipped up a screen of light that tore through the void, instantly sending a large group of oncoming players flying. Zhou Yi's phantom-like speed forced a defensive player to exclaim in shock, "So fast," but the person beside him still grit his teeth and sneered. "No matter how strong he is, he's ultimately just a freshman. I refuse to believe he can defeat 47 of us joining forces on his own." At this moment, a massive swarm of summoned mechanical creations and giant magical beasts heavily surrounded Zhou Yi. Completely fearless, Zhou Yi boldly charged straight into the beast horde. A giant beast swung its missive fist violently toward him. With an expressionless face, Zhou Yi met it with a fist of his own. Their iron fists collided savagely in midair, and Zhou Yi's terrifying strength instantly shattered the giant beast's entire arm and body to pieces. Facing such a ferocious Zhou Yi, the remaining defensive players didn't dare to let their guards down, frantically activating their defensive skills. Angel's Divine Body, Defense Field, Guardian of Light, Magic Barrier. Layer after layer of dazzling defensive screens instantly stacked and unfolded before Zhou Yi. His brute force blow merely shattered the outermost barrier. Seeing this, the pink-haired female player sneered in self-satisfaction. "There are still 6 layers of defensive barriers left. I successfully blocked it." Hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle, asking back, "Blocked it?" Then he raised his finger toward the sky above, declaring playfully, "This is only the beginning." Just as his voice fell, a colossal golden hand shrouded in supreme divine pressure suddenly tore through the void and descended from the heavens. The moment the towering hand materialized, Wang Zan's face below turned completely pale. Without exception, the other players were also paralyzed on the spot, terrified by the world-destroying pressure. However, they soon snapped back to their senses, screaming in absolute horror, "Dodge, run, if we get hit, we will definitely die." While everyone else was fleeing in panic, only Wang Zan gritted his teeth and stood his ground, preparing for a frontal collision. Seeing this, Wei He roared hysterically in panic, "Wang Zan, are you crazy? Get out of the way!" At this moment, the red high-risk alarm on Wang Zan's system console was flashing frantically. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zan shouted with absolute determination, "Brother Wei, even if the success rate is near 0, I must try. This is the only countermeasure I could think of after thoroughly reviewing our previous duel." He rapidly summoned and assembled hundreds of mechanical steel plates, roaring, "After that defeat, I analyzed the video of you casting God's Hand hundreds of times. Your God's Hand seems indestructible, but its force actually disperses outward. As long as I can completely gather all of my mechanical forces to form a steel barrier capable of distributing the impact, we will definitely hold. Perhaps it could withstand this fatal blow." Just as Wang Zan finished piecing together his steel shield, Zhou Yi's God's Hand drew near. Wang Zan roared loudly without a trace of fear, "Bring it on!" Accompanied by his roar, God's Hand slammed heavily onto the steel shield. Immediately after, the giant hand crushed the shield to pieces with absolute ease. Even the ground split open with a thunderous crash, and in an instant, billowing dust filled the air, blotting out the sky. Like a deity high above, Zhou Yi looked down and barked in a booming voice, "Your lives are in my hands now. Surrender or be eliminated." Yet Wei He still refused to back down. Hysterically screaming Zhou Yi's name, he boldly launched an attack. Zhou Yi, with a furious roar of whirling flame windlock, his violent strike whistled as it swept toward Zhou Yi. After executing this strike, Wei He was panting heavily and utterly exhausted. He thought to himself, "As long as Zhou Yi takes this hit, he will have no time to worry about his rear." Sure enough, the other contestants immediately swarmed forward. Gale slashes whistled through the air as cyan silver swords were boldly unsheathed. Besieging Zhou Yi in unison, Wei He smirked inwardly. "Our people were prepared long ago. Even if we can't eliminate Zhou Yi in one go, we can definitely inflict massive damage on him." Staring at the crowd swarming forward to besiege him, Zhou Yi let out a sigh and muttered to himself, "In the end I was still," while easily blocking the overwhelming onslaught with a single hand. He barked coldly, "Too merciful to you." No sooner had his voice fallen than he stopped holding back. He boldly went on the offensive, charging straight into the swarming contestants. Light's retribution. After his defeat, Wang Zan's heart was filled with endless regret and bitterness. He could clearly sense that Zhou Yi had become even stronger than before. He had thought today would be a clash of titans, but who would have expected the result to still be a complete one-sided stomp? If he had known earlier, there would have been absolutely no need to form an alliance of 9 universities. Looking at the surrender prompt on his system panel, he thought sorrowfully that they were probably going to become the laughingstock of the entire nation this time. In the stands, Wu Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud with pride. Gazing at the intense battle playing on the massive screen, he sighed with emotion. "An alliance of 9 schools, Dean Cheng, you really went to great lengths and spared no expense just to deal with our Suhang University." Hearing this, Dean Cheng feigned ignorance, asking back, "Dean Wu, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." Highly displeased by Dean Cheng's playing dumb, Wu Mang snorted coldly. "All right, there are no outsiders here, so cut the act." Then he listed off the names of those involved in the siege. Magic Capital University's Wei He, Qingjing University's Sha Lan, Qingkang University's Li Jian, Leqi University's Wu Kong, Chaoyang University's Luo Sheng. "Unless they're a fool who can't see what you're plotting," then he questioned in an extremely certain tone. "Ordinary universities simply wouldn't have the courage, and since Magic Capital University has firmly secured second place, they would have absolutely no reason to meddle in this mess. Unless Qingjing University, as the host this time, was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Aside from your Qingjing University, who else would have the capability to bring 9 whole schools together?" At this moment, Dean Cheng thought anxiously to himself. Qingjing University had every home court advantage, yet we were still beaten so miserably. To save some face, this was the only resort. Flashing back to the day they had convened to discuss how to deal with Zhou Yi, Dean Cheng had questioned sharply, "Dean Su, if Suhang University sweeps first place in all 3 major events of this exchange tournament, where will the honor of our other universities lie?" And Dean Su of Magic Capital University had shot back bluntly, "Dean Cheng, don't use those high-sounding words as an excuse. Our Magic Capital University has always placed 3rd in previous years. I'm already perfectly satisfied with securing 2nd place this year, and I have no spare time to compete for 1st. Hearing this, Dean Cheng had immediately thrown out an incredibly enticing bargain to win him over. "As long as you are willing to join, our Qingjing University is willing to share a portion of S-grade resources with the other universities. This is our sincerity for this cooperation." Dean Su of Magic Capital University had gone with the flow, craftily demanding 2 portions of S-grade resources directly. Anything less was a deal-breaker. With things having come to this, Dean Cheng had grit his teeth and was forced to agree. "Deal." Then he had begun to deploy the plan to the other deans present. "Tell your students to absolutely not eliminate contestants from allied universities. Cooperate as much as possible. Ideally, eliminate all of Suhang University's contestants except for Zhou Yi during the first 6 days. If they run into Zhou Yi early, they must retreat immediately, wait for everyone to assemble, and then join forces to deal with him." Back in reality, Wu Mang looked at the deans before him, who had guilty looks and uneasy expressions, and mocked with a cold sneer. "All of you are usually respected figures in the great Sha Kingdom. Why are you all mute now, unable to utter a single word?" With that, he turned his head to look at Dean Fenghe nearby. Seeing Wu Mang staring at him, Dean Fenghe responded somewhat uneasily. "Ah?" Wu Mang's face darkened, and he questioned in a stern voice, "Dean Fenghe, you are normally highly respected and have always prided yourself on being a true gentleman, yet now you actually got involved in such underhanded, shady tactics. Aren't you afraid of ruining your lifelong reputation?" Yet like an old fox, Dean Fenghe shamelessly defended himself without hesitation. "Why do you say that, Dean Wu? In this match, joining forces between the strong is a perfectly reasonable strategy. We haven't violated any of the competition rules." This shameless attitude made Wu Mang snort in anger. Suddenly, Wu Mang's gaze turned freezing cold, and his voice became extremely sharp as he demanded, "Do you really think that by relying on these low-class, underhanded schemes you can stop Zhou Yi from winning the championship? What an absolute joke," he asserted with absolute confidence. "Anyone with eyes can clearly see Zhou Yi's true strength. It is definitely not something your petty tricks can deal with. A true powerhouse never fears any challenge. No matter who targets us, our Suhang University will definitely claim 1st place." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a contestant desperately pressed the teleportation button on his wrist, but the system popped up a glaring red warning, "Unable to teleport. Please wait patiently." This bizarre scene threw Wang Zan into a sudden panic, and he cried out in shock, "What?" Simultaneously, the contestants defeated by Zhou Yi who lay flat on the ground were wailing in agony. "Ow, it hurts so much. I surrender. I give up. Let me back quickly. I need a healer. Why can't we teleport?" Faintly sensing an extremely ominous vibe, Wang Zan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Just then, a strange ripple of spatial energy suddenly expanded in the void. In the shadows behind Zhou Yi, a pair of colossal hollow eyes slowly and silently opened. This scene was witnessed with absolute clarity by the deans outside the screen. His face filled with shock, Wu Mang muttered to himself, "That monster, why would it appear in the secret realm?" Dean Cheng also broke into a cold sweat of anxiety, hastily ordering out loud, "Quick, forcefully teleport all the students back immediately." However, the technician responsible for maintaining the teleportation array reported in absolute panic, "It's not working. Space-time is experiencing violent fluctuations, and the teleportation array cannot be activated at all." This threw the deans present into an instant frenzy, and they cried out in panic one after another. The students in the secret realm are the future pillars of our great Sha kingdom. If they are all lost in there, it will be a devastating blow to the entire nation. This is a national live broadcast. If other countries see this, the reputation of our great Sha will plummet instantly. Exactly, no matter what, we must save the students at all costs. Even Wu Mang was burning with anxiety, silently praying that Zhou Yi would return safely. But just then the massive screen flickered violently, popping up a signal disruption notice. Signal disrupted. Please try to reconnect. This threw the deans into complete panic, and they shouted impatiently, dropping the connection at such a critical juncture. What on earth is happening? Did you see that hideous monster that appeared behind Zhou Yi just now? I didn't see it clearly. Within the secret realm of the battlefield, Zhou Yi, hearing a strange noise, instantly became alert. He whipped his head around, only to see a void beast brushing past his side at lightning speed. Zhou Yi flicked his wrist, instantly summoning his weapon and delivering a violent heavy strike. However, the monster vanished into air in an instant, leaving Zhou Yi momentarily stunned. He felt a wave of caution in his heart. It actually vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Zan was piloting his mecha as he slowly landed on the ground. With a single leap, Zhou Yi landed right in front of him, getting straight to the point in a deep voice. Do you know something? Gulping, Wang Zan uttered the monster's name with a solemn expression. That's the Void Beast. Then, his face pale, he explained, this guy has been sealed in the depths of the secret realm and hasn't appeared for decades. It's a terrifying existence that only exists in the legends of the older generation of class holders. Born in the endless void, it possesses power that defies common sense. It can freely travel through spatial rifts, shifting back and forth between illusion and reality like a phantom, making it extremely difficult to capture. And its most terrifying ability is its capability to tear space apart with its bare hands, thereby triggering a violent, raging space-time turbulence. Once sucked into it, death is absolutely certain. Just as Zhou Yi was about to press him on how exactly it had broken the seal, an earth-shattering shriek suddenly echoed from the distance. The void beast materialized with a thundering crash, sending the surrounding contestants fleeing in absolute panic. What on earth is this thing? Run? Seeing this, Zhou Yi took a deep breath, gathering his entire body's strength to throw a heavy, fearless punch. The punch carried a staggering momentum, triggering a sharp air-ripping sound. Sensing the terrifying pressure within the punch, the void beast snapped its eyes open, instantly appearing right before Zhou Yi. With a backhand strike, its sharp talons swept viciously across Zhou Yi's leg. The sharp agony from his leg made Zhou Yi grit his teeth and gasp. But before he could even stabilize his stance, a pitch-black spatial rift tore open once more in the void beside him. The pitch-black spatial gateway erupted with immense suction, instantly pulling Zhou Yi inside. Faced with this sudden situation, Zhou Yi did not panic. Instead, he twisted his waist to build momentum, throwing a heavy, powerful punch straight into the gateway. But just as he was locked in a stalemate with the suction, the void beast abruptly appeared on the other side of the spatial gateway, launching a surprise attack with a sinister grin. Seeing this, Zhou Yi yelled without hesitation. Holy Fist! The golden heavy punch carrying world-destroying power tore through the air instantly, whistling out like a roaring bolt of lightning. Yet that dazzling deep pink arrow was easily neutralized by the void beast in the blink of an eye. At this critical juncture, Chiran threw herself forward regardless of the cost, hugging Zhou Yi tightly to desperately shield him from the incoming terrifying shockwaves of energy. The two crashed heavily onto the cold ground, sliding backward for several meters due to the massive impact. At this moment, Sha Lan gripped her longbow tightly, screaming at the top of her lungs at Wei He. Wei He, quickly gather everyone to launch a coordinated assault on this magical beast. Amidst the thick white smoke, Chiran propped her body up with both hands, sitting up from Zhou Yi with some effort. Pinned beneath her, Zhou Yi's face showed some exhaustion. After experiencing that series of perilous clashes, he took a deep breath and asked softly with concern, Chiran, why did you come here? Revealing a somewhat weak smile, she said, Fortunately, I made it in time. Then she explained the whole story in detail. I realized that everyone is completely unable to teleport out of the secret realm and figured something must have gone wrong here. So I followed the noise all the way here. Which is why I followed the noise all the way here. But right at that moment, Zhou Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Sensing an extremely fatal danger, the void beast had actually changed its target, lunging violently toward the defenseless Sha Lan. At the critical moment, a pillar of golden light descended from the sky, firmly blocking the void beast's sharp talons. However, the earth-shattering explosion that immediately followed shattered the surrounding ground into pieces. Being the closest, Sha Lan had no way to dodge, and was instantly blown away by the terrifying shockwave of the explosion. Seeing this, Chiran shrieked in terror. Sha Lan, taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi warned Chiran in a low, serious voice, Charan, I accidentally fell into this monster's trap and got poisoned during our clash. I need some time to expel the toxins from my body. Before I recover, you must protect the remaining students." At this moment, having gained some breathing room, the Void Beast grew even more arrogant and tyrannical. Standing before it, only Zhou Yi, the sole remaining true powerhouse, was left struggling to hold his ground. The exact instant its sharp colossal claw slammed down, Charan let out a soft cry. Teleporting just in the nick of time, she barely managed to prop up a defensive barrier. Meanwhile, the youth slumped on the ground was scared out of his wits, retreating continuously as he stammered incoherently. I. But with the Void Beast's first strike failing, its other colossal claw, carrying a terrifying gale, abruptly swept over, clearly unwilling to let any prey escape. At the absolute last second, a soft cry echoed in her ears. Charan's beautiful eyes focused, and she instantly activated her skill. Charming voice. In that instant, the contestant's body fell backward uncontrollably, narrowly evading the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. Furious at this, the Void Beast waved its colossal claws frantically, vowing to smash these insolent ants to pieces. Zhou Yi could only rely on his superb movement techniques to continuously dodge before this powerful enemy, who held an absolute advantage in both size and strength. Where on earth did this guy come from? While struggling to hold his ground, he gritted his teeth, a sense of powerlessness rising in his heart like never before. A terrifying pressure instantly swept through the entire space, followed by the Void Beast's arrogant and contemptuous laughter. "Ha ha ha, just by relying on you lowly ants, you actually dare to challenge the god who controls space and time? Talk about overestimating yourselves." At this moment, Zhou Yi quickly cast 2 life-saving skills in succession on himself. Slow heal and death defiance. The Void Beast's methods were far too bizarre. Whenever anyone tried to draw near, it would instantly tear space apart, creating spatial rifts to isolate them. Furthermore, if they used long-range attacks, the moment it senses them, it will immediately perform a spatial warp to escape. The entire battlefield had fallen into extreme chaos by now. Although a massive number of contestants had gathered here, they were completely powerless before this brutal and violent Void Beast. At the critical moment when everyone's lives hung by a thread, a chain radiating pink light suddenly tore through the air, instantly wrapping around the panicked Olivia. The one who stepped in to save her was none other than Charan. With a hard pull, she dragged Olivia back and handed her to Tang Lingxi behind her, before turning around without any hesitation to dart back toward the center of the battlefield once more. Tang Lingxi responded immediately, rushing forward to help care for the injured student. Meanwhile, Olivia squatted on the ground, already scared out of her wits as she screamed hysterically, "Ah, we're doomed, we're all going to die here." While trying to use magic to treat Olivia's frozen right arm, Tang Lingxi gently comforted her. "Calm down, don't panic. First, I'll help soothe your wound to stop the frost from spreading," Tang Lingxi said. But Olivia's face turned completely pale in an instant, her eyes filled with infinite dread as she cried and trembled. "It's useless, there's no hope, we're all going to die here. It wasn't supposed to be like this." Taking a deep breath, her face filled with absolute trust in Zhou Yi, Tang Lingxi comforted her gently. "Pull yourself together, brother Zhou Yi is so strong, he will definitely lead everyone out safely." Yet these words of comfort fell on deaf ears. Olivia muttered with a crying tone, This is completely different from what my mentor said." Slightly irritated, Tang Lingxi grabbed Olivia's uninjured left arm tightly, demanding in a deep voice, "What on earth are you talking about?" But Olivia had clearly been driven completely insane by terror, flailing her arms as she screamed, "Ah, it's different, it's completely different, why is it different? It shouldn't be like this." However, when she heard clearly what Olivia said next, Tang Lingxi froze on the spot as if struck by lightning, feeling as if the entire world was suddenly enveloped by bone-chilling darkness and gloom. On the distant battlefield, the Void Beast was fighting frantically with the contestants, and the colorful lights of various skills flashed wildly amidst the billowing sandstorm. Tang Lingxi's face grew increasingly pale as she learned the truth, her beautiful eyes filled with undisguised horror. Just then, a sharp spatial wind blade flashed in the distance, mercilessly slicing an evading contestant in half. Witnessing this extremely tragic scene, Tang Lingxi didn't dare to delay for another second. Gritting her teeth, she spun around and dashed at full speed toward the center of the battlefield, trying to salvage the collapsing situation in this critical moment. The tragic state of the battlefield had reached its peak, because Charan was currently trapped inside the Void Beast's colossal mouth, pinned tightly by its razor-sharp fangs. By the time Zhou Yi, Xia Lan and Tang Lingxi learned the truth behind all of this, it was already too late. Before Zhou Yi could even recover from his immense shock, the Void Beast frantically triggered wave after wave of violent energy pressure, preventing anyone from drawing close. Watching the distant void fracture continuously, pulling everything in like a black hole that could devour all, Zhou Yi disregarded his own safety, desperately trying to charge forward behind him. Tang Lingxi cried out in a panic. "Brother Zhou Yi, come back quickly," she shouted at the top of her lungs, explaining the conspiracy she had just uncovered. The dean of Qingking Academy secretly planted the eggs of the void-attracting butterfly on all of us. As long as they hold the mother insect, they can precisely locate our coordinates within thousands of miles. That is exactly why the contestants from those 9 universities were able to assemble so quickly on the very first day. Hearing these deductions, Zhou Yi whipped his head around, his sharp gaze instantly landing on Wang Zan beside him. The freezing cold look made Wang Zan shudder violently, and he hurriedly waved his hands to clear his name. "Zhou Yi, I really knew absolutely nothing about this. I always thought our meeting was just a coincidence," Tang Lingxi continued rapidly. "Furthermore, the void-attracting butterfly is the companion beast of the void beast. That's why this monster suddenly broke the seal and appeared here. It thinks we stole its larva, which is why it's attacking us so relentlessly. Sister Charan right now is probably in grave danger." Zhou Yi stared intently down at his slightly trembling hands, taking a deep breath to force himself to calm down while rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Then, his face freezing cold, he ordered in a deep voice, "Lingxi, do me a favor. Find all the eggs of the void-attracting butterfly on everyone as well as the mother insect." Hearing Zhou Yi's command, Tang Lingxi instantly guessed the crazy plan he had in mind. "Do you mean you want to?" Suddenly, waves of blazing holy light surged from Zhou Yi's entire body, every cell in him seemingly waking up and boiling at this instant. In a low, near-growling voice, he declared, "I failed to protect Charan. As long as I can find her, I wouldn't hesitate to tear this entire secret realm to the ground and shatter the infinite void. If that is the case, let me be the bait." There was not a single trace of retreat in his brilliant golden eyes. Instead, a roaring battle spirit ignited. Just then, a weak voice suddenly cut in, interrupting their conversation. "Zhou Yi, I have a way to subdue this void beast." They turned to see a pale Sun Chao gritting her teeth, struggling to stand up from the ground. Zhou Yi turned his gaze to her as she spoke. "Our Sun family possesses an extremely special sealing secret art. Even when facing terrifying entities far exceeding our own tier, there is a very high probability of completely sealing them. However, great power always comes with immense risk. Once this sealing art is activated, it will instantly drain all the magic power within the caster's body. If one cannot withstand the terrifying backlash of having their magic power instantly drained, they could very likely suffer ruptured meridians and explode on the spot. It is a near-death scenario." Speaking to this point, a flicker of pain and helplessness flashed in Sun Chao's eyes, and she said in a somewhat dejected low voice, "But with my current strength, I cannot successfully cast it at all." Hearing this, Tang Lingxi flew into a rage and barked, "Then why are you wasting your breath playing with us?" Yet the current battle had indeed reached a life-and-death juncture with no room for retreat. Having no other choice, Zhou Yi could only cling to this last shred of hope, asking Sun Chao to tell him exactly what to do. Following the method Sun Chao provided, Zhou Yi immediately went to work. The spirit butterfly, shrouded in a strange glow, gently probed toward the pile of insect eggs. Almost in the blink of an eye, several eggs exploded violently. Once the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the space in front of them actually fractured into several rifts. Having achieved his goal, he clenched his fist even tighter. In his other state, he was fully prepared to face the challenge. Zhou Yi was not a summoner. If he wanted to use summoning abilities, he could only rely on items, and the summoner herself was the most special and best item of all. Ultimately, he calmly made his decision. "I will channel all my mana into this eyeball, turning it into a summoning tool." Carrying his warhammer, Zhou Yi repeatedly blinked and shifted positions, fiercely sweeping his weapon while instructing, "Hold on to this and you'll be able to activate the sealing's secret art." Seeing this human brat still standing proud, the void beast's heart began to waver. What? He can actually hold his own against me for this long? Yet it remained blindly confident, even sighing on Zhou Yi's behalf. "What a pity. No matter how hard you try, encountering me is nothing but futile." Suddenly, a beam of dazzling intense light erupted violently, slamming heavily into it. The resulting shockwave sent Zhou Yi's golden hair fluttering in the wind. While the void beast, having taken a terrifying blow, was instantly filled with dread. "How could you possibly—" Zhou Yi continued to swing his warhammer, threatening in a low tone. "Don't even think about escaping." It immediately laughed out loud. "You foolish fellow, haven't you realized yet? You can't catch me at all." The moment the words fell, the spatial rift closed rapidly. Although talking big, it still watched the surroundings anxiously. However, Zhou Yi completely kept up with its speed, causing it to cry out in horror. "Oh no!" Just as the void beast feared, Zhou Yi decisively used the momentum to soar into the air. An earth-shattering strike slammed down violently, battering it black and blue, even shattering its spatial domain to pieces. The beast's long-accumulated rage finally erupted completely. "You only hit me once by pure luck. Do you think you can gloat?" its razor-sharp spatial membrane instantly lunged forward, frantically sweeping and tearing toward Zhou Yi. Arrogant human, today I will show you the true power of the god of space and time. At the critical moment, Zhou Yi suddenly recalled Sun Chao's previous advice. Zhou Yi, listen well. A summoner's mana can help you travel through space or summon powerful magical beasts. Therefore, holding it, you can not only activate the seal but also trap it inside the rift. But my mana is limited, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity, utilizing his defensive measures from Holy Storm to Light's Retribution to their absolute limits to protect himself. The more perilous the situation, the faster his mind raced. Once you enter the space-time turbulence, you must race against time, launching a frenzied assault on the Void Beast to force it to reveal a weakness, and force it into a weakened state. Although his physical strength was gradually failing, Zhou Yi still unleashed his ultimate skill, Sacred Combo. Despite bearing endless torment and being covered in wounds, Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and persevered. Seizing the perfect opportunity to activate his secret technique, the Void Beast, which had held the upper hand, clearly began to grow careless. Don't get too smug, for today's humiliation I will definitely. Before his opponent could finish, Zhou Yi was already trembling, muttering in his mind, I'm almost at my limit. At the same time, he slowly raised his hand. Guided by his will, a dazzling Light's Retribution erupted with a boom, forcefully condensing a magic formation that locked down the opponent's soul and body, making its movements incredibly sluggish, rendering it completely unable to attack him again. However, defeating the enemy cost him dearly. Zhou Yi was almost completely exhausted. Using Angel's divine body twice in a row had drained too much of his mana. Accompanied by low whispers, a profound halo of light slowly took shape. Along with the continuous overuse of his skills, his stamina was close to depletion. It was only when it realized its movements were restricted that the Void Beast froze in shock. With a slight movement of his fingertip immersed in holy light, countless runes instantly condensed into a cage, trapping the Void Beast tightly inside at Zhou Yi's command. What else could it do besides surrender? Completely drained of energy, Zhou Yi let his body fall downward, scattered memories of the past beginning to flash in his mind. The school's expectations for clinching the supreme honor of 5 consecutive championships, and Xiao Ran's gentle protection. Countless vivid memories suddenly awakened his sleeping soul. He saw her landing gracefully, staring at him with deep affection, and even the scene of her transforming into her succubus form and gently kissing his lips. Zhou Yi felt as if he could still feel the warmth she had just transmitted. Amidst his rapid breathing and hazy consciousness, his vision was suddenly drawn to a scene. He saw Xiao Ran holding a beating heart of charm, softly calling out, "Remember to come find me." In that exact instant he snapped awake, his eyes flashing with a bizarre red glow. Exuding a domineering presence, Zhou Yi seized the momentum to unleash his ultimate move. He poured every ounce of his strength into completely locking the Void Beast down. "Stay right here for me," the Void Beast thought in panic. What? Strings of dazzling golden sacred runes spun in succession, transforming into countless chains that tightly bound the Void Beast. It could no longer gloat. The absolute suppression threw it into a panic as it repeatedly begged for mercy. I surrender, I surrender." At the same time, a system prompt appeared. "You have successfully subdued this magical beast. Would you like to make it your summoned beast?" Faced with such an enticing reward, Zhou Yi only wanted to demand, "Hand over Xiao Ran," it muttered in confusion. Who? But under Zhou Yi's torture it instantly screamed in agony. "Ah, my eyes, I know you're talking about that girl, right? Haha, she's fine, she's perfectly safe, she's in the frozen zone, you just didn't notice earlier." The bud trembled slightly and petals resembling a starry sky quietly bloomed. It turned out Xiao Ran was sleeping peacefully amidst the torrent of the flower of space and time, waiting anxiously outside. Lingxi suddenly turned her head. She had finally met Zhou Yi, who had returned safely. The surrounding students also gathered around in concern. "How is Xiao Ran?" "Zhou Yi, did you really subdue that Void Beast?" Meanwhile, the contestants who had originally planned to team up against him began to waver. "Teleportation is back. Are we still going to make a move?" On the other side, Lingxi took Xiao Ran from his arms, crying out in confusion and panic, "Brother Yi," but without saying a word. Zhou Yi leapt into the air, his massive hammer instantly pointing straight to the sky. Wang Zan froze in place, demanding loudly, "Zhou Yi, what is the meaning of this?" His companion nearby quickly chimed in, "What exactly do you want to do?" However, what they received was a warning that the match was continuing, sending everyone fleeing in panic. Damn it, is Zhou Yi crazy? Zhou Yi continued to carry his weapon majestically, facing everyone coldly. "Surrender or challenge me." Faced with this situation, they had no choice but to surrender. Someone muttered helplessly, "I'm truly convinced, at a time like this, we weren't even enemies to begin with." At this moment, the system announcement for Magic Capital University's Sun Chao forfeiting flashed. Sha Lan let out a sigh and explained, "Yeah, I was just trying to show a little concern for you earlier. Even the contestants from Lakey University and Chaoyang University could only admit defeat helplessly. Gao Yi's desire to win is simply too strong." Zhou Yi extended his hand with a calm expression. His points began to skyrocket at an astonishing speed, soaring from over 10,000 all the way to nearly 50,000, sweeping up all the points from the eliminated players, leaving them cursing in frustration. Someone grumbled, "Everyone has left, what's the point of us fighting here?" Once everyone had been teleported away. Zhou Yi finally went limp and collapsed, scaring Lingxi out of wits. "Brother Yi," while supporting Xiao Ran, Lingxi asked about his injuries with extreme anxiety. Zhou Yi's weak, powerless voice came, "My mana is completely depleted. If they had taken advantage of my weakness just now, I really wouldn't have been able to hold on." Although his vision was slightly blurred, his fighting spirit remained high. "The top 3 on the leaderboard must be ours." First place in the survival challenge was claimed by Zhou Yi without any suspense, topping the leaderboard with nearly 36,000 points. Following closely behind were Zhang Churan and Tang Lingxi. Seeing the final results confirmed by the system, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle, sighing softly, "As the captain, I didn't let Suhang University down." At this moment, the real-time battle reports were displayed on the massive screen. Suhang University claimed the top spot with a staggering 500,000 points. Qingjing University came in second, and Magic Capital University fell to third with a massive score difference. The National College Freshman Exchange Tournament had been held for 183 sessions, producing countless prodigies. The host delivered a passionate, heartfelt message. "Among these prodigies, many have grown to become the pillars of our nation. And now, you two represent the hope of our nation and even the future of all humanity." But the students below the stage had no time for this, only excitedly whispering, "Tomorrow we can go pick our custom epic grade sets. This is amazing. After 20 days of hard fighting, we can finally completely relax. I must have a grand feast tonight." After taking a brief rest, Zhou Yi immediately got busy with his proper business. He carefully checked the system notifications. Congratulations on obtaining the rewards. Innate Earth Milk, 50 free attribute points, 50 skill points. This filled his heart with ecstatic joy. A god-tier talent, a god-tier skill, and a god-tier rare treasure. What he had thought would be an extremely difficult hurdle had finally yielded the sweetest fruit. In this 20-day exchange tournament, one had to claim first place in every single event to perfectly complete the mission. This was much harder than the college entrance exam and the demon-slaying missions. He really didn't expect the mission rewards to be so bountiful, and the smile on Zhou Yi's face could no longer be hidden. An S-rank swordsmanship talent, an S-rank skill, plus a piece of natural treasure. This would definitely bring him incalculable growth. He naturally chose to receive them without any hesitation. In an instant, a gentle glow swept through every cell of his body, the wonderful, mysterious sensation so clear that he became completely absorbed in it. Was this the power of Sacred Sword Heart? A stream of pure, high-tier energy slowly gathered above Zhou Yi's head, only dissipating after he had completely mastered it. He felt slightly dazed in his mind, as if he had just woken from a deep sleep. What appeared before his eyes was a hazy, chaotic void, with faint gold light shimmering. In the morning, Zhou Yi couldn't wait to start swinging his sword to test his newly improved strength. Even though he only made a casual swing, the surrounding gravel ground was still blasted into desolation by the terrifying shockwave. Zhou Yi stood in the dust, somewhat dazed and lost in thought. A casual slash can cause such astonishing destructive power. This strength is simply unbelievable. Not only that, Sacred Sword Heart seemed to bestow other special abilities upon him. He carefully studied the changes in his palm. This light was even sharper than his previous weapon blessing. This was the sword chi effect that only appeared after reaching a certain level of swordsmanship comprehension. This level of power exceeded his expectations, and he quickly raised his hand to continue testing. Usually, sword chi could only be unlocked after a professional swordsman's day-in, day-out diligent training, yet he had obtained it with absolute ease. The dazzling sword light instantly split the air in front of him in two. Before, using swordsmanship still felt a bit forced, but now he felt like a true master of the sword. If he could learn high-tier sword skills, everything would naturally fall into place even more. For example, with the sword skills in the system, even the most basic normal attack would have its damage increased directly by 18 times when used with a longsword. Not to mention this was only a level 1 boost. The immense sword pressure whipped up by that single slash directly smashed the distant stone wall to pieces. Zhou Yi calculated silently, "Once I increase the level of my sword flash skill in the future, the power will definitely be even more terrifying after the damage doubles." However, Zhou Yi did not let this get to his head. He sighed calmly, "But this is ultimately just theoretical. If only I had a true master of the sword to spar with." perhaps I could better measure the new strength brought to me by the sacred sword heart. With this thought, he immediately contacted Xiao Ran. Brother Zhou Yi, you called me over in such a hurry. Do you want to spar with me in swordsmanship? Zhou Yi had a perfectly good reason for asking for her help. As a direct descendant of the Zhang family, Zhang Qiran had trained diligently in swordsmanship since she was 3 years old under the careful guidance of her family elders. She always kept her family mission in mind, persevering for over a decade, which was why she was later hailed as the genius sword maiden. Xiao Ran thought to herself, in terms of overall strength, Brother Zhou Yi is naturally the undisputed number one. But when it comes to the pure details of sword techniques, I am absolutely confident. Just as the spar was about to begin, Zhou Yi's entire aura underwent an earth-shattering change. Xiao Ran, you must use your full strength later. Zhang Qiran showed no fear, solemnly assuming her stance and calling out, Brother Zhou Yi, watch out. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Ran swung her weapon, unleashing a heavy strike packed with immense power. The terrifying force directly snapped the wooden sword Zhou Yi had borrowed to block. But this was exactly the sparring opportunity Zhou Yi had been waiting for. Just as she was temporarily off balance in midair, he boldly struck. Zhang Qiran's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. This, I didn't see wrong, it's really sword chi. Once she landed steadily back on the ground and neutralized the impact, she couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Brother Zhou Yi's talent in swordsmanship has actually reached such a terrifyingly exaggerated level. Before she could even stand firmly for 2 seconds, the second wave of attacks followed like a shadow. Unflustered in the face of danger, Zhang Qiran drew upon her rich combat experience, raising her sword horizontally to parry and block. The demonic shadow sword, carrying rolling energy, immediately launched a counterattack. The two traded blows rapidly, exchanging over 100 rounds in a very short time. Engrossed in the fierce battle, they didn't notice Wu Mang's arrival at all. Am I dreaming? Since when did this kid Zhou Yi master such formidable swordsmanship? Wu Mang observed carefully from the side, silently analyzing their offenses. Zhou Yi's sword moves were wide and sweeping, with every attack carrying a majestic sense of holy fury and grandeur. On the other side, Zhang Qiran's swordsmanship was known for its speed and trickery. Drawing upon his years of experience, Wu Mang saw through the deeper dynamics. On the surface, Zhang Qiran seemed to be fighting evenly with Zhou Yi. However, this was not because the skills she mastered were of a higher tier, but because Zhou Yi was deliberately suppressing his own strength and speed, matching them perfectly to Zhang Qiran's level. The moment the longsword was knocked flying, Wu Mang made his judgment. Even if the sword blade had merely brushed past, the violent shockwave would have been enough to completely shatter Xiao Ran's arms. Fortunately, Zhou Yi was quick-witted, catching her treasured longsword in one swift movement. Bending over to catch her breath, Zhang Qiran said weakly, Brother Zhou Yi, I'm done. I surrender. Seeing this, Zhou Yi stepped forward and asked with gentle concern, Are you okay? Feeling his concern, she smiled and assured him, I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. As they stopped, Wu Mang strode forward, praising them from the bottom of his heart. That was truly an eye-opener. Zhou Yi, it turns out you are actually a hidden master of the sword. Why didn't we see you use swordsmanship in the previous matches? Zhou Yi quickly replied politely, Hello, Dean Wu. Then he scratched the back of his head, acting a bit foolish with a smile. Haha, I'm just used to keeping some cards up my sleeve. In his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. After all, the conditions for awakening a new talent were extremely harsh. He hadn't reset any high-level dungeons, nor awakened it during a class transfer ceremony. If he just gained this talent out of thin air, it would easily arouse suspicion. Fortunately, his excuse of keeping a backup plan perfectly smoothed it over. Zhou Yi, suddenly remembering something, asked, Dean Wu, is there something you wanted to see me for? Wu Mang explained his purpose. I'm here to pick you all up for the victory banquet hosted by the Alliance. Also, I have something I want to talk to you about in private. At this moment, a bizarre scene flashed in Wu Mang's mind. Feng He is dead. When the investigators of the Xian-class holder Alliance found him in his dormitory, he was already long dead. Wu Mang went on to explain the findings of the investigation. According to the testimonies of Feng He's students, Feng He had used the excuse of carrying insect eggs will make it easier for everyone to locate and group up in the secret realm as a pretext, and entice them with promises of S-rank resources. From the looks of it, that dean of Qingking University had clearly been plotting this for a long time. He instructed and induced his disciples to sneak into the contestants' waiting rooms, mixing those insect eggs into their clothes. Unfortunately, the clues didn't continue further. He pointed out the current bottleneck of the investigation. As for anything else, those students of his are completely clueless. Zhou Yi looked suspicious. Did the clues just stop there? However, Wu Mang gave him a firm answer. Don't worry, the Alliance is currently checking everyone Feng He has been in contact with over the past decade. There should be results in about a week. The victory banquet is about to begin. Let's head over first." At the same time, he straightforwardly explained the deeper meaning behind this banquet. At the victory banquet, all the top factions of the Great Sha Kingdom will gather. Their primary goal is to invite you to join their guilds and core teams. Walking in front, Wu Mang used his experience and knowledge to explain the inner workings behind this luxurious banquet to Zhou Yi and the others. To win you over, they will offer extremely lavish and generous conditions, including money, beauty, power, and massive resources. Sure enough, as soon as they approached the venue, representatives from various factions came up to strike up a conversation. However, once you accept these benefits, you will be bound to these factions for the rest of your life. As your lead mentor, I don't object to you joining any faction, but I hope you will not make your decision rashly. Just then, a crisp round of applause rang out, drawing everyone's attention. On the stage, Feng Yu spoke warmly with a smile. "Students, you are the outstanding standouts of the 10 top elite schools in this National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. To have reached this point is indeed incredibly difficult. Therefore, every student present will receive a reward specially prepared by our Xian Class Holder Alliance." Subsequently, exquisite customized gift bags were distributed to everyone. The bank cards in everyone's hands had been unconditionally deposited with 20 million Zhangxia coins by our Xian Class Holder Alliance. This generous sum of money immediately caused quite a stir. Feng Yu went on to announce loudly, "Not only that, each of your internal privileges in the Xian Class Holder Alliance will be unconditionally raised directly to the elite outer member level. This is the highest level of clearance besides our core decision-making body. With this status in any base city across the entire Zhangxia Kingdom, you can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases of equipment or potions. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of our Xian Alliance, you may contact me directly." Hearing this generous speech, Zhou Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. 20 million per person, 100 contestants meant 2 billion. The Xian Class Holder Alliance was truly filthy rich. The people around him also fell into animated discussions. 20 million Zhangxia coins, it's never been this much before. With this money, one can even buy a B-rank resource. What a massive win. Reason told Zhou Yi that this was merely the most direct way for the other party to showcase their formidable strength. At the same time, the system broadcast echoed. The prizes for the top 3 in the solo tournament, team tournament, and survival challenge will be distributed together tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his glass and gestured to all the guests present. "The victory banquet has officially begun. Everyone, please enjoy the fine food and wine to your heart's content." The crowd below responded with enthusiastic shouts. At this moment, Wu Mang took the initiative to gather the team members together, saying with a smile, "Congratulations to our Suhang University for clinching first place in this exchange tournament." The team members immediately blended into the lively atmosphere, clinking their glasses. Tan Wei merrily squeezed over to join the fun, saying, "Brother Yi, our taking first place in the exchange tournament this time is entirely thanks to you. Let me toast you with this glass." Wu Mang also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Indeed, a toast is well deserved. If not for Zhou Yi, our school's final results among the top 3 universities would very likely have been at the very bottom. Several exceptionally beautiful girls also swarmed over like fanatical fangirls. "Zhou Yi, let me toast you too, Senior Zhou Yi. There's also me, and me." Almost everyone around wanted to seize this opportunity to greet him. "And us too." This scene left Zhou Yi somewhat amused yet helpless, feeling a bit awkward inwardly. "Are you all planning to just get me dead drunk?" Right at that moment, a familiar resonant voice came from nearby. "Brother Zhou Yi," a robed youth bowed to him with a respectful clasp of his hand, seizing the opportunity to sincerely express his gratitude. "If Brother Yi hadn't stepped in to save me in the nick of time, I probably wouldn't have held out long ago. You saved my life. In the future, if you ever need me, I won't hesitate to go through fire and water." Having said that, he downed the wine in his glass in a single gulp, using a gentleman's pledge to show he would never break his word. Zhang Churen quietly watched all this from the side, feeling a bit curious. It seems Brother Zhou Yi has gained another batch of loyal followers. Right after, Wang Zan also rushed over in a hurry, pushing past the robed youth to squeeze to the front. Same here, same here." Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaobai, standing at the back, observed silently, her heart filled with doubt. "Dad, is it my imagination? Why do I feel like the sacred aura on Zhou Yi seems to have grown much stronger than before?" Zhou Heng replied in an extremely certain tone, "It's no illusion. The aura on him has already surpassed the vast majority of second advancement sacred class holders." This news left Zhou Xiaobai pale with shock. "What? It's only been a few short days." Although Zhou Heng also found it hard to believe, the fact was right before his eyes. Such a noticeable transformation proved that Zhou Yi's strength had taken another leap forward. This leveling speed was simply terrifying. Afterward, the victory banquet gradually drew to a close. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and an advanced fighter jet with a highly sci-fi design slowly landed on the school playground. This modern-day behemoth touched down smoothly under the watchful eyes of all the students. Once everything was secure, the cabin door slowly opened. Sitting in the cockpit, Feng Yu spoke, "Everyone, buckle up. Your prizes must be collected at the headquarters of the SSS-Class Holder Alliance. The headquarters is located at the Dingshan base in Qingjing City, which can only be entered by taking an exclusive fighter jet." Sitting in the cabin, Tan Wei, who was seeing such luxurious equipment for the first time, appeared exceptionally excited. "Whoa, this is the latest X-1000 Ghost fighter jet." Sitting in the front row, Zhang Churan was also quite knowledgeable about this, offering some info. The Ghost X-1000 fighter jet was developed by the largest aircraft manufacturing company in the Jiangxia Kingdom. Its maximum takeoff speed can reach Mach 3, and it only takes 10 seconds to complete takeoff acceleration. Hearing this, the already curious Tan Wei grew even more excited. Yes, that's the one. It cost nearly 1 billion Jiangxia coins to build." Meanwhile, Feng Yu had completed the takeoff preparations and reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts. However, the moment the jet catapulted off, Tan Wei, who hadn't managed to buckle his seatbelt in time, was thrown completely upside down inside the cabin. Under the impact of the hypersonic speed, he bounced around the cabin like a rubber ball. The jet's speed was incredibly fast. Only a fleeting stream of light could be seen outside the window. Finally, when the jet landed smoothly, Tan Wei was already seeing stars, too dizzy to tell north from south. Meanwhile, Zhang Churan beside him had met with a similar situation, but embarrassingly, she tumbled straight into Zhou Yi's arms. Coming back to her senses, her beautiful face turned beet red and she hurriedly scrambled back into her seat. Zhang Churan's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment, while Zhou Yi also cleared his throat with some awkwardness to break the silence. It really is fast, as expected of a military jet. The Dingshan base is only 20 kilometers away from Qingjing University, and it only took 20 seconds of full-speed flight to arrive. As they spoke, the jet had successfully arrived at the security channel. The various defensive and scanning facilities around were operating smoothly and systematically. At this moment, Feng Yu took the initiative to act as a tour guide, explaining, "There are a total of 40 ground channels and 15 aerial channels at the Dingshan base. External fighter jets entering the Dingshan base must undergo comprehensive scanning, so we need to line up and wait." Subsequently, several scanning drones flew over according to the set procedure, starting a meticulous scan. This was accompanied by a crisp prompt sound, "Beep, registration number 00638, fighter jet belonging to the SSS-Class Holder Alliance, possessing special clearance." Subsequently, they were permitted to pass through the teleportation light gate. The moment they crossed the gate, a grand and majestic headquarters unfolded before their eyes. Through the cabin window, Zhang Churan admired the scenery outside with great interest. "That one next to it looks like the emblem of Qingjing University, right?" Feng Yu warmly explained. "Yes, that is Qingjing University's floating island. Apart from schools, many top-tier guilds and legions also established their stations in the Dingshan base." Standing at the back, Zhou Yi silently observed and evaluated. He could clearly feel that the magical energy fluctuations radiating from this floating island of the SSS-Class Holder Alliance were much stronger. Every defensive machine on the floating island had a buff defense mechanism that far exceeded conventional levels. At this point, the students finally stepped off the jet one after another, lining up and walking slowly forward. Feng Yu officially introduced them once again. "This is our alliance's headquarters." Suddenly, a shout caught Wang Zan's attention. "Make way, please let us through." Wang Zan reflexively turned his head and a massive creature instantly caught his eye. "It's a dragon," a student nearby smiled and explained, unfazed by the sight. To be able to have a mythic-grade dragon with an average level of around 60 as a magic pet, that person is definitely an extremely powerful third advancement class holder. Next, Feng Yu began to explain the prize collection process. "As for your individual rewards, you will need to go to various offices at the headquarters to claim them. Special staff members will guide you there in a moment." Afterward, everyone began to head out in an orderly manner under the guidance of the staff. "Student Wang Zan, please come with me. Student Zhang Churan, please come with me. Student Wei He, please come with me." As for Zhou Yi, who attracted the most attention, he was personally led by Feng Yu. "You secured first place in the solo tournament, the team tournament and the survival challenge respectively. Therefore I will personally lead you to claim your exclusive rewards next. Please follow me." Because it was a bit of a walk, the two began to chat along the way. "You are the most dazzling genius of this exchange tournament, and the high-level executives of the Cheyenne Alliance think very highly of you. I wonder if you are interested in directly joining us to become a core member of the Alliance? I'm terribly sorry, but I currently have no plans to join any faction for the time being. Don't you even want to hear the generous terms our Cheyenne Alliance has to offer? Although our alliance has very few rules, it really isn't necessary. Zhou Yi very rationally pointed out the loophole in her words. Even the fewest rules are still a shackle. Besides, I'm only a freshman. I don't want to be tied down to any faction just yet. Hearing this, Feng Yu burst into laughter, growing even more appreciative of this highly independent genius. Haha, no rush. When the two arrived before a heavy secret chamber door, she pointed forward and introduced, "Your rewards are divided into 3 parts. First, the reward for the solo tournament champion, a customized legendary grade weapon. Second, the reward for the team tournament champion, a complete set of customized epic grade equipment. Third, the reward for the survival challenge champion. You can choose from the treasury of our Cheyenne Alliance to freely select any single item." Next, she explained while leading the way. "First, I will take you to meet the top crafting master of our Cheyenne Alliance, Master Qi Jun. He will personally forge that legendary grade weapon for you. This is Master Qi Jun's exclusive forging chamber." As the special door ahead slowly slid open, a searing heatwave rushed over. Accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke, a tall silhouette loomed within. Feng Yu took a step forward and introduced respectfully, "Master Qi Jun, the solo tournament champion Zhou Yi has arrived." The master, radiating an awe-inspiring, formidable aura, asked in a deep voice, "Are you Zhou Yi?" Zhou Yi replied calmly and politely, "Master Qi Jun, this junior is indeed Zhou Yi." Master Qi Jun's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over Zhou Yi, silently sizing him up from head to toe. Afterward he nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening considerably. "Excellent. You are already level 23. Following the convention of updating equipment every 5 levels, I will custom forge a level 25 legendary grade weapon for you. Tell me, what type of weapon do you want?" Without a second thought, Zhou Yi immediately stated his request. "I want a longsword. It would be best if the stat buffs are geared toward strength and intelligence." Watching their conversation from the side, Feng Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly, feeling a deep sense of admiration. In order to forge divine weapons more effectively, Master Qi Jun had specially trained an extremely unique ocular technique. If an ordinary class holder were to suddenly lock eyes with this ocular technique, they would probably be intimidated into silence by the terrifying pressure. Yet the newly crowned all-around champion before him remained perfectly composed and unfazed under Master Qi Jun's scrutiny. At the same time, Zhou Yi continued to supplement his ideas. "As for the special effects attached to the weapon, I don't have overly strict requirements. It just needs to perfectly fit the class mechanics of my holy paladin, and possess sufficient lethality." However, he had already made precise calculations in his heart. Gold-grade weapons usually only enhanced 2 of the 4 basic attributes, whereas legendary-grade weapons could comprehensively boost all 4. But as a holy paladin, he needed to engage in close combat brawls as well as chant and cast spells, making strength and intelligence, the 2 core stats, exceptionally vital to him. Combining his previous observations, Master Qi Jun evaluated seriously, "I have carefully studied the videos of every single one of your past battles. Your offensive moves are sharp and unstoppable. Choosing a longsword is indeed a very wise decision." With that, he flicked his wrist and retrieved a strange crystal emitting a dazzling golden light. A hint of fanaticism flashing in his eyes. "For this weapon, I actually have some very bold ideas." Feng Yu recognized the crystal at a glance, and couldn't help but gasp. That was an epic-grade material that only had an extremely low probability of dropping upon clearing the Abyss difficulty dungeon of Sanctuary Ruins. The entire Great Sha Kingdom's annual output definitely didn't exceed 10 pieces. Almost simultaneously, both of them blurted out in shock. "Solar Holy Light Stone?" Master Qi Jun explained patiently. "The Solar Holy Light Stone is a supreme treasure nurtured in the core of the sun, and a blade forged from this stone can channel the purest holy light, instantly purifying and destroying any dark creatures like the undead or demons." The moment his voice fell, he concentrated fully to begin summoning other rare materials. As he chanted under his breath, rolling heat waves instantly surged in the magma lake, pushing rare ores onto the platform one by one. Gold-grade meteoric silver steel, legendary-grade obsidian fine gold, epic-grade star shards, gold-grade dragon soul crystal core, and the legendary-grade Holy Spirit tears. With a sweep of his sleeve, the violent crimson flames instantly turned into a massive whirlwind, engulfing all these materials within. The extinguished heart, void essence, sands of time, and eye of the storm. Master Qi Jun solemnly formed hand seals, fully channeling his origin magic power to begin the extreme tempering and extraction of these natural treasures. The lava rolled, and under the terrifying high temperature of several thousand degrees, the forging furnace suddenly erupted with an earth-shattering roar, like a volcanic eruption. The evil aura mixed within was instantly purified, and a sharp, wretched shriek faintly echoed, "So hot it's burning, we are going to completely dissipate." Master Chi-Jun displayed his peak godlike forging skills, completely fusing the extracted essences into one. Under the strikes of heavy hammers, the violent energy was forcibly suppressed and sealed into the sword mold. The power of Thor frantically leapt on the hammer, and all the grand forces of heaven and earth gathered in one place at this moment, exploding with an eye-searing golden-orange light. This forced Zhou Yi and Feng Yu to shield their eyes with their hands, marveling from the bottom of his heart at the vast celestial phenomena preceding the birth of this divine weapon. Under the heavy hammer, all impurities were completely shattered, and only then did Master Chi-Jun carefully and slowly pour the molten metal liquid into the sword mold. The internal stress dissipated, and flexibility and hardness reached the most perfect balance at this moment. Once the material had completely solidified into shape, he firmly clamped it out with long tongs. Instantly, light flowed across the sword body, and a chillingly sharp aura emanated from the mirror-bright blade, dazzling and brilliant. His hands moved like lightning, rapidly engraving profound magical runes onto the sword. As the runes flickered and all elements aligned, majestic magic power surged within, completing the divine work. Next was the quenching process. He plunged the glowing red blade violently into the divine water. Amidst the rising billows of white steam, all demons retreated. Layer after layer of holy runes surfaced on the blade once more, as if the soul of the war god had attached itself to the sword at this moment, inspiring in supreme, awe-inspiring battle intent. Once drawn, this sword would surely break enemy formations without shedding a single drop of blood. Coming to the final fine-shaping stage, Master Chi-Jun put forth all his strength, heavily swinging the hammer to strike the sword body for the final fine forging. Amidst the dense clangs, countless dazzling sparks sprayed frantically in all directions. Feng Yu was quick-witted and agile, quickly propping up a magic shield to block the aftermath. It was only when the divine weapon was completely finished that Master Chi-Jun sighed with exhaustion yet gratification. What a spectacular, radiant, holy sword! The divine sword's entire body was a noble and majestic golden yellow, and the blade tip flickered with a chilling, cold aura, as if it could easily pierce through all things in the world. He took a deep breath, suddenly letting out a loud shout, and threw it with a casual flick of his arm. The divine sword shot out like a meteor cutting through the night sky, carrying a piercing sound of breaking air, dragging a blinding curtain of light straight toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's eyes focused, and he firmly reached out to grab the hilt tightly in his hand. The moment he grasped it, he felt its immense weight. Raising the longsword, he began to study it closely, completely unable to put it down. Master Chi-Jun was also panting heavily at this moment, as the forging just now had clearly consumed an immense amount of his energy. He offered guidance. Legendary-grade weapons possess spirituality and require a drop of blood to recognize their master. Now try releasing your origin energy to completely suppress and conquer it. Zhou Yi hurriedly followed the instructions. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and poured the holy light magic power within his body into the longsword without reservation. Two completely different powerful energies frantically intertwined and collided within the blade, triggering arcs of violent thunder and lightning. Just then, the system prompt panel slowly lit up. Special, six-winged angel bloodline detected. Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes, carefully studying this peerless divine weapon in his hand that was mirror-bright and emitted a majestic golden glow. He couldn't help but marvel sincerely in his heart. A comprehensive boost to all four basic attributes, plus 3 top-tier passive effects, as expected of a legendary-grade artifact, especially this first effect that increases attack speed, means that in a life-and-death struggle, in the time it takes the opponent to thrust out a single sword strike, I can already unleash 3 or 4 consecutive slashes like a sweeping whirlwind. Looking at Zhou Yi's ecstatic and satisfied expression, Master Chi-Jun also smiled with gratification. It seems you are very pleased with it. But when Zhou Yi looked up, he was suddenly startled by the scene before him. Master Chi-Jun, who had been as strong as an ox just moments ago, had now actually become gaunt, pale, and uncharacteristically withered. Master Chi-Jun, you, the other party waved his hand with some fatigue and explained, forcefully forging a high-tier divine weapon beyond one's level requires consuming a vast amount of origin magic power. Post-forging collapse to this extent is just par for the course. Feng Yu also hurried over to whisper in Zhou Yi's ear. The birth of a legendary-grade weapon requires going through an extremely complex process of over 100 steps. If it weren't for Master Chi-Jun possessing a one-of-a-kind god-level forging talent, It would have been absolutely impossible to complete it in one go in such a short time. If it were an ordinary master crafter, it would take at least 2 to 3 months. Master Chi-jun turned around with slightly faltering steps, not forgetting to kindly advise before leaving, "Go on. I also need to meditate properly to recover. Most of the main forging materials used in the Radiant Holy Sword contain extremely pure holy laws. If you want to upgrade or temper it in the future, remember that you must also use rare materials of the same attribute. Otherwise, it is highly likely to disrupt the internal attribute balance of the divine weapon, causing its power to be greatly compromised." Deeply moved, Zhou Yi hurriedly bowed and expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Master Chi-jun, for granting me this favor." Feng Yu then pulled him to quickly leave the forging chamber, changing the subject with a smile. "All right, next let's go collect your exclusive reward for winning the team tournament." Behind them, Master Chi-jun took a deep breath, and then with absolute comfort, leapt directly into the rolling hot magma pool. However, the next prize collection segment left Zhou Yi somewhat at a loss. Several female tailors dressed in black bunny girl outfits instantly surrounded Zhou Yi, holding measuring tapes and beginning to take close-fitting measurements all over his body. "Hello, student Zhou Yi. We are the exclusive team responsible for custom-making your complete set of epic-grade equipment." One of the young, rather charming women with dyed purple hair even boldly used her fingertip to lift his chin, her eyes bedroom-like as she teased with a coquettish laugh. "I wonder if younger brother Zhou Yi has any special little requests for this battle armor?" His face flushing red, Zhou Yi quickly pulled at his clothes and said with a serious expression, "I need a set of leather armor. It would be best if the additional stat buffs are also geared toward strength and intelligence." The other party skillfully recorded it on the control panel, smiling professionally. "Excellent. All the data has been recorded. This set of armor will take about a month to be meticulously forged. At that time, dedicated escort personnel will personally deliver it to your Suhang University." As soon as the official business was done, several female tailors huddled nearby couldn't help but gossip and whisper in each other's ears. "Wow, his waist is so slim, those muscle lines are simply spectacular. And he's so innocent, his face flushes red with just a slight touch. How adorable." Watching this comical scene unfold, which resembled a pure little lamb falling into a pack of wolves, Feng Yu on the side couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This newly enrolled junior brother was truly wrapped around the fingers of these mature older women. Subsequently, she lightly snapped her fingers, rescuing Zhou Yi from his embarrassment. "All right, next is the final reward for the Survival Challenge champion. You need to make a personal selection here." Following her action, a massive virtual blue holographic screen instantly spread out in front of the two, densely listing introductory information for hundreds of rare and exotic treasures. You may choose any single item from these. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and began to browse carefully, holding his breath in concentration. Looking at the dazzling array of countless treasures before him, he maintained his reason and sobriety throughout. Almost every single treasure listed here was a highly renowned top-tier life-saving artifact of S rank or even higher. Any one of them, if taken to the outside world, would absolutely cause countless high-level class holders to fight for them frantically to the point of bloodshed. Ultimately, his gaze locked firmly onto a certain item, and he reached out without hesitation to point at the object of his choice. "I want this one." Feng Yu highly approved of this decision, though she was also a bit curious. The spatial warp stone is indeed an incredibly useful escape item, but why didn't you choose a resurrection item instead? Without a shred of hesitation, Zhou Yi confirmed with absolute confidence, "I'm sure, this is the one I want." In truth, he had already made up his mind. Resurrection items were indeed extremely rare, but he already possessed the rebirth cross rewarded by the system, and this spatial warp stone had other special uses for him. Feng Yu immediately agreed to his request. "All right." With that, she handed the box containing the mysterious blue jade to Zhou Yi. "Now it's yours." Zhou Yi looked at his hard-earned loot with satisfaction when suddenly a heart-wrenching, agonizing roar rang out in his mind. The voice kept pleading desperately, "Let me out, let me out." Noticing Zhou Yi's strange expression, Feng Yu asked out of concern, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yi's face turned slightly pale for an instant, but he forced a smile and brushed it off casually. "Nothing, I probably just need a little rest." After handing over the prizes, Feng Yu professionally offered a business card and said, "All right, now that the prizes have been handed out, my mission is successfully complete. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with the epic grade set or the legendary grade weapon, you can contact me directly at any time. The other students should be waiting for us in the assembly hall. Let's head over." Before long, Zhou Yi was brought back to the gathering ground where everyone was waiting. The moment Zhou Xiaobai and her brother saw that familiar figure, they ran over with joyful excitement. "Big brother Zhou Yi." "Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi turned around and asked, Is something up? We can find a quiet place to chat privately, though it doesn't look like you have that in mind. No need, we just came to say goodbye. This afternoon, all the faculty and students participating in the tournament will be returning via Qingjing University's teleportation array. I also have to accompany Donger back to our family. Meanwhile, in a hidden, unnoticed corner, a beetle was secretly spying on the conversation below. Zhou Xiaobai continued, if you have time in the future, I hope you can bring Xiao Yun to Tianlin province. Both of you are descendants of the Zhou family, and the clan will definitely do everything it can to cultivate your potential. Considering that this was indeed a great opportunity for him and his sister, Zhou Yi nodded and agreed. Yeah, once Xiao Yun graduates in 6 months, I'll bring her over. Safe travels. After a brief farewell, Zhou Yi watched them leave. It was only after they had gone far that he shifted his sharp gaze toward a nearby treetop. With a flash of his body, he instantly appeared on the branch where the beetle had been resting. Scanning his surroundings, he found no suspicious traces. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, wondering to himself, was that feeling of being watched just my imagination? Suddenly, a shout came from below. Brother Yi, we're heading to the market to buy some local specialties. Want to come with us? Zhou Yi declined flatly. I'll pass. A moment later, Zhou Yi returned to his lodgings and slammed the door shut. At this point, his mind was in a complete clutter. Could it be that my previous injuries haven't fully healed, or did excessive mental tension cause hallucinations? Suddenly, a piercing headache struck without warning. As if an invisible monstrous maw was savagely biting and devouring his mind, a voice abruptly exploded in his head. Human, let me out. Right at that moment, a bizarre magic array of runes and bright light illuminated the floor of the room. Immediately after, a hideous and grotesque figure slowly materialized in the glow. Zhou Yi knew exactly why it had appeared, but he still cooled his tone to advise, you have already signed a contract with me. So why make futile struggles? The void beast let out an extremely unwilling, furious yet somewhat comical roar. This young master has lived for thousands of years. Why should I take orders from a wet behind-the-ears brat like you? If not for that bizarre final spell of yours, you wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Zhou Yi ruthlessly called out its misdeed, saying in a chilly tone, you injured 63 people and cost 10 lives prior to this, forcing the Cheyenne-class holder alliance to spend a fortune on medical treatments and repairing the secret realm. If they found out the main culprit was still drawing breath, what kind of fate do you think awaits you? The void beast remained stubborn, retorting, HMPH, threatening me is the only trick you've got. Realizing good counsel fell on ears, Zhou Yi's patience began to wear thin. The third advancement mages of the Alliance possess a soul control spell that can forcibly wipe the intellect of high-tier magical beasts, turning them into brainless, obedient puppets. You might not fear death, but even if you perish, your flesh and beast parts can still fetch an incredibly handsome price. Hearing this, the void beast gritted its teeth in pure rage and spat out a curse. Yet in the next second, Zhou Yi handed over an S-rank spatial warp stone with genuine concern, saying gently, you sustained severe injuries during that battle. It's not convenient for me to take you to a healer, so replenish your energy first. The void beast froze on the spot. It stared fixatedly at the warp stone, a highly complex and peculiar emotion flashing across its eyes. At this moment, Zhou Yi casually tossed out a proposal. 1 year. He paused, setting his terms. Your void energy is highly useful to me. As long as you obediently work for me for 1 year, I will actively dissolve our contract and set you free when the year is up. Given the void beast's deep-seated hostility toward humans, it was naturally not easily swayed. It questioned with deep suspicion, why the hell should I trust you? Explaining was a waste of breath, so Zhou Yi resorted to a direct threat. You have no other choice, either trust me or walk straight to your death. With that, Zhou Yi took out another item from his robes and returned it to the beast, alongside the relic of its companion creature. The void beast took it with utmost care, placing it atop its head like a priceless treasure. Just as Zhou Yi turned to leave, it suddenly called out, wait! Chewing the warp stone it had just tossed into its mouth, the beast lowered its voice to drop a hint. There's one thing you might find interesting. Spitting out each word slowly, the void beast revealed, before Shouty was taken away, she once told me. With an incredibly grave expression, it dropped a bombshell. That person isn't a real human at all. Meanwhile, in the bustling commercial district, the streets on both sides were filled with the echoing cries of merchants. The blazing saber comes with a cool flame effect. Yours for only 998 Great Sha coins. Dear customer, don't hesitate, we're selling at a loss today. Buy a suit of armor, get a free set of nail clippers, fair prices, absolute honesty. Before an elegant accessory stall, Charan was enthusiastically trying on various exquisite hairpins, while the stall owner, Nadia, pitched her goods with passionate energy. Miss, this hairpin is inlaid with an extremely rare glacial crystal. Not only does it level up alongside your strength, but it also radiates a subtle defensive field that enhances your elegant aura. She babbled endlessly about the accessory's virtues. The gemstone is also pre-infused with the healing magic of a high-tier wood mage, which can greatly speed up wound recovery. It is practically tailor-made for a beautiful and powerful female class holder like you. Zhou Yi suddenly stepped up from behind, gently sliding a hairpin into Chiran's lovely hair. This one suits you better. The intimate gesture filled Chiran's beautiful eyes with uncontainable joy. She chirped in surprise, "Brother Zhou Yi," but she quickly grew puzzled. "Didn't you say earlier that you weren't coming?" Zhou Yi explained with a smile. "I finished wrapping up my business, so I decided to wander over and pick up some local specialties to take home." Seeing the sweet, affectionate couple, Nadia couldn't help but gush inwardly. Wow, what a handsome man and beautiful woman. Their chemistry is off the charts. Just then an affected gasp rang out from the side. Miss Zhang." The three of them turned around in surprise, only to see none other than Wang Hao approaching. "I never expected to run into you here. This must be fate." Awkwardly, however, Chiran did not have the slightest clue who he was. She asked with mild confusion, "I'm sorry, but who are you?" Wang Hao smoothly masked his embarrassment, introducing himself in a gentlemanly manner. "Miss Zhang surely has a lot on her mind to forget. I am Wang Hao, Wang Bashan of the Thunder Prison. Wang family is my grandfather, and I am the second-ranked lightning attribute genius of our family's third generation." Hearing his introduction, Nadia couldn't help but stifle a giggle. To call oneself a genius upon first meeting, and to specifically emphasize being the second-ranked genius at that, was simply hilarious, yet Wang Hao kept chattering away, trying to strike up a connection. "On your birthday last year, Miss Zhang, I specially gifted you an ice soul sword, though you didn't seem to care for it much." The Thunder Prison Wang family again. They really are like a lingering plague. Instantly catching on, Zhou Yi wrapped an arm around Chiran's shoulder, coaxing her gently. "On my way here I spotted a food street over there. Let's go check it out." With that he guided Chiran to depart. "We have things to attend to, so we'll take our leave." However, this display caused someone's eyes to burn with instantaneous venomous jealousy. Flying into a rage, Wang Hao condensed a sphere of crackling lightning and bellowed, "You bastard! A mere commoner dares to lay a hand on the jewel of the Zhang family," he roared at the top of his lungs. "Kneel before me!" and hurled the lightning sphere straight at Zhou Yi's back. Yet before the sphere could even singe a single hair of Zhou Yi's, a golden barrier materialized out of thin air, absorbing the blow completely. Wang Hao was startled, but after inspecting Zhou Yi's details with his eye of insight, his expression contorted into a sneer of absolute disdain. "So you're just a holy paladin hiding inside a turtle shell. Not only is this commoner low level, but his class is also total garbage. Taking care of him will be a walk in the park." Hearing someone belittle her boyfriend to his face, Chiran's brows knit in fury, and she flared up instantly. But as a man of honor, Zhou Yi would never hide behind a woman. He stepped forward with a playful, mocking smile. "Since that's the case, I don't mind playing with you for a bit." Zhou Yi then set the terms of their duel. 3 moves. If you can touch even a corner of my clothes within 3 moves, I lose and will apologize to you on the spot. But if you can't even brush against my sleeve, you will kneel down and kowtow to apologize. We have a deal, so don't you dare wuss out when the time comes. Smelling a juicy drama, the surrounding crowd quickly gathered to watch. Ooh, a fight. Young folks these days sure have short fuses. They're actually starting a brawl while out shopping. This is going to be good. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Who does this piece of trash think he is, daring to provoke me? Holding back no longer, he unleashed a highly destructive, lethal skill. Thunderstorm Torrent. In an instant, crackling lightning rained down upon Zhou Yi like a deluge, yet the bolts were entirely unable to pierce through his indestructible barrier. As the dust and electricity settled, Zhou Yi walked out standing tall, completely unscathed, radiating an incredibly formidable and domineering aura. The spectating class holders erupted into murmurs. Talk about biting off more than you can chew. He didn't even budge, yet that guy couldn't even scratch his defense. Witnessing this, Wang Hao felt a pang of nervousness, but he stubbornly scoffed, "Your turtle shell is indeed quite tough. It seems you allocated all your attribute points to defense. How pathetic." Though he spoke with disdain, he was already cursing frantically in his head. Damn it, how on earth is this kid's defense so stubborn? Nevertheless, as the second-ranked genius of the Wang family, he had no intention of backing down so easily. He immediately channeled his mana with fury, condensing 2 thunder leopards crackling with purple electricity before him. The previous strike was merely a warm-up. This swift thunder mirage is my true finishing blow. You lowly peasant, today I will make you realize the consequences of crossing Wang Hao. Under Wang Hao's command, the 2 thunder leopards roared savagely and lunged to tear Zhou Yi apart. Facing this onslaught, Zhou Yi finally drew his weapon, the Soul Starfall Redemption Cross, and casually flicked 2 beams of holy light to intercept them. However, the moment those 2 ferocious thunder leopards came into contact with the holy light, they were utterly obliterated. leaving behind not even a speck of dust. The violent backflow of energy sent Wang Hao stumbling back repeatedly, forcing him to frantically cross his arms in front of his chest. At this moment, a sliver of genuine terror finally crept into his eyes. How is this possible? Just who is this guy? In stark contrast to Wang Hao's disheveled state, Zhou Yi remained completely unflustered, even raising his eyebrows in amusement. One move left. Make it count. Wang Hao desperately searched through his mind. But there was absolutely no record of this teenager. No way, there's no such person among the elites of the major clans. He's just a holy paladin, a trash-tier class. There is no logical way his strength is superior to mine. Gritting his teeth, Wang Hao slowly drew his longsword from his scabbard. I refuse to believe you can block this one. Wang Hao transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging forward with his blade held high. Thunderstrike slash. Zhou Yi's reaction was instantaneous. He whipped out a holy cross in counterattack. In a flash, a pillar of blinding holy light crashed down from the sky, slamming squarely onto Wang Hao's path. The collision triggered an earth-shattering explosion, sending soil and shattered stone hurtling through the air. As the dust cleared, Zhou Yi floated proudly in midair, looking down coldly at his crumpled opponent. He sneered with disdain. "A lightning genius? You're nothing but a disappointment." It took a long while before Wang Hao, his face covered in blood, managed to raise his head from the massive crater. Meanwhile, Nadia, watching from her nearby stall, stared at the boy's figure as a sense of familiarity struck her. Strange, he looked so familiar. Holy Paladin, Holy Paladin. Nadia suddenly slapped her forehead as realization dawned. She hurriedly pulled a nearby vendor close and whispered excitedly, "I remember now, he's Zhou Yi, the guy who swept first place in the solo tournament of this year's freshman exchange tournament." Her companion gasped in surprise. "No wonder, and that girl next to him must be his girlfriend, Zhang Churan." Though they spoke in hushed tones, every word reached the ears of Wang Hao, who was still sprawled in the pit. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his mind reeled in absolute shock. A freshman? He's actually just a first-year college student? Staring at their retreating figures, he gritted his teeth, his heart burning with venomous intent. "Zhou Yi, I will remember this humiliation. Once I bring my big brother here, I'll make sure you pay dearly." Yet his resentment toward the woman who had coldly ignored him burned even hotter. "And you, Zhang Churan, you bitch. How dare you disrespect our Wang family? My older brother won't let you off." The next morning, warm, brilliant sunlight bathed the earth. Zhou Yi and his companions walked in step with their team into the teleportation plaza, drawing hushed whispers and admiring glances from the onlookers lining the path. "Look, it's the team from Suhang University. Check out that guy. That's Zhou Yi. He's even more handsome in person than on the live stream. Wow. Goddess Zhang truly lives up to the hype. Her face and figure, even as a girl, I'm practically falling for her." At the head of the procession, Wu Mang was all smiles as he offered polite courtesies to Dean Cheng. "Thank you for Qingjing University's generous hospitality." The thought of his own school being used as a stepping stone made Dean Cheng extremely vexed, yet he forced an amiable smile. "Not at all. Your Suhang University truly stole the show this year, making a stellar performance. Our Qingjing University ended up as nothing but your stepping stone." Hearing his self-mockery, Wu Mang grinned widely, replying with false modesty, "Brother Cheng, you're being too modest. Competition is secondary. Friendship comes first." Dean Cheng could only offer a helpless dry laugh. "Haha, indeed. Well, we took third place this time, and the mages are already pressing us, so we won't linger. Everyone, prepare to activate the teleportation magic array." As the mages chanted the activation incantation in unison, the soft glow of teleportation magic began to rise. Xia Lan stepped forward to bid her new best friend farewell. "Ran, goodbye," Churan waved back with a warm smile. "See you next time, Lan." The other competitors also seized the final moments to exchange goodbyes. "Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you. HMPH in your dreams." "Goodbye." With a flash of blinding light, the group vanished from the array. When they opened their eyes again, they were standing in the main campus hall of Suhang University. Principal Wang Wei, accompanied by the university's upper management, welcomed them with open arms. "Welcome back in triumph, our heroes." The team members immediately saluted in unison. "Greetings, Principal." "Dean Zhou, Dean Song." Principal Wang Wei was beaming with gratification. Laughing heartily, "Excellent, excellent. Our Suhang University really made a splash this time. The hot searches and headlines are completely dominated by news of our championship." Dean Song Yi also nodded in approval, smiling. "You all performed wonderfully this time. Thank you for your hard work." Stepping to the center of the hall, Principal Wang Wei prepared to announce the school's rewards. The freshman exchange tournament is, at its core, a testing ground for major universities to measure their teaching standards. For those who have brought such honor to our university, rewards must naturally be given. The principal called out the names of the 5 substitutes one by one, highly commending their excellent performances. With a sweep of his hand, he declared loudly, As a reward, each of you will receive 5,000 academic credits. The substitute's eyes widened in sheer shock at the amount. While ordinary students might not have a clear concept of what 5,000 credits meant, to put it simply, entering an abyss difficulty goblin dungeon once cost 500 credits, meaning 5,000 credits was enough to run it 10 times. For an ordinary student trying to gather 5,000 credits through daily quests, it would take at least a full year of non-stop grinding. Next, the principal turned his gaze to the starting lineup. Zhang Churan, Song Xiaolan, Wei Tiashun, Tang Lingxi. Your performances in combat were absolutely stellar, therefore you are each rewarded with 20,000 academic credits. The four immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Finally, the principal's eyes locked onto the core hero of the team. As for our most outstanding captain, Zhou Yi, not only did he claim the double crown in both the solo and team events, defeating Wang Zan and Wei He, but he also turned the tide in the survival challenge to rescue his teammates, securing our first-place victory. Thus, the university hereby awards Zhou Yi 100,000 academic credits. Hearing this staggering figure, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up instantly. 100,000 credits? The surrounding students erupted into a frenzy. If converted to Great Sha coins, 100,000 credits was equivalent to a whopping 300 million. On the side, Zhang Jie couldn't help but frown and complain. Who taught you to count like that? 100,000 credits is more than enough to exchange for several S-rank divine skills in the university's treasury. No matter how much cash you have, you could never buy treasures like that. Overcome with shock, Huang Bin blurted out, 100,000 credits. With that kind of wealth, even if you bought a pig, you could dump enough resources on it to forcibly elevate it into a top-tier magical beast. Hearing this crude comparison, Xu Chang smacked him hard on the back of the head. What kind of nonsense is that? How dare you compare Brother Yi to a pig? Wincing in pain as he rubbed his head, Huang Bin protested innocently. I didn't mean it like that. I was just making an analogy. Others nearby chimed in. It's indeed an insane amount, but Brother Yi earned every bit of it. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was secretly calculating how to spend this massive fortune with a face full of joy. His credits had been running low, and with this 100,000 boost he wouldn't have to worry about dungeon entry costs for a very long time. The level limit for the university's Twisted Tree Realm dungeon happened to be between level 23 and level 26, making it the perfect opportunity for him to try it out later. After the ceremony concluded, Principal Wang Wei warmly advised, "Our Suhang University will never mistreat those who have served us well. Go back and get some good rest first." The students chorused, "Yes, Principal." As the crowd dispersed from the hall, Zhou Yi walked up quickly to stop the principal. Wang Wei paused, turning around to ask, "What is it? Is there something else?" Zhou Yi hesitated slightly before speaking up. "Principal, there is a matter this disciple would like to ask you about." Wang Wei seemed to have already read his favorite disciple's mind, offering an enigmatic smile. "It's about the incident involving Dean Feng He of Qingking University, isn't it?" Zhou Yi nodded quickly. "Exactly, yet Principal Wang Wei was clearly not planning to reveal the whole truth to him just yet. This matter involves too much. Even figures of Wu Mang or other dean's level have no right to know. Keeping you in the dark is for your own good, however." He still left him with one question. "I managed to protect Wang Wei, but what if you get dragged into this as well?" Then he turned to look, only to see Zhou Yi casually swipe his hand through the empty air, tearing open a spatial rift. Zhou Yi explained, "The companion beast of the Void Beast told me that whatever took it away was not a real human. Could this be related to Feng He?" Looking at the rift in the air, he couldn't help but marvel. "I originally thought you had barely managed to repel the Void Beast after a bitter struggle. I really didn't expect you to still have the strength to subdue it." But things having come to this, Wang Wei no longer had any reason to refuse. He took out a book and said, "In that case I shall tell you. Feng He is actually a pseudo-human." Hearing this unfamiliar term, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. "A pseudo-human?" Wang Wei flipped open the book, which was filled with ancient script. "Pseudo-humans are half-human, half-demon creatures created by the evil god of the Seed of Chaos. They possess human appearances but demonic hearts and are monsters that serve the evil god." Wang Wei explained slowly in a calm tone. According to the clues, the rampage of the Void Beast was actually Feng He's tribute to express his loyalty to the evil god. He further analyzed that death and chaos were precisely the two things the evil god loved most. Recalling the rumors he had heard, Zhou Yi asked, "Is he already dead then?" Wang Wei shook his head, indicating that this was not the case and was merely a cover story. During the investigation, he completely transformed into a servant of the evil god, attacked the investigators, and fled. Wang Wei tried to guide his disciple before him. "Zhou Yi, do you know why Feng He chose to make his move during the freshman exchange tournament?" Zhou Yi answered confidently. Because the exchange tournament gathers the top and most outstanding freshmen of the Jiangxia Kingdom, once something goes wrong the impact would definitely be extremely far-reaching. But Wang Wei shook his head and added another reason. That is only one of the reasons. Most importantly, beneath the secret realm of the Emperor's ruins of myriad beasts lies the weakest node of the evil god's seal. Recalling the secrets of the past, Wang Wei said, "The reason it is called the Emperor's ruins of myriad beasts is that a tragic war of the beast race broke out there 1,000 years ago, and the cause of that war was precisely the descent of the Lord of Chaos, the evil god. It was a life-and-death battle. The Lord of Chaos attempted to descend upon the mortal realm through the spatial rifts in the ruins. The beast race exhausted their entire race's power to seal the Lord of Chaos, but their civilization was destroyed because of it." Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly, his expression solemn. Wang Wei continued to warn him, "Aside from creating chaos, Feng He can also use the Void Beast to detect the rifts in the myriad beasts' ruins. If he learns that you have subdued the Void Beast, he will absolutely target you again." Suddenly, a magic circle lit up beneath their feet. Wang Wei said somewhat helplessly, "Decades ago, the Tianyu Guild obtained an offensive skill book of the angelic divine race. I originally planned to give it to you later, but now it seems I must do so ahead of schedule." A moment later, in front of the gates of the Tianyu Guild headquarters resource treasury, Wang Wei walked forward with Zhou Yi, introducing, "The resource treasury is the core area of the Tianyu Guild, housing rare skills and god-tier equipment collected over a century. To protect this place, the guild has set up multiple defensive lines. The gates are guarded by 2 level 60 legendary-grade magical beasts, Greenleaf Land Treaders." Wang Wei also patiently explained various details. "The gates are engraved with mana ban runes. Any unauthorized mana fluctuations will be absorbed and amplified by these runes to rebound upon the caster. Even a 3rd advancement class holder cannot dream of breaking through by force." Elder Yang, who was guarding the gate, looked up in slight surprise as he saw them approaching. "Ah," Wang Wei greeted him cheerfully. "Old Yang, so it's your turn to guard the resource treasury this month." Elder Yang responded heartily. "My shift ends tomorrow. You came just in time today. Let's have a few drinks later." Standing to the side, Zhou Yi secretly sized him up. Although the elder had concealed his aura, the faintly leaking mana fluctuations were even stronger than those of Dean Wu Mang, clearly indicating that he was also a powerful 3rd advancement class holder. Wang Wei immediately proposed, "Sure, but you have to give me a Divine Thunder skill book first." Elder Yang keenly caught on, smiling. "Oh, is it for this new disciple of yours?" Elder Yang's sharp mind was naturally not to be fooled. Wang Wei smiled faintly and introduced them. "Exactly. Zhou Yi, this is my brother who went through life and death with me back in the day. You can call him Uncle Yang or just Old Yang." Zhou Yi stepped forward politely to greet him. "Greetings, Elder Yang." Elder Yang was clearly familiar with his face and chuckled. "I watched your matches. A hero truly comes from the youth. Your reputation is well deserved." Zhou Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. "You praise me too highly." Mobilizing his mana, Elder Yang gave earnest advice. "Humility is a virtue, but never be excessively humble. Otherwise it will look like weakness, and trouble will actively seek you out." Seeing him lecture right off the bat, Wang Wei hurriedly interrupted with a laugh. "Old Yang, you're still as long-winded as ever. It's because you love lecturing so much that the kids don't like you." Elder Yang stuck to his guns. HMPH, he who rejects old man's advice will soon find himself in trouble. With that, he drew an ancient skill book from the glowing ring before him, turned and handed it to Zhou Yi. "Here, take it." Beside them, Wang Wei also advised his disciple, "You should have accumulated quite a few skill points by now. Learn this skill book right away." Zhou Yi accepted it carefully. "Yes, sir." He then silently summoned his system panel to check his skill points. Indeed, with a continuous increase in daily quest rewards over this period, he had accumulated an extremely massive amount of skill points. Looking at the skill book in his hand, he issued a command to the system in his mind. "Begin." In an instant, the entire skill book dissolved into countless swirling golden pages of light, continuously merging into Zhou Yi's mind. Deep in his consciousness, a phantom image of a 6-winged angel holding a brilliant golden sword suddenly materialized. System notification, consumed 100 skill points. Successfully learned S-rank skill, Divine Thunder. Apocalyptic form, level 1 effect, increases abnormal status resistance by 50 and thunder attribute skill power by 50 for 14 seconds. As Zhou Yi casually swung his longsword to shatter the phantom before him, another prompt popped up on the system panel. Consumed 100 skill points. Successfully learned S-rank skill, Divine Thunder. Blade of Retribution, level 1 effect, allows the caster to summon Divine Thunder to condense upon the weapon and launch rapid slashes in a short period, dealing massive thunder attribute damage. Immediately after, countless golden chains materialized out of thin air. System notification, consumed 100 skill points. Successfully learned S-Rank skill, Divine Thunder, Chains of Imprisonment. Level 1 effect, allows the caster to manipulate Divine Thunder to condense into a cage, trapping the enemy firmly. While Elder Yang and Wang Wei were still chatting merrily, Zhou Yi behind them was completely enveloped by wild, raging thunder and lightning, his body slowly levitating into midair. In the next second, with him as the center, the entire space abruptly erupted with an extremely blinding light. Tens of thousands of violent thunderbolts shot out wildly in all directions like raging dragons. The sudden lightning strikes instantly blasted the surrounding rocky ground to pieces, kicking up a dense cloud of dust. Even the distant Golden Lion King couldn't help but let out a low roar. Staring vigilantly at the center of the explosive blast, Zhou Yi looked at the system panel before him. The Divine Thunder skill has been activated level 1. Since this skill has successfully merged into your Sacred Sword Heart talent, Thunder attribute damage is increased by an additional 20. Even Zhou Yi himself didn't expect that a single skill book would actually contain 3 god-tier skills in one go. He had truly hit the jackpot this time. As the raging thunder slowly dissipated, Wang Wei stepped forward and praised, "It seems your gains are quite excellent. As expected of a divine heritage, the skills that the angelic race can master are at least of the A rank or higher." No one knew his current strength better than Zhou Yi himself. His abundant physical vitality, his terrifyingly high elemental affinity, and the amplification of so many high-tier god-grade skills. It was no wonder that those of the divine race were all so ridiculously powerful. By contrast, Elder Yang's assessment was much more straightforward. Among the divine race, a rank is merely at the bottom of the barrel. What the divine race truly masters are supreme skill books that even surpass the S rank. It was the first time Zhou Yi had heard of such secrets, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Is S rank not the limit for skills?" Pouring some wine, Elder Yang explained, "S rank is indeed the highest limit that human class holders can master, but for the divine race, they are born with the ability to learn supreme divine skills that go far beyond S rank." Wang Wei then spoke up, "All right, now that you've finished learning the skills, I'll have a youngster show you around the guild." As Wang Wei gently snapped his fingers, a pair of slender legs clad in high heels materialized out of thin air beside them. The newcomer was none other than Wei Ningxin. She bowed respectfully and greeted, "Old guild leader, you wished to see me?" Pointing at Zhou Yi. Wang Wei teased, "Deacon Wei, weren't you clamoring to meet my new student earlier? Now I've personally brought him before you." The noble and beautiful woman before them was indeed one of the 3 renowned deacons of the Tianyu Guild. She gracefully extended her fair hand and smiled, "Hello, student Zhou Yi. I am Wei Ningxin, a deacon of the Tianyu Guild. Actually, I wanted to visit you back at Qingjing University, but unfortunately, by the time I arrived, you had already departed to return to school." Zhou Yi shook her hand politely and asked in confusion, "To see me?" Beside them, Wang Wei explained with a chuckle, "Deacon Wei is responsible for recruiting outstanding new blood for our Tianyu Guild, and whenever she spots a promising sprout like you, she can't help but want to rope them in." Elder Yang also added a word of caution, "Zhou Yi is only a freshman, don't bother him with the guild's tedious trifles. The old guild leader and I have some things to discuss. Ningxin, take Zhou Yi around first." Wei Ningxin immediately complied, "Yes sir." Along the way she began to introduce some basic information about the guild to Zhou Yi. The Tianyu Guild was founded 45 years ago, and this is the guild's primary base. Many guild members' families are settled in this area. At first this was just a barren mountain range, but after decades of intensive development and 5 expansions it has gradually evolved into a massive settlement on the scale of a prefecture-level city. The two stood side by side on the magnificent city walls, gazing at the scenery in the distance. Wei Ningxin supplemented their future plans. "Furthermore, our guild's 6th expansion project is about to launch soon." Right at that moment, as if sensing something, Zhou Yi suddenly whipped his head up, his pupils contracting sharply, as if beholding an incredibly unbelievable and shocking sight. On the sheer cliff not far away, a colossal silver dragon was slowly coiling and shifting its massive body. With every casual step it took, the hard rocks below shattered instantly under its weight. It wasn't until it found a comfortable spot on the cliffside that it slowly closed its giant eyes and fell deep asleep once more. Beholding this magnificent miracle-like spectacle, Zhou Yi felt as though he were in a dream. He could hardly believe his eyes. This was actually an extremely rare, legendary-grade Eastern Divine Dragon. Even on television news, such an existence was an exceptionally rare mythic beast. Seeing Zhou Yi's shocked expression, a touch of heartfelt pride emerged on Wei Ningxin's face. "This silver dragon is the guardian beast of our Tianyu Guild. Having silently protected us for a full 32 years, it's best not to easily approach that forbidden mountain range under normal circumstances. Its temper is rather short." Tactfully withdrawing his curious gaze, Zhou Yi turned to look down below. Seeing the bustling long queues of class holders on the streets, he asked in some confusion, "Where are they planning to go?" Wei Ningxin explained patiently, "That is our dungeon hall. The guild headquarters permanently hosts 3 exclusive dungeons, corresponding to gold, epic, and legendary grades, reserved for our members to train. Since it's your first day here, would you like to experience it for yourself? Don't stand on ceremony. Just swipe my guild card." Zhou Yi had already planned to do so, so he didn't refuse further, readily agreeing, "Then I shall gladly accept. I happen to want to test my newly acquired weapon and the skills I just mastered." But Ningxin could only watch helplessly as her guild points began to plummet wildly, laughing and scolding him with mild exasperation. "You brat, you really don't know the meaning of the word polite, do you?" With a flash of the teleportation array's light, Zhou Yi instantly vanished from the spot, and immediately after, the system prompt rang out in his ear. "You have entered the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, Sighing Plague Realm." The moment he materialized, before he could even warm up the ground beneath his feet, a large crowd of roaming local monsters logged their gazes firmly onto him. The level requirement for this dungeon was level 20 to 30, for 1 to 8 players. The borders of the entire wilderness were permeated by a highly toxic, corrosive mist of a terrifying plague. Any living being stepping into this place would face countless mutated living dead, struggling on the brink of life and death due to magic backlash. They had long lost all reason, leaving only a ravenous craving for the flesh and blood of the living. First stage, Rotting Corpse Torrent. A massive wave of pale, hideous monsters charging from not far away were indeed level 20 common zombies. They possessed the Pounce and Claw Strike skills. Scattered behind the monster horde were several level 22 mutated mid-tier zombies, which possessed an additional crowd control skill, Intimidating Roar. Only then did Zhou Yi unhurriedly begin to condense the golden sacred thunder in his right palm. As the blinding thunderous light shot up into the sky, Zhou Yi's figure moved like the wind, plunging into the zombie horde while wildly swinging his blade. Slicing through these zombies was as effortless and satisfying as playing a fruit-slicing game. What he had just unleashed was the level 1 S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Apocalyptic Form. It could instantly increase abnormal status resistance by 50 and boost Thunder attribute skill power by 50 for a full 14 seconds. Zhou Yi was extremely satisfied with the power of this move. Under the strong amplification of Apocalyptic Form, he could elevate his combat strength to a brand new height in an extremely short time. At the same time, he also brought out all the practical combat advantages of this skill to their absolute limits. Although the level 1 Apocalyptic Form only had a brief duration of 14 seconds, in the unpredictable realities of combat, these precious dozen seconds were more than enough for him to secure victory. His moves were seamlessly linked, each strike more violent than the last, as the magic energy pouring from his entire body seemed to transform into a golden tempest of thunder. Zhou Yi was extremely confident that with this single move alone, he could sweep through this dungeon back and forth several times. The system announcement soon lit up. "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the first stage, slain 200 zombies in 35 seconds. The teleportation channel to the second stage, Mutated Village, has been opened for you." The practical test just now put Zhou Yi in a great mood. The power of this skill indeed exceeded his expectations. As long as he continued to level up the skill in the future, his speed in clearing these low-tier monsters would surely become even more terrifying. But the moment Zhou Yi stepped into the teleportation array for the second stage, an extremely pungent stench of decay hit him square in the face, causing him to cover his nose in disgust. The gates of the second stage, Mutated Village, slowly creaked open. Zhou Yi also cast aside his previous relaxed attitude, his expression turning vigilant. The toxic rot and miasma here were even thicker and heavier than the toxic mist of the Gale mountain range, greatly obstructing his line of sight. In this environment, it was better to proceed with caution. Hair-raising bizarre whispers constantly echoed in his ears as the blinding light around him rapidly faded, plunging the area into pitch-black darkness. How fragrant! This human body. Zhou Yi shifted slightly, quickly selecting the next skill he wanted to test. For this second stage, he would first use them to test his newly acquired legendary grade weapon. Hidden in the deep darkness, the unknown monsters were currently whispering in excitement. "Kill him, kill him, kill him. A mere low-tier insect actually dares to come here to seek death. My babies have been hungry for so long. To think it's just a useless holy night. How disgusting. I will definitely tear him to shreds with my own hands in a moment." Unfortunately, before they could gloat for long, Zhou Yi casually swung his sword, sending a whistling slash forward. "Found you. Now get the hell out." As the dark fog gradually dissipated, their hideous forms hidden in the shadows were finally revealed. Those were level 25 zombie hounds, possessing the swift bite and maul skills. However, one hound's head collided head-on with Zhou Yi's brilliant sword glow. Yet these beasts were not fighting alone. They were clearly controlled by a much larger entity in the rear. That was a level 25 zombie butcher, mastering the Mighty Slash, Cyclone Slash, and Frenzy Roar skills. It held a colossal razor-sharp meat cleaver in its hand, glaring fixatedly at the prey before it. Facing the appearance of this giant monster, the smile on the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth actually grew wider. Perfect timing. He would use it to test his final new skill, the level 1 S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Blade of Retribution, which summons Divine Thunder to condense upon the weapon and launch rapid slashes in a short period. Dealing massive additional thunder attribute damage, without any hesitation, Zhou Yi delivered an incredibly domineering vertical slash straight down. The zombie butcher, which was about to swing its blade to counterattack, was instantly sliced clean in half by this fierce strike. Sheathing his sword, Zhou Yi evaluated with some appreciation. Not bad. Its defense and physical durability are indeed much stronger than the zombies in the first stage, actually managing to withstand my attack for a whole 2 seconds. The hard ground below was also torn open by a long, narrow fissure from that slash. Beholding this, the remaining zombie horde was temporarily frozen in place, staring at each other in terror. A few seconds later, they began to communicate in secret through low guttural growls and hisses. In the next instant, another zombie butcher threw its head back and let out an extremely ear-piercing frenzy roar. With it as the center, all zombie companions within a certain radius seemed to be instantly injected with a berserk potion. Their eyes turned blood red, their expressions grew violent, and their combat power surged. They launched a frenzied charge toward the enemy once more, completely fearless of death. The previously stunned zombie horde seemed to have rekindled their fighting spirit, even letting out slurred, angry roars. The stench of this holy night is truly irritating. Today is the day you die. A mere weak human actually dares to trespass here without knowing his place. Die? Standing opposite them, Zhou Yi had absolutely no idea what these monsters were babbling about. He had no interest in wasting words on these dead things either. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a streak of flowing light and octavely plunged into the monster pack. S-rank skill, Sword Flash. Delivering sword slashes at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, it instantly dealt bative hybrid damage to enemies within range. For a moment, severed limbs flew everywhere. In their berserk state, the mutated zombie hounds began to deform violently. Their sharp claws and teeth tore open their own faces, their entire skulls splitting weirdly in half from the middle in an extremely nauseating display. Yet this bloody and sickening scene did not faze Zhou Yi in the slightest. On the contrary, he stomped his foot hard against the ground, soaring into the air in a near-perfect arc, and smoothly swung his sword to viciously swat away a mutated hound lunging at him. Suddenly, a highly threatening, bone-chilling coldness rapidly approached from behind, causing Zhou Yi's entire body to tense up. The one launching the sneak attack was a level 26 elite monster, a plague spreader. Zhou Yi reacted with lightning speed, executing a backhand block to steadily deflect the incoming ambush. At the same time, the system panel popped up the exclusive information regarding this monster. Plague Breath. Once a class holder is eroded by the highly toxic mist it spews, they will immediately fall into an infected state, continuously losing a percentage of their HP every hour until they are completely paralyzed. Zhou Yi let out a cold snort. Relying on his superb combat skills and astonishing agility, he flicked his wrist, and his divine weapon instantly transformed into a blinding arc of light, cleanly and decisively decapitating the monster. The ugly skull tumbled through the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. Zhou Yi shook his wrist with some disgust to rid it of the green slime. How repulsive! At the same time, the system prompt rang out in his ear. The death-defiant skill has been triggered. Any injuries sustained by your body will be healed at rapid speed. Slowly sheathing his longsword, he rapidly analyzed and reviewed the details of the battle in his mind. Previously, he had mainly used his warhammer for large-scale AoE damage, but in close-quarter skirmishes, if he could use pure white blade to create openings and then coordinate with his longsword for lightning-fast counterattacks, the results would obviously be much better. Looking at the dense horde of zombies surging forward again like a tidal wave in the distance, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Zhou Yi's eyes. Clearing only 20 zombies in a minute was far too slow for him. It wasn't satisfying at all. It seemed that high-consumption, high-tier divine skills like Blade of Retribution were best reserved for dealing with truly high-tier powerful monsters in the future to maximize their value. No sooner said than done. He did not hesitate to form hand seals in front of his forehead, focusing his mind to activate his latent energy to deal with the spectacle before him. Spell skills were indeed more useful. Before long, a violent holy storm whipped up a colossal cyclone, sucking countless enemies into its tempestuous power, successfully slaying the zombie butchers, plague spreaders, and zombie hounds. As the system announcement lit up, Zhou Yi immediately stepped through the portal. Congratulations on clearing the second stage, killing 100 zombies. Time elapsed, 1 minute and 50 seconds. The pathway to the third stage, Forbidden Path, has opened. Please continue forward. He thoughtfully observed the Forbidden Path, which was shrouded in a dark red gloomy light. A level 45 zombie bishop swaggered down the steps, speaking in a highly seductive tone. Perhaps your arrival here means you are filled with doubts about life. As he drew near, he subtly dangled a lure in Zhou Yi's mind. No matter, the god welcomes all lost lambs. Zhou Yi was skeptical of the words he had just heard. The god? The other party continued to whisper softly to foster faith. Indeed, under the guidance of the supreme god who commands life and death, we shall eventually find the true meaning of life. Subsequently, the bishop slowly spun an ethereal illusion. Life is inherently fragile and brief. But if you follow our god, you will be granted eternal life, completely breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation. This is the supreme glory, allowing you to far surpass those mortals struggling between life and death. Finally, he threw out a tempting invitation, attempting to reel in Zhou Yi, the big fish. Come lay down your sword that represents your narrow views, join us and let us together enjoy the endless blessings of eternal life. This powerful temptation of immortality seemed to throw Zhou Yi into an internal struggle. Sensing that Zhou Yi was being deluded just as he wished, the bishop's lips curled into a calculating smile. That is right, young man. This is an opportunity that the rest of the world can only dream of. Zhou Yi voiced the doubt swirling in his mind. I have one thing to say. The other party magnanimously expressed his willingness to answer. However, what answered him was Zhou Yi's head-on slash and an arrogant retort. Pa, who cares? The dazzling blade and contemptuous words instantly shattered that ugly, filthy mask of hypocrisy. The eternal life bought by turning into a grotesque freak like you is nothing but clinging to a miserable existence at the cost of your soul. I'd rather die than live like that. Seeing that his preaching had failed to deceive anyone, the bishop instantly turned to viciously cursing him. Foolish human, you will surely regret this. Even though his body had been cleaved, he still commanded in a harsh voice, Go, my maidens, show him the consequence of offending the god. The priestesses quickly obeyed, immediately summoning their weapons, and slowly opened their eyes, revealing incredibly hollow dark eyes amidst a brilliant crimson light. They quickly formed into two files, spears in hand, ready to enter combat at any moment. Facing this murderous scene, Zhou Yi excitedly gripped his wooden sword, brilliant sparks of lightning crackling around his body. The ordinary wooden stick was instantly bestowed with supreme power by his S-rank Sacred Sword Heart talent. He swung his arm to block the violent descending attack from the enemy legion. The collision of this strike triggered an earth-shattering explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. Amidst the violent aftermath, Zhou Yi's figure completely vanished. Just as the priestesses were still stunned by their opponent's phantom-like movement, he suddenly materialized, boldly unleashing his S-rank skill, Divine Thunder, Blade of Retribution, cleanly and decisively wiping them all out. A priestess could only watch helplessly as her companions instantly turned to ashes, before she looked up to the sky in rage and let out a sharp, piercing shriek. Closing in with great interest, Zhou Yi mocked, So you guys can actually scream. With that, he completely eliminated this priestess with a single sword slash. The speed at which his opponents fell was simply too fast, making him unable to help but comment, You looked so imposing, yet you are so incredibly fragile. With just a casual flourish of his sword, Zhou Yi sliced down countless mutated elite maidens in swaths. The sharp blade sliced magnificent arcs through the air, mercilessly cleaving their bodies. Even their sharp spears were forcefully deflected, scraping against the cold stone floor with a piercing screech. The tempestuous, violent offensive instantly swept away countless enemies. The bishop, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally spoke in a low voice. Look at these lightning bolts. This flesh and blood will be used to fill the fissures of sin in this world. Even at this stage, this fanatical madman remained utterly unrepentant. Our wails are merely a symphony dedicated to the god. The higher the pitch, the deeper the foundation of the altar will plunge into the hellfire magma. Zhou Yi stood firmly on the decaying floor, countless charred remains scattered behind him. His face darkened, and he issued a cold provocation. It's your turn. The bishop merely smiled, his expression as gentle as if he were facing a rebellious child. Immediately after, a flash of malice crossed his eyes, and billowing black smoke rapidly condensed around him. With just you. Zhou Yi's figure paused slightly. Before he could react, his legs were tightly bound by a sudden surge of death energy. Once he composed himself and silently observed the colossal magic array unfolding beneath his feet, his mind was filled with questions. When was this array set up? Thinking back to the seemingly easy victory just now, he suddenly came to a realization. The opponent had seemed to be launching attacks but was actually constructing a magic array in secret. No wonder those previous attacks, though dense, had such pathetic damage. They were all just a distraction. Suddenly, a hand burst out from beneath the magic array, tightly grabbing his ankle. Zhou Yi looked down in shock. only to see countless priestesses continuously crawling out of the magic array. This bizarre spectacle made his expression turn increasingly grave. He clearly felt his body becoming incredibly heavy, and the power within him was rapidly draining. The terrifying pressure gave him the illusion that an invisible giant beast beneath the earth was dragging him down into the abyss. What bound Zhou Yi was an array named Withered Bind. This was an AoE crowd control skill that required a 10-second setup, capable of inflicting a decay curse, weakening the attack and defense of enemies within range, and throwing their minds and wills into chaos. No sooner had the system prompt subsided than he took 2 consecutive instances of damage, with his attack, defense and HP all dropping by 100 points. He hurriedly activated his skill, and brilliant golden sacred light instantly shattered the tentacles wrapping around his body. Fortunately, I have the magic immunity of Death Defiance, which can offset a portion of the decay curse. Zhou Yi stared at his arm, which had been turned black by the erosion, falling into deep thought. Meanwhile, the distant bishop continued to loudly tempt him. "Young man, accept the god's blessing. You shall exist eternally in the world in your most perfect form," in contrast to the other's arrogance. Zhou Yi, with half his body trapped in the magic array, didn't care at all about the bizarre power reaching for him again. Instead, complaining disdainfully, "You keep repeating the same few lines over and over. Are you a broken record?" Within the crimson light, a dazzling spark materialized out of thin air. A sacred flame halo condensed into shape behind Zhou Yi's head. As the crown of sacred flame, it bestowed Zhou Yi with the ability to manipulate fire elements, drastically enhancing his own power and fire attribute damage while increasing the entire team's light and fire resistance by nearly 40. A violent pillar of flame cascaded down from the sky, completely engulfing him and the magic array beneath his feet. Zhou Yi broke free from his shackles, soaring into the air cloaked in flames, burning back all the priestesses clinging to him. They were charred into fragments, flying off like splattering fireballs. Immediately after, spears of victory condensed from holy light whistled straight toward the bishop, but the dark shield in front of the bishop blocked the fierce offensive, not only absorbing a massive amount of damage, but also granting immunity to physical and magic attacks, and even converting a portion of the damage into dark erosion to reflect it back. Zhou Yi did not back down at all, backhanding a sword flash straight into the shield. Before this terrifying power, the shield in front of the bishop began to shatter inch by inch, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He frantically raised his hands to parry, praying loudly, "Great Azia, show your wrath and punish this ant." Hearing this name, Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat. His gaze fell upon a bizarre three-eyed statue radiating a faint golden light nearby, his pupils contracting sharply as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Could this Azia be the evil god the bugbear mentioned back then? This place is actually related to it as well. He halted his movements, staring intently at the bishop whose body was continuously erupting with black mist. Zhou Yi gripped his sacred sword heart, analyzing calmly. "Although I don't know what will happen next, I absolutely cannot let him have his way. Since this shield can absorb and reflect damage, I will just use the ultimate destructive power to forcefully blast it to pieces." He swung his longsword, and with a furious shout, a violent divine thunder, apocalyptic form, crashed down. "If one move isn't enough, then have another." Immediately after, he unleashed another divine thunder, blade of retribution. This sword strike not only shattered the bishop's shield but also cleanly sliced off his head. Enveloped in black mist, his body crashed heavily to the ground. The head, which was only half mutated and still wore an expression of shock, rolled far away, splattering viscous and disgusting black fluid. This tragic scene did not make Zhou Yi lower his guard. He quickly activated Angel's divine body. The black corpse suddenly gathered together, condensing into a black monster covered in crimson eyeballs. "Stinky brat, since you refuse to submit, then let me devour you on behalf of the Lord?" Zhou Yi sneered, provoking him. "Your current grotesque appearance looks much better than that face you had earlier." The monster lunged in a rage, continuously firing pitch-black shadow balls. Zhou Yi dodged and leaped, flexibly evading wave after wave of attacks. Zhou Yi's figure nimbly evaded the violent energy erupting from the black balls. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, then formed hand seals with both hands, sacred light heart shield. Along with his call, a magic array materialized in midair, casting down a brilliant curtain of light. Zhou Yi immediately followed up with his skill. Divine thunder, chains of imprisonment. The moment the words left his mouth, the violent energy instantly transformed into several thick chains of lightning, pinning the bishop brutally to the floor. The bishop shrieked in agony, "Let me go, you damned bastard." Even while firmly suppressed, he still screamed unwillingly, "You will definitely pay the price for this, O great God. Please punish this insolent wretch who disrespects you." Zhou Yi sneered, completely shattering his fantasy. "Stop dreaming. Your so-called evil god can't save you. Obediently accept the judgment of light. He swung his arm to deliver the final blow. The moment chains of imprisonment was unleashed. Thousands of lightning chains pierced into the bishop's illusory demonic body. He shrieked in agony, "Let me go, Lord Ozia will definitely turn you into ashes." The system panel lit up at this moment, displaying the skill details of the S-rank skill, Divine Thunder. Chains of imprisonment. Transforms Sacred Thunder into a cage to forcefully imprison the enemy target. Staring at the golden panel, Zhou Yi analyzed in his mind. Class holders' skills are mainly divided into 5 major categories: attack, defense, buff, debuff, and control. Although there are also summoning and crafting, they are relatively rare. Among these, control skills are the scarcest. Despite the bishop struggling with all his might, control skills remained the most effective category, and control methods could unleash unexpected miraculous effects in actual combat. Zhou Yi silently concluded, with control skills one simply no longer had to worry about the accuracy of those extremely powerful but easily dodged killer moves. Even while locked down tightly, the bishop still roared in despair, "Lord Ozia's wrath will burn you to ashes. Your soul will suffer in agony for eternity." Zhou Yi asked coldly with some doubt, "What exactly is this Azia you keep talking about?" The eyeballs on the monster's body suddenly widened, black blood vessels webbing across them in an extremely eerie fashion. It stared at the massive statue, shrieking hysterically, "Lord Ozia is the supreme god, possessing boundless power. He can annihilate thousands of enemies with a flick of his finger. Traitors will be completely devoured, while the loyal shall obtain eternal life." Zhou Yi sneered, kicking his mutated head aside. "Turning into a monster like you counts as eternal life?" The bishop screamed in rebuttal, "Ignorant fool." Subsequently, he recalled his painful past. Before his fall, he was merely an obscure acolyte living in a peaceful, serene village, loved by the villagers like family. Because of this, he always did his utmost to cure their illnesses. However, a terrible plague swept through the entire village, filling every corner with despair. The villagers pleaded bitterly, but in his weakness he was completely powerless. He ran into the city time and time again, trying to find those high-ranking priests, begging them to save his village. Faced with their cold shoulders, mockery, and expulsion, he disregarded his dignity, only hoping they would show a sliver of compassion, even going so far as to kneel and beg the twisted archbishop. Yet the harsh reality was that those people disdained to even step foot into that lowly village. In their eyes, the villagers were merely a swarm of ants, completely unworthy of wasting their mana on. Despite this, he still ran back to the village shouting, "I'm back, we're saved." From that moment on, even though his body had been eroded by darkness and his abdomen was charred black, he still ran toward everyone with a twisted smile on his face, holding a bizarre cross. He knelt beside a cursed villager, clutching the cross tightly, praying for a miracle to occur. Suddenly the corpse exploded, throwing him to the ground. At that moment he completely realized he had been deceived. Afterward, he and the villagers buried their deceased loved ones with tears in their eyes. The villagers grew weaker and weaker, and more people died. His ears were filled with their agonized weeping. "Priest, save me, priest, it hurts so much, please save me." At that moment he hated his own uselessness and the cold-bloodedness of those high-ranking priests. Helpless tears gushed from his eyes, his voice trembling uncontrollably. However, at his absolute moment of despair, a mysterious power summoned him. Subsequently, he used this power to dispel the plague. The villagers no longer suffered, and even the dead were resurrected, smiles once again blooming on those tortured faces. Looking at those soulless walking dead, the bishop believed his choice was not wrong. This appearance was merely a trivial price to pay, and everything was worth it. Even now he remained a loyal, fanatical believer. "Lord Azia chose us. I will definitely spread the Lord's glory further, allowing more people to receive Lord Azia's blessings." Facing this ignorant and blind worship, Zhou Yi sighed helplessly. This guy was completely beyond saving, and he likely couldn't squeeze any useful information out of him. Subsequently, he simply cleaved the bishop's body in half mid-air with a single sword strike. Even on the verge of death, the other party still devoutly called upon the evil god he believed in. "Lord Azia, manifest your divine power, save your loyal servant, and destroy the enemy before me." Zhou Yi looked down at him with cold mockery. "Still relying on your evil god?" He then delivered the final fatal blow coldly. "He probably threw you away like trash long ago. Today is the day you die." Despite this, the bishop still howled hysterically, holding fast to his unshakable belief. "How dare you desecrate the great Lord Azia? Even in death I will drag you down to hell with me." Zhou Yi smiled faintly. "Want to drag me down with you? It's not that simple." He instantly whipped out golden chains, completely nipping the opponent's attempt in the bud. Then he raised his hand to summon dazzling holy light, his voice sounding like judgment. "Sacred light cross seal, activate." A brilliant magic circle descended, locking the bishop firmly inside. Even though contorted violently in agony, he still pleaded to the god who would never respond. "Lord Azia, save me!" But the stone statue remained completely motionless. Accompanied by the bursting of black fluid, the system prompt rang out. "Successfully killed Zombie Bishop." Zhou Yi deactivated his transformation state and landed steadily on the ground. The stage clearance rewards popped up immediately after. Obtained experience 12,323, advanced health recovery potion, mana recovery crystal, guardian armor, guardian boots. He casually caught them, commenting indifferently, "Not bad, though this experience isn't enough for me to level up." Zhou Yi suddenly noticed something was amiss. The surrounding evil aura did not seem to have completely dissipated. Flicking his foot, he kicked up the longsword on the ground and grabbed it back in his hand, then walked toward the statue, preparing to destroy it completely. "Filthy thing, it ends here." A flash of golden holy light shot past, and in the blink of an eye the stone sculpture was blasted to pieces. The system prompt rang out again. "Congratulations on successfully destroying the evil god statue, obtained additional rewards." This unexpected harvest pleasantly surprised him. "Oh," red font popped up on the golden panel. Detailed information about the new item, Sacred Crystal. An ancient relic containing divine power. It helps clerics undergo their second advancement and usually drops in dungeons related to deities or evil gods. Zhou Yi stared at the glowing object floating before him. This was his first time encountering an item related to the second advancement. It looked like he would have to run this dungeon a few more times. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, Wei Ningxin walked up to him, praising, "Not bad. Clearing this dungeon for the first time in just 10 minutes and 25 seconds. This score is already enough to squeeze into the top 20 of the leaderboard." Zhou Yi handed the loot to her and eagerly stated his condition. "Deacon Wei, these are all yours. But I want to run the dungeon again." Wei Ningxin quickly tried to dissuade him. "Going back in right after clearing it? This dungeon is no joke. It drains a massive amount of energy." The records previously set by other players flashed through Zhou Yi's mind. Clenching his fists, he declared resolutely, "The first run was just to test the waters. This time, I want to challenge the record for the fastest clear. I believe I can break the current first-place record right now." Tilting her head in thought, she reminded him, "The top 10 are all level 30 class holders. If you want to refresh the leaderboard, you should at least wait until you reach level 27 to challenge it." Zhou Yi affirmed unshakably, "I know what I'm doing. Don't worry." Seeing that she couldn't dissuade him, Wei Ningxin could only offer a few words of caution. "All right, be careful. I won't take your share of this dungeon's rewards. Keep them for yourself to protect yourself." Just then, Zheng Ming suddenly walked over. "Auntie, what are you doing here?" she blurted out in surprise. "Zheng Ming, when did you get back?" He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Just now. It took 2 whole months to completely clear out that horde of disgusting interdimensional creatures. I'm absolutely exhausted." Overhearing their conversation, Zhou Yi wondered to himself. Clearing interdimensional creatures, does that refer to spatial rifts? He then quietly stepped back into the new dungeon. The knowledge he had previously acquired lingered in Zhou Yi's mind. Back in the Gale Mountain range, he had discovered that low-tier interdimensional creatures could pass through medium-sized spatial rifts. He had heard from his mentor that the nation had immediately raised its military readiness to level 3 and dispatched legions to clear out the areas surrounding the rifts. On the other side, Wei Ningxin anxiously inquired if the casualties were severe. Zheng Ming's expression darkened. Recalling his fallen teammates, he sighed. "Very severe. Our squad had over a dozen members, but only 8 made it back, and that was even with the protection of the Legion. Otherwise, I'm afraid even I wouldn't have returned." After a few seconds of silence, she let out a soft sigh. "A casualty rate of 1/3. What a tragedy." Wei Ningxin suddenly crossed her arms, reprimanding him. "Zheng Ming, did you call your mother, you silly child, taking on such a dangerous mission without saying a word?" He gave a bitter smile. "That's why I came to see you first, Auntie. I took this mission behind her back. If I tell her now, I'll definitely get a severe scolding." She shrugged, casually dropping a line. "Your auntie is staying out of this." He quickly cupped his hands in a pleading gesture, begging her to keep his secret. "Don't be like that, Auntie. Look at me. Aren't I perfectly fine?" Instead of answering him, Wei Ningxin looked toward someone walking up to them and asked in surprise, "Zhou Yi, haven't you entered the dungeon yet?" Zhou Yi explained calmly, "Deacon Wei, I've already cleared the dungeon." She gasped, covering her mouth in sheer shock. "Ah?" He pointed to the newly updated dungeon leaderboard. Sighing Plague Realm Nightmare Difficulty First Place Zhou Yi Level 23 Clear Time 1 minute and 59 seconds. Zhou Yi grinned proudly. "Take a look." Wei Ningxin muttered to herself in disbelief, clearing a Nightmare Difficulty dungeon in under 2 minutes. And he was only Level 23. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yi voiced a new request. "Deacon Wei, I want to try Abyss Difficulty." She let out a long sigh, her eyes filled with helplessness and sheer resignation. "You really are a monster. Go on, take my card. You can run it as many times as you want." Beside her, Zheng Ming could not hide the shock on his face either. "Are you really Zhou Yi?" the #1 freshman from Suhang University. 2 months quietly slipped by, but the legend of Zhou Yi breaking the clear record of the Sighing Plague realm was still widely circulating, leaving the university students in awe and envy. Holy crap, the clear record for the Abyss difficulty Sighing Plague realm has been broken again. 1 minute and 29 seconds. That is absolutely mind-blowing. 1 minute and 29 seconds. At that time, I hadn't even cleared the first stage. Terrifying. Is this truly the power of President Wang's personal disciple? Another person in the crowd chimed in with deep admiration. Did you guys see his nightmare difficulty run of the Sighing Plague realm from a few days ago? It only took him 59 seconds. I was completely stunned. Even a second advancement class holder probably couldn't clear it that fast. Zhou Yi walked out of the dungeon in high spirits, his heart filled with joy as he reflected on his gains over the past 2 months. These 2 months had been incredibly productive. After learning that he was grinding the Tianyu Guild's dungeons, his mentor Wang Wei had directly handed him his own point card, letting him run them as he pleased. Free from any point restrictions, he naturally made use of every single second to raise his level. Thus, after spending 2 months at the Tianyu Guild, his level had finally reached level 29, making him eligible for his advancement quest. Zhou Yi silently calculated his next steps, planning to contact his mentor Wang Wei in a bit to obtain the Holy Paladin's advancement scroll. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. It was a summoning text from Principal Wang Wei. Hanging from his phone was the cute keychain Charan had gifted him, which came from Ning'an City's most popular magical beast pet blind box. She had spent a long time drawing before finally getting this Puyu version. A moment later, Zhou Yi arrived at the principal's office. Greetings, teacher. The moment Wang Wei saw him, he praised, just as I expected. 6 levels in 2 months, very impressive. He stepped forward, gently patting Zhou Yi's shoulder as he said with deep meaning, I could have easily taken you directly to the wilderness to hunt magical beasts, allowing you to rapidly level up to level 40 or even level 50. But do you know why I didn't do that? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi replied. Because class holders raised through such shortcut methods lack basic tempering, making them unable to fully unleash their true combat potential. Zhou Yi added seriously, only by relying on themselves through life and death tempering can a class holder become a truly powerful individual. Wang Wei smiled faintly, a golden light igniting at his fingertip. It is not easy for you to understand this. He placed an advancement scroll before Zhou Yi and began to explain. In the world of the strong, there is never a shortage of those who rely on their parents' resources to forcefully elevate their levels. But once they reach the 2nd or 3rd advancement, they still find it extremely difficult to survive. Since you are already level 29, it is time to prepare for your 2nd advancement. Wang Wei continued, the 2nd advancement for a Holy Paladin is the Apocalypse Path, which drastically enhances your control over the Holy Light and compensates for some of the shortcomings of the 1st advancement. But for you, your strength has already far surpassed that of ordinary people. This is the advancement scroll. Communicate with it using your will, and you will see the requirements. The system panel unfolded before Zhou Yi's eyes. Item: Holy Paladin Advancement Scroll. Effect: upon meeting the advancement requirements, activate to advance from Holy Paladin to Apocalypse. Quietly closing his eyes, he began to absorb the power within the scroll. At this moment, rows of system prompts surfaced. Advancement requirements. 1st advancement class must be Holy Paladin, level 29, 100 sacred crystals and 100 repentant thoughts. Zhou Yi scratched his head, asking in confusion. Repentant thoughts refers to the thoughts of repentance generated by cultists who worship evil gods. Teacher, do you remember that item I obtained in the Abyss difficulty Sighing Plague realm? Hearing his question, Wang Wei replied, you must use a specialized skill to make them generate repentant thoughts. Furthermore, it must be used within half an hour before the target's death. Otherwise, their soul will dissipate. Zhou Yi's expression turned serious as he asked another question regarding the repentant skill. Teacher, how did you know I had this skill? Wang Wei explained calmly, I heard you ran the Sighing Plague realm dungeon. So you must have obtained that skill. With your strength, you should have already gathered enough of the 100 sacred crystals, right? Touched, Zhou Yi realized his mentor had already planned out his 2nd advancement long ago. He replied, yes. Wang Wei then continued, in that case, once you complete the 4th task, you can undergo your 2nd advancement. He also advised Zhou Yi, there is a task regarding cultists on the university's official website recently. The probability of obtaining repentant thoughts from it is quite high. Go back and check it out. After hearing this, Zhou Yi simply replied, understood. Upon returning home, he immediately searched for the relevant task on the university's official website. A stream of information popped up, causing him to fall into deep thought. As one of the top 3 elite universities, Suhang University's total student body was actually not that large. Across all 4 grades, there were only slightly over 5,000 students, which was less than a third of the student population at other universities. As he clicked to search, he analyzed that because Suhang University's admission threshold was exceptionally high, it was impossible to recruit students in massive batches. Although there were fewer students, the variety of tasks was incredibly diverse, mostly consisting of academic credit tasks. Right now he was only focusing on tasks related to cultists. The results were quickly displayed. The combat task objective was to slay a fugitive level 34 cultist named Shu K, with a reward of 400 credits. Meanwhile, the investigation task entailed, traces of cultists have been discovered in Longfeng City, Changshan Province. Conduct an investigation and report back, with rewards ranging from 100 to 1,000 credits. Stroking his chin, Zhou Yi pondered for a long time. Since he needed 100 repentant thoughts, the first single-kill task had to be ruled out. He then began to look up where Longfeng City from the second task was located. No sooner said than done, he immediately searched for the location. Although it wasn't a major city because it was rich in the local specialty abyss fruit, it was likely more developed than Lijiang. If there were active cultists, the chances of gathering repentant thoughts would be quite high. Zhou Yi clicked his mouse to accept the task, when suddenly a warning prompt popped up. This task has been classified as a high-risk task. 2 students who previously accepted this task have lost contact. Would you like to proceed with accepting this task? This caught him slightly off guard, as he hadn't expected it to be a high-risk task. Furrowing his brows, he analyzed that much like dungeon difficulties, the university's tasks were divided into 4 tiers: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A flicker of vigilance flashed in his eyes. High-risk tasks carried a mortality rate of at least 70. However, this did not make Zhou Yi back down. As expected, not a single task related to cultists was simple, and he had to make ample preparations before setting off. He raised his hand to summon his void-attracting butterfly, which responded respectfully, "Master, what are your orders?" He did not answer, merely activating his positioning skill in silence. A glowing magic array immediately materialized, accompanied by detailed information. Skill: utilize the void-attracting butterfly, consuming mana to mark the spatial coordinates of the void beast, perceiving its location and instantly teleporting to the designated spot. Zhou Yi instructed the void-attracting butterfly that if they encountered any insurmountable danger, they could rely on its high movement speed to quickly retreat. This trip to Longfeng City to execute the task now had an extra layer of security. After handling all of this, Zhou Yi walked out of the campus thinking to himself, "Once I buy enough mana recovery potions from the university's official website, I can set off." From afar, 2 female students spotted his figure and couldn't help but gasp. "It's God Yi. God Yi is still alive." The other girl also smiled in admiration, praising, "He truly deserves to be called the leader of the golden generation. With this aura intensity, I'm afraid even the 4th-year seniors can't compare to him." Inside the alloy training chamber, reserved exclusively for the Dean of the War Academy, Wu Mang was training alone against 7 combat robots. As he fought, he inquired of Su Mei, "You said Zhou Yi accepted a high-risk task and left the school. What happened next?" She cleared up Wu Mang's confusion. "Yes, the location of the task is in Longfeng City, Changshan Province, and it is related to cultists." Wu Mang punched several robots away, continuing, "A cultist task, huh? It seems the kid is preparing for his second advancement. He certainly has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. However, that task in Longfeng City, I think I've heard someone mention it before." Su Mei glanced at the data in her hand, confirming, "The task in Longfeng City was initially classified as normal. However, after 2 students of level 26 and level 28 lost contact, it was upgraded to high risk. The university estimates that a second advancement class holder is required to resolve it." While continuing to battle the robots, Wu Mang laughed heartily. There might be some hidden tricks over there which could be a bit troublesome for other students, but for Zhou Yi, it's practically nothing. With that, he directly blasted off his opponent's head, then forcefully stomped the ground to charge forward. He continued to analyze. Over these past 2 months, he has trained a lot in the Tianyu Guild's dungeons. At level 29, even if Zhou Yi faces a second advancement class holder, he will absolutely not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention he still has so many trump cards in his hand. Wu Mang resolved the remaining robots with a single move while making a decision to change Zhou Yi's course status to on leave and ignore the rest. Finally, he instructed Su Mei, when he returns, remind him that he still needs to formally apply for his leave of absence. At this moment, a high-speed train was traveling at full speed along the tracks. This was the direct railway line from Suhang to Longfeng, stretching a total of 100,000 kilometers. Along the way, it had to pass through many dangerous areas. To reach the destination, one had to depart from the teleportation plaza of Ning'an University. undergo 12 teleports and transfer to high-speed rail 7 times before finally arriving in Yangqing City, Changshan Province. Zhou Yi rested his tired head against the train window. The remaining journey only required a 2-hour subway ride. Suddenly his phone buzzed with a text message. "Brother Zhou Yi, have you arrived?" He quickly replied. "Almost there, about an hour left." The other side replied. "Great, remember to call me when you arrive." Sitting next to him, pointing at the phone, Baina admired. "Wow, the keychain on your phone is the Squeak Mouse magical beast, a local specialty of Ning'an City. Are you from Ning'an too?" Zhou Yi confirmed friendly. "Yes, are you?" A bright smile bloomed on her face as she struck up a conversation. "I guess I'm half a Ning'an native. My grandmother lives there and I grew up there when I was little. Now I only visit during summer break. After all, Suhang is too far from Changshan Province. Are you going to Longfeng City for vacation or business this time?" While using his appraisal skill, Zhou Yi gave a casual reply. "Just some business to handle. What about you? Are you also going to Longfeng City for vacation?" The appraisal results showed that the two girls in front of him were both level 13 alchemists. Unaware that her background had been probed, Baina continued candidly, "Yeah, we plan to go to Longfeng to soak in the hot springs and relax. I'm Baina, and this is my best friend, Lu Jia. Your level is too high for me to appraise, but judging by your aura, you must be from the combat department, right?" After Zhou Yi gave a brief MMH, she began to boast. "I knew it, my intuition is always spot on. I really envy you combat class holders." To Zhou Yi, however, these words felt somewhat like polite small talk. The difference in aura between lifestyle and combat class holders was immense, so it was completely normal to be recognized, eager to make a connection. Baina proactively handed over her phone and said, "Hey, let's add each other as friends. My friend and I are both alchemists. In the future, if you ever need to buy any potions, whether it's mana recovery potions or healing elixirs, we can give you a 20% discount." Feeling a bit awkward but finding it hard to refuse, Zhou Yi replied, "Thanks then." The high-speed train finally arrived at Longfeng City. After getting off the train, Baina's sighed. Time really flies. She and Lu Jia dragged their suitcases and bid Zhou Yi farewell. "If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me." However, because she was entirely focused on talking, she accidentally bumped into someone walking toward them. Seeing a fair, delicate, and lovely young girl before him, Xie Yun completely cast aside his shame and stepped forward to pitch his cult. "My beauty, I am so incredibly sorry, take a look. The Holy Spirit cult can bring everyone endless happiness." He continued to preach to Lu Jia. "Our church has a very special event coming up soon that will showcase divine blessings. If you're interested, you can come and learn more." He didn't even spare Zhou Yi standing nearby. "And you, young man, judging by your extraordinary aura, you must be someone destined to cross paths with the gods." Although these words were pure flattery to Zhou Yi, he still cast a cold glance at the pamphlet handed to him. After scanning it, the suspicion in Zhou Yi's heart grew immensely, and he let out a cold snort. This reaction turned Xie Yun's face pale with fright. Taking a step back, he abruptly snatched back the pamphlet, turned around and fled, leaving behind a blessing. "May the divine Lord of the Holy Spirit protect you forever." Lu Jia, who seemed to know very little about the Holy Spirit sect, looked at the flyer and remarked, "Is religious culture really this prevalent in Longfeng City?" But Baina quickly snatched the flyer out of her hand. "Throw this thing away quickly, it's such bad luck." Puzzled by her best friend's unusual reaction, Lu Jia asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" Baina had no choice but to explain her family's first-hand experience in detail. "It's natural you wouldn't know. My brother has been working here for several years. He told me that traces of religious activity started appearing in Longfeng City a year ago. And back then, the Holy Spirit sect was regarded as a mysterious organization. Many who joined saw their attributes and levels increase. But over time, people began to notice that although their physical appearances remained the same, their personalities completely changed. It was as if they had become entirely different people." Baina continued to recount that distressing experience. "One of my brother's friends used to be very mild-mannered, but after joining the Holy Spirit sect he became extremely short-tempered, flying into a rage over the slightest thing and terrifying his family. Although the church claimed this was a testament to a devotee's loyalty, I've always felt there was something fishy about it." After listening to her story, Lu Jia asked in confusion, "Then what is the deal with these miracles?" By this time, however, Baina had already tossed the flyer into a trash can, replying with an indifferent look, "Who cares? We'd better steer clear of this stuff. Who knows what shady business is going on behind the scenes?" Crossing his arms, Zhou Yi silently reflected on what had just transpired. Although he had briefly glimpsed the God of Light through sheer willpower back in the Gale Mountain range, he knew deep down that so-called miracles were never anything benign or peaceful. This might be a clue to tracking down the cult, as cults often disguise themselves as ordinary religions. Before they knew it, night had shrouded the entirety of Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights of the Hengyang commercial building shone brilliantly, illuminating the street corner. The 9th floor was packed with people, and the venue was bustling with noise. "Can we really witness a miracle today?" "No idea, I came here for the miracle too," my neighbor said. That after he experienced the miracle, his intelligence attribute directly increased by 20 points, and his strength skyrocketed as a result. Mingling with the crowd, Jiu Man whispered mockingly after overhearing this. "Using miracles to lure people into attending gatherings, quite a clever trick." Zhang Shang naturally saw through this as well. "No kidding. The Holy Spirit sect grew into a massive church in just 1 year. How could they have managed that without some slick tricks?" Although mocked, he remained focused on the task. "True. Remember to record the entire process of them faking the miracle later." Zhao Ling, standing nearby, softly cautioned. "Jiu Man, gathering clues about their faked miracle is enough. Do not dig too deep. On an A-grade task, even the slightest slip-up can cost you your life." Since the level 19 fighter had spoken, how could he dare say a single word of protest? Fine, I'll do as you say. We'll only gather clues and absolutely avoid any direct confrontation." Pleased with the response, she immediately turned to ask her level 18 machinist Zhang Shang. "Are the micro-robots deployed?" Zhang Shang replied with a grin. "Don't worry, the entire room is fully monitored." Yu Han, who was actively using her appraisal skill, suddenly chimed in. Why can't I see that person's class and level information?" Zhou Yi happened to be in her line of sight, but her system interface kept popping up error prompts. The other 3 also activated their appraisal functions. I can't see his level either." "Jiu Man, how about on your end?" Jiu Man's situation was exactly the same as Zhao Ling's. "I can't see anything, and we can't detect it either. This means the other party's level is at least 20 or above." Zhang Shan was deeply puzzled by this ordinary gathering of the Holy Spirit sect. Why would a powerhouse above level 20 be attracted here? Yu Han then voiced a shocking speculation. There's a holy aura emanating from him. Could he be one of the Holy Spirit sect's people? Just as they were gossiping and whispering among themselves, Zhou Yi suddenly cast a freezing glance their way. The 4 instantly shuddered, their blood running cold. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ling whispered an urgent order. That look sent shivers down my spine. He's likely a second advancement expert. Do not provoke him under any circumstances, Yu Han whispered in response. Understood. The other 2 men remained silent, clearly resigned to the situation. While the group was secretly scrutinizing him, Zhou Yi was also analyzing them. These 4 did not look like ordinary citizens, but that had nothing to do with him. His sole target was the Holy Spirit sect. Suddenly, the crisp chiming of a bell cut through everyone's thoughts, and the entire venue fell dead silent. A representative of the Holy Spirit sect stepped onto the stage and delivered a welcoming speech. "Welcome everyone to the gathering of the Holy Spirit sect. Everyone here is destined to be blessed by the Divine Lord. I am Father Li Shuyuan, and today I will guide you all in receiving divine grace." Observing silently from the back, Zhou Yi noted, 1 level 18, 2 level 17. Their levels are not very high. Let's see what tricks they're going to pull. Meanwhile, Li Shuyuan was still droning on the stage. The Holy Spirit sect worships the Divine Lord, and our doctrine is to guide the world toward light and salvation. In the eyes of the Divine Lord, all living beings are equal. He continuously fed the believers empty promises, claiming that as long as they were devout enough, the Divine Lord would bestow blessings upon them. From free training dungeons to precious mana potions and rare natural treasures that enhanced the physical constitution, they had everything. Finally, he threw out his most enticing card. Every month, the church will also distribute 8,000 Zhangxia coins to each member as daily activity funds. This bombshell news instantly caused a massive stir in the crowd. I work hard for a whole month just to make 4,000, but joining the church gets me 8,000? And there are free cultivation resources too. What if I defy fate and become a truly powerful class holder? Li Shuyuan continued to sweet talk and entice the crowd. This is the Divine Lord's care for everyone. He wants to ensure you no longer have to worry about making a living, so you can devote yourselves entirely to your faith. His next words seemed to serve as a signal to his 2 assistants beside him. Everyone, the power of our Divine Lord is limitless. Next, in the name of the Father, I will personally show you the great divine power of our Lord. He walked over to a statue of unknown attributes and effects, preparing to start his performance. This is a rare opportunity bestowed upon us by the Divine Lord. Let us witness the glory of the deity with our own eyes, and feel the vast grace of our Divine Lord. Zhou Yi looked thoughtfully at the item before him that could not be appraised. However, he could clearly feel a dense magical aura radiating from the statue, indicating it was highly likely a magic item. Zhao Ling's group also stared at the statue with their own schemes in mind. They knew the other party was about to start faking a miracle, and they had to collect all the evidence this time. Facing the statue, Li Shuyuan raised his hands high and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Divine Lord of the Holy Spirit, please show your divine power." The expectant looks on the faces of the crowd below made him grow increasingly ecstatic. "Let these devout believers witness your great miracle." No sooner had he spoken than the assistant beside him rang a small handbell. Accompanied by the jingling of the bell, the statue gradually began to emit a soft golden light. In the blink of an eye it transformed into a blinding brilliance. Forcing Zhou Yi to raise his hand to shield his eyes, he looked with some astonishment at this so-called miracle. An illusion of a goddess embracing her believers loomed faintly in the void. Someone in the crowd cried out in shock, "What is that?" This single shout instantly ignited a wave of fanaticism throughout the venue. "It's a miracle! This is a miracle! This light is filling my body with strength." Obscure incantations began to drift from the statue, causing the believers below to look at each other in confusion. "Strange, did you hear some sound?" The miracle was actually still speaking, and Ji Yuman's group was similarly enveloped by this incantation. Except for Yuhan, everyone seemed to have been hit by a paralysis spell. Zhao Ling suddenly looked down at her hands, her voice trembling. I actually broke through to become a second advancement class holder." These words stunned Yuhan, who was standing inside her protective barrier. Beside her, Ji Yuman also burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, so many Zhangxia coins, these resources are enough to make me the strongest warrior." Zhang Shang was not spared either, muttering foolishly in a daze, "Mom, I'm a top-tier machinist in the Zhangxia kingdom now. I can make our family proud." Yuhan couldn't help but shudder. She realized that this was actually a form of advanced hypnosis. Staring helplessly at the expanding miracle, Yuhan knew her mental control immunity necklace could only be activated once every half hour. Now she could only wait for the necklace's cooldown to end, wake up a teammate and force their way out. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was the second person on the field who remained unaffected. Holding down the head of a person beside him, he silently pondered, "This is a form of evil hypnosis. Is this really how the Holy Spirit sect lures in its followers?" Looking at the effect of the miracle, Li Shuyuan was highly satisfied. As expected of the sacred relic bestowed by the bishop, its effects were indeed outstanding. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Let's begin. We've already wasted quite a bit of time, and they are still pressuring us on the other end." The soul-snatching bell chimed once more, sending invisible sound waves rippling in all directions. Within moments, the entire venue was completely enveloped by concentric rings of golden light. As soon as the chiming ceased, wisps of bone-chilling death energy quietly seeped into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 uninvited guests slowly materialized on the altar through billowing black smoke. Seeing this, Li Shuyuan hastily bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Bishop." Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed as he thought, "This feeling, they are cultists." As soon as Bishop Feng Li appeared, he questioned in a freezing voice, "Li Shuyuan, why did you take so long?" Li Shuyuan quickly clasped his hands and explained, "Lord Bishop, there were unforeseen circumstances. Promoting the Holy Spirit sect did indeed require some extra time." Feng Li warned coldly, "They are nothing but consumables. Do not waste time next time." Stroking the statue, Feng Li continued, "Once this sacrificial ceremony concludes, you will officially join the Holy Spirit sect and receive the blessings of the Divine Lord." Head spinning from this sudden good news, Li Shuyuan bowed and expressed his ecstasy, thanking the Lord Bishop repeatedly for the promotion. Zhou Yi observed in secret for a moment, suddenly coming to a realization. As long as these cultists did not employ the power of the evil god, they looked no different from ordinary people, making it extremely difficult for standard class holders to identify them. However, as a holy paladin favored by the holy light, he possessed a sensitivity to evil auras that far surpassed ordinary men. The thick, dark aura of the evil god emanating from those 5 individuals was as clear as black ink on white paper to him. On the altar, Feng Li continued to chant hymns. "The Holy Spirit is eternal, ceaseless and everlasting. O great Divine Lord, the sacrifices have been prepared. Please enjoy them to your heart's content." Watching this scene unfold, Zhou Yi's thoughts drifted. This bishop is only level 27. There must be higher-ranking figures pulling the strings behind him. I'll wait a bit longer to see if I can dig up more clues. After all, capturing just 5 cultists is far from enough. In front of the statue, golden light flickered as Feng Li and his subordinates spread their arms, repeatedly chanting in unison, "The Holy Spirit is eternal, ceaseless and everlasting." After receiving their prayers 5 times, the statue actually contorted into an extremely eerie, satisfied smile. Grinning widely, it opened its hollow, colossal mouth and spat out rings of radiant soundwave ripples. The believers below instantly looked obsessed and ecstatic, like parched earth receiving long-awaited rain, sensing the fanatical and bizarre atmosphere around him. Zhou Yi clicked his tongue in secret. This is clearly extracting their souls. The demonic chant of "The Holy Spirit is eternal, ceaseless, and everlasting" began to mechanically escape the lips of every believer around him. Zhou Yi's mind raced. The soul was the key to resurrection. Whether it was a priest saving lives or a powerhouse saving themselves, none could do without it. Ordinary people had weak souls that wouldn't manifest after death. But regardless of strength, the soul was of paramount importance. Zhou Yi truly felt the chilling horror of this cult. They had used illusions to cast a dragnet, seizing control of everyone's minds, and this illusory miracle was actually forcefully extracting their soul power. He couldn't help but recall the rumors he had heard earlier. People who joined the church appeared unchanged on the outside, but their personalities would undergo a drastic, earth-shattering shift, turning them into completely different people. So this was the truth behind the recent string of bizarre occurrences. The reason those who joined the Holy Spirit sect suffered such drastic personality changes was inevitably due to their fragmented souls. Watching the strands of golden light continuously being drawn out from the dazed believers, Zhou Yi wondered to himself, what nefarious purpose does this statue have in collecting these people's souls? Zhao Ling had snuck onto the 9th floor full of fighting spirit, but now she was similarly trapped deep within the illusion, helplessly allowing her soul to be slowly consumed. Yu Han gripped her arm with all her strength, her heart filled with dread. If they kept waiting like this, they would all die here. They absolutely could not sit around and wait for death. Sister Ling, wake up. In this moment of crisis, she decided to cast ice spirit magic regardless of the consequences. Ice spirits who answer my call, gather your power and freeze. Watching a thin layer of frost coat Zhao Ling's body, Yu Han looked relieved. There's hope, however, her joy was short-lived. The thin ice melted away in the blink of an eye, and the magic was completely neutralized. Yu Han's conspicuous action instantly caught Li Xuan's attention. He had not expected anyone to be immune to the hypnosis. With a sudden wave of his hand, he unleashed a violent surge of dark energy. Black flame, strike. Looking at the whistling black death energy, Zhou Yi was about to manifest his holy light to intervene. To his surprise, however, there was someone else in the crowd who had remained unaffected. Moving with agile grace, Lu Ran instantly threw out a shield of brilliant light. The solid golden shield blocked firmly in front of Yu Han, successfully neutralizing the fatal strike. Since her cover was blown, Lu Ran decided to go all out. She immediately condensed an incandescent brilliant fireball and hurled it viciously toward Feng Li. But Feng Li proved why he was a bishop of the Holy Spirit sect. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he swatted the roaring fireball aside. Having easily neutralized her flashy but weak attack, he exposed Lu Ran's identity on the spot. Brilliant light magic? You are actually a member of the Holy Light Court. Although she was a level 25 light mage, seeing her trump card so effortlessly neutralized threw Lu Ran into extreme panic. This is impossible. My brilliant light magic is clearly at level 15. This move previously one-shotted a level 26 gold-grade berserk bear. The massive gap in strength instantly snapped her back to reality. She pulled out a teleportation scroll without hesitation, preparing to rip it open. But to her horror, the cultist simply slashed the air, forcefully severing the spatial teleportation. Not good. The strength of these cultists far exceeded her imagination. She had to get out of here immediately. However, escaping was easier said than done. How could Feng Li let her slip away so easily? You disrupt our holy ceremony and still think you can just walk away. Do you really think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? He cast a mire spell, and a thick, nauseating swamp instantly gushed from the ground, rapidly spreading upward to bind Lu Ran tightly. Lu Ran reacted quickly, desperately taking a step back, but the two cultists beside Feng Li also joined forces in that instant. The two simultaneously cast Windblade and Fireball, their searing and sharp energies intertwining to completely engulf her. Power of light, gather upon me and become an indestructible shield. Facing their joint attack, Lu Ran could barely hold her ground. With two mages casting at the same time, she simply could not handle both. Damn it, there are actually two mages among these five. If there were only one, she could have seized the gap during their chanting to forcefully rip the teleportation scroll and escape. Although her situation was critical, Lu Ran could only grit her teeth and persist. Holy power condense within the light to purify all evil in the world, but she knew in her heart that the situation was extremely grim. To make matters worse, the enemy's melee class holders were also closing in on her position. Once those melee class holders closed the distance, she would be dead meat. She frantically unleashed her skills at her opponents, trying to blast a hole through their defense line. At age 18, she had awakened as the hidden class Light Mage, and was directly recruited into the Holy Light Court for intensive training. However, the Holy Spirit sect members were no pushovers. Their ferocious counterattacks forced her back, leaving her battered and disheveled. Having just completed her 4-year training, this was supposed to be her first real-world excursion. She had believed she could destroy this cult stronghold single-handedly. Was she really going to lose her life here today? Watching this tragic battle from the side, Zhou Yi sighed. He really couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a sudden wave of his hand, he violently unleashed a hammer of repentance. The originally silent Hengyang commercial building suddenly shattered layer by layer in an instant, erupting with a deafening roar. Dropping weakly to one knee, Lu Ran stared blankly at the deep trench of ruins that had been blasted out right in front of her. On the other side of the building, Yu Han, who had been struggling to protect her teammates, was also completely dumbstruck. Was that a one-shot instant kill? Pointing in sheer terror toward the billowing dust, Li Shuyuan stammered, "There's another intruder. This holy aura is simply too intense." Feng Li naturally sensed it too. Staring intently at Zhou Yi as he stepped forward, he demanded harshly, "Just which high-ranking knight of the Holy Light Court are you?" Zhou Yi did not answer, only pronouncing sentence coldly, "Cultists gathering to commit evil, your crimes are unforgivable." Nearby, Lu Ran struggled to stand up, her body trembling violently. In her eyes, those two mages and the warrior were all powerhouses above level 25. Furthermore, even with the enhancement of the statue, they had still been instantly wiped out. Could the man before me be a second advancement class holder, dispatched by the court? It seemed the unusual occurrences in Longfeng City had caught the court's attention long ago. Feng Li naturally could not tolerate being openly condemned. Snorting coldly, he gestured for the remaining two cultists to charge together. Facing these two fools who did not know their own limits, Zhou Yi didn't even give them a second glance. With a casual swing of his sword, he ended the battle with absolute ease. Staring at the scene, Feng Li could hardly believe his eyes. Just a single move, this is absolutely impossible. The crafty old fox's eyes darted around, with only one thought remaining in his mind. Escape, I must escape immediately. He didn't hesitate to kick Li Shuyuan, who was acting as a scapegoat, forward to clear the way in an attempt to block Zhou Yi. Li Shuyuan never expected to find himself in such a predicament. This was clearly being pushed to his death. Zhou Yi, of course, wasn't one to reject prey delivered right to his doorstep. He swung his sword coldly, granting him his end. Then, without a moment's delay, he summoned the azure void-attracting butterfly, and ordered it to track the target. Receiving the command, the butterfly instantly transformed into a stream of light and darted into the still-dissipating portal of death energy. Lu Ran timidly walked up to Zhou Yi, this respected high-ranking clergyman, and introduced herself uneasily. "I am Lu Ran, a light mage from the magic capital branch of the Holy Light Court." The closer she got, the clearer it became to her. Upon closer inspection, the density of this holy light was simply terrifying. He is practically the incarnation of holy light. I can even feel the joyful aura of the holy light radiating around him. Zhou Yi asked with some curiosity, "You are from the magic capital branch, so why are you here?" She did not hide anything while also expressing her gratitude. "I came out for training and only came here after taking on a mission. Fortunately, you were here, my lord. Otherwise, I would have been in real danger this time." Zhou Yi turned around and responded with a flat expression, "It was just a small effort." She hurriedly trotted to keep up and asked, "Excuse me, my lord, are you a clergyman of the Holy Light Court? I have never seen such a powerful force of holy light." Zhou Yi waved his hand and answered frankly, "I am not from your Holy Light Court." Hearing this, and looking at the altar that had turned into ruins in the blink of an eye, Lu Ran pondered in confusion. "Not from the court?" She blinked, trying once again to confirm that dense aura of holy light. Who else could possess such power besides the clergyman of the Holy Light Court? A bold guess suddenly popped into her little head. Could he be the Holy Son? Lu Ran searched her memory frantically. Holy Son and Holy Daughter were the exclusive titles used within the Holy Light Court for the very top geniuses. This was also a privilege, allowing them to receive training with the court's highest-tier resources. They were nurtured with all the court's resources because they were invincible among peers of the same tier, and could even kill powerful enemies of higher levels. To avoid being targeted by cults, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter would hide their identities before making their debut, and only high-ranking priests would know of them. Having convinced herself of this, she looked around and asked, "My lord, should we wake everyone up now?" Zhou Yi naturally didn't want to bring unnecessary trouble upon himself, so he replied, "No need. Quite a bit of chaos has already been caused. Let the Bureau of Public Security handle it when they arrive. The current situation is very complex. Waking them up rashly could easily trigger unnecessary panic." Zhou Yi walked toward the corpse of a Holy Spirit cultist and explained, "The people from the Bureau of Public Security have more experience in handling emergencies. They can better soothe the citizens." She eagerly followed behind him, kissing up to him. "As expected, you've thought of everything, my lord." Zhou Yi pressed his hands together and cast his repentant skill, awakening the conscience of the souls in the name of the divine. As soon as the words left his mouth, specks of golden light dust drifted from his hands onto the corpse, and the surrounding area even bloomed with flowers of repentance. Wisps of black death energy warped and drifted out as they were summoned, followed by several distorted-faced souls floating in midair with low, muffled whispers echoing in the space. I am guilty. I repent for the crimes I have committed. After the ritual ended, Zhou Yi reached out to withdraw his spell, clenching his fists. He thought to himself, only 4. Still too few. I'll deliberately let that bishop escape and had the void-attracting butterfly secretly track him just to find more cultists. By now the void-attracting butterfly should have caught up with him. Lu Ran watched silently from behind, making comparisons in her heart. Although my repentance spell has some foundation compared to the Holy Sun, it is like night and day. If I could train by his side, I would definitely become stronger. But I don't know if I can catch his eye. While the two were lost in thought, the people from the Bureau of Public Security outside had already arrived. The moment they rushed in, they warned loudly, "Raise your hands, everyone, put down your weapons." Escorted by the law enforcement officers of the Longfeng City Bureau of Public Security, a tall man walked over. He was Wang Hao, the captain of the Public Security Action Team. He walked up to Lu Ran and politely inquired, "I am Wang Hao, captain of the Public Security Action Team. Respected class holder, may I ask what happened here?" She subconsciously raised her hands in cooperation and answered somewhat naively, "Hello, Captain Wang." Then she quickly explained the situation. The Holy Spirit sect is a cult. They used underhanded means to lure ordinary citizens here, attempting to forcefully extract their souls for a sacrifice. Hearing this, Wang Hao asked with a worried expression, "Extracting souls? Was it you who stopped them?" Lu Ran waved her hands hurriedly, stuttering in denial. "And no, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me." She turned her head to look for Zhou Yi, only to find he was already long gone. Where is he?" Lu Ran grumbled with a bit of a grievance. "Holy Sun, how could you leave me behind all alone again?" Meanwhile, Wang Hao was fully commanding the cleanup of the scene. Team 1, handle the evacuation of the crowd and ensure safety. Be careful not to trigger panic. Team 2, inspect the scene and gather evidence. Do not miss any suspicious items. A mysterious giant hand stretched out from nowhere to cast magic, while Wang Hao's voice continued to echo throughout the venue. Team 3, administer medical aid, prioritizing the severely injured. Move fast to ensure their lives are safe. As the citizens who had been under the illusion regained consciousness, they immediately showed blank, brainwashed expressions. "Who are you? What are you doing?" "I want to go home." "Strange, wasn't I just attending a gathering? Where on earth am I?" "So weird, my whole body hurts and my head feels incredibly heavy. As soon as I woke up it started hurting. As if someone is constantly hammering my head." Rubbing his eyes on the side, Zhang Sheng complained, My head hurts so much." Coming back to his senses, he walked up to his teammates and asked, "Did we succeed?" Looking at this naively pitiful fellow before her, Yuhan explained in annoyance, "What are you thinking? All of you were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit sect. I only managed to escape thanks to my anti-hypnosis magic tool, but I never expected that they actually had 5 experts backing them, and their levels are at least level 25 or above." Hearing this, Zhang Sheng instantly broke into a cold sweat. "Level 25? Then how did we survive?" she replied. "That lord was a second advancement clergyman. He eliminated all of the Holy Spirit sect members with just a single strike." Hearing this, Zhang Shan was overjoyed, shouting in excitement as if he had struck gold. "A second advancement divine boss. Right, my scouting robot definitely recorded his combat process. If we post it online it will absolutely cause a massive sensation." No sooner said than done. He pulled out his robot right in front of everyone to check, however. Before they could even take a look, the surrounding scenery began to vibrate violently, leaving Zhang Sheng's group standing frozen on the spot, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in another dark space permeated with death energy, a figure was enveloped in viscous magic liquid right in the center. Filled with resentment, Feng Li spoke up, his voice dripping with frustration and hatred. "Damn it, who exactly is he? How could such a figure suddenly appear in Longfeng City?" Stumbling forward, countless questions flashed through his mind. Could he be from the Holy Light Court? "No, I've always kept an extremely low profile. There's no way I could have attracted the attention of the Holy Light Court's experts. Those people were clearly hypnotized, leaving absolutely no clues behind. Where did things go wrong?" Feng Li violently pushed open the door in front of him. The sacrificial ceremony was ruined, and he had lost 4 cultists for nothing. Once the master found out, he would definitely be absolutely furious. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic his mind became, completely unsure of how to report this. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, accompanied by the fluctuation of magic power, an azure butterfly appeared out of thin air, bringing with it the hope of turning the tide. A mysterious spatial rift also appeared on the originally solid wall. Zhou Yi reached out to pull open the rift, revealing his handsome face. He utilized the power of the Void Beast for spatial positioning, perceiving and confirming the spatial coordinates, thereby tearing open a spatial rift to his destination and achieving instant teleportation. Back in reality, Du Feng looked at the familiar approaching figure and asked coldly, "Bishop Feng, you're back?" Without a shred of politeness, it went straight to the point. I sensed the life signs of 4 precious cultists disappear. What on earth is going on? Feng Li hurriedly knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. "My lord, forgive me, there was a slight mishap in this operation. A fellow with extremely powerful holy light strength intervened, ruining the sacrificial ceremony and killing our people. That guy's strength is absolutely terrifying, and I was simply no match for him." Standing beside him, Du Feng questioned relentlessly, "If that's the case, why are you still alive?" Feng Li repeatedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. "This lowly one deserves 10,000 deaths. I beg for your mercy, my lord. I am willing to redeem my sins through service by searching for more sacrifices to make up for this loss." It spat out coldly. "More than useless, you only bring ruin." Hearing this, Feng Li shivered violently in fear. "My lord, this lowly one really did his absolute best, but that mysterious man was just too strong. I really—" Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had disguised himself as a cultist at some point, silently lurking in their ranks. He silently observed the surroundings. The evil aura radiating from that black magic orb was exceptionally dense. This was clearly the core stronghold where hundreds of cultists gathered, and their conspiracy was definitely not as simple as merely extracting souls. Not wanting to waste any more time, Du Feng waved its hand impatiently to interrupt. "Enough. Explaining this is utterly useless. Although the sacrifice was ruined halfway through, fortunately, the ritual has been completed, and it doesn't affect the grand scheme of things too much." Feng Li asked in a trembling, low voice, "And my lord, do you mean the sacrifice was successful?" But the ritual was clearly interrupted, and the soul energy needed by the master is still far from fully gathered. Could it be that the master is already able to descend? It couldn't help but roar in rebuke. "Foolish fellow, do you think we organize sacrifices all over the city just for that tiny bit of soul energy? You are truly beyond saving." Feeling somewhat speechless, it turned to command another person in charge. "Bishop Su, this lowly one is here," Su Ling answered hurriedly. "Explain it to this idiot." "As you command, my lord." A wicked smile emerged on Su Ling's face as he explained unhurriedly. "My lord, this is a grand plan to destroy the world. Over the past year, our Holy Spirit sect has conducted exactly 307 sacrifices in Longfeng City. Every single location was set at a key position in Longfeng City, and each sacrifice activated a node." He smugly detailed every aspect. Zhou Yi listened with rapt attention on the side, not missing a single word. If these nodes were connected into lines, they would form a colossal magic array enveloping the entire city, named the Chaos Purgatory Array. To implement this plan, we planted a large number of cultists across all walks of life in Longfeng City long ago, extensively spreading the teachings of the Holy Spirit sect among ordinary citizens. As Su Ling revealed more and more secrets, his conspiracy came fully to light, attracting greedy individuals to join the Holy Spirit sect to constantly expand their forces, ensuring sufficient manpower for the plan. At the same time, they also put a colorless and odorless magical potion into Longfeng City's water supply, which silently eroded people's spirits, making them much easier to control. Hearing this, Zhou Yi finally understood everything. No wonder those class holders were so easily hypnotized. But what exactly was their purpose in activating the Chaos Purgatory Array? Su Ling's smug voice still echoed in his ears. "We excavated countless secret passages beneath the city, linking all the sacrificial points together. The passages are set up with complete magic runes and arrays to guide the convergence of energy." He continued to reveal the specific execution time. "Just tonight, the array has been officially activated. The souls and life force of all living creatures in the city are being continuously drawn out and channeled through the passages to the sealed land of the Lord of Chaos." As he spoke, his face was filled with greed and malice. "Using the lives and souls of the entire city as sacrifices, the great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He will bring endless chaos and darkness, completely reshaping the entire world." The Lord of Chaos was about to awaken. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression became incredibly grave. That was the evil god, the Lord of Chaos. He quietly gathered his magic power, preparing to make his move. Attempting to awaken the evil god with the lives of the entire city, I absolutely cannot sit by and watch this happen. At this moment, Feng Li was still frantically apologizing. "My lord, forgive me. This lowly one truly knew absolutely nothing about these top secret plans." Du Feng snorted coldly. "Bishop Feng, with you being so foolish, how could I confidently entrust you with more important matters? As it spoke, its eyes suddenly turned sharp, and it barked sternly. Who is over there? Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Yi was also startled. Du Feng suddenly blasted a magic spell toward Zhou Yi's position, instantly triggering a violent explosion. Fortunately, Zhou Yi activated his defense in time, remaining unscathed. As the smoke and dust gradually settled, Zhou Yi had already assumed his combat stance, Divine Thunder, Apocalyptic Form Level 1. Upon entering the Apocalyptic Form, his abnormal status resistance increased by 50, and his Thunder attribute skill damage increased by 50 for 14 seconds. Immediately after, he launched a lightning-fast sword flash assault, instantly dealing a massive amount of hybrid damage. When Feng Li saw who it was, he turned pale with shock. "How is it you again?" Seeing this, Su Ling did not hesitate for a second, directly swinging his weapon to unleash a Shadow Fiend Blade Slasher, condensing violent shadow energy on his weapon as a pitch-black crescent blade carrying terrifying cutting force swept horizontally toward him. Showing no weakness, Zhou Yi instantly activated his S-rank skill, Divine Thunder. Blade of Retribution Level 1 Sacred Thunder instantly attached to his blade, and he launched consecutive slashes at extreme speed, dealing massive additional thunder attribute damage. Seeing his movements, Du Feng's pupils contracted sharply as it roared in absolute shock. "Zhou Yi, how could it be you? Talk about a small world." Hearing this, Feng Li hurriedly added fuel to the fire, complaining on the side. "My lord, it's this guy who ruined the sacrificial ceremony at the Hengyang Commercial Building. He actually dared to break into our headquarters all by himself. Today we must make sure he never leaves alive, no matter what." However, Du Feng was completely at the end of its patience. It backhanded a vicious slap across Feng Li's face, roaring in fury. "To be followed all the way here without even realizing it, you absolute idiot. I want to kill you right now," grabbing his face in pain. Feng Li endured as Du Feng continued to mock him mercilessly. "A brainless waste like you dares to talk big. If not for our bloodline connection, do you think you'd even be worthy of being a bishop? Look at your pathetic groveling state. If not for my mercy, you would have been nothing but an ant your entire life. Yet you dare to boast about making him never return. You won't even know how you died when your time comes." Meanwhile, the battle on the other side was also raging intensely, with golden and purple magic power violently clashing in the void, the powerful shockwaves shattering the surrounding ground continuously. After exchanging several blows, the two backed away, and Zhou Yi opened up a safe distance. He activated his demon eye to analyze his opponent, but was surprised to find he could not appraise him. He thought to himself, "This guy is far stronger than the bishops I encountered before. He's a genuine second advancement expert. This time, I've met a real match." Su Ling didn't give him any room to breathe, frantically swinging his scythe to unleash his ultimate move, Shadow Scythe Strike. Countless pitch-black crescent flying blades whistled toward Zhou Yi from every blind spot, attempting to disrupt and restrict his movements. His speed of swinging the scythe was extremely fast, instantly constructing a magic circle in front of him. The visual effect was exceptionally magnificent. Staring intently at Zhou Yi, he praised in disbelief. "For a mere level 29 Holy Knight to be able to block 3 of my moves, you indeed have some skill." Then he coldly unleashed his trump card, intending to end the battle once and for all. However, you can only go so far. Dark Vortex. With Su Ling as the center, violent dark energy instantly converged, transforming into a colossal pitch-black vortex that unleashed a terrifying pulling force, devouring everything around it and applying continuous dark corrosion. Su Ling's magic turned into countless sharp slashes, wildly tearing across the room. The center of where he stood had already formed a dark abyss, seeking to completely swallow all living things. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into resisting this dominant pulling force. The situation grew increasingly dire. He quickly summoned Holy Light Protection, planting his holy sword heavily into the ground to stabilize his stance. The magic of both sides continuously locked in a stalemate in the void, shattering large patches of soil and rock around them. Su Ling mocked in supreme arrogance. "My dark vortex can swallow even light. All of your struggles are futile, even if a first advancement Holy Knight has some tricks. Before a second advancement powerhouse, you are still nothing but an ant. You are a full 14 levels behind me." Zhou Yi also realized the situation was highly unfavorable. He calculated in his mind, although Holy Angel Protection can block most of the dark corrosion, this pitch-black vortex is frantically devouring my mana and stamina. If this drags on, he would sooner or later be completely drained. With wild dark flames flickering in his eyes, Su Ling mocked smugly, "Before an absolute power gap, how much longer can your feeble candle-like holy light hold out?" Showing no weakness, Zhou Yi sneered back, "This feeble light of mine is more than enough to completely shatter your underhanded tricks. A brilliant, sacred golden light suddenly erupted behind Zhou Yi as he made a firm decision in his heart. It's clearly not going to work to fight a war of attrition with this guy. I must end this quickly at this moment. Su Ling also began to waver, asking himself in sheer disbelief. The purity of this holy light far exceeds that of a normal holy knight. Could he be a hidden ace nurtured by the holy light court? But his level is clearly still so low. However, no matter what your background is, don't even think about leaving here alive today. Fearing that any delay would cause complications, Du Feng yelled impatiently from the side, "Bishop Su, hurry up and kill him." Yet it was already too late. Zhou Yi had completely completed his ultimate transformation, a grade passive talent. Devotion Aura, A-grade skill. Divine Halo level 11, S-rank ultimate secret art, Angel's divine body. Following that, a thick beam of light shot straight at his opponent. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Su Ling was instantly scared out of his wits, completely unable to believe the reality before him. This dark vortex merged the power of the core origin of chaos. It was capable of forcefully devouring even the full force attack of a level 50 powerhouse. How could it be torn open so easily? This was absolutely impossible. All the cultists were determined to kill him at all costs. Su Ling planned to overwhelm his opponent with sheer numbers. Although these cultists were weak individually, their overwhelming numbers were perfect for wearing down his stamina and mana. As Su Ling barked out orders, Zhou Yi felt a sudden restraint from the painful dark chains. A series of chains whistled through the air attempting to seal him. Immediately after, a violent water array swept over like a deluge, seeking to completely submerge him. With a calm expression, Zhou Yi drew his light sword. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he swung it casually, instantly breaking the water ray. However, the battle did not stop there. A tidal wave of cultists continued to charge at him frantically. "There are too many minions, I need to clear them out first." Spreading his arms, his feet steady as a rock, Zhou Yi summoned a pair of light shield barriers. Gemini Heart Shield, level 11. The cultists who had just rushed forward were instantly and ruthlessly blown away. Following that, he unleashed a succession of spectacular cinematic skills, single-handedly sweeping the entire battlefield. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Su Ling hastily retreated to defend, swinging his blade to counterattack with threefold shadow slash. Without any unnecessary movements, Zhou Yi merely gave a slight shudder, and a blinding radiance of mana erupted violently, directly blasting his opponent back. Before long, the battlefield gradually fell quiet. Su Ling was slammed heavily against the wall, while Du Feng nearby cursed in fury, "Useless trash, you can't even take down a level 29 holy knight." Shivering in terror to the side, Feng Li couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to fight a monster like this?" Meanwhile, Zhou Yi clenched his fists, feeling the powerful energy continuously coursing through his body. Thanks to the enhancement of various buffs like Angel's divine body, although he was only level 29 on paper, his actual combat power was close to level 40. Coupled with the Holy Light's natural and absolute suppression of evil forces, he was able to easily overpower his higher-level opponent. Du Feng flew into a rage, his entire body erupting with a blood-red murderous aura. "Useless trash. Once the ritual is over, you will all pay the price for this." However, looking at the coward slumped on the ground, he barked in question, "Bishop Feng, what do you think you are doing?" By this time, Feng Li was already scared out of his wits, his lips trembling so much that he couldn't even form a coherent sentence. There's absolutely no way, he's only level 29, he must be carrying some high-tier item that hides his level. My lord, I will look for an opportunity. I can't just go up and die for nothing." Seizing the brief moment of their distraction, Zhou Yi shifted his body and darted forward. Du Feng ordered hysterically, "You cowardly, death-fearing trash, charge and stop him right now." Yet Feng Li, the coward, was too petrified to move an inch. "My lord, I am looking for the optimal moment to strike. It's not the right time yet." Concentrating his divine power, Zhou Yi's hawk-like razor-sharp gaze locked onto the two figures before him. He charged forward with his sword raised, the blade thrusting straight at Feng Li. But Du Feng seized the opportunity to abruptly reach out, grabbing Feng Li's head and using him directly as a meat shield. Feng Li took the sword blow squarely in the chest. "Father, why cough cough?" Afterward, Du Feng ruthlessly tossed his corpse onto the ground, not forgetting to curse, "Useless trash." Witnessing this inhumane scene, Zhou Yi questioned coldly, "Isn't he your son?" "So what if he is, and so what if he isn't? To sacrifice himself for the great Lord of Chaos is the greatest honor of his life." Zhou Yi felt completely speechless. "To abandon your own flesh and blood for some non-existent evil god, you've gone completely mad," the other party sneered, his tone carrying a mix of mockery and immense arrogance. "When chaos descends, trillions of living souls shall be my children. Zhou Yi, you stand absolutely no chance against me." There is no need to throw your life away for a city on the brink of destruction. Hearing the other party call out his name so casually, Zhou Yi was slightly surprised. You know me, Du Feng admitted it openly without any hesitation. The brilliant champion of the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament, your name has long reverberated in my ears. Even as they spoke, Zhou Yi keenly sensed an anomaly. It turned out Su Ling, refusing to give up, was attempting a sneak attack from the shadows. Quick-witted and agile, Zhou Yi swung his sword to steadily deflect the blow. Before he could even finish off Su Ling, another bizarre change occurred with Du Feng behind him. Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat as he thought, oh no, in an instant, utilizing the Void Beast's spatial warp skill, Zhou Yi vanished from the encirclement in a flash. In the very next second, he materialized mysteriously above Su Ling, unleashing a heavy, devastating blow. Immediately after, countless invisible fist phantoms whistled toward Su Ling. B-grade skill, Azure Circle combo level 9. Su Ling was battered into a wretched state, screaming in agonizing pain. Witnessing this, Du Feng couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. Haha, it really was you who took the Void Beast. It seems what I spent forever searching for has finally fallen right into my lap. Ignoring him entirely, Zhou Yi coldly activated his next skill. A grade skill, Light's Retribution level 16, cleanly and decisively finishing off Su Ling. Yet a deep doubt arose in Zhou Yi's heart. How did this guy know I subdued the Void Beast? After rapid deduction and connection of clues, Zhou Yi questioned with absolute certainty. Dean Feng He, you are that madman who defected and fled, aren't you? Knowing he could no longer hide, the person lurking in the shadows decided to reveal himself and admit it openly. Correct answer. Feng He walked slowly out of the magic circle, his voice dripping with arrogance and pride. The Lord of Chaos will surely reshape this world, and I shall become one of the rulers of the new world. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power, a bizarre white light flickered in his eyes. Pacing forward with slightly unsteady steps, he threatened viciously, if you hadn't disrupted the ritual earlier, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, both you and the Void Beast shall belong to me, one as my nourishment, and the other to nurture the power of the great Lord of Chaos. Zhou Yi stood proud and tall, showing no fear whatsoever before the threat. However, his mind was racing. Worshipping an evil god really grants a massive boost in strength. Feng He is clearly just a level 49 second advancement assassin, yet the pressure he exerts on me actually surpasses that of the level 52 Dean Wu Mang. Even if I activate the full state amplification of Angel's divine body and experience a massive leap in strength, facing him will still be a bitter struggle. Suddenly, without any warning, thousands of sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, trapping Zhou Yi tightly in the blink of an eye. Quick-witted and agile, Zhou Yi hastily channeled a holy light spell, struggling to break free from the forest of stone spikes. Watching this brutal scene, Feng He laughed in absolute triumph. Struggle all you want. For every extra minute you hold out, 5 more souls will become nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. Spreading his arms, he summoned a massive magic circle once more as countless sharp stone spikes rained down heavily upon Zhou Yi like a deluge. Fortunately, Zhou Yi deployed his defensive measures in time. B-grade skill, Holy Light Protection level 13, successfully blocking the strike. However, the opponent's offensive bizarrely altered its direction in midair. Zhou Yi whipped his head up, but his body was completely unable to react in time. A blow struck his right arm squarely and blood splattered instantly. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yi looked at his severely injured arm. The wound healing at an exceptionally slow pace. This was by no means a normal corrosive effect, but a physical curse manifested from the power of the evil god. The intense pain caused cold sweat to bead on Zhou Yi's forehead. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and resolutely used his sword to carve away the necrotic, demonizing flesh from the wound. At this moment Feng He, who had completely fallen into darkness, laughed maniacally. Ahaha! Opening his colossal mouth, he spewed a devastatingly massive energy shockwave straight at Zhou Yi. Yet facing this wildly approaching torrent of energy, Zhou Yi did not choose to retreat. Holding his longsword, looking like an unyielding god of war, he sliced down violently against the raging energy that tore through the sky, shattering the blow to pieces amidst an apocalyptic roar. Shifting his body as if teleporting, he instantly flashed behind Feng He, trapping him in a tight chokehold. Unable to move an inch, Feng He could only watch helplessly, as the violent mass of energy in the sky came straight at him. Under Zhou Yi's control, a colossal pillar of golden light descended like a thunderbolt of divine punishment, crashing heavily onto Feng He. A-grade skill, Light's Retribution, level 16, fortunately, reacting with lightning speed. The guy barely managed to prop up a magic shield in the nick of time to block the blow. He let out a cold snort. You wanted to restrict my movements first, then use Light's Retribution to deliver a fatal blow, is that it? Curled into a disgusting sneer, his thin lips spat out. The tactics were indeed flawlessly planned, But unfortunately, you forgot that I used to be the Dean of the War Academy. Right then, in the gloomy corner of the room, countless thick chains shrouded in a bizarre blood-red death energy swept toward him like living creatures attempting to turn the tide of battle for Feng He. The chains instantly bound Zhou Yi and yanked him backward with immense force, pulling Feng He out of danger. Dragged by this colossal force all the way to a massive stone platform, Zhou Yi heard Feng He's piercing, mocking voice constantly echoing in his ears. "All of these combat routines of yours are things I taught my students 10 years ago. It's just a pity that you probably need to worry about much more important things right now." These abyss chains, condensed from the power of chaos, possessed an exceptionally strong counter-effect against the holy attribute. Once bound by them, not only would all light attribute skills be sealed, but the victim's life force would also be drained continuously and frantically. Laughing maniacally, Feng He stared intently at Zhou Yi on the stone platform. "Struggle all you want, this is the price of opposing me." By this time, Zhou Yi's limbs were tightly locked onto the stone platform, leaving him unable to move at all. His situation was extremely critical. "Oh no, these chains are not only frantically draining my stamina, but they are also forcefully suppressing my holy light power." At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky as violent lightning bolted down continuously, signaling the approach of grave danger. Feng He revealed a twisted maniacal ecstasy, grabbing Zhou Yi's cheeks in a vice-like grip. His pitch-black sharp fingernails dug deep into Zhou Yi's flesh, the intense pain causing Zhou Yi to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a fanatical expression, Feng He stared with intense craving at this scene representing the beginning of human suffering, even greedily sticking out his tongue to lick the blood off his hands. Feng He could clearly sense the dense fell energy continuously rising and accumulating in the air, causing a bizarre fanatical glow to flicker in his empty eyes. Suddenly, a massive shower of rock shards poured down from the sky like a midnight storm. Although both of them stood right in the center of the battlefield, they were bizarrely untouched by the debris. Zhou Yi struggled to raise his head, looking around to see large patches of blood-red, hazy phantoms slowly condensing beside him. Those were the countless vengeful souls forced to manifest from the underworld due to the enveloping fell energy. Witnessing this, Feng He instantly burst into hysterical laughter like a completely unhinged clown. "Listen, this is the sound of the great Lord of Chaos's footsteps preceding his descent." Violent thunderclaps slammed into the temple one after another, emitting deafening roars. The main hall was strewn with countless unconscious believers, the entire space filled with a deathly, apocalyptic silence. Zhou Yi watched this in absolute shock as countless empty souls drifted beside the stone platform where he lay. And among those densely packed, unfamiliar souls he suddenly spotted two familiar figures, Bai Na and Lu Jia. Like two lifeless walking corpses, they walked rigidly past him, standing silently alongside the other sacrifices as they waited for the fell energy to completely devour their souls. The surging deathly energy wrapped around them, gradually transforming them into cold, lifeless stone statues standing around the hall. Witnessing this inhumane scene, Zhou Yi roared in absolute fury. "You beast!" As the mastermind behind all of this, Feng He merely sneered coldly. "This is merely a necessary price to welcome the new world. Foolish ants like you will never understand." The perilous situation forced Zhou Yi to stay absolutely calm to find a way out. Although he could directly summon the Void Beast to escape this danger, doing so would mean tens of thousands of innocent citizens in Longfeng City would surely become sacrifices and perish. Therefore he had to stop him right here. Even knowing he was outmatched, he could absolutely not be a coward and flee. With a thought, he silently retrieved that bottle of warm golden potion. SSS-Rank Rare Treasure, Innate Earth Milk. Drastically increases resistance to all negative statuses and greatly accelerates physical wound recovery. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yi threw back his head and downed the entire bottle of divine milk. System notification, negative status resistance 100. Physical recovery speed 100. In Feng He's eyes, this action was merely the futile struggle of a dying man, a deathbed struggle. Refusing to pay any heed to the other's cold mockery, a blinding holy light erupted behind Zhou Yi, instantly pushing his battle intent to its limit. Accompanied by his oath, "In the name of holiness, awaken the conscience of the soul." Feng He's heart suddenly skipped a beat upon seeing this highly abnormal confidence in his opponent. He cried out in slight panic, "What on earth are you trying to do?" Zhou Yi merely smiled faintly, pronouncing sentence coldly, "Let me personally write the final chapter for you, a world-destroying demon. Repent." Zhou Yi decisively activated his skill, continuously drawing in the crystallized death energy from the unconscious bodies scattered around. At this moment he looked exhausted, his mind groggy. System notification. Successfully gathered repentant thoughts 104 times. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yi forcefully clashed the holy light power inside his body with the incompatible, freshly drawn repentant demonic energy. This brutal operation, which completely defied common sense, instantly triggered an incredibly terrifying backlash, the intense pain causing him to spit out a massive mouthful of blood. Surging holy light energy ran wild inside him, while the newly collected repentant death energy transformed into countless sharp demonic spikes, rampaging inside his body. The two opposing terrifying forces refused to back down, continuously colliding and whipping up a powerful torrent of energy. Zhou Yi clenched his teeth, marshalling every ounce of his willpower to forcefully suppress and guide these two forces to merge inside his body. Feng He watched in absolute shock as the surrounding energy converged frantically toward Zhou Yi. The violent aura sent a violent shudder through his heart. This power, could this brat actually be trying to break through right now? Feng He's face contorted sharply. He actually wants to forcefully trigger his second advancement mid-battle. In the next instant he couldn't help but double over with laughter, tears almost squeezing out of his eyes. Forcefully triggering your second advancement? Ha ha ha, what an eye-opener. It seems you've been completely blinded by despair, actively seeking your own death. As a high-tier class holder, he naturally understood the rules of class advancement like the back of his hand. For an ordinary class holder to successfully complete their second advancement, they not only required vast amounts of precious high-tier magic gems and priceless rare pills to strengthen their physical bodies and stabilize their mana, but they also needed high-tier experts to personally guard them, preventing any external interference. Yet you are currently pinned down tightly by my abyss chains. Not only is your holy power sealed, but you are also completely alone, with no external resources to support you. Breaking through during combat, the violent mana inside you will run wild like a pack of untamed horses due to a lack of guidance. Once you fail to withstand the terrifying backlash of the breakthrough, your entire body will be torn to shreds instantly by this chaotic power. Watching Zhou Yi struggle in agony, a sadistic cat-and-mouse expression appeared on Feng He's face. Failing a forced second advancement would at best cause a massive drop in level, and at worst, result in immediate soul dissipation. Yet despite his disdain, the naturally cautious Feng He decided not to take any chances. Brat, although you'll most likely explode and die on your own to be absolutely safe, I won't give you even a 1 in a million chance of survival. With that, he channeled mana in his hand, preparing to deliver the final fatal blow to Zhou Yi. By now, Zhou Yi's mind was completely chaotic as the two violent energies inside his body clutched and tore at each other frantically. Accompanied by Feng He's murderous maniacal laughter, die right before the threshold of your advancement. The final battle of fusion erupted silently inside his body, completely putting an end to the long, bone-chilling agony. The freezing, bone-chilling death energy slowly condensed into razor-sharp frost crystals, while the illusory divine angel wings transformed into shards of blinding golden light. The two previously incompatible energies overlapped and merged perfectly at this moment. The pain dissipated, replaced by the sweet fruits of power transformation. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the Arbiter exclusive God-tier skill, Arbiter's Descent. Condense the power of deities, awakening the ancient supreme judgment. Congratulations on obtaining an additional 100 free attribute points, receiving a powerful boost. Zhou Yi's strength surged instantly. He snapped his eyes open, his expression freezing and his face displaying a sacred majesty. With his rebirth from the cocoon, the surrounding violent airwaves forcefully sent Feng He flying, smashing him heavily against the nearby stone wall. Zhou Yi casually sliced through the void, creating a visible violent sonic boom that shot straight toward the newly stabilized Feng He. Taking a heavy hit, Feng He's body stiffened violently. Instantly entering an absolute rigid, stiffened state, unable to move, he was forcefully sent flying again by the lingering impact. This terrifying power also ripped a long, narrow, and gruesome trench across the ancient ruined temple. Swept by the gale in midair, Feng He flew a great distance before crashing heavily to the ground in a wretched heap. His eyes widened, staring in absolute horror at his completely vanished lower body, utterly unable to accept the reality before him. However, instead of showing anger, his lips curled into an extremely grotesque and sinister sneer. It's useless. Did you really think that with your newly broken through second advancement Holy Knight power, you could actually wound me? Thick, liquid-like black fell energy spewed from his wound, rapidly condensing and reconstructing his missing lower body. Stabilizing himself once more, he frantically summoned the surrounding wandering souls to swarm forward. Foolish ants who do not know the depth of heaven and earth like you, I have slaughtered more than I can count. Facing this overwhelming, sky-blotting evil aura, Zhou Yi remained completely fearless, speaking coldly. Save your breath, your final words are far too noisy. He pointed a single hand toward the heavens, instantly outlining an incredibly complex golden magic circle in the sky. S-grade skill, Arbiter's Descent Level 1. Harnessing divine punishment with a mortal body, it forcefully condenses a holy domain, dealing to those within range. Dark creatures devastating, continuous damage. Once the skill concludes, the caster will enter a weakened state lasting for 2 hours, with all attributes drastically reduced by 40. With eyes burning hot like blazing fire, Zhou Yi stared intently at the incoming Feng He. Like a supreme judge in person, he pronounced sentence coldly. Sinner, receive the judgment of light here. A tempest of divine thunder crashed down like a deluge, each strike landing squarely and with absolute precision on Feng He. Even while suffering agonizing pain under the baptism of the divine thunder, Feng He still wore a grotesque expression as he attempted to provoke Zhou Yi. Keep dreaming, my great master is granting me a continuous stream of power. You can never kill me. However, immediately after, the oppressive aura gradually condensing and accumulating in the air made Zhou Yi's brow furrow slightly. He watched his opponent's subsequent movements with caution as well as the delirious souls around them. He actually chose to completely offer his physical body and soul as a sacrifice to chaos. In an instant, countless pitch-black magic tentacles shot out like wild beasts, binding Zhou Yi tightly on the spot at an unbelievable speed, leaving him no time to react. From the void a low, androgynous murmur echoed. Submit, to welcome destruction alongside the world, what a beautiful thing that is. An incredibly dense toxic fell energy pierced straight through his pores into his body like a fatal poison, causing Zhou Yi to shudder violently and spit out a massive mouthful of black foul blood on the spot. The surrounding ground exploded with a crash, as countless pale bones accompanied by shrill agonizing wails broke through the soil, transforming the once gloomy altar into a living hell. Pain is the only truth in this world. Join us? With bloodshot eyes, Zhou Yi's face was completely devoid of emotion. At this moment, even he felt unfamiliar with the violent aura he was exuding. Fortunately, Zhou Yi's incredibly resilient willpower and immense mental resistance helped him firmly guard his mind. The tentacles condensed from chaos bound him tightly, and a voice frantically brainwashed him in his mind. Become an eternal part of us. The holy power inside his body also began to riot and resist, bringing a sharp, splitting headache to his mind. Relying on his extraordinary combat instincts, a few agile struggles allowed him to break free from the tentacle's grip. Backed by the full amplification of the brilliant holy light, Zhou Yi regained his confidence, gripping his holy sword as he darted forward once more. The tear and lethality of this forced mental pollution were clearly far more powerful than ordinary hypnosis. Carrying an unmatched majesty, the divine sword thrust straight into the center of the chaotic tempest. Too bad you picked the wrong opponent. The violent aftermath of the explosion blasted the monster back, the intense pain forcing a shrill grating and violent shriek from its throat. The exposed wound revealed Chaos's fatal weakness. How dare you? Zhou Yi paid absolutely no attention to this pointless rage, responding coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? I am a holy paladin. The extremely soft words completely drowned out the deafening roar of the evil tentacles colliding with the divine sword that specifically vanquished evil. The powerful holy energy instantly caused those tentacles to vanish into thin air. The evil energy fluctuated violently, making it impossible to stabilize the host body, immediately triggering a violent explosion. Zhou Yi stared at this scene in a daze, casually putting away his defensive shield to take a brief breath. A demonic blade silently emerged from beneath the ground. Hearing the noise behind him, he turned his head in some confusion. Before Zhou Yi could even react, Chaos slashed heavily at his back, the impact nearly making him spit blood. This clean and decisive sneak attack sent his blood splattering onto its bone-white teeth. It used its disgusting tongue to lick the delicious blood clean. Once the blood went down, it instantly shattered the mental chains sealing its violent instincts. I am extremely satisfied. I am the Lord of Chaos, a deity high above. A deity can never be killed by a microscopic human like you. The ending between us was predestined from the very beginning. Become my slave obediently, and I shall grant you demigod-like power. Listening to this foul language, Zhou Yi healed his body while the hot blood within him continuously surged with a swelling battle spirit. Demigod-like power? Why don't we make a deal? You treat me as a punching bag, and I will teach you what God-slaying power truly means. Also, there's a limit to playing God. He looked at Chaos, revealing a contemptuous sneer. At most, you are nothing but an avatar of the evil god, which is why a mortal like me can wound you. Yet you are still here spouting such utter nonsense. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Suddenly sensing that something was wrong, it stammered. This is impossible. You... Zhou Yi rubbed his temples, silently warning himself in his heart. It's a pity this body can only hold out for another 2 minutes at most. Time is running out. Immediately after, he powerfully summoned an incredibly profound and holy sacred power. Accompanied by a cold wave of his hand, a colossal pillar of light that connected heaven and earth descended with a crash, shaking the vast earth. under his summoning, an entire squad of fully armed and battle-ready holy celestial soldiers materialized. S-grade skill, Divine Summoning, Level 1, in the sky. Angels had already drawn their bows and notched their arrows, waiting silently for commands. This ancient covenant spell of the Angel Legion required consuming 30 of the caster's HP to summon angels to battle. Note: the existence of the angels will continuously consume the host's mental energy. There were also several composed angels silently observing everything in the stillness. Staring at this magnificent legion before its eyes, chaos finally lost its composure, yet it still roared hysterically in an attempt to save face. "Don't even think about stopping me with you lowly creations." As Zhou Yi issued a silent command in his mind, the closed eyes of the Angel Legion snapped open, initiating purification and executing divine punishment. Overwhelming holy light, accompanied by the majesty of heavenly punishment, crashed down upon the battlefield, acting on behalf of heaven to punish the rebel. The violent explosion, carrying the wrath of thunder, instantly swallowed everything around it. Under this terrifying might, even the sturdy stone buildings nearby crumbled into dust. The powerful shockwave even expanded into the distant forest, shaking the trees violently. At the center of the deep crater blasted out by the shockwave, Zhou Yi knelt on one knee, his body covered in fine wounds as golden cracks continuously spread across his skin. The system notification quickly lit up beside the floating dark red crystal. Successfully obtained the damaged power crystal of the evil god. Quality cannot be evaluated. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood, his voice low and weak. Immediately after, his body could no longer support itself, and he collapsed heavily onto the cold ground. "You fellow can't even count as a qualified avatar." On the empty wasteland, only the billowing dust and smoke surrounded him, as if Zhou Yi had been completely forgotten by the entire world. The brilliant moonlight and starry sky silently illuminated his lonely back. It was thought that after experiencing such a tragic and fierce battle, he would fall into a long slumber. However, accompanied by the teeth-gritting creaks of his bones, he still relied on his astonishing willpower, using his trembling hands to prop his body up once more. Yet with his current physical condition, even simply rolling over had become a luxury. The system's warning alarms continuously exploded in his mind. "Warning, vital signs are extremely unstable. Please undergo treatment immediately." Zhou Yi's slightly unfocused gaze stared intently at the red prompts lighting up before his eyes. Vital signs have breached the critical threshold: current heart rate, 8 BPM, blood pressure, 50/30, 17 fractures throughout the body, internal organ damage has reached 63. Immediate treatment is highly recommended. Squeezing the absolute last trace of strength from his body, he prepared to unleash his final life-saving trump card. A brilliant glow began to converge in his trembling palms. Divine Revelation. Revival. On the other side, Lu Jia was calling out with immense anxiety to the person lying unconscious on the bed. "Nana, wake up quickly." Bai Na. Fortunately, Bai Na finally showed signs of gradually waking up. Having just woken up, her brain was still a bit dazed. Weren't we just soaking in the hot springs? How did it suddenly become like this?" Lu Jia hastily explained the situation to her. "It's a miracle, a true miracle has descended." At this moment, a pillar of light was soaring into the sky outside, completely tearing apart the layers of haze in the heavens, from which drifted countless luminous phantoms resembling adorable little angels. They danced gracefully around the citizens slumped everywhere on the streets. This miraculous spectacle was precisely what Zhou Yi had just unleashed. S-grade skill, Divine Revelation, Revival Level 1. This skill could unleash a massive holy domain that enveloped the entire city, purifying all pollution and forcefully reviving all living beings within the domain whose souls had not yet dissipated. Note: after the skill ends, the caster will fall into a divine depletion state, with all attributes forced to 0, lasting for 10 days. Under the pitch-black night sky, the Void Beast's speechless voice echoed in Zhou Yi's mind. "You forcefully underwent your second advancement, causing all the meridians in your body to rupture, yet you actually dared to unleash such a large-scale rescue skill. It's truly a miracle that you didn't die this time. If I had only cared about escaping for myself back then, hiding behind like a coward just to survive, then what difference would there be between me and those cruel cultists?" Panting heavily, Zhou Yi whispered intermittently in his heart. "Phew. Before deciding on the second advancement, I recalled the moment I chose to become a holy paladin during the school class transfer ceremony prior to the college entrance exam." The scene of once putting on a brand new suit of armor involuntarily surfaced in his mind, every heroic posture of swinging his weapon, and the golden crucifix pattern engraved on the hammer of repentance represented his never-extinguishing devotion and faith in justice and righteousness. Even at the moment he slammed heavily onto the ground to deliver the final blow to the enemy, He was still fulfilling his duty and defending his honor. Even though blood continuously surged from his mouth at this moment, Zhou Yi's heart still held fast to his original oath: in this life and this world, defend justice and righteousness to the death. This is what a true holy paladin is. Breathing with difficulty, he laughed mockingly at himself in his heart. If I was consistently greedy for life and afraid of death, I would have gone against my original intention. Even if I became stronger, what would be the meaning of it? Forcing down the intense pain, he activated the spatial positioning once more, and a deep blue teleportation magic circle slowly unfolded beneath his lying body. The exact instant he was teleported away, the startled cries of law enforcement personnel suddenly echoed from above the cliff. "Captain, what on earth happened here?" Wang Hao scrutinized the ruins below with his brows knitted, guessing steadily. "A battle of this level is absolutely not something we can imagine, but I am certain that tonight an incredibly powerful expert silently protected the entire Longfeng city with their own life. He is the true hero of our Longfeng city." Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had successfully teleported back to his school dormitory. Panting heavily, the system panel in his mind was flashing with piercing red alarms. Severe soul damage detected. Vital signs are in extreme danger. Due to skill backlash, you have fallen into the divine depletion state, with all attributes cleared to 0, lasting for 10 days. Before his vision went completely black, he used the absolute last of his strength to call out, "Teacher," and the last image swept by the corner of his eye was the countdown displayed on the screen. 239 hours and 55 minutes. No one knew how much time had passed when his vision finally slowly restored, and this time there were no piercing warning alarms in his mind. Zhou Yi opened his eyes with some difficulty, and as he breathed, bubbles rippled through the surrounding medicinal liquid. He slowly sat up from the treatment capsule, his body still plugged with various medical lines that had maintained his life during the emergency rescue. "It looks like I've been unconscious for 2 days. Principal Wang Wei, sitting to the side, suddenly spoke up and questioned, "Awake? How does it feel to take a walk to the gates of hell and back, going solo to disrupt the evil god's sacrifice? Should I praise you for being brave or call you reckless?" Zhou Yi scratched his head with some embarrassment. "Teacher, the situation was just too urgent at that time." The golden magic runes on his body, which had not yet completely faded, made him cough violently. "Cough, cough, cough." Wang Wei explained to him in a gentle yet serious tone, "The meridians throughout your entire body are currently like a fishing net that has been brutally torn to pieces. Ordinary treatment methods can only repair your physical body, which is why I put you in this customized medicinal bath to stabilize your vital signs." Not forgetting to offer serious advice, he half-jokingly threatened, 5 dragon pearls were melted into this medicinal pool as an activator. Those are supreme healing holy objects. You must completely absorb all of this medicinal power. If you dare to waste a single drop, I will absolutely not let you off." Suddenly twitching his nose, Zhou Yi cried out in some grief and indignation, "But teacher, this medicine clearly smells like your foot washing water." Wang Wei's old face blushed red and he laughed off the topic. "He who does great things doesn't fuss over minor details. Why do you care about such details? Saving your life is what's most important." With that, his expression turned solemn, as he raised his hand to swipe open the holographic control panel before him. "Let me fill you in on what happened during the 2 days you were unconscious." Wang Hao, the captain of the Longfeng City Bureau of Public Security Action Team, not only perfectly preserved the traces of the battlefield, but also specifically gathered samples of the residual holy light. The two of them looked together at the energy fluctuation chart projected in midair. Judging from this fluctuation chart, the frequency of that residual holy light perfectly matches your origin magic power. If someone with intentions investigates along this line, they will quickly trace it to you. Therefore, regarding the events in Longfeng City, I have already claimed to the public that I was the one who solved it." Zhou Yi said with some resistance, "Teacher, I don't need to always hide behind you." Wang Wei tapped the table with a serious expression, reminding him, "You are still too young, and your current level is far from high enough. If your achievements are over-publicized, it will highly likely invite assassinations from those fanatical cultists. Those madmen will absolutely never let off anyone who dares to threaten the revival of the evil god. Therefore, I have already used my special privileges to classify all your records regarding this incident as SSS-Class secrets. Once you successfully complete your 3rd advancement in the future, these glories belonging to you will naturally be returned to you." Zhou Yi frowned slightly, also understanding that his teacher was protecting him. Recalling that thrilling battle, he continued, "Teacher, after I defeated that fellow, I discovered its original form wasn't the evil god itself, but merely a crystal that condensed a portion of the evil god's power, and I've brought it back." With that, he directly handed the dark red crystal to Wang Wei. This was the true face of the so-called evil god. Although it looked completely ordinary, it had brutally harmed countless living souls. Merely drawing near, one could feel the painful wails of countless resentful souls inside. They twisted and squirmed inside the crystal, looking extremely disgusting and sorrowful. Beholding this evil crystal, the fury in Wang Wei's heart also reached its peak. HMPH, a mere fragment dares to stir up such colossal waves. He suddenly condensed a terrifying magic power in his palm, compressing the surrounding space until it continuously produced ripples. Seal, in the blink of an eye, a thick light magic formation completely sealed this cursed crystal. The scene shifted. Hong Ling, a high-level executive of the cult who was trimming flower branches in the back garden, abruptly froze in his actions upon hearing that familiar name. He turned around with some confusion, murmuring to himself, "That old fellow Wang Wei, why would he run off to Longfeng City?" Kneeling behind him, his subordinate Ghost hurriedly reported, "According to inside information, Wang Wei's direct disciple Zhou Yi unexpectedly stumbled upon Feng He's plan while executing a task in Longfeng City, and immediately contacted Wang Wei. Only then did Wang Wei rush over in a hurry." Hong Ling stroked his chin thoughtfully. "To think it actually alarmed Wang Wei, this indeed makes things tricky. Pass down the order to have all branches immediately enter a dormant state. At this critical juncture, absolutely do not provoke the military and the school crowd." The subordinate immediately took the order. "Yes, sir." Hong Ling's gaze remained fixed intently on the blooming red rose before him, whispering under his breath, "But the name Zhou Yi, why does it feel somewhat familiar?" Ghost's next words made Hong Ling instantly realize. 2 months ago, the one who ruined Feng He's plan during the freshman exchange tournament was precisely this Zhou Yi. At that time we suspected that he had subdued the Void Beast, and we even dispatched people to monitor him for a period of time. Hong Ling snorted coldly. "So it's him, I remember now, just a brat with a bit of capability." The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a sinister and greedy smile. "Since that is the case, let's give our young friend a welcoming gift he will never forget for the rest of his life." As the originally beautifully blooming rose was ruthlessly plucked by him and fell onto the cold floor, the subordinate also bowed his head and solemnly took the command. Meanwhile, at the other end of the city, Shen Lingfeng stood alone in the pouring rain, ahead of him a brilliantly lit villa. At this moment his heart was filled with incomprehension and doubt. That kid is clearly just an ordinary person living in the slums, with absolutely no background resources from rich or elite families to cultivate him. How could he possess such bizarrely powerful strength? This is simply illogical. Just then a sharp shattering sound suddenly smashed through the second-floor glass window, instantly drawing Shen Liangfeng's attention. Who is that?" Immediately after, an extremely sharp and grating roar tore through the dark, rainy night. "Roar?" Shen Lingfeng didn't even have time to think, his eyes instantly widening as he stared in shock at the sudden emergency occurring in the villa. Inside the villa, a tall shadow was closing in step by step, severely threatening Zhou Yun's safety. "Women and children are my absolute favorite sacrifices. Smelling the scent of your terror is truly a wonderful enjoyment," that person grinned with a dry, hoarse voice, exposing highly repulsive pale teeth. "Since one of you is a woman and the other is a child, and the pleasure is going to double." With that, the cultist Lu Ping raised a cloud of rolling black energy in his palm, lunging straight forward with a cruel smile. Yet right at this critical juncture a violent figure suddenly charged in from an angle, and the two forces collided fiercely in midair, erupting in a violent explosion that instantly filled the area with dust. Facing this sudden obstruction, Lu Ping failed to react in time, his movements completely freezing. The one who stepped in just in time to save them was none other than Shen Lingfeng, who had fully unleashed his bloodline power. Lu Ping was greatly shocked, blurting out in surprise, "Flame Dragon Bloodline." Lu Ping roared and launched another attack. "Since another one has come to seek death, I shall fulfill your wish." Shen Lingfeng gritted his teeth, also assuming his combat stance. Simultaneously, a thunderbolt of realization suddenly flashed in the mind of Zhou Yi, who was far away in the treatment capsule. His mental perception instantly detecting danger coming from afar, he violently broke all the medical lines on his body, levitating up from the cultivation fluid as medicinal water splashed everywhere. Void Beast activate positioning. In the very next second, Zhou Yi had already changed into clean leather armor and issued an order with a grim expression. "Locate Zhou Yun." His expression was incredibly serious as he roared in his heart. "Xiao Hui's HP has been continuously dropping, meaning Xiao Yun is currently in grave danger. No more nonsense, locate her quickly." The Void Beast closed its eyes, mobilizing all of its spatial abilities, and a butterfly-shaped teleportation magic circle instantly appeared clearly before Zhou Yi. The Void Beast warned in his mind, "I will do my best to protect your body. But as for how much terrible secondary damage forcefully traversing the void will cause to your body, which hasn't even recovered from its severe injuries, you can only pray for good luck." Space shattered like a mirror at this moment, and Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, charging straight into the deep spatial rift. In the next second, he materialized above the battlefield, just in time to witness the tragic situation of Shen Lingfeng and Lu Ping fighting to the death. Shen Lingfeng was already covered in wounds, falling into an absolute disadvantage, yet he still forced himself to turn his head and ask with concern, "Little girl, can you still stand up?" Zhou Yun sobbed, answering somewhat weakly, "Why yes." Shen Lingfeng hurriedly yelled, "Run, go find your brother." Seeing his offensive stalled and having quite a few scars left on his own face, Lu Ping couldn't help but mock in exasperation. "Brat, you are truly courting death, straining yourself to this extent just to save a woman. Is it worth it?" Shen Lingfeng panted heavily with difficulty, his eyes filled with absolute determination. "Whether it's worth it is none of your business." With that, loyal to the dragon's power, he forcefully unleashed all of his flame dragon fire, frantically devouring Lu Ping's body and burning him directly into a pile of black charcoal. Only Lu Ping's final shrill scream remained in the air. "Ah!" The rolling heat wave blew along with the cold night wind, gradually dissipating in the darkness. Shen Lingfeng casually wiped the warm blood flowing from his chin with his hand, the stinging sensation bringing him back to some alertness from the days caused by exhaustion. The instant Zhou Yun saw Zhou Yi appear, she burst into a loud sob and threw herself violently into her brother's arms. However, Zhou Yi had forcefully traversed the void, and his severe injuries had not yet fully healed, which caused his face to instantly turn a shade paler after catching his sister, letting out a painful grunt. Holding her brother, Zhou Yun sobbed rapidly. "Brother, you're finally here. That person just now was so scary. He severely injured Xiao Wei." Suppressing his injuries, Zhou Yi gently caressed his sister's head with great affection, comforting her softly. "Don't be afraid. Your brother is here." Zhou Yi's gaze drifted toward Shen Lingfeng, who was trembling and struggling in the distance. Why was Shen Lingfeng even here? Even in his state, he still found the strength to mock. "Oh, the great savior has finally arrived. What a responsible brother you are. I thought your little sister was going to be turned into a roasted pigeon." Zhou Yun stepped between them, defending her brother. "Don't talk about my brother like that." Shen Lingfeng merely gave a playful smirk. "Little sister, those words really cut deep. After all, I risked my life for you." Yet, Zhou Yun's stance remained completely unshakable. "I will definitely repay you for saving my life, but you can't talk about my brother like that. Ever since we were kids, no matter how dangerous it got, my brother was always the first to shield me. He's the best brother in the world." Shen Lingfeng struggled to press his hand against the bleeding wound on his chest. "Hey Zhou, your sister at least knows how to show gratitude. How come I don't even get a single thank you from you?" Blood dripped slowly onto the cold ground, accompanied by his deliberate sarcasm. "Is this really the limit of a holy paladin's upbringing?" Just as Zhou Yun was about to argue back indignantly, Zhou Yi stopped her by resting a hand on her shoulder. "Xiao Yun, he's just jealous that I have such a wonderful little sister. He's feeling resentful, which is why he's spouting nonsense here." The siblings played off each other perfectly. Although Shen Lingfeng had indeed saved Xiao Yun, this might just be a self-injury ruse. A classic case of sour grapes because he couldn't have what they had. This indeed made Shen Lingfeng grit his teeth in fury, stammering, You? He was so enraged he nearly spat blood on the spot, shouting incoherently, "I'm jealous of you, you. Haha, how could I possibly be jealous of you?" However, having completely overextended his physical strength, he suddenly lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he went limp like an empty shell and collapsed. A sharp piece of rebar had impaled his abdomen, suspending his entire body in midair. As gravity dragged him slowly downward, crimson blood stained the entire iron rod. Witnessing this shocking sight, Zhou Yi quickly pressed Zhou Yun's head into his chest to save her from psychological trauma. A weak voice suddenly rang out again. "Zhou Yi, stop wasting time and save me. I'm not dead yet, so don't just stand there like a wooden statue." Zhou Yi merely shot back sarcastically. "If Shen Lingfeng can still talk back with injuries like that, it looks like he's fine." Then he unhurriedly began to question Shen Lingfeng about his unusual behavior. "More than that, I want to know why you showed up at my house and happened to run right into Zhou Yun's attack." Shen Lingfeng was temporarily speechless, memories rewinding in his mind like a tape. "Have you heard? Lately there's a popular trend called tracing the path of the strong." "What the hell is that?" It turned out Shen Lingfeng had overheard some gossip about visiting the former residences of powerful individuals to sense the traces of growth they left behind. "If we can grasp even a fraction of their insight, won't our strength skyrocket? Is that true? Don't trick me." "Why would I trick you? Tons of people have gone recently." Coughing violently, Shen Lingfeng made up a random excuse on the spot. Cough, cough. "I was just passing by, okay? Do you think the whole world revolves around you, with people fawning over you wherever you go?" He silently told himself that the real humiliating reason must never be spoken aloud. Meanwhile, Zhou Yun suddenly felt Zhou Yi's body grow incredibly heavy and panicked. "Brother, what's wrong? With his vision darkening from complete physical exhaustion, Zhou Yi still managed a final comfort. "Sorry for scaring you." His arms were covered in golden sacred cracks, which had even begun to ooze a viscous fluid. She sobbed in panic, calling out his name. "Brother?" In the dead silence, a sharp cry shattered the quiet. Looking at Zhou Yi lying motionless on the ground, covered in wounds, Zhou Yun was terrified. She quickly clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle her sobs, tears streaming down her face. In her extreme panic, she grabbed the phone next to her like a lifesaver, her voice trembling. "What do I do? What do I do?" While dialing the phone, tears poured down her face as she sobbed and pleaded, "Brother, don't scare me. Please answer." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, its booming banter throwing Zhou Yun into an even deeper panic. "Zhou Yi, your room is even more chaotic than a battlefield." The newcomer was none other than Wang Wei. He stepped forward, took the phone clutched tightly in Zhou Yun's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, let me handle this." Just then, Zhang Churan rushed through the door crying out, "Brother Zhou Yi?" She rushed to support Zhou Yi, holding a strange potion glowing with green light to his lips, and said anxiously, "Brother Zhou Yi, drink this quickly. You'll feel better soon." Wang Wei didn't idle either, his hands rapidly channeling energy to heal Zhou Yi while nagging. "You brat really know how to cause trouble. I just dragged you back from the brink of death. Yet you actually dared to barge into the space-time turbulence without any mana protection. It's a miracle you're even alive. I'm not a healer, so I can only barely suppress your injuries for now." After some treatment, Zhou Yi finally woke up. Looking in confusion at the crowd before him, he asked, "Teacher, Sharan, why are you here?" Wang Wei grimaced, his expression turning serious. "The Void Beast knew you were severely injured after entering the space-time turbulence. So after bringing you back here, it immediately ran to find me. I happened to be with Sharan at the time, so I came along. The person who attacked you just now had a residual aura identical to those cultists in Longfeng City. But they didn't track your movements. Instead, they chose to ambush Zhou Yun. I suspect they don't know what happened in Longfeng City, and only wanted to use Zhou Yun to vent their anger because you showed your face." Wang Wei solemnly warned him that the military was already conducting a nationwide purge of the Holy Spirit sect in secret. "Now they are in the shadows while we are in the open. You absolutely cannot stay here anymore. You must depart for the Zhou family immediately." Zhou Yi deeply agreed. Going to the Zhou family would be the perfect opportunity to send Xiao Yun back where she would be extremely safe. Though helpless, Wang Wei was still deeply worried about Zhou Yi's injuries, saying, "Currently, your injuries are too severe to withstand any form of spatial teleportation. Your only option is to take the nearest public airship, the Sky, to the Zhou family. The Sky is an A-grade secure airship equipped with armed defense, and it can reach the Zhou family's territory within 48 hours. I will notify the Zhou family to pick you up at the Skyport." Hearing this, Charan immediately said, "I'm going too. This time, I must protect Brother Zhou Yi." While everyone was discussing, a sudden noise came from nearby. Wang Wei also noticed the strange sound, vigilantly scanning the surroundings as he spoke. "We don't know the extent of the Holy Spirit sect's penetration, so you must disguise yourselves as ordinary tourists for this trip. The lower profile, the better." Then that bizarre sound rang out once more. Finally, Wang Wei's gaze fell on the dark, damp corner where a figure was curled up, letting out a tragic wail. "Hey, did you guys not see me? What, did I vanish? Have I become transparent? Are you all treating me like air? I'm injured too, you know." Wang Wei walked over, sized him up and slapped his forehead with a chuckle. "Look at my memory. Come, let me see how bad your injuries are. Aren't you the kid who got beaten by Zhou Yi in the freshman tournament?" Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng gave a dry laugh. "Thanks for the concern, Principal." Soon at the Skyport, Zhou Yi was sitting comfortably in his familiar wheelchair. He was accompanied by Zhou Yun, Charan, and that guy they had just run into. Seeing Zhou Yi sitting grandly in his wheelchair, Shen Lingfeng immediately looked displeased, protesting loudly on the spot. "I protest, why does he get to sit in a wheelchair acting like a noble young master while making me, the proud successor of the Flame Dragon bloodline, serve as his servant?" Charan stared back at Shen Lingfeng without flinching, saying calmly, "Every extra person adds to the risk. We didn't want to bring you along in the first place, if not for you making a scene here." Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng immediately jumped up in anxiety. He shouted in extreme dissatisfaction, "The principal was urgently recalled and specifically ordered me to join this mission. Do you think I want to go? I, of the proud Flame Dragon bloodline." Before he could even finish, Zhou Yun suddenly interrupted him in excitement. "The airship is here." A thick white fog instantly swept across the area, completely blocking their view. After a long while, the thick fog slowly dissipated, revealing the scene behind. A colossal, unimaginably grand airship towered before their eyes. A golden, glowing tentacle slowly descended from the airship to the ground, as graceful and light as a ribbon. Seeing this, Zhou Yun ran forward in excitement, shouting, "It's a flying giant octopus." "Hello, Mr. Octopus." Her eyes shone as she pointed ahead and said excitedly to Zhou Yi, Brother, look, the tentacle is still glowing, Charan explained gently beside her. That's the glow of mana charging. The airship docked here precisely to charge. Only by replenishing enough mana can it take off. Moreover, these tentacles have many functions. They serve as boarding stairs when welcoming guests, can transform into defensive shields during combat, and can even fire mana cannons in the blink of an eye. They had boarded the airship, finding the interior to be a stunningly luxurious and comfortable world. Just then, an urgent announcement came over the PA system. Attention all passengers of the sky. The boarding gates are about to close. Passengers who have not checked in, please do so immediately. Seeing that Zhou Yi looked pale, Charan worried about his injuries and quickly held his arm, asking with concern, Brother Zhou Yi, do you want to go back to the cabin to rest? There might be some discomfort when the airship takes off, but the rooms have specialized isolation arrays for protection. Hearing this sweet concern, the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth curled into a faint smile. He couldn't help but deliberately tease her. Xiao Ran, are you protecting me like I'm a little kid? These words made Charan's face instantly turn beet red. She stammered, I didn't mean that, I was just worried you were feeling unwell. But Zhou Yi didn't plan to let her off, continuing to tease. Along the way, you've been worrying about me getting hungry, getting sunburnt, and even forcing me to take my medicine strictly on schedule. Zhou Yi looked directly into Charan's eyes, his tone warm and firm. I know my own body, so you don't need to worry too much. Suddenly, a flashy figure walked over. A gaudily dressed woman approached, her eyes shining as she gasped, what a handsome young man. She reached out without hesitation to touch Zhou Yi's cheek, clicking her tongue in admiration. Look at this skin, it's whiter than snow. Her eyes were filled with greed, obsession, and pity as she said seductively, Sister looks at you with both love and pity. Why don't you come with Sister? I'll hire the best priest to heal your crippled body. Hearing this, the three people accompanying Zhou Yi were utterly shocked, disbelief written all over their faces. Charan was the first to snap back to her senses. A flash of fury crossing her eyes, she immediately swung her riding crop toward the woman with incredible speed, so enraged that her eyes were practically spitting fire. Take your dirty hands off him, or I'll chop them off. The glamorous woman examined her exquisitely manicured hands, sighing with feigned grievance. She curled her lips, sneering provocatively. The little bodyguard actually made a move. Sister only wanted to invite the young master for tea and catch up. Your master hasn't even spoken, so why are you so anxious? Oh, young master, this female guard wouldn't happen to be your little lover, would she? Charan gritted her teeth so hard they clicked, nearly losing control. No wonder I barely touched you, and she looked as if she wanted to eat me alive. If you like men, little sister, just say so. Sister knows best what that tastes like. Just as Charan was about to lose control and charge forward again, Zhou Yi swiftly pulled her back, calling out softly, Charan. Zhou Yi glanced at the prominent warning sign ahead and kindly warned, She's deliberately provoking you, don't fall for it. The warning sign clearly stated that fighting was strictly prohibited on the sky, and violators would not only be detained but would also have their mana sealed in the lowest cabins. After calming Charan down, he turned to smile at the glamorous woman. If Madam likes to have fun, why not go to the third-class cabins? There are entertainment activities more suitable for Madam there. I'm afraid my crippled body cannot handle Madam's passion. Though he spoke politely, he was highly guarded against the woman, deliberately using this casual tone to test her. She has been secretly observing the four of us. Her goal is definitely not that simple. The gaudily dressed woman had her own calculations. The third-class cabins were filled with cheap, talentless coolies. Was this brat using those low-class people to insult her? Thinking of this, she said coldly in displeasure, The young master really is a spoilsport, completely ruining Sister's mood. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a threat. Everyone calls me Madam Red. In this world there is nothing I cannot obtain. It won't be long before you willingly come to serve me. Wherever Madam Red passed, all the staff members bowed with absolute fawning servility. Charan turned to say something to Zhou Yi, but Zhou Yi waved his hand and turned to ask Shen Lingfeng, The bracelet on her wrist is a bit strange, carrying a trace of moisture. Have you seen it before? Shen Lingfeng replied immediately, I've seen it before. That is the emblem of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. Then, drawing upon his knowledge, he added, Zhang Charan stays in Sichuan province all year round, so she definitely doesn't know about the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. It's a wealthy conglomerate that recently rose in Zhangbei. On the surface, they do legitimate business, but in the shadows, they commit all sorts of illegal deeds. For example, they target class holders with unique bloodlines and exceptionally outstanding appearances, kidnapping them to sell as slaves. Those poor souls are either confined and tortured in the mansions of perverted nobles, or die after suffering endless torment in the brutal underground trade. This woman calling herself Madam Red is probably a mid-level boss in the chamber, holding a high status. I heard the boss of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce has connections everywhere and an extremely complex background. Even my father warned me never to provoke them, and to avoid them if possible. In truth, there were some things he kept to himself. The head of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce in Tianlin province had a conflict with the Tianlin Zhou family 3 years ago. In the end, the Zhou family lost. Shen Lingfeng was deeply conflicted, hesitating whether he should tell Zhou Yi this. After hearing his story, Zhou Yi also fell into deep thought, trying to piece these scattered clues together. It turned out Madame Red had deliberately spoken harshly to provoke Chiran earlier to test their cards and assess the value of the merchandise. Among the 4 of them, Zhou Yun was the weakest. If the opponent wanted to make a move, Zhou Yun would undoubtedly be the easiest target. Pondering for a moment, Zhou Yi suggested, "Shen Lingfeng, during these 2 days on the airship, can you stay close to Zhou Yun to protect her? Madame Red is ruthless and will likely try to get even through other means. I'm worried she will target Zhou Yun." Hearing this, Shen Lingfeng immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, how could I not even keep an eye on a little girl?" The airship traveled in dead silence, as if passing through an endless river of stars. A janitor pushed her cart, walking slowly down the cabin corridor. In the dark corner behind her, a crimson evil glow suddenly erupted, tearing apart the silence of the late night. And that is the exact moment we temporarily wrap up the events of Part 1. A sinister crimson glow suddenly flares up in the dead of night aboard the airship's sky, a place that was supposed to be heavily guarded. The scheming appearance of Madame Red and the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce, targeting his younger sister Zhou Yun, has pushed the entire group into a perilous, nail-biting situation. This is especially critical since our Zhou Yi is still severely wounded, with his meridians heavily damaged from the previous great battle. In this desperate situation, will Shen Lingfeng be able to fulfill his promise to protect Zhou Yun? How terrifying will Zhang Chiran's true succubus bloodline power be once it awakens? And how will Zhou Yi overcome adversity to subdue the legendary ancient ice dragon Kanya? All these answers, along with even more explosive, dramatic, and visually spectacular battles, await you in Part 2 of this series. If you love Zhou Yi's journey and want to quickly follow the upcoming events, please don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell to support Hali recaps. Once Part 2 is released, the link to the full playlist of this series will be updated immediately in the description or pinned in the comment section below for your convenience. Thank you all for your support and interest. Have a wonderful day and see you in Part 2.